In the banquet hall on the ninth floor of the Jingtai Grand Hotel, the atmosphere was lively with clinking glasses and boisterous laughter. Today marked a momentous occasion, a graduation dinner for the class of 2024 from the Internet of Things program at Yunjing University. After this day, these young scholars, barely in their early 20s, would conclude their studies and officially enter the workforce. "Brother Hao, why are you lying down? Come on, let's have another drink," Zhang Xiaohai exclaimed, raising his glass and shaking the shoulder of a young man slumped over the table. A muffled response came from the prostrate figure, "Go to hell." In an instant, Tang Hao jolted upright, his body trembling. "Go to hell, huh? Brother Hao, we've graduated today. To hell with the drivers, let's drink another toast." Zhang Xiaohai's breath reeked of alcohol. Tang Hao stared blankly at the reveling classmates and professors surrounding him. "Have I been reborn again?" He glanced at the Oppo 50 on the table, swiping the screen. Date, June 12, 2028, time, 1838. With a resounding slap, Tang Hao struck his own face, the pain sharp and stinging. Yet, at that moment, tears welled in his eyes. He was on the brink of sobbing. He had truly been reborn, and at the very moment before the apocalypse loomed. Indeed, this was Tang Hao's second rebirth. His first rebirth also occurred in the Jingtai Grand Hotel during another graduation dinner. He vividly recalled the clock striking 7 in the evening when a crimson moon hung ominously in the sky. In that instant, the world underwent a terrifying transformation. Humanity, animals, and plants mutated and evolved. Within mere minutes, nearly 70% of the Earth's population, over 8 billion souls, grotesquely transformed into zombies. Simultaneously, the majority of animals and plants experienced their own mutations and evolutions. For the next 2 years, both zombies and mutated beasts preyed upon the remaining survivors. In a brief span of 2 years, the human population plummeted from over 8 billion to under 1 billion. Fortunately, those who survived without succumbing to zombification evolved through their battles against zombies and mutated beasts, becoming what were known as evolvers. They gradually established various bases and engaged in a desperate struggle for survival against the hordes of zombies and the abundance of mutated creatures. In his previous life, Tang Hao had only endured 3 days after the apocalypse before being bitten to death by a mutated dog. However, in his reborn life, he managed to survive for 2 whole years, not only becoming an evolver, but also the leader of a small base. Yet, he still could not withstand the onslaught of zombies, and his entire base was overwhelmed by millions of them, leading to his demise once more. This marked Tang Hao's second rebirth, still within the confines of the Jingtai Grand Hotel. Having lived through the apocalypse twice, particularly the second time, with 2 years of experience, he clenched his fists. Since fate had granted him this opportunity, he would not squander it. In this life, he aspired to become a level 7 Evolverno. He aimed to surpass even that. He intended to become a true powerhouse in this bleak world, a nightmare for the many evolved zombies and mutated beasts. During his first encounter with the apocalypse, Tang Hao, like everyone else, was utterly oblivious. In his previous rebirth, he had attempted to save the classmates and teachers dining in this hall, but ultimately managed to save only 7 individuals. Of those, 2 betrayed him within a month. The remaining 5 were loyal, but perished 2 years later when his base fell to 1 million zombies. He surveyed the room, then glanced at his phone again. 18:40, only 20 minutes remained until the apocalypse would strike. With a deep breath, Tang Hao exhaled slowly. If only he had a little more time, he truly wished to save all the remaining classmates and teachers present. However, with merely 20 minutes at his disposal, he could not save them all, nor could he afford to waste time. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Only by becoming one of the first evolvers in this new world could he shed the identity of a weakling and survive amidst the chaos, ultimately saving more lives. With a swift motion, he drenched Zhang Xiaohai with a bottle of cold mineral water. Even in the warmth of June, Zhang Xiaohai shivered. The alcohol's effects suddenly diminished. 5 minutes later, the elevator doors of the hotel opened, and 7 individuals rushed out. A great calamity? Tang Hao, are you serious? Shouldn't we at least inform our families in case of an earthquake? Lu Ying asked, her face a mask of confusion, being the girlfriend of Wang Xiaoping. Tang Hao had initially called only his roommate Wang Xiaoping, as his memories from past lives indicated that Lu Ying had transformed into a zombie with no chance of salvation. Wang Xiaoping, a quintessential rich kid with striking looks, had naturally attracted Lu Ying's attention, and upon seeing him rise, she followed suit. The remaining three were Zhao Yimiao, Chen Jun, and Qianzheng brothers who had endured trials alongside Tang Hao in his previous life. Junzi, you drive my car. Xiaohai and I will ride with Xiaoping. Tang Hao opted not to drive himself, fearing that if Lu Ying turned into a zombie, he would need to eliminate her swiftly. Chen Jun, Zhao Yimiao, and Qianzheng hopped into Tang Hao's second-hand Honda. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, Zhang Xiaohai, and Lu Ying climbed into Wang Xiaoping's Range Rover. As soon as they were inside, Tang Hao pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Sister Shui, where are you? In the lab? Hurry, get to the top of the library at our school before 7. Don't ask why, just come quickly. Just as he was about to hang up, he added with urgency, this is a matter of life and death, be quick. In a luxurious laboratory at Yunjing University, a tall beauty clad in a white lab coat set down her phone. Shaking her head, she turned to her mentor nearby. Professor, I need to step out for a moment. All right, go ahead, the old professor nodded. She removed her lab coat, gathered her sleek black hair, grabbed her phone from the table, and hurried out. Meanwhile, Tang Hao continued his calls. Aunt Yun, has Qianbo returned? Yes, he's back. Tell him not to go out tonight. No, not for the time being. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohai, Qianzheng, and others were also contacting their families. With a screech, Wang Xiaoping slammed on the brakes. Ignore the red light, go, go, go. Tang Hao urged repeatedly. With a swift press of the accelerator, Wang Xiaoping's car shot forward, and Chen Jun followed suit, narrowly avoiding a collision with another vehicle. Just as the driver was about to yell in frustration, both cars sped away into the distance. Chapter 2. The child of the evolving deity Tang Hao did not choose to remain at the Jingtai Grand Hotel as he did during his previous rebirth. He understood that the apocalypse had arrived, with the crimson moon hanging ominously in the sky. While it could transform over 70% of humanity into terrifying zombies within mere minutes, it also scattered strands of angelic light across the world. The top floor of a library at Yunjing University was one such location where the angelic light fell. In fact, in Yunjing City, aside from Yunjing University, there were 3 other locations that also basked in this divine illumination. Across the entire globe, there were a total of 999 strands of angelic light. Any living being touched by this celestial radiance would undergo evolution, and most importantly, the first batch of evolved beings would develop a unique, innate skill, which could grow in strength as their evolution progressed. In his past life, Tang Hao knew that nearly all the high-level evolved individuals, those reaching level 7, have been bathed in this angelic light. Such individuals were revered by future generations as the children of the deities. Today, Tang Hao was determined to become one of the first evolved beings, the child of the deity. The Jingtai Grand Hotel was the closest to Yunjing University. In a matter of mere minutes, Tang Hao could only manage to reach Yunjing University. He was well aware of the other 3 locations where the angelic light fell. But reaching them in such a short span of time was utterly impossible. When Tang Hao was 9 years old, he lost both his parents and grandparents in an aviation disaster. His grandfather had succumbed to cancer when Tang Hao was just 5, and his grandmother, unable to withstand the grief of losing her son and daughter-in-law, passed away when he turned 10. Thus, Tang Hao became an orphan, and that same year, he was adopted by the couple Qian Siyuan and his wife, who were friends of his parents. Qian Muxua, their only daughter, was 23 years old, a year older than Tang Hao, and a top student in her second year at the School of Electronic Information at Yunjing University. If there was anyone Tang Hao cared about most in this life, it was undoubtedly the 3 members of the Qian family. For him, Qian Siyuan and his wife were as dear as parents. When Tang Hao scored an impressive 699 on the college entrance examination, the overwhelming reason for choosing Yunjing University was to be near Qian Muxua. Tang Hao himself was unaware of when Qian Muxua, who was merely a year his senior, ceased to be the little girl who loved to tease him and transformed into a goddess who commanded respect. Throughout his 4 years at university, many admirers cast glances his way, yet he paid them no mind, for his heart had already been captured by a tall and graceful figure, leaving no space for anyone else. In his previous life, he had no understanding of Qian Mushua's situation before he met his end. In that life, he He had exerted tremendous effort to save Qian Muxue, only to be betrayed by two traitors, leading to her demise. This event was a significant reason for his despondency in the nearly 2 years that followed. Ultimately, he became the leader of a small base. However, fate intervened, granting Tang Hao another chance at life. In this lifetime, he was resolute that he would not allow the person he cherished most to fall again. Thus, he immediately called Qian Muxue, determined to ensure she became one of the first children of the deities in this world. "Brother Hao, we're stuck in traffic." Wang Xiaoping honked the horn, but the cars ahead were ensnared in a long queue. Tang Hao pulled out his phone, glancing at the time, 1854. Only 6 minutes remained. With 800 meters still to Yunjing University, there were nearly 500 meters to the library once he entered the campus. "Damn it! Get out! Run!" Tang Hao made a decisive command. Zhang Xiaohua, Lu Ying, and Wang Xiaoping were momentarily stunned. Tang Hao did not have the time to explain. "Open the door." He gestured for the three behind him to exit the vehicle. He shouted, "Quick, run with all your might. We must reach the library rooftop before 7. With swift strides, he dashed away. Behind him, Zhang Xiaohua, Lu Ying, Wang Xiaoping, and the others did not hesitate, chasing after Tang Hao in a frenzy. However, Wang Xiaoping couldn't abandon Lu Ying. He could only pull her along, but Lu Ying could barely keep up. After running less than 100 meters, she stopped, sulking in frustration. "You guys go ahead. I'll catch up with Yingzi later." Wang Xiaoping, helpless, shouted towards Tang Hao and the others. Tang Hao glanced back, a flash of pain crossing his eyes. Perhaps he was about to lose another brother in this life. His fists clenched tightly, and he bellowed at the four who had caught up. "Run for your lives." Zhang Xiaohua and the others poured every ounce of energy into their sprint. As Tang Hao surged forward, he dialed Qian Muxue's number. As she stepped out of the elevator, her melodious voice rang through. "I'm out of the elevator. I'll be on the rooftop in half a minute." Tang Hao panted. "Okay, Xuejia, remember to stand in the center of the rooftop." "What is going on? Why are you breathing so heavily?" Qian Muxue frowned slightly. But in the next moment, the call was disconnected. "This little rascal." Qian Muxue bit her lip, then lengthened her stride towards the rooftop. The 5 of them sprinted with all their might. At 1857, 5 figures burst through the campus gates. Zhao Yimiao's speed began to falter. "I can't run anymore, you guys go ahead." "Damn it." Tang Hao turned around, grasping Zhao Yimiao's hand, commanding, "Let us go." "Brother Hao, I really can't keep going, you guys go ahead." Despite being pulled, Zhao Yimiao stumbled a few steps before breaking free from Tang Hao's grip. "Go to the library." Tang Hao, with no other option, was forced to abandon him. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't drag Zhao Yimiao for the remaining 2 minutes to the library rooftop. The 4 continued their desperate dash. At 1859, they entered the library's main hall, hastily pressing the elevator button. The 4 of them squeezed inside. Chun Jun and Zhang Xiaohua collapsed onto the floor, while the seemingly frail Qian Zheng still had some strength left. Tang Hao urgently pressed the button for the 5th floor. He checked his phone, 1859-32. Ding! The elevator doors opened. "Go!" Tang Hao shouted, leading the charge out. Behind him, Zhang Xiaohua, Chun Jun, and Qian Zheng gasped for breath, following closely. In the central area of the rooftop, Qian Muxue, clad in a flowing white dress, appeared like a celestial being bathed in the glow of the setting sun, breathtakingly beautiful. In front of her, Luo Jijun wore a smile. "Muxue, what brings you here?" Qian Muxue's expression darkened slightly. "This rooftop isn't your home." "Why can't I come?" "Muxue, you're not still angry about what happened a week ago, are you?" "It was my fault, truly," Luo Jijun said as he reached out to grab Qian Muxue's delicate hand. Qian Muxue recoiled, stepping back, and coldly replied, "Luo Jijun, don't overstep." "Overstep?" "Muxue, without my family's support, your father's company would probably be bankrupt by now. Tomorrow, I'll tell my mother to propose to your family again. If you refuse, your family can prepare for bankruptcy." Luo Jijun's face darkened. He stepped forward again, attempting to seize Qian Muxue's hand. "Damn you!" A furious roar echoed. The next instant, a large foot appeared from nowhere, kicking Luo Jijun and sending him tumbling like a rolling gourd. Breathless, Tang Hao emerged beside Qian Muxue. "Xiao Hao!" Qian Muxue exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Hao had no time to respond. Thunder rumbled ominously in the heavens. The crimson moon hung eerily in the twilight sky. A blood-red aura cascaded down. Amidst the sanguine glow, several hundred faint beams of white light descended. Buzz! Tang Hao felt a brilliance envelop him as the angelic light enveloped his form. Tang Hao and Appos' gaze darted rapidly. Fortunately, the encompassing radius of this angelic light was approximately 17 to 18 square meters, enveloping both him and Qian Muxue. Likewise, Zhang Xiaohua, Chenjun, and Qian Zheng were also bathed in the celestial glow, along with an unexpected guest, Luo Jijun. As the ethereal light permeated his being, Tang Hao felt as if every muscle cell within him ignited in flames at that very moment. The excruciating pain elicited a primal howl akin to that of a wild beast. Beside him, Zhang Xiaohua, Chenjun, and Qian Zheng collapsed to their knees. Crying out in agony, Luo Jijun, unable to withstand it, allowed a pain scream before rolling his eyes back and fainting. In stark contrast, Qian Muxue and Appos' delicate face twitched incessantly. However, she clenched her silver teeth tightly, her nails digging deeply into the tender flesh of her palms, resolutely stifling any cries of pain. Clearly, in the presence of the boys, especially Tang Hao, Qian Muxue was determined to maintain her composure and avoid any semblance of a pitiful scream. After an indeterminable span, consciousness resurfaced. Tang Hao felt a pervasive stickiness and an intensely unpleasant odor. This condition was mirrored in Qian Muxue, Chenjun, and the other three individuals, as if their bodies were coated in layers of age-old grime. With a slight movement, Tang Hao sensed an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. A series of sharp, cracking sounds emanated from his bones. This potency far surpassed that of ordinary level 1 evolvers. Tang Hao surmised that the strength bestowed by the children of the gods exceeded that of those who evolved naturally by hunting zombies and mutated beasts, or through the use of crystal nucleus potions. By his estimation, his power was nearly 50 greater than in his previous life, where his evolutionary focus was strength. As Tang Hao was about to explore any latent talents, a sound of rushing water filled the air. He turned to see Qian Muxue enveloped in a sphere of luminous blue water. In mere moments, the water cascaded down, revealing her radiant skin once more. Enhanced by the crimson moon, Qian Muxue emanated a delicate blush, heightening her allure. Even Tang Hao, accustomed to her beauty, was momentarily captivated. Shuejia, is your talent water-based? Talent? Yes, it in Appos' related to water. Shuejia, could you cleanse me? Tang Hao, feeling the stickiness, watched as Qian Muxue effortlessly spun a water sphere, rinsing away the impurities from his evolution while leaving his clothes dry. With a delicate gesture, Qian Muxue was about to conjure a water sphere when two unsteady figures emerged from the shadows on the rooftop. They were a couple who, in the previous timeline, had received the angel and Appos' light, becoming children of the gods. However, due to Qian Muxue and Appos' presence in the central area this time, they had retreated to the side, missing their chance at empowerment and instead transforming into zombies. Tang Hao, Qian Muxue, and the others were now among the earliest evolvers on Earth, genuine children of the gods. Illuminated by the crimson moon, they could clearly see the decaying figures with long, sharp, yellowed teeth emerging from the darkness. Are those zombies? Zhang Xiaohao exclaimed, leaping up in alarm. Having watched numerous Resident Evil films and The Walking Dead, Zhang Xiaohao immediately recognized the creatures as nearly identical to the zombies in those productions. Indeed, zombies, Tang Hao confirmed, grabbing a fire axe he had brought up earlier. He charged forward, swinging the axe in two swift arcs, decapitating the approaching zombies. Ding! Host has slain a zombie. Supreme Emperor System initiated. System integration. System? Emperor System, what is this? Tang Hao wunda. Suddenly, a peculiar panel appeared before him. Host, Tang Hao title. Unassigned civil and military official evolution points. 0 evolution points. 0 soul crystals. 2 level. Child of the gods LV1 strength. 445, normal human. 100, speed. 381, Normal human. 100 spirit. 31. 9. Normal human. 10. Talent. Scepter of Kings LV1 Tang Hao was stunned. While he understood the concepts of evolution points, strength, speed, spirit, and talents, he was puzzled by the civil and military official evolution points and soul crystals, as well as the unassigned title. He attempted to touch the civil and military official evolution points, but nothing happened. When he touched soul crystals, an explanation appeared. His eyes lit up. Fantastic. This is incredible. With this system, he was certain to become a top-tier powerhouse in this life. Soul crystals could not only upgrade the system, but also enhance evolution levels. Acquiring them was simple. Killing zombies and mutated beasts would automatically generate them. Tang Hao swiftly dispatched the 2 zombies, leaving Qian Muxue and the others in awe. Hao Ji, you and Appos, too formidable, Zhang Xiaohao exclaimed, staring at Tang Hao as if he were a monster. Snapping out of his daze, Tang Hao smiled faintly at Zhang Xiaohao and Appos. Exclamation. Even without evolving, his 2 years of experience from the previous life, combined with the fire axe, would make short work of these level 0 zombies. Moreover, he now had a system to aid him. Tang Hao crouched down and cleaved open the chest of the male zombie with the axe, reaching inside. Xiao Hao, what are you doing? Qian Muxue asked, feeling nauseous as she watched Tang Hao rummage through the zombie and Appos' body. Wiping his blackened hand on the zombie and Appos' clothing, Tang Hao held up a small, silver-white crystal with a delighted expression. An evolution crystal. These crystals were highly active and could transform non-evolvers into level 1 evolvers with just 3 crystals, far superior to the 10 or more grayish-white crystals needed later on. These silver-white crystals were only found in level 0 zombies during the first 36 hours after the apocalypse. After that, they would only appear in level 1 zombies for a month, then level 2 zombies for 3 months, and level 3 zombies for 6 months. After a year, they would only be found in level 5 zombies. Level 3 zombies were already formidable, resistant to even rifle bullets. In his previous life, Tang Hao had only reached level 4 before his death, just shy of level 5. As Tang Hao mused, the system chimed again. Ding! Evolution crystal detected. Convert to evolution points? This can be converted directly. Convert to civil and military official evolution points or regular evolution points. There are 2 types. Tang Hao knew about evolution points, but was still unclear about the other type. He focused on civil and military officials. Buzz. The crystal vanished from his hand, and the system panel updated. Civil and military official evolution points. 0. 1. Touching the entry again, an explanation appeared. The monarch can bestow evolution points upon loyal subjects or consorts to enhance their evolution levels. Success requires a loyalty of 75 or higher. Below 75, evolution may fail. Can only enhance those with lower evolution levels than the monarch. Monarch, subjects, consorts? Am I a monarch? And what are subjects and consorts? I'll figure this out later. Tang Hao shook his head, raised the axe, and cleaved open the chest of the female zombie, reaching inside again. Qian Muxue could no longer bear it and turned away to vomit. Zhang Xiaohao, Chun Jun, and Qian Zheng also felt nauseous. A piercing scream echoed, awakening Luo Jijun. Upon regaining consciousness, was met with the sight of Tang Hao rummaging through a corpse, nearly sending him into another faint. The chilling cries of despair began to resonate through the campus. Though it was the red moon, the hour had advanced to 7 in the evening, and the campus was aglow with lights, particularly the brightly illuminated basketball court below. Numerous individuals were engaged in a game, surrounded by an audience of infatuated female classmates. However, at this moment, nearly 70% of the vibrant university students encircling the court had succumbed to the undead affliction. Hundreds of zombies were relentlessly pursuing over 30 unmutated humans. From a high vantage point, one could observe several zombies overpowering a female student, their savage bites tearing into her flesh. Their jaws opened to an unimaginable extent, revealing grotesque yellow fangs, sharp enough to rend large chunks of meat. One of the zombies sank its teeth into the girl's abdomen, subsequently pulling out a gruesome string of intestines, creating a scene of unimaginable horror. The girl let out a terror-stricken scream, but it was abruptly silenced within mere seconds. For a zombie had bitten through half of her neck, blood splattering in all directions. The others, driven by the scent of blood, eagerly joined the fray. And in an instant, the girl was reduced to nothing more than a pile of bones. The survivors surrounding the basketball court, witnessing this horrific spectacle, were left utterly petrified, with many succumbing to intense nausea and vomiting. Chapter 4. Elemental Evolver. The piercing screams reverberated throughout the library, auditorium, dormitories, and classrooms. The city had transformed into a bloody hell, teeming with zombies and frantic crowds. Brother Hao, what on earth is happening? Chun Jun's face turned ashen as he beheld the gruesome scene unfolding on the basketball court. The apocalypse, zombies, scenarios that had only existed in films and novels, were now a dreadful reality. Money Zheng muttered to himself, slapping his own face hard. The end of days, the undead. The panic in Zhang Xiaohao and Appo's eyes had morphed into a fiery determination. He clenched his right fist suddenly. Whoosh! A surge of flames erupted. Staring at the blazing fire in his palm, Zhang Xiaohao was momentarily taken aback, but then he swiftly flicked his hand. Boom! A burst of flames soared and struck the rooftop several meters away, creating a gaping hole in the solid concrete. Zhang Xiaohao and Appo's jaw dropped. He had never imagined that such a casual gesture could yield such immense power. At that moment, Tang Hao was extracting the second piece of evolution crystal from the chest of a female zombie, and upon seeing it, he was filled with elation. An elemental evolver. Zhang Xiaohao had unexpectedly become an elemental evolver. In his previous life, Tang Hao had survived for 2 years and had witnessed thousands of evolvers, each possessing bizarre abilities. Yet, the essence remained unchanged. Over 95% of individuals evolved in 3 primary aspects: strength, speed, and spirit. Those who primarily focused on strength were known as strength evolvers, while those who honed speed were called speed evolvers. Elemental evolvers specialized in spirit. Each type of evolver possessed its own advantages and disadvantages. Strength evolvers predominantly served as melee warriors. Sword and shield fighters, berserkers, and beast warriors were all examples of strength evolvers. Speed evolvers primarily fell into 2 categories: assassins and archers. Conversely, elemental evolvers had a wider array of professions, including battle mages, potion masters, and magical weapon martial artists. Besides Zhang Xiaohao, who was a fire elemental evolver, Qian Muxue was also an elemental evolver, specializing in water. Qian Zheng was a speed evolver, while Chun Jun and Luo Jijun were both strength evolvers. Only Tang Hao stood out as unique, exhibiting substantial enhancements in strength, speed, and spirit, nearly surpassing the standards of first-level evolvers in all 3 aspects. Tang Hao vividly recalled that in his previous life, he had become a first-level evolver, with his strength approximately around 350 pounds, about 5 times that of an ordinary person. However, he had only achieved this level half a month after the apocalypse had begun. Even among first-level evolvers, distinctions existed. The most formidable were the sons of deities. In his past life, Tang Hao remembered a statistic indicating that there were 417 such individuals, although it was likely that some had gone uncounted. Nevertheless, it was widely accepted that the total would not exceed 1,000. First-level sons of deities boasted statistics approximately 50% higher than those of ordinary first-level evolvers. Following them were evolvers who had consumed silver evolution crystals within the first 36 hours of the apocalypse, referred to as source evolvers in later times. Their statistics were 1.25 times that of ordinary evolvers. Based on his previous experiences, Tang Hao knew that nearly all evolvers focused on one aspect, while evolution enhanced all 3 traits: strength, speed, and spirit. One would always dominate. For instance, a first-level ordinary strength evolver would see their strength amplified to about 5 times that of an average person, while their speed and spirit enhancements were considerably lesser, typically ranging from 1.3 to 1.6 times for speed and 1 to 1.3 times for spirit. First-level ordinary speed evolvers achieved speeds 3 times that of ordinary individuals, with strength enhancements usually between 1.5 and 1.8 times, while spirit improvements generally range from 1.2 to 1.5 times. First-level ordinary elemental spirit Evolvers reached spirit levels at 2.5 times that of average humans, with strength and speed enhancements typically falling between 1.3 and 1.6 times. Yet, Tang Hao was an exception. He exhibited extraordinary increases across strength, speed, and spirit, with strength enhancing over 4-fold and both speed and spirit exceeding 3-fold. This meant that Tang Hao's abilities were remarkably balanced. Although individually, his stats were slightly lower than those of a primary focus son of deity, collectively, he surpassed any son of deity significantly. Tang Hao pondered the reasons behind this anomaly. Perhaps it was due to the presence of the system in this life. Undoubtedly, this was a fortuitous development. A high starting point would widen the gap between him and ordinary evolvers as he progressed through the ranks of evolution. In his recollections from the previous life, Tang Hao remembered that the highest level of human evolvers reached 7, with 16 existing in Huaxia, 15 of whom were sons of deities. This underscored the importance of a high starting point. Tang Hao swiftly relayed the information about the apocalypse and evolvers to his companions, paying little heed to whether they could process it, and seized his fire axe to lead the way downstairs. He had not forgotten about his brothers Zhao Yimiao and Wang Xiaoping, having become a son of deity and possessing a system. Alongside the presence of Qian Muxue, he was determined to go further in this life than in the last, even aspiring to reach the pinnacle. He would exert every effort to protect his brothers, right? We must save Dumpling, Zhao Yimiao, and Xiaobing. Zhang Xiaohao, the most carefree among them, was most attentive to Tang Hao's words. Regardless of the details about evolvers, he only knew that he had acquired a powerful fire skill at the onset of the apocalypse. Zhang Xiaohao was eager to slay zombies and rescue his comrades. Qian Muxue and the others followed closely behind, with Luo Jijun momentarily hesitating before joining them. Tang Hao seemed knowledgeable about the apocalypse and showed no mercy when confronting zombies, so sticking with him would likely ensure their safety. Just as they descended from the rooftop, they heard screams emanating from below. The elevator door clanged repeatedly on the 5th floor. 3 zombies were gnawing on a corpse. Upon hearing the sounds of Tang Hao and the others descending, the outermost zombie raised its head and stood up. Zhang Xiaohao observed clearly this time. The zombie's mouth was smeared with blood, sharp fangs glistening with a large piece of torn flesh. Its eyes were lifeless and gray, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, with its exposed arms exhibiting an eerie bluish hue. 10 fingers had sprouted half-inch-long, razor-sharp claws. Xiaohao. Tang Hao did not rush to attack immediately. Zhang Xiaohao focused, and a fireball materialized in his right hand. The fireball arced down the hallway, striking the zombie's head directly. Boom! The fireball exploded, shattering the zombie's skull like a watermelon, causing its body to slump over. The other 2 zombies, stirred by this commotion, stood up and howled excitedly as they lunged toward Tang Hao. Just as he prepared to strike, a fragrant breeze wafted past him, and 2 ice arrows accurately pierced the skulls of the 2 zombies. Pop! Pop! The grotesque heads burst apart. Tang Hao's eyes lit up. Sister Shui, you possess both water and ice elements. Impressive. Most remarkably, Qian Muxue had swiftly overcome her fear and was actively hunting zombies. Tang Hao refrained from collecting the evolution crystals. The apocalypse had only just begun, and within the next 36 hours, a majority of the level 0 zombies would contain silver evolution crystals. There was no rush. The immediate priority was to rescue Zhao Yimiao and Wang Xiaoping. Tang Hao deftly leaped over the 3 lifeless corpses of the zombies, hastening towards the adjacent staircase. With a resounding thud, he finally pushed open the door to the stairwell. A chilling roar echoed as 4 zombies, alerted by the noise, lunged forward. With a swift swing of his axe, 2 heads were sent soaring through the air. Another swing followed, producing a series of sickening cracks as the remaining 2 zombies met the same fate. At present, Tang Hao's strength surged to an impressive 445 pounds. With such might behind his strikes, not even these low-tier zombies could withstand the force. As the 4 zombies fell lifelessly to the ground, Tang Hao perceived 4 faint shadows drifting from the slain bodies, merging into his own. What could this mean? With a mere thought, the system interface materialized before him. revealing that the number of soul crystals behind the counter had escalated from 2 to 6. Could it be that only those he personally dispatched yield soul crystals? Chapter 5 in the library of Yunjing University, which boasts 5 levels, a cacophony of screams echoed from the 5th floor. Ouyang miming and several girls clung desperately to the tables before them, while a few boys, faces contorted with rage, wielded chairs to fend off the grasping claws of over a dozen zombies that reached out from behind long desks. Ahead, on the vacant ground, more than 30 zombies feasted upon several corpses. Tang Hao swiftly descended the stairs, drawn by the sounds of terror from within. Damn, this apocalyptic world. Should I intervene? If I do, it will undoubtedly delay me. What if Zhao Yimiao and Wang Xiaoping fall victim in the meantime? Yet, failing to act poses its own risks. Just as Tang Hao hesitated, Qian Muxue and Zhang Xiaohai dashed down as well. The spacious library became a battleground as several zombies turned their attention to the newcomers, their heads snapping up in eager anticipation. Before Tang Hao could make a move, Qian Muxue and Zhang Xiaohai had already launched their counterattack. 2 icy arrows and a fireball obliterated 3 zombies in an instant. Muxue! Muxue! Qian Muxue exclaimed, her expression shifting as she spotted Ouyang miming through the scattered furniture. Miming, what are you doing here? Ouyang miming, the 19-year-old daughter of Qian Muxue's aunt, was a sophomore at Yunjing Normal University. Muxue, save me. Ouyang miming cried out desperately. Tang Hao's expression changed upon recognizing her. He not only knew her, but was also quite familiar with her. She was like a younger sister to him. Save her! Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Hao surged forward, his fire axe swinging with deadly intent. Qian Zheng and Chun Ping gritted their teeth and charged in as well, each grasping a chair to wield as a weapon. Luo Jijun, glancing momentarily, also seized a chair and followed suit. Both Qin Ping and Luo Jijun had undergone physical evolution, their strength surpassing 500 pounds. In their hands, the composite chairs transformed into formidable instruments of destruction. Though Qian Zheng primarily focused on speed, his overall enhancements from evolution still granted him significant strength. With a force of 170 pounds, he swung the 8-pound chair with lethal efficacy, targeting the zombies' heads as Tang Hao had instructed. Striking the head was the only way to ensure a zombie's demise. Even if one were to sever a zombie's body, leaving only its head intact, it could still survive for hours. All of them were children of the divine, and these newly transformed low-tier zombies stood no chance against them. In a mere 3 minutes, the 5th floor of the library was cleared of a total of 47 zombies, with Tang Hao personally dispatching 18. Muxue boohoo! Ouyang miming rushed out, hugging Qian Muxue and weeping, her tear-stained face turning toward Tang Hao as she thanked him. Howsy? Thank you. Howsy? This nickname, given to him by Ouyang miming, would have caused Tang Hao to feel a tinge of annoyance in his previous life. However, hearing her call him that now filled him with warmth. She was alive, and that was a blessing. Muxue, miming, stay here and ensure the door is secured once we leave. Tang Hao instructed rapidly before whispering to Qinjun. He then led Zhang Xiaohai, Qian Zheng, and Luo Jijun out of the library. Luo Jijun hesitated initially, but complied when Tang Hao warned him that if he chose not to follow, he would be left to fend for himself. In less than 10 minutes since the apocalypse began, Luo Jijun had already grasped the situation. Tang Hao seemed far more knowledgeable about this new world than they were. While others were still in panic, Tang Hao had led them to slay over 50 zombies. After smashing 5 zombie skulls himself, Luo Jijun's confidence surged. Let us go. Though somewhat reckless, Luo Jijun was far from foolish. He recognized the changing tides. With a chair in each hand, he followed closely behind Tang Hao and the others as they descended the stairs. They bypassed any attempts to rescue students on other floors, opting instead for a swift descent. Zhang Xiaohai and Qian Zheng had exchanged their weapons for fire axes, while Tang Hao wielded one in each hand. Luo Jijun, however, clung to his chair, believing it to be safer than an axe. Imiao, dumpling, dumpling. Upon reaching the first floor, Tang Hao shouted. Zhao Yimiao did not respond but inadvertently attracted several zombies instead. Tang Hao lunged forward, his axes cleaving through 2 zombies' heads, reducing them to a pulpy mess. Zhang Xiaohai and Qian Zheng were equally engaged, shouting for Dumpling as they battled the advancing undead. In a girls' and oppos restroom at the end of the first floor, Zhao Yimiao gripped a wooden mop, trembling alongside 3 other girls in their 20s, their faces pale with terror. Witnessing a classmate transform into a zombie had left them shaken. Hearing the calls from outside, Zhao Yimiao's eyes brightened. Tang Hao and the others were searching for her. Cautiously peeking out, she witnessed Tang Hao obliterate a zombie's head and, in a voice tinged with desperation, called out, how good, I'm here." Though she dared not raise her voice too much, the enhanced hearing of Tang Hao and his companions allowed them to catch her faint call. "Senior, help us," the 3 girls pleaded, their eyes filled with hope as they beheld Tang Hao, armed with fire axes. "Yuan Min," Qian Zheng exclaimed, recognizing the girl leading the group. Yuan Min's eyes widened in disbelief. Qian Zheng. The 2 families had shared a workplace, and they lived in the same compound. Tang Hao felt a surge of urgency. He couldn't leave them to their fate. It was more prudent to escort this group to safety than risk life for those still trapped in the reading room. Resolutely, he declared, "Hold on, Bao Bing. I'll be there soon." Chapter 6. Rescue. 3 minutes later, even Tang Hao was slightly out of breath. In the reading room on the first floor, there were a total of 41 zombies, and he had single-handedly dispatched 19 of them. He successfully saved 13 students, 10 boys and 3 girls, along with Zhao Yimiao, bringing the total to 17 lives spared, including the 11 from the 5th floor Ouyang Mimi's group. Tang Hao and his companions had rescued 28 individuals in a mere 8 to 9 minutes, leaving Qian Zheng to care for Zhao Yimiao and Yuan Min. Tang Hao quietly imparted a few words of caution to Qian Zheng before sprinting outside with Zhang Xiaohua and Luo Jijun. The trio dashed forward, decimating every zombie that obstructed their path. This ferocious scene caught the attention of some students nearby who were fleeing in panic, screaming for help. Tang Hao hardened his heart and chose to ignore their cries. The individuals calling for assistance were students from Yunjing University, his juniors, yet he was no sage. He could not abandon his brothers to rescue these nameless peers. After sprinting 400 meters, 3 boys emerged, pursued by a horde of around 30 zombies. Luo Xiao, help!" The leading boy called out upon spotting Luo Jijun, who was wielding 2 bent and bloodied axes. Tang Hao." Before Luo Jijun could finish, Tang Hao retorted coldly, "If you want to be saved, do it yourself." Despite having basked in the light of angels and become a child of the gods, Luo Jijun lacked the courage to face over 30 zombies alone. Luo Jijun glanced at the leading youth, Huang Jing, and quickly advised, "If you want to survive, run with us." The 3 boys, hearing this, felt as though they had grasped a lifeline and followed Tang Hao's group in desperate flight. Tang Hao shot a fierce glare at Luo Jijun, thinking, "What a troublemaker. Saving the others can wait." Upon reaching the school gate, 7 zombies lunged at them, with axes whirling, for zombies' heads burst open in an instant. However, the 5th zombie was already upon them. Tang Hao lifted his right foot and delivered a powerful kick, sending the creature flying backward and toppling the 2 zombies behind it. Witnessing this spectacle, Huang Jing and his companions, who were on the verge of exhaustion, widened their eyes in disbelief. Incredible. They're like superheroes. Realizing their only chance for survival lay in sticking with Tang Hao and his companions, they surged forward with renewed vigor. Outside, on the road, cars were ensnared in a monstrous traffic jam. Many vehicles still had their lights on, but the occupants had perished. Some had transformed into zombies, while others had become their meals. Along the lengthy highway, zombies wandered, searching for prey, with many banging on windows and shaking car bodies, attempting to drag the remaining humans out to feast upon them. At this moment, Wang Xiaoping and Lu Ying huddled inside a Range Rover, having turned off all lights, both inside and out. After running 100 meters, Lu Ying had refused to budge any further. Seeing Tang Hao and his group retreating into the distance, she urged Wang Xiaoping to return to the vehicle. Initially believing the traffic jam would resolve quickly, they soon realized that the apocalypse had descended, with the crimson moon hanging ominously above. Fortunately, neither of them had succumbed to the zombie transformation. However, The next scene, nearly TE Chapter 7. Tier 2 Evolver as Tang Hao and his companions launched their counterattack. The survivors who had been lingering in their vehicles could no longer remain passive. They had witnessed the extraordinary prowess of Tang Hao and his allies, especially now that over 20 valiant men had gathered around them. If they missed this opportunity, the likelihood of perishing at the hands of the undead would greatly increase. The car windows were unable to withstand the relentless pounding of the zombies. Alone, they could not carve a path through the horde. With Tang Hao and his group advancing, the number of followers behind them grew rapidly, comprising individuals of all ages and genders, including young mothers cradling toddlers as they ran. This sight caused some of the robust men at the forefront, who were engaged in slaying zombies, to wear expressions of concern. However, upon glancing at Tang Hao, who was leading the charge, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. In the early days of the apocalypse, human life was deemed expendable. Day by day, hour by hour, countless lives were lost. Yet, as various strongholds were established and humanity gradually found its footing in this new world, the significance of human life and population began to emerge. Even women, the elderly, and children held considerable value. Women not only played crucial roles in combating zombies and mutated beasts, but also served as vital support and the foundation for the continuation of humanity. Strong young men fought valiantly against the undead and protected their homeland, while the logistical support from women, the elderly, and children was equally essential. Tang Hao, having experienced this firsthand, understood the worth of living souls. The adage "unity is strength" remained relevant in the apocalypse. A larger populace meant a greater number of evolvers, which in turn led to enhanced combat capabilities. With formidable strength, they could vanquish zombies and hunt mutated beasts, facilitating further evolution and expansion, a perpetually escalating cycle. In this lifetime, Tang Hao aspired to save as many individuals as possible and transform his base into a colossal stronghold. For only in such a manner could one endure in the bloody apocalypse. Ding! Your follower count has reached 100, unlocking a new position. Current position, Lijiang. You have gained 1 evolution point for civil and military officials. The next position, Limu, requires a population of 200. Tang Hao, who was at the forefront of the fray, was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, a long list of numbers appeared in his mind, detailing the names, ages, genders, and loyalty levels of his 100 followers. At the top was Qian Muxiue, boasting an impressive loyalty of 97. At the bottom was a child named Zhao Xiaobao, with a meager loyalty of 2. Upon closer examination, Tang Hao realized that this Zhao Xiaobao was merely a 2-year-old toddler, explaining the low loyalty score. Without lingering on this, Tang Hao dismissed the data with a thought and swung his fire axe, cleaving the skull of a nearby zombie. When he and his followers reached the entrance of Yunjing University once more, his follower count had risen to 123. A fireball shot from Zhang Xiaohai's hands, obliterating a zombie at the gate. In the next moment, the system's voice echoed again. Ding! The number of soul crystals has reached 100. The host has 2 choices: upgrade the system or increase level. Please select. What? The number of soul crystals has reached 100? Tang Hao's mind raced. Upgrading the system was an unknown benefit, but he recalled from his previous life that leveling up was immensely important. Moreover, with level advancement, there was a significant chance of acquiring a new skill. Every individual could expect to gain a skill upon reaching level 1, known as a talent skill, which could be enhanced with level progression. However, beyond level 1, the emergence of skills lacked any discernible pattern. With exceptional luck, one might gain skills at levels 2, 3, or 4. With average luck, one might acquire 1 or 2 skills with a 3-level increase, while poor luck might yield no skills at all even after advancing 3 or 4 levels. Previous statistics indicated that, on average, a skill would manifest roughly every 2-5 levels after level 1. Without hesitation, Tang Hao chose to enhance his level. With this command, the 100 soul crystals vanished, and Tang Hao ascended to level 2. In the next instant, he felt a profound transformation within his body. A new layer of filth enveloped him, but it was not nearly as intense as the previous cleansing by the angelic light. This was a mere thin veil. Almost immediately, his pores began to excrete sweat, washing away the grime. His body felt lighter, his mind sharper. He could distinctly hear the roars of zombies hundreds of meters away, and his physical strength surged. With a thought, the system interface materialized. Host, Tang Hao position. Li Zheng, next position. Limu 123, 200 civil and military officials evolution points. 1. 10 evolution points. 1 soul crystals. 0. 2 level, child of the gods LV2 strength. 890 speed. 762 spirit. 63. 8 talent skill. King S Scepter LV2. The number following evolution points shifted from 0 to 1. A benefit of leveling up. Each level gained resulted in 1 evolution point. The remaining evolution points were acquired by slaying zombies and mutated beasts, extracting evolution crystals from their bodies, and consuming these crystals for enhancement. Improving skills required fewer evolution points, needing only 1 point per tier increase. However, advancing 1 and Oppo's own level demanded a considerably greater number of points. A regular person could evolve into a level 1 evolver with just 1 evolution point. But subsequent advancements required rapidly increasing amounts. 5, 10, 20, and 40 points from level 1 to 5. Although Tang Hao was uncertain about the specifics beyond this, it appeared to follow a doubling trend, which explained why advancement became increasingly challenging. Furthermore, powerful evolvers could not afford to allocate all their evolution points solely to leveling up, as skills also required enhancement. Tang Hao felt somewhat disheartened that his only skill remained the King S Scepter, with no new abilities manifesting. Just then, he noticed a flickering number on the system interface indicating a change in the number of soul crystals. 0, 5, 0, 7, 0, 9. What was happening? He hadn't slain any zombies, so how could the soul crystals be increasing? Casting his gaze around, he spotted Zhang Xiaohai and 2 others dispatching 3 zombies with headshots. Moving his finger to the soul crystals, Tang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment, a wave of elation washing over him. Once his position was unlocked, any zombies killed by his followers would partially count toward his own tally. For those with loyalty over 75, the host would gain 30 of the benefits from the kills. For loyalty between 50 and 75, 20, and for loyalty below 50, only 10. While the maximum return appeared to be 30, the potential was staggering, especially as his position progressed and the number of followers grew. The path from the library to the university entrance had previously been traversed, resulting in a minimal number of zombies along the way. Having ascended to the 2nd level of evolution, Tang Hao now possessed greatly enhanced hearing. He deactivated the system and dashed forward for several meters. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Zhang Xiaohai and the others, declaring, "I shall take my leave first. Xiaohai, bring them along behind me." With that, Tang Hao and Oppo's figure surged forward with astonishing speed, surpassing even that of the world champion sprinter from the era before the apocalypse. Behind him, Yuan Jun and the other followers stood in astonishment. Chapter 8. The ugly nature of humanity. In the reading room on the 1st floor of the library, 10 male students led by Lai Xingde held 6 women, including Yuan Min, hostage. Lai Xingde pressed the broken leg of a metal chair against Yuan Min's neck and coldly addressed Xianzheng. "Kid, I'll give you one more chance. I'll count to 3, and if you don't hand over those silver-white evolution crystals, this delicate girl will soon find herself in the company of zombies." Xianzheng retorted angrily, "You dare?" Lai Xingde chuckled ominously, pulling the broken chair leg slightly, leaving a crimson mark on Yuan Min's fair neck. Yuan Min screamed, "Stop! I'll give them to you! I'll give them to you!" Xianzheng quickly opened his right hand, revealing about 10 silver evolution crystals. The situation arose simply enough. Initially, when Xianzheng instructed Lai Xingde and the others to extract the evolution crystals, they complied obediently. However, Lai Xingde, being astute, secretly consumed one of the crystals and soon realized it enhanced his strength, reaction speed, and mental acuity. After swallowing 2 more, he curled up in pain on the ground, but 3 minutes later, he successfully evolved into a level 1 speed evolver, comparable in strength and speed to the slender Xianzheng. Among the 10 boys who were saved, 8 were from the Physical Education Institute, 6 of whom were Lai Xingde's classmates. The discovery that silver crystals could induce evolution ignited a fierce greed among them. In the reading room, 41 zombies have been slain. Although not every corpse contained a silver crystal, there was roughly 1 crystal for every 2 dead zombies. Encouraged by Lai Xingde, the others began to consume the crystals they had extracted. In addition to Lai Xingde, another individual also succeeded in evolving, while 2 others consumed 1 and 2 crystals respectively, showing noticeable changes in their physical condition, though they did not fully evolve. Upon extracting the last 2 zombies with no results, Lai Xingde and his group turned their attention to Qian Zheng, who still possessed 11 silver crystals. They swiftly subdued Yuan Min and the other girls. Except for Zhao Yimiao and Qian Zheng, the remaining boys, under Lai Xingde and Amp, Oppos, as influence and threats, joined his ranks. As Lai Xingde's eyes gleamed with fervor at the sight of the 11 shimmering crystals in Qian Zheng's hand, he warned, "Kid, don't try any tricks." Just as he spoke, Qian Zheng tossed the 11 crystals into the air. The moment they flew out, the eyes of the 10 boys turned green with greed. Forgetting about the girls, they dashed forward, eager to seize the crystals. "Damn it!" Lai Xingde cursed, rushing forward. As a speed evolver, he lunged and snatched one of the crystals. However, just as he landed, a hand forcefully pushed him aside, thwarting his attempt to grab a second crystal. "Scoundrel!" Lai Xingde spun around, swinging the metal chair leg heavily into the abdomen of another boy, sending him crashing to the ground in convulsions. Meanwhile, Qian Zheng, small of stature, darted forward, grabbing Yuan Min and pulling her away. He then propelled himself upward, swinging an axe with fierce momentum toward Lai Xingde. Lai Xingde, quick on his feet, evaded by stepping back, thrusting the chair leg toward Qian Zheng's chest. Qian Zheng twisted his body, deflecting the attack with his fire axe, causing the chair leg to fly from Lai Xingde's grasp. With a sickening thud, the metal leg arced through the air and pierced Yuan Min's left side. She collapsed, crying out in agony. Stunned, Qian Zheng could hardly believe his eyes as Lai Xingde seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to Qian Zheng's chest, sending him sprawling and causing the fire axe to clatter to the floor. As Lai Xingde bent to retrieve the fallen axe, the heavy doors of the reading room burst open as if struck by a monstrous force, and a figure rushed in like the wind. In the next moment, a flurry of punches echoed in the room, sending all but the boy previously knocked down by Lai Xingde crashing to the ground. Illuminated by the lights, Tang Hao stood like a war god in the reading room. "Hao, brother Hao!" Zhao and Miao called out. "Yuan Min, Yuan Min!" Qian Zheng shouted, cradling Yuan Min, whose half-body was soaked in blood. "Brother Zheng, am I going to die?" She whimpered. "No, you won't die. You won T." Tang Hao commanded coldly, "Jiaozi, collect those crystals." Zhao Yimiao scrambled to gather the 8 silver crystals from the floor. "Brother Hao, 3 more taken by these 3. He pointed at Lai Xingde and the other 2. Tang Hao nodded. "Give 3 to Qian Zheng, and you swallow 3 as well." Qian Zheng stared blankly at Zhao Yimiao. But Tang Hao's voice reached him just in time. "Swallow 3. If you can evolve, you won't die." Hastily, Qian Zheng stuffed 3 silver crystals into Yuan Min's mouth. Meanwhile, a recovering Lai Xingde raised his left hand to swallow the crystal he held, but just as he did, a gust of wind swept over him, and a foot descended, crushing his left hand and arm. A sickening crack echoed in the air. "Ah!" Lai Xingde screamed in agony. Tang Hao did not lift his foot, but twisted it downwards, shattering the bones in Lai Xingde's wrist. A silver crystal fell helplessly from his limp hand. Tang Hao bent down to retrieve it, his voice chilling with menace. "Hand them over, or I will slaughter you like the zombies." The other 2 boys turned pale, obediently releasing their grasp on the crystals. Tang Hao was terrifying. If they had been shocked by his previous feat of slaying nearly half the zombies alone, witnessing him incapacitate all 9 of them in an instant was even more harrowing. They knew 2 of them were evolvers, yet neither Lai Xingde nor the strength evolver, Chao Shiji, stood a chance against Tang Hao. They were overwhelmed in a single blow. As Tang Hao secured the 3 crystals, agonized screams erupted from Zhao Yimiao and Yuan Min simultaneously. Their bodies convulsed, faces flushed crimson. Sudden, hurried footsteps approached. A minute later, Zhang Xiaohua, Luo Jijun, Yuan Jun, and others appeared in the shattered doorway. followed by a throng of figures. Zhao Yimiao, curled on the ground, let out a howl as his body began to swell, tearing his shoes apart. Hair sprouted rapidly from his form. In mere breaths, he transformed into a beast man, covered in thick fur with claws for hands and feet. This transformation was a hallmark of strength-type evolvers, signifying immense power. Chapter 9 Meng Fei and Meng He. A whirlwind surged forth from Yuan Min and Appo's body, its power so immense that it pushed Qian Zheng aside. Yuan Min had transformed into a wind element evolver, and the wound on her left side began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The arrival of Yuan Jun and others left them wide-eyed, unable to fathom the extraordinary scene before them, something they'd only witnessed in novels, games, movies, and television now unfolded in reality. What was happening? What was going on with them? Some noticed the fallen Lai Xingde and others on the ground. Help! This kid wants to kill us. He seeks to monopolize. Lai Xingde, seeing the crowd, immediately feigned distress. The zombies contain crystals that can enhance physical abilities. These brutes want to hoard them for themselves. Chao Shiji chimed in. Having already torn ties with Tang Hao and the others, they seized the opportunity to incite the newcomers. Even if they couldn't and amp, Appo's, T-forced Tang how to relinquish the silver crystals. He could not act against them in front of so many witnesses. Chao Shiji astutely articulated their predicament. Indeed, those crystals. That kid came and snatched our crystals. Lai Xingde shouted. Tang Hao's expression darkened. Preposterous. Had we not slain those zombies, you would have long since become their prey. Those crystals are ours, as we saved you. You ingrates. Not only do you kidnap girls, but you also coerce us to hand over our crystals. Are you even human? Even beasts know gratitude. Before Tang Hao could speak, Qian Zheng, visibly enraged, cursed vehemently, veins bulging on his forehead. You should know the truth. Tang Hao turned his gaze toward the 5 girls nearby and said softly, Speak up. The girls exchanged glances, and one stepped forward, pointing to herself and Lai Xingde. We were indeed saved by these 4 seniors. She gestured towards Tang Hao, Zhang Xiaohai, Luo Jijun, and Qian Zheng. Later, the 3 seniors left, and this senior stayed behind while we began to extract small crystals from the zombies. That and Appo's. That's how it transpired. The girl recounted the events swiftly. Just as Tang Hao let out a sigh of relief, she added, Those small crystals indeed have the ability to enhance one's powers. The phenomena exhibited by these 2 resulted from consuming them. Upon hearing this, many eyes sparkled with intrigue. In this apocalyptic world overrun by zombies, possessing the strength of Tang Hao, or even Zhang Xiaohai, significantly increased their chances of survival. Damn it! Tang Hao nearly lost his composure, contemplating whether to strike the girl. He intended to share the secret of the evolution crystals only after 7 days, using that time to gather more crystals to empower his loyal followers and gain the upper hand in this dystopian era. However, events had unfolded beyond his expectations. Lai Xingde and Chao Shiji had already consumed evolution crystals and evolved, and now this girl had spoken, not to mention the living examples of Yuan Min and Zhao Miao. Tang Hao opened his left hand, revealing 3 silver crystals, and addressed the crowd solemnly. Indeed, these crystals can enhance our physical prowess. Some grant increased strength and speed, while others bestow unique abilities such as fire control, water manipulation, or the power of the wind. There's a chance to find such crystals within zombies. I am Tang Hao alongside Zhang Xiaohai, Luo Jijun, Qian Zheng, Zhao Yimiao, and Yuan Min. We are among the first in this apocalypse to consume these crystals and become evolvers with extraordinary powers. You may choose your path. Remain with me or forge your own way. If you choose to follow me, you must abide by my rules. I will not protect ungrateful wretches like these. Will you allow us to consume these crystals and become evolvers with powers if we follow you? A voice arose from the crowd. Of course, anyone who loyally follows me will have the opportunity to consume these crystals. When can we consume them? Yuan Jun, wielding a long wrench, inquired gravely. Tang Hao replied with a faint smile. That depends on your contributions. It could be as soon as 1 or 2 hours, or it might take 5 or 6 days. All right, I will join you, Yuan Jun declared, stepping forward. Tang Hao briefly glanced at the wrench in his hand. Those wishing to join my ranks, please step to the left. Tang Hao gestured towards an open space on the left. Whispers rippled through the crowd as figures moved to the designated area. However, 20 individuals remained unmoved, all robust middle-aged men. The two at the forefront were the brothers wielding large sabers who had fought alongside Tang Hao. Thank you, Tang, for providing such vital information. My brother and I, along with our companions, wish to carve our own path. Very well, each to their own. Take care. Thank you. By the way, I am Meng Fei, and this is my brother Meng He. Tang, take care. The two bowed respectfully to Tang Hao. A shot coursed through Tang Hao. These two were actually formidable figures from the Fei base. He distinctly recalled that in his previous life, Fei base was one of the 3 major bases in central China, far larger than the small base he had initially commanded. Meng Fei was even one of the 2 non-divine powerhouses among the 17 level 7 strongmen officially recognized in central China. He never expected to encounter them so swiftly in this life. As Meng Fei and his group departed, the chilling howls of zombies echoed outside. Yuan Jun stepped forward, swinging his wrench in a graceful arc, shattering the skull of a nearby zombie. Alongside him were about 20 men, armed with metal chairs, launching a fierce assault against the zombies. Tang Hao, Qian Zheng, and Zhang Xiaohai remained in the rear, prepared to assist. They would only intervene if someone was in peril. Having experienced 2 lifetimes, Tang Hao understood the brutal reality of the apocalypse. As time passed, the horde of zombies grew larger, and the space for human activity continued to diminish. A massive wave of zombies could not be countered by just a few top-tier strongmen. It required the collective effort of many human warriors. Tang Hao vowed to do everything in his power to save more lives and protect more individuals. Yet his team would not harbor idlers. Each member must fulfill their responsibilities and capabilities. Now was the moment for Tang Hao to train his first elite followers. With Tang Hao, Qian Zheng, and Zhang Xiaohai providing support and a shared desire for the crystals, the 20 men fought fiercely against the zombies. The second floor of the library was cleared, resulting in the slaying of 43 zombies and the acquisition of 22 silver crystals. Yuan Jun alone had killed 6 zombies and obtained 3 crystals. Tang Hao immediately rewarded Yuan Jun with an evolution crystal. Although only 1 crystal was given for every 3 obtained, the men were not dissatisfied, as more than half had narrowly escaped injury thanks to the timely interventions of Tang Hao, Zhang Xiaohai, and Qian Zheng. Ordinary individuals who have not transcended into evolutionists face a daunting fate, should they fall victim to the claws or fangs of a zombie. There exists a staggering probability exceeding 95 that they will succumb to the same fate. Among the 43 zombies encountered, nearly 10 were dispatched by Zhao Yimiao and Yuan Min. The 3rd and 4th levels of the library were swiftly cleared, resulting in the elimination of 67 zombies and the acquisition of 34 evolution crystals. Furthermore, they rescued 4 students, a trio of males and 1 female, who had taken refuge in a small room, narrowly escaping doom. Yuan Jun once again secured an evolution crystal, with each of the other 4 members also obtaining one, igniting a fervent glimmer in the eyes of many within the team. Chapter 10. The mutant wolf dog on the 5th floor of the library. Upon hearing Tang Hao's voice outside the door, Qian Muxiue and Chen Jun collectively sighed in relief. However, upon observing the formidable entourage of nearly 100 individuals following Tang Hao, Qian Muxiue's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her gaze towards Tang Hao shifting dramatically. At that moment, she realized that the little boy she used to bully had grown into a robust young man. "Xiao Hao, where are those?" Qian Muxiue inquired softly, leaning closer. "Keep them for now," Tang Hao replied, well aware of what she was referring to. The 20 or so evolution crystals acquired on the 5th floor were not to be disclosed to others. Not to mention, Ouyang Mimi would undoubtedly want to consume them first and become an evolved being. The others would need to contribute in ways they could manage. "Xiao Hao, with so many people, what about water and food?" Qian Muxiue and Apos. S brows furrowed upon learning that these were Tang Hao and Apos, as followers. "Yes, I understand. We will head to the campus supermarket shortly." Tang Hao nodded. In the apocalypse, food, water, and weapons were of paramount importance. He had witnessed numerous betrayals over a mere bottle of water or a pack of biscuits. choosing Yunjing University as the initial temporary gathering point in the face of the apocalypse. Tang Hao not only aimed to collect a substantial number of evolution crystals, but was also drawn to the abundance of canteens and supermarkets available here. Food and water were plentiful. With over 40,000 students and more than 3,000 faculty members and their families, the total population of the university exceeded 50,000. Yet, with the onset of the apocalypse, nearly 70% of the population had transformed into zombies within a mere half hour, as more succumbed to the hands of the undead. It was feared that by dawn, the number of survivors on campus would dwindle to fewer than 10,000. Both the canteens and supermarkets had enough stored food to last a month, with the population plummeting by 80%. The remaining supplies would suffice for those still alive for nearly half a year. Moreover, many would still fall victim to the attacks of zombies and mutated beasts. Given Tang Hao and his companion strength, collecting supplies from 2 or 3 supermarkets and 2 canteens would be sufficient to sustain a 1,000-person team for a year. In truth, Tang Hao did not intend to remain at Yunjing University for long. He planned to stay for only half a month. After seizing the crystal stone, later referred to as the Crystal Energy Motherboard, they would depart Yunjing City post-haste. Yunjing City, being a colossal urban center in the central Xiao region, boasted a population exceeding 10 million. If it did not leave, once the zombie tide fully formed, it would be too late to escape. After conveying the details about the evolution crystals to the 11 individuals on the 5th floor, as well as the 4 saved from the 3rd and 4th floors, and announcing the preliminary reward rules discussed with Qian Muxue and Zhang Xiaohai, Tang Hao stated his intention to go 300 meters to the supermarket to gather food and water. In an instant, nearly 40 people raised their hands, including 6 girls, among whom was Ouyang Mimi. Ultimately, Tang Hao selected 15 individuals, including Zhao Yimiao and Chun Jun, while Wang Xiaoping insisted on joining. After a brief contemplation, Tang Hao acquiesced, acknowledging Wang Xiaoping's commendable performance in previous battles. Most importantly, having Wang Xiaoping accompany him would provide ample reason to reward him with evolution crystals. Expediting his transformation into an evolved being, he was one of his closest allies. A party of 19 set out for the supermarket, while Qian Muxue, Zhang Xiaohai, Qian Zheng, Yuan Min, and Luo Jijun stayed back, leading the remaining individuals in a thorough search of the library from top to bottom. They would not only dispose of the zombie corpses, but also check for any remaining zombies or survivors. Upon reaching the 1st floor, all other exits and windows would be sealed, leaving only the main entrance as an access point. For the next half-month, this library would serve as their stronghold. Tang Hao carefully observed Yuan Jun, who was charging ahead with a strong physique. This was a promising candidate for further development. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed a line of numbers appear above Yuan Jun's head. Level 0, 65. Ah, I can see their levels and loyalty, he mused, shifting his gaze to Wang Xiaoping, who also displayed a line of numbers. Level 0, 91. Turning his attention to Zhao Yimiao. Level 1 Beast Transformation, 87. Chun Jun. Level 1 Strength, 82. Astonished, Tang Hao realized he could ascertain the evolution levels and loyalty of his companions. The lowest loyalty among them was 51, while the highest belonged to Wang Xiaoping with 91. Upon activating the system, Tang Hao discovered that only 3 individuals had loyalty ratings above 90. Wang Xiaoping at 91, Zhang Xiaohai at 92, and Qian Muxue at 97. Regardless of the apocalypse or previous lifetimes, Zhang Xiaohai had always been one of Tang Hao and Appo's closest friends. Yet, even he did not possess loyalty as high as Qian Muxue and Appo's. Seeing her loyalty at a remarkable 97 warmed Tang Hao's heart. Wow, is that a dog? It's massive. A startled exclamation broke Tang Hao's contemplation. In a moment of focus, he deactivated the system and felt his gaze narrow. Zhao Yimiao's hands rapidly sprouted fur, and sharp claws emerged, a sign of his beast transformation activating in the face of a formidable foe. At the entrance of the campus supermarket, a towering mutant wolf dog, standing at 1.5 meters tall and stretching 2 meters long, was devouring a zombie. Upon hearing the footsteps of Tang Hao and his group, it lifted its head, revealing a pair of eyes glowing with a menacing crimson light. Even Yuan Jun, a hardened warrior who had slain nearly 20 zombies, felt a tremor of fear in his heart. This colossal wolf dog was a mutated beast. Tang Hao's narrowed eyes gleamed with excitement. Just like humans, animals had also undergone mutations with the advent of the apocalypse, and unlike humans, these creatures exhibited a frenzied bloodlust post-transformation, becoming formidable predators that instilled dread in all living beings. Originally fierce, the wolf dog had now doubled in size as a mutated beast, its strength and speed only slightly inferior to that of the forest king, the tiger. A typical level 1 evolved being would find it challenging to contend with such a creature. Dumpling fungus, Tang Hao called out. He preferred to refer to Zhao Yimiao as dumpling rather than the more common term. At this moment, aside from Tang Hao, only Zhao Yimiao and Chun Jun were evolved beings. Tang Hao found no thrill in confronting the mutant wolf dog himself. Rather, it was the perfect opportunity for Zhao Yimiao and Chun Jun to hone their skills. This would also serve to illustrate the harsh reality of the apocalypse to Yuan Jun and the others, although they had easily dispatched level 0 zombies. Facing a mutated beast without being evolved would lead to certain doom. Roar! Half-beast Zhao Yimiao let out a low growl and stepped forward, while Chun Jun tightened his grip on the fire axe, both advancing toward the mutant wolf dog, disturbed during its meal. The already irate mutant wolf dog became incensed at the audacity of the interlopers. Howl! It released a furious roar, its massive frame launching forward. The beastly Zhao Yimiao's eyelids flickered in shock. The speed was astonishing. With its beast-like claws, the wolf dog lunged forward with tremendous force. Bang! With a resounding thud, Zhao Yimiao was sent flying backward like a cannonball. He tumbled 5 meters before crashing onto the ground, a metallic taste flooding his throat as he spat a mouthful of blood. Upon witnessing the scene, Yuan Jun and his cohorts were instantly seized by a sense of foreboding. The sheer power of Zhao Yimiao was well known among them. A 100-pound zombie could be sent flying several meters by Zhao Yimiao's bestial swipe. His strength rivaled that of the world's top heavyweight boxers. Yet, Zhao Yimiao had been sent hurtling through the air by this colossal wolfhound. Was it truly a wolfhound, or a veritable tiger? However, Zhao Yimiao and Appo's strikes had not been without effect. While he failed to knock the mutated wolfhound off its feet, he managed to staunch its ferocious onslaught, causing the massive creature to land heavily, 2 bloody gashes adorning its neck. Before the wolfhound could regain its footing, Chun Jun surged forward, his fire axe arcing through the air, descending upon the creature and Appo's massive head. Thwack! Blood splattered. The mutated wolfhound staggered, but remained upright. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it lunged forward, its massive head raised. Chun Jun's fire axe became lodged in the creature's thick skull, preventing him from withdrawing it, and he was subsequently lifted into the air. Water dumpling, full astral transformation. Tang Hao and Appo's voice resonated. Oru! Zhao Yimiao roared, his head thrown back. Full astral transformation. Swish! A figure exploded forward. Dweck! Dweck! Blood sprayed. For long, bloody grooves appeared on the mutated wolfhound's neck. The massive creature swayed, its 4 legs buckling. And Chun Jun somersaulted in the air, landing on the wolfhound's back. With a forceful tug, he extracted the axe, and in the next instant, it was raised again, cleaving into the wolfhound's neck. Blood gurgled forth. The light in the mutated wolfhound's eyes dimmed. A minute later, Tang Hao extracted a silver crystalline grain, the size of a broad bean, from the back of the mutated wolfhound's head. The system's voice immediately echoed. Tang Hao sweetly decolin, handing the silver crystalline grain to Zhao Yimiao, urging him to consume it immediately. Source Evolution Crystal. These crystals emerged within 48 hours of the apocalypse, residing within the bodies of Tier 0 mutated animals. The energy contained within a Tier 0 mutated animal's Source Evolution Crystal far surpassed that of a Tier 0 zombie. Researchers had demonstrated that, depending on the size and degree of mutation, the energy differential was typically between 2 to 5 times greater. In the case of a massive, ferocious mutated wolfhound, The energy contained within its crystal was at least 4 times that of a zombie's crystal. However, the source evolution crystals of mutated animals could not be fully converted by most humans or even evolutionaries, resulting in a degree of energy loss. Only one type of evolutionary could effectively absorb and convert the energy, the biastral evolutionary. Zhao Yimiao, being a biastral evolutionary, was best suited to absorb the crystal. As the crystal entered his body, Zhao Yimiao felt a surge of violent energy coursing through him, strengthening his physique. Previously, as a Tier 1 evolutionary, Zhao Yimiao would have needed to consume 15 small source evolution crystal shard from zombies to advance to Tier 2. However, he now sensed that only 4 source evolution crystals from mutated wolfhounds would suffice. Tang Hao keenly sensed the surge of power within Zhao Yimiao, a smile gracing his lips. Excellent. In the next instant, Tang Hao noticed a halo shimmering above Zhao Yimiao's head. Subsequently, the numbers above Zhao Yimiao's head shifted. Tier 1 Biastral, 88. The source evolution crystal from the mutated wolfhound had increased Zhao Yimiao's loyalty to Tang Hao by 1 point. Tang Hao's smile widened rapidly. Ha! Bestowing evolution crystals upon followers could increase their loyalty. Splendid. According to the system and Oppos, as current assessment, a loyalty level of 75 or higher qualified as a confidant. Chunjun's loyalty stood at 82, but Tang Hao knew that Chunjun had been exceptionally loyal in his previous life, a true stalwart. Zhao Yimiao's loyalty, exceeding 88, suggested a bond akin to brotherhood. Within the campus supermarket, 6 incomplete corpses lay scattered, their wounds indicating that they had fallen prey to the mutated wolfhound. Perhaps due to the presence of the mutated wolfhound, the supermarket shelves remained laden with goods. A dozen or so large backpacks hung on the left wall. The group swiftly entered, removing all the backpacks and filling them with food. Chief Tang, knives here, a middle-aged man exclaimed with delight. Swish! Tang Hao materialized before the man. On the shelves were over 20 sets of knives, including Zwilling, J.A., Henkel's, and Super brands. Tang Hao selected a set. Impressive, a cleaver, a chef's knife, a paring knife, utility scissors, and a sharpening steel were all included. Collect them all, Tang Hao declared, waving his hand. These kitchen knives, though shorter than Meng Fei and Meng He's machetes, possessed superior sharpness. The paring knives, resembling daggers, were not only ideal for gutting and extracting evolution crystals, but also well suited for speed evolutionaries. In the early stages, with a dearth of superior weapon choices, these knives would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Chief Tang! Chief Tang! Voices echoed. Tang Hao broke out in a sweat. He truly felt uncomfortable being addressed as Chief. Ahem, everyone, just call me by my name, Tang Hao. Calling you by your name won and oppos. T-do. How about boss or chief? Someone suggested. Yes, yes, boss, chief. Yuan Jun and the others immediately echoed in agreement. Chief, this is great, Yuan Jun exclaimed, pulling a long flatbed trolley. Tang Hao's eyes lit up. Indeed, a trolley. The roads outside were blocked, but not within the campus. Numerous vehicles were parked along the roadsides. Transporting the goods would be much faster with a few vehicles. A minute later, Tang Hao, accompanied by Yuan Jun and 6 others, rushed outside. Reaching a Liebao SUV, Tang Hao was about to smash the window with his axe when Yuan Jun interjected, Chief, allow me. He extracted a thin wire from his pocket, fiddled with it for a moment, and click, the car door opened. Yuan Jun's lock-picking skills astonished Tang Hao and the others. In the next instant, Yuan Jun slipped into the car, and 10 seconds later the engine roared to life. A true talent. Tang Hao mat vào in Li. In a mere 3 minutes, Yuan Jun had unlocked and started 8 vehicles. Virum, the 8 vehicles lined up in front of the campus supermarket. Sao Yimyo, Tinyun, and the others immediately began loading the vehicles with the items they had already brought out. Roar! A low zombie growl echoed. 200 meters away, a horde of zombies appeared, charging towards them. Chapter 12. The Era of Tyrants. Yuan Jun, Zhao Yu, Peng Hu, Xiao Bing, and Shui Jiao. Follow my lead and slay the zombies while the others continue to transport the goods. Tang Hao commanded coldly. In a swift motion, Tang Hao dashed into a herd of zombies like a leopard among sheep. The pair of fire axes in his hands resembled the scythes of a demon, reaping the lives of the undead with ruthless efficiency. The heads of the zombies shattered before the flying blades like fragile watermelons, bursting apart with every swing. By the time Wang Xiaoping, Yuan Jun, Zhao Yu, and Pang Hu arrived, all 36 zombies had already been dispatched, with even the formidable Zhao Yimiao managing to fell only 2. How impressive! The leader is extraordinarily powerful. This speed and strength. Could it be that he has already attained the second level of evolution? How else could he be so swift? While Water Brother, the moniker for Zhao Yimiao among Yuan Jun and the others, was indeed a standout among first-level evolvers. He paled in comparison to the prowess of their leader. Why are you all standing around? Hurry and excavate the crystals. From the 36 zombies, they unearthed 19 pieces of evolution crystals. Tang Hao distributed 3 crystals to Zhao Yu, Pang Hu, and Wang Xiaoping, instructing them to consume them immediately. Yuan Jun's crystal would be given later, as he only needed 1 more to evolve, which would take approximately 3 minutes. After Wang Xiaoping and the others ingested their crystals, Tang Hao discreetly checked their data. Aside from Wang Xiaoping, who showed no change, the others had their loyalty increased by 2. Zhao Yu, level 0, 65 loyalty. Pang Hu, level 0, 63 loyalty. Indeed, bestowing evolution crystals upon his followers enhanced their loyalty. Tang Hao had specifically chosen Yuan Jun and the others because their loyalty surpassed 60, while the remaining 12 ranged between 45 and 58. With the system in place, particularly the ability to view the loyalty of his subordinates, Tang Hao could avoid the dreadful betrayal he experienced in his previous life. This time, the distinction between loyalty and treachery was clear. Given the limited number of evolution crystals, it was only prudent to prioritize those loyal to him. 20 minutes later, the 8 vehicles were filled to the brim. As Qian Mushu organized the unloading of goods, Wang Xiaoping, Yuan Jun, Pang Hu, and Zhao Yu each consumed an evolution crystal, all advancing to the first level of evolution. Yuan Jun and Pang Hu evolved in strength, while Wang Xiaoping and Zhao Yu gained speed. After consuming some food and water to recuperate, they set off once more. This time, Tang Hao assigned Yuan Jun and Wang Xiaoping to lead the next expedition to the supermarket. The supermarket was merely 300 meters from the library, and the path had been cleared of zombies, making it relatively safe. The successful evolution of Yuan Jun and the others inspired many. Once again, over 60 individuals expressed their willingness to join the venture. Tang Hao, glancing around, decided to split them into groups. He also announced that the remaining personnel could earn evolution crystals based on their performance, with specific assessments devised by Qian Mushue. What Tang Hao did not anticipate, however, was that during their journey to the supermarket, Qian Mushue had already established a system of rewards and penalties, selecting 2 individuals for management roles. Wang Guiqing, 57, a seasoned CHO from a multinational corporation, and Lu Yun, 35, the mother of the 2-year-old Zhao Xiaobao, a former deputy director of the logistics department at the Yunjing steel plant. Without hesitation, Tang Hao bestowed 5 evolution crystals upon them. Wang Guiqing, Lu Yun, and the 3 individuals who performed exceptionally received 1 each. This act ignited hope among those who were timid and unable to confront the zombies, motivating them to work even harder. As Wang Xiaoping and Yuan Jun led a group ahead, Tang Hao surveyed the remaining 40 individuals and smirked. Since you all aspire to become evolvers, the quickest way is to slay zombies. Who among you is willing to join me in this endeavor? Upon hearing this, many among the 40 hesitated, yet 19 individuals raised their hands. 2 minutes later, Tang Hao, accompanied by Chun Jun, Zhang Xiaohai, Ouyang Mimi, Luo Jijun, and the 19 volunteers, set out to hunt zombies. With a swift slice, a zombie's head was cleaved in 2 by a cleaver. Lai Xingde, refusing to wipe the blood from his face, used his left hand to slice open the chest of the decapitated zombie, extracting a silver-white crystal. After a quick wipe, he swallowed it whole. A warm sensation surged within him. Lai Xingde could feel the shattered bones in his right hand knitting together with a warm, throbbing pain. He turned to gaze at the library, faintly illuminated in the blood-red night, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Tang Hao, just you wait. I will return this pain tenfold. In less than an hour since leaving the library, he had already consumed 3 silver crystals. Among the 10 of them, aside from him and Chao Shiji, 2 others successfully evolved into evolvers. The remaining 6 had each ingested at least 1 silver crystal. At this moment, the group of 10 pressed onward swiftly towards the dormitory of the Sports Academy. Lai Xingda sought to expand his ranks. In the Sports Academy, he was quite popular, serving as the chairperson of the student council. Furthermore, nearly 90% of the students there were physically fit males, should they not turn into zombies. Their combat prowess as evolvers would surpass that of ordinary ones. Simultaneously, outside the school gates, Meng Fei swung a large machete, slicing through the air and sending a zombie's head flying. Immediately, someone behind him opened the chest of the beheaded zombie, excavating a silver crystal. At Meng He's signal, he handed it to a robust man beside him. The man wiped it clean and swallowed it in one gulp. The next moment, a low, agonized howl erupted from him as he fell to his knees, groaning for a full 3 minutes. A pungent stench filled the air. Rising to his feet and stretching, the sound of cracking bones resonated throughout his body. Strength, evolution. Ha, that's 5. Meng Fei laughed heartily, pointing his blade forward, brimming with confidence. The rules established by the Meng brought in the ensuing battle, Meng Fei and his companions became notably more cautious. Suddenly, a fireball erupted amidst a throng of zombies. Whoosh! 3 blades of wind severed the heads of 3 undead creatures. The gleam of long knives flashed as zombies fell one after another. This was a team of over a dozen individuals, with a man and a woman at the forefront, unmistakably the children of deities. The sound of gunfire echoed, as a light machine gun was wielded by a robust man, mowing down the zombies ahead in droves. The rapid fire of rifles and pistols resonated continuously. This was undeniably a unit composed entirely of soldiers. In the vast expanse of the Middle Summer Kingdom, teams were rising amidst the apocalypse. Chapter 13. The evolution of Ouyang Mimi. The Si Rue building stands as the nearest dormitory to the library, comprising 5 floors, each housing 36 6-person rooms, accommodating a total of 80 students. From over 100 meters away, the chilling wails of zombies could already be heard emanating from within the dormitory. The Si Rue building boasts 2 entrances, one on the east and one on the west. Tang Hao led Ouyang Mimi, the only girl among the 20, along with 3 inexperienced boys, to secure the first and second floors. Meanwhile, Chun Jun took 5 men to scour the 3rd floor. Luo Jijun led 5 others, including Huang Jing, to sweep the 4th floor, and Zhang Xiaohua took the final 5 to clear the 5th floor. As Tang Hao sprang into action, he astonished Ouyang Mimi and her companions. The terrifying zombies, under Tang Hao's prowess, appeared as mere weaklings, offering no resistance whatsoever. After dispatching a swarm of 11 zombies that lunged at him, he gestured for the 3 boys to move forward. Each boy wielded a makeshift weapon, a half-meter-long metal chair leg in one hand and a bone-cutting knife in the other. The metal leg served to fend off zombie attacks, while the knife was intended for the kill. Under Tang Hao's guidance, the boys quickly grasped the technique for slaying zombies, and after working together to defeat one, their courage surged, allowing them to engage the undead with newfound vigor. What bewildered Tang Hao was the remarkable bravery exhibited by Ouyang Mimi and another girl, Jiang Ying. The 2 displayed exceptional agility and coordination, one drawing the zombies' attention while the other struck. Their fierce determination surpassed that of the 3 boys beside them. On the 4th floor, Luo Jijun wielded a bone-cutting knife in each hand, charging ahead and dispatching zombies with precision. Huang Jing and his companions focused on slicing open the zombie's chest to extract the crystalline cores. With Luo Jijun's tacit approval, Huang Jing and his group discreetly consumed the silvery crystals. Luo Jijun aspired to establish his own faction, and Huang Jing and his friends represented his first recruits. On the 4th floor, he was familiar with 2 affluent youths. If they survived, he intended to rescue them. For the foreseeable future, he aimed to cultivate his loyal followers. and with a cadre of 20 or so, and at least 7 or 8 of them becoming evolved, he would sever ties with Tang Hao and forge his own path. In room 409, 3 boys huddled inside, having barricaded the door with bed frames and tables. Yin, it sounds like someone outside is killing zombies. Kai Xiaoji trembled as he spoke to Li Yun, the young heir of Tianfeng Group. Next to him stood Zhu Chun, a plump youth and son of a coal magnate from Shannan province. Li Yun and Zhu Chun were close friends of Luo Jijun, while Kai Xiaoji was Li Yun's attendant. Someone is killing zombies? Impossible, Zhu Chun retorted sharply. Just then, a pounding on the door interrupted them, followed by Luo Jijun's voice. Li Yun, Zhu Fatty, are you still alive? Li Yun and Zhu Chun were overjoyed, and the 3 scrambled to move the furniture aside. As moments ticked by, a radiant smile spread across Tang Hao and Oppo's face. The 2 girls exhibited extraordinary talent, particularly Ouyang Mimi, perhaps due to her background in dance. Standing at 168 meters, she possessed a vibrant and agile physique. After consuming 2 evolution crystals, her strength and explosiveness had significantly increased, granting her a graceful elegance as she dispatched zombies. With time elapsing, the number of zombies slain by her exceeded 20, far surpassing the other 4. Yet, she was visibly exhausted, her heavy breaths resonating clearly to Tang Hao and the others. Before they knew it, the clock struck 11. The system's voice echoed once more, ding. Soul crystals have reached 200. Would you like to upgrade the system? Previously, when the soul crystals surpassed 100, the system had issued a similar alert. It was time to return. After prolonged combat, those who had consumed 1 or 2 evolution crystals were nearing their limits. Most importantly, the surviving students on the 5th floor had been successfully rescued. 57 individuals remained. Despite it being a weekend, with many having gone home or out, it was reasonable to estimate that around 500 had occupied the building, with over 400 having succumbed to the zombies or perished at their hands. With a swift movement, Tang Hao dispatched the last 7 zombies, blood splattering as he extracted 3 silvery crystals. With a wave of his hand, he signaled to return. Upon returning to the library, a notable transformation had taken place within a mere 2 hours. The 1st and 5th floors' restrooms had been converted into spacious bathing areas. A makeshift kitchen was established, and the lounges on the 3rd and 5th floors had been refurbished. In the sweltering heat of June, the simple lounge featured long tables arranged in several communal sleeping areas, some covered with bedding while others remained bare. Buckets filled with steaming hot water lined one wall, and multiple power strips were connected to electric kettles, 10 of which were busy boiling water. Dozens of instant noodle cups were neatly arranged on a table, and several girls were preparing them with boiling water. After a quick cold shower and changing into fresh clothes, Tang Hao savored a steaming bowl of noodles, a look of contentment on his face. Zhang Xiaohua, Chen Jun, and Luo Jijun, freshly cleaned, mirrored his satisfaction. Meanwhile, the 57 rescued individuals gazed at the steaming noodles, many of them weeping tears of relief. Simultaneously, in the 5th floor girls' bathing area, Qian Muxue observed Ouyang Mimi, whose form had become a faint silhouette, her face displaying shock. Ouyang Mimi had experienced a mutation, developing a unique and terrifying ability, stealth. Furthermore, this stealth was enhanced by a speed boost, granting her an edge over speed evolutionists. Stealth, undeniably, was a most potent capability for an assassin. In the bathing area, Jiang Ying also completed her evolution, becoming an elemental wind evolutionist. Her performance was outstanding, having taken down 16 zombies, and Tang Hao discreetly rewarded her with an extra evolution crystal, bringing her total to 9. Among the 5-person team, led by Tang Hao, it was evident that the 2 girls had outperformed the others. Chen Jun and Zhang Xiaohua's teams had killed an average number of zombies, but this very average performance prevented any of them from qualifying for the 3 crystal reward. In contrast, Luo Jijun's group had collected only 25 evolution crystals, yet Huang Jing and Chu Jiang had secured 18 between them, while the remaining 3 managed only 7 collectively, with 2 each obtaining 3 and 1 securing just 1. Having ascended to level 2, Tang Hao's perceptive abilities were acute. He quickly sensed that 3 among the 5 members of Luo Jijun's team along with the 8 they had rescued, had consumed evolution crystals. He refrained from revealing this, instead adhering to the rule of collecting 3 and rewarding 1, returning 8 crystals to Luo Jijun. Moments later, Huang Jing and Chu Jiang successfully advanced to level 1 evolutionists. As Tang Hao finished the broth of his noodles, the system's voice chimed once more. Chapter 14. System Upgrading. The number of subjects has reached 200, and the official rank has advanced. Current position, Clerk. Obtained 1 evolution point for civil and military officials. What is happening? Could it be that more individuals have joined our ranks? While Tang Hao was pondering this, he heard the sound of vehicles outside the door. In the next moment, Yuan Jun's voice rang out. Boss, I brought you some capable helpers. Over here. Wang Guqing had already begun organizing manpower to transport the supplies from the convoy. This marked the 5th trip of Yuan Jun and Wang Xiaoping to deliver goods. Completely emptying the supermarket, Tang Hao, Zhang Xiaohai, Chen Jun, and others came out to greet them. Following Yuan Jun were 7 individuals, 6 adults, and 1 child. The 6 adults were clad in security uniforms, and Tang Hao recognized the leader as Dai Guoqiu, the director of the security department at Yunjing University. The 11 or 12-year-old boy was Dai Guoqiu's son, Dai Xiaoping. It was Friday, and after work, Dai's wife had brought their son to visit him at school, only for the apocalypse to strike, transforming her into a zombie. The subsequent events were filled with sorrow. Of the 27 members of the security department, only 6 had survived. When Yuan Jun first enlisted, Dai Guoqiu was his battalion commander, an old superior. In this apocalyptic world, such a soldier and officer reunited. Thanks to these 7 individuals, Tang Hao's group surpassed 200 members, reaching a total of 201, and the official rank advanced, increasing the evolution points for civil and military officials by another point. The 6 members of the security department were all veterans. Naturally, Tang Hao welcomed their addition. Dai Guoqiu, having retired as a deputy regiment commander, possessed keen insight and immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of Tang Hao, Zhang Xiaohai, Chen Jun, and others. 20 minutes later, in a makeshift conference room on the 2nd floor, 11 people were seated. Tang Hao, Qian Muxue, Zhang Xiaohai, Zhao Yimiao, Chen Jun, Qian Zheng, Wang Xiaoping, Yuan Jun, Dai Guoqiu, Wang Guqing, and Lu Yun. Tang Hao selectively shared information about the apocalypse. Hearing that 70% of the global population had turned into zombies, and that in 2 years, the world's population would plummet below 1 billion, everyone was shocked. After allowing time for the group to absorb this information, Tang Hao continued to survive in this apocalypse. Food, drinking water, weapons, and population are all crucial, but the most important factor is our own evolution. Only through continuous evolution can we contend with the overwhelming hordes of zombies and mutated beasts. And the key to evolution lies in this. Tang Hao produced an evolution crystal. Among those present, except for Dai Guoqiu, everyone had first-hand experience with these crystals. Of those gathered, only Wang Xiaoping and Dai Guoqiu had not evolved. The others had already successfully undergone evolution. Wang Guqing and Lu Yun had also become first-level evolved individuals just half an hour ago. Tang Hao handed the crystal to Dai Guoqiu for him to consume. After experiencing the enhancement effects, he continued, to acquire more of these evolution crystals, we need better weapons, preferably firearms. Old Yuan, Old Dai, do you have any good suggestions? Yuan Jun and Dai Guoqiu exchanged glances, and Dai Guoqiu replied softly. The best firearms naturally come from the military, followed by the special police within the armed police force. I am familiar with both locations, but they are somewhat distant. Distance is not an issue. The key is to obtain quality goods, Tang Hao said, his eyes brightening. Even if we find the locations, we cannot transport them in bulk. The roads outside the school are completely blocked by abandoned vehicles. Yuan Jun frowned. Regular small vehicles are fine. Whether they are large engineering vehicles or blockade trucks, they can be cleared. It's only those large trucks filled with goods that pose a challenge, Lu Yun interjected. The main roads in the city do not have such large trucks, but we will have to take a longer detour, Wang Guqing remarked. The group quickly began to discuss. 3 heads are better than 1. Soon, they devised a plan and established 2 routes. Ultimately, Tang Hao made the decision. The first target would be the Yunjing Special Police Brigade, located 4 kilometers away in a straight line. We will walk there, but the return will require a longer route. As Wang Xiaoping and Dai Guoqiu underwent their evolution, Tang Hao focused his thoughts and activated the system. He intended to upgrade the system. The number of soul crystals had reached 208. 7, with nearly half contributed by his subjects. Consuming 100 soul crystals, a halo shimmered. The system interface underwent several changes. Host, Tang Hao official position, clerk. Next position, County Scribe 201 500 civil and military officials evolution points. 2. 10 evolution points. 1. 70 soul crystals. 108. 9 level. Son of the deity LV2. Strength. 890 speed. 762 spirit. 63. 8 talent skill. Scepter of Kings LV2. Blood surge. Storage. 1 cubic meter. The next official position, County Scribe, requires the subjects to reach 500. The talent skill, Scepter of Kings LV1, now includes an additional blood surge. Consuming 10 soul crystals activates the blood energy within subjects within a radius of 100 meters, enhancing their combat strength by 10 for a duration of 5 minutes. This is undoubtedly a powerful talent. In addition to the changes in talent skills, what thrilled Tang Hao the most was the addition of a storage space in the system. Although it currently only held 1 cubic meter, it could be expanded by consuming soul crystals or evolution points. 1 evolution point could increase the storage space by 1 cubic meter. However, the soul crystals needed to meet a certain quantity. The first time, 100 soul crystals could expand storage to 10 cubic meters, but the second time, 500 soul crystals would be required to increase it by another 10 cubic meters. Without hesitation, Tang Hao consumed 100 soul crystals, expanding the storage space to 10 cubic meters. Snow Sister, Tang Hao said softly, looking at Qian Muxue, taking a step forward to gently embrace her. Qian Muxue's slender figure stiffened slightly. She did not push Tang Hao away, but hesitated for a moment before wrapping her arms around him in return, whispering, "Be extra careful." Tang Hao nodded, gently patting Qian Mushue's back with his right hand. With a thought, he infused a point of evolution point into her delicate form. Qian Mushue's body trembled. Suddenly, a circle of azure water enveloped both of them. This scene caused Yuan Jun, Dai Guoqiu, Lu Yun, and others to widen their eyes in astonishment. They had no idea that Qian Muxue was also an evolved individual. Moreover, judging by the aura of the water barrier, her level of evolution was significantly higher than theirs. Upon entering the first level of evolution, her perceptive abilities had greatly increased. At that moment, even Zhang Xiaohai, Chun Jun, Qian Zheng, and Luo Jijun were taken aback. They were aware of Qian Muxue, but in the face of this water barrier, they all felt a sense of trepidation. Although the aura of the water barrier was not directed at them, they could still sense the overwhelming energy, a terrifying power that surpassed their own level. Qian Muxue had not ventured out to slay zombies. Instead, she had remained in the library, handling logistical tasks. How could she possess such formidable strength? Tang Hao stared in astonishment at the swirling water barrier around them. Even with his current eyesight, he could only vaguely discern some shadows outside, unable to make out who they were. Having advanced to level 2, Qian Mushue's originally exquisite features became even more perfect, her skin radiating a rosy glow. The impurities from her body were instantly washed away by the flowing water, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Gazing at her stunning visage, especially her slightly parted red lips, Tang Hao's heart raced, and in a moment of impulse, he lowered his head to cover those lips with his own. Qian Muxue felt a sudden buzz in her head, leaving her utterly stunned. When she finally regained her senses and became aware of the heat between her lips and teeth, her charming face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Chapter 15. Encountering the mutated wolf dogs with a swift strike of the axe, the zombie's head shattered like a ripe watermelon. Behind them, Yuan Jun and Wang Xiaoping, along with 6 others, were left in awe. Their leader was formidable, leaving little for them to do. Almost all the zombies they encountered fell to the blade of Tang Hao. Even those that slipped through were dispatched by Qian Zheng and Ouyang Mimi. Qian Zheng, a speed-enhanced individual, moved with remarkable swiftness. Ouyang Mimi, the only female in the 9-member team, commanded respect. Even seasoned soldiers like Yuan Jun and Dai Guoqiu felt a chill in her presence. Her ability to turn invisible was undoubtedly the most fearsome skill of an assassin. Despite being evolvers, none of them could claim they would survive an encounter with a stealthy assassin, save for Tang Hao. On this mission, Tang Hao brought along 8 companions: Wang Xiaoping, Qin Jun, Qian Zheng, Ouyang Mimi, Yuan Jun, Dai Guoqiu, Peng Hu, and Wu Yong. Wu Yong hailed from a security department, having retired from the Yunjing Special Police 2 years prior. He subsequently joined Yunjing University as a formally appointed security officer. At 186 centimeters tall and weighing 180 kilograms, this 27-year-old was a formidable figure. Before departing, he ingested 2 evolution crystals, and upon leaving the campus, he extracted a freshly produced evolution crystal from slain zombie, successfully evolving into a beast-like evolver akin to Zhao Miao. He charged forward 2 kilometers, slaying over 60 zombies before Tang Hao slowed his pace, retreating to the rear to allow Dai Guoqiu, Wu Yong, and the others to advance. Tang Hao, Ouyang Mimi, and Qianzheng hurriedly gathered evolution crystals from the fallen. Along the way, Tang Hao continued his practice of a 3-for-1 reward system. Once the group transitioned to first-level evolvers, further advancement required not only Tang Hao's immediate elevation of their evolution levels through the bureaucratic evolution points, but also the continuous consumption of evolution crystals. However, even these source evolution crystals required a significant quantity to progress from level 1 to level 2. 15 crystals were necessary. If they resorted to the ordinary gray-white evolution crystals, the requirement would increase to about 45 to 50 crystals for a chance to evolve to level 2. This was why in his past life, as the leader of a small base, Tang Hao struggled for 2 years to reach the 4th level evolver status. For the evolution crystals awarded as rewards, Tang Hao instructed Yuan Jun and the others to consume them on the spot. Every additional crystal ingested would grant them a slight boost in power. Conversely, whenever Tang Hao consumed evolution crystals, they were invariably converted by the system. He also discovered a pattern. Each source evolution crystal could be converted into 0.1 bureaucratic evolution points, while conversion into evolution points could yield 0.35. Notably, a single bureaucratic evolution point could elevate Qian Muxue directly from a 1st level to a 2nd level evolver, requiring only 10 crystals, whereas she would need 15 if she consumed them herself. Upon realizing this, Tang Hao focused on converting the evolution crystals into bureaucratic evolution points during his own consumption. At 1:00 and Oppos clock in the morning, Tang Hao and his companions arrived at the road opposite the Yunjing Special Police Headquarters. The streetlights continued to shine brightly. The city's electricity would gradually deplete within a fortnight, plunging the world into darkness a month later, save for the eerie crimson glow emanating from the high skies above. With only a few major and minor bases illuminated by generators and fuel they had gathered earlier. Through the 2-meter-high iron fence at the entrance of the Yunjing Special Police Headquarters, they glimpsed 3 massive wolf dogs, akin to giant wolves, tearing into a corpse. Nearby, 3 more enormous wolf dogs, each as robust as a bull, roamed restlessly. 6 mutated wolf dogs in total. Witnessing this scene, Chen Jun, Yuan Jun, and Peng Hu collectively inhaled sharply. Each of these colossal creatures was as formidable as the one they had encountered hours earlier in the campus supermarket, which Chen Jun and Zhao Miao had only managed to defeat together. Alone, any one of them would likely stand no chance against such a mutated wolf dog. Tang Hao's heart raced at the sight of the 6 mutated wolf dogs, knowing their destructive potential was significant. The 9-member team consisted solely of strength and speed evolvers, lacking elemental powers. Dai Guoqiu possessed a highly specialized ability, expertise in firearms, which could only be utilized in the presence of weapons. Without firearms, he became the weakest link in their group. In contrast, if Zhang Xiaohai, Qian Muxue, or Jiang Ying were present, they could have easily taken a vantage point for ranged attacks. Zhang Xiaohai and Oppos, as Fireball could wreak havoc from 10 meters away, while Qian Muxue, now a 2nd-level evolver, surpassed Zhang Xiaohai's destructive capability significantly. Had Tang Hao anticipated encountering 6 mutated wolf dogs, he would have undoubtedly brought Zhang Xiaohai along, leaving either Chen Jun or Wang Xiaoping to assist Qian Muxue in guarding their base. You all stay here, I will scout ahead, Tang Hao swiftly decided. Alone, he could maneuver more effectively without the need to divide his attention. With his current strength and speed, he was confident in his ability to dispatch the 6 mutated wolf dogs one by one. Tang Hao lunged forward, leaping across the wide street in a matter of moments. Clang! He struck the 2-meter-high steel fence. The 6 enormous dog heads turned towards him in unison, their crimson eyes glinting with ferocity, sending a tremor through Yuan Jun and the others, even from 50 meters away. Yet, Tang Hao remained unfazed, whistling softly as he beckoned with a finger. This gesture provoked the 6 mutated wolf dogs, who had ruled this yard for hours, leaving any human that dared challenge their authority dead beneath their claws and fangs. With a howl, one mutated wolf dog transformed into a shadow and charged. Bang! The robust steel fence buckled upon impact, creating a noticeable dent. The colossal creature was thrown backward, landing awkwardly, its limbs trembling as if intoxicated, its head buzzing as it stared at the 2-legged intruder through a haze. With another whistle, Tang Hao beckoned once more. A low growl escaped the mutated wolf dog's throat. In the blink of an eye, a massive shadow leapt high. The 2-meter fence was effortlessly cleared as another mutated wolf dog sprang into action. Having evolved, its intelligence had increased, realizing it could not simply charge through the fence. It opted to leap over, intent on tearing apart the 2-legged creature outside. However, in the next instant, the mutated wolf dog regretted its decision. As it cleared the fence and descended, a flash of the axe illuminated the air. Splat! A gaping wound opened in its abdomen, blood and entrails spilling forth. Tang Hao darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the splatter of blood that drenched him. Tang Hao and Appo's assault was lightning quick. He sidestepped and executed a swift turn, both hands spinning like windmills as he swung his axe. With a fierce strike, the first axe cleaved a massive gash in the wolf dog's thick neck, while the second brought its colossal head rolling to the ground. The headless corpse crashed down, shaking the concrete beneath it. Chapter 16. First-order mutant wolfhounds. This spectacle did not merely intimidate the 5 mutant wolfhounds within the enclosure. It also caused the hearts of Yuan Jun and his cohorts across the road to palpitate heavily. The boss is formidable. Such a ferocious mutant wolfhound was vanquished in a single exchange. Incredible. At that moment, Dai Guoqiu and Wu Yong finally comprehended why Yuan Jun, a battle-hardened veteran of special forces, would respectfully address a student as boss. In the apocalypse, strength reigned supreme. The fire axe vanished from Tang Hao's grasp in an instant, replaced by a multi-tool. He sliced open the flesh behind the massive canine head and extracted a silver-white crystalline particle, about the size of a broad beam. Tang Hao's act of extracting the crystalline particle was perceived as blatant provocation by the 5 mutant wolfhounds. You damned bipedal creatures! You slay our comrade and then desecrate the corpse. Aru! 2 mutant wolfhounds roared, their powerful limbs propelling them over the 2-meter-high steel fence. A frigid smile played on Tang Hao's lips. With a thought, the silver-white crystalline particle disappeared. His body, previously crouched, transformed into a streak of light. The multi-tool in his right hand had once again morphed into a fire axe. Thwack! Blood splattered as the mutant wolfhound on the left met the same fate as its predecessor. Its abdomen was cleaved open, and blood mingled with viscera spilled onto the ground. Tang Hao smoothly pivoted, swinging his axe once more. Thwack! Crunch! Another massive canine head rolled onto the ground. Simultaneously, the mutant wolfhound that had leaped from the right landed. Upon witnessing the scene, its eyes blazed with ferocity. It spun around and pounced. Excellent! Tang Hao did not evade. Instead, he strode forward, meeting the charge head-on. The fire axe in his hand descended. Bang! The fire axe struck the mutant wolfhound and Appo's head with tremendous force. Crack! The thick handle of the fire axe, unable to withstand the force, snapped. Tang Hao staggered, but did not retreat. The ferocious mutant wolfhound, however, was knocked to the ground by the blow. blood gushing from its massive head. It whimpered twice, its limbs flailing as it struggled to rise. Before it could regain its footing, Tang Hao raised his right foot. He stomped down, precisely targeting the axe head. The force of the blow was immense, akin to 1,000 pounds. The mutant wolfhound's head slammed against the ground. Crunch! The remaining portion of the axe head sank into the ground. The light in the mutant wolfhound's eyes faded rapidly, and blood gurgled from its mouth, nose, and the top of its head. 2 more mutant wolfhounds had been ruthlessly slain. Gulp! Yuan Jun, Wu Yong, and the others swallowed hard. The boss is defying the heavens. The 3 mutant wolfhounds inside the steel fence lost their ferocity, their tails drooping. The bipedal creature before them was too formidable. They sensed imminent danger. The 3 mutant wolfhounds slowly retreated, howling. Tang Hao chuckled softly, crouching to cut open the head of the mutant wolfhound beneath his feet. Suddenly, Tang Hao frowned, sensing something. He looked up. Through the steel fence, a cleaver appeared, as if from thin air. Thwack! The cleaver struck the neck of the mutant wolfhound on the rear left with incredible precision. A ghastly wound, nearly 2 inches deep and 3 inches long, was inflicted on the mutant wolfhound's neck, and blood spurted forth. Ouyang Mimi's figure materialized. Yuan Jun and the others gaped in astonishment. They had not noticed when Ouyang Mimi had entered the enclosure. In reality, Ouyang Mimi had followed Tang Hao, using her stealth ability. After Tang Hao effortlessly slew the first mutant wolfhound, Ouyang Mimi nimbly scaled the 2-meter-high steel fence and entered. She wanted to assist Tang Hao in slaying the mutant wolfhounds. Her intentions were admirable, but Ouyang Mimi had misjudged one thing. Mutant wolfhounds were not as fragile as zombies, which could be easily killed with a single strike. Police dogs from the special police compound were already ferocious. After mutation, the strength of their flesh, muscles, and bones had increased severalfold. Even Tang Hao, with his nearly 900 pounds of strength, could not sever a mutant wolfhound's head with a single blow from a fire axe, requiring 2 strikes. Of course, this was due to the smaller axe blade. With a larger axe, Tang Hao's strength would be sufficient for a single blow. Tang Hao possessed a strength of 890 pounds. While Ouyang Mimi, being a woman, naturally had less strength. Despite her dance training, which required frequent handstands, Ouyang Mimi's arm strength was greater than that of ordinary women, nearly equivalent to that of adult men, but her base strength was only 100 pounds. After evolution, her strength only reached 165 pounds. Therefore, her strike only inflicted a wound less than 2 inches deep and 3 inches long. Such a wound would be considered a severe injury for ordinary police dogs. But for mutant wolfhounds, which were 2 or 3 times larger, it was merely a minor wound. Moreover, the splattered blood directly hit Ouyang Mimi's chest, immediately breaking her stealth. Uru! The attacked mutant wolfhound roared. It spun around and lunged at Ouyang Mimi, its jaws agape. Ouyang Mimi had not anticipated that her strike would yield such meager results. In her astonishment, the wolfhound's jaws rapidly approached her eyes. She retreated hastily, but it was too late. As Ouyang Mimi paled, fearing she would be devoured, a whooshing sound echoed. A multi-tool pierced the air, entering the wolfhound's right ear. It carried a strong, bloody scent. The bloody mouth with sharp fangs. Only 2 inches from Ouyang Mimi's face, swerved to the side. Bang! The mutant wolfhound's corpse crashed to the ground. Ugh! The stench emanating from the nearby jaws caused Ouyang Mimi's stomach to churn. She doubled over and vomited. Swish! Tang Hao landed. The remaining 2 wolfhounds turned and fled toward the courtyard, howling as they ran. Yuan Jun, Wang Xiaoping, and the other 7 dared not delay, rushing across the road to the fence. Here, Tang Hao conjured a pack of tissues and handed it to Ouyang Mimi. After wiping her mouth, Ouyang Mimi straightened up and accepted an unopened bottle of mineral water, rinsing her mouth. You little rascal, don't act rashly again. Tang Hao glared at Ouyang Mimi. He had nearly suffered a heart attack. Ouyang Mimi pouted. Tang Hao ignored her and turned to Wang Xiaoping and the others, who were attempting to climb the fence. Retrieve the evolution crystalline particles from the 2 mutant wolfhounds outside. Tang Hao stepped toward the dead mutant wolfhound on the ground when a sense of danger washed over him. The fire axe in his left hand was instantly transferred to his right. His empty left hand grabbed Ouyang Mimi and Appo's hand, pulling her close. He turned his gaze toward the police building 20 meters away. Thump, thump, thump. The heavy footsteps echoed clearly in the silent night. Tang Hao could even feel the ground tremble slightly. Ouyang Mimi, Yuan Jun, and the others also heard the heavy footsteps. A solemn expression enveloped the faces of each individual. Wang Xiaoping and Xianzheng swiftly extracted 2 evolutionary crystals from beyond the fence and rose to their feet, as 9 pairs of eyes fixated intently on the police building. Moments later, a colossal mutated wolf dog materialized before them, towering nearly 2 meters and stretching close to 4 meters in length. This creature was unmistakably a first-tier mutated wolf dog, causing Tang Hao's countenance to shift dramatically. Chapter 17. The ferocious First-Order Mutant Beast. First-Order mutant beasts, especially such ferocious creatures, possess formidable strength. Generally, second-level evolutionists, lacking powerful weapons and skills, would find themselves outmatched in one-on-one encounters with these beasts. Xiaomihu retreat outside. With a thought, Tang Hao channeled a portion of his evolution points through the hands of the 2 individuals into Ouyang Mimi's body. A powerful warmth surged through her entire being. In the next moment, her figure mysteriously vanished. Tang Hao released her hand, and with a swift motion of his left hand, a bone-slicing knife materialized in his grasp. At that instant, a peculiar sensation arose within him. He could distinctly sense that Ouyang Mimi had stealthily moved to a position 4 meters to his left rear. Like a silent raccoon, the sudden disappearance of a living person startled the first-order mutant wolf dog, causing its massive head to spin around, its copper bell-like eyes scanning the surroundings like 2 crimson searchlights. Outside the enclosure, Yuan Jun and the others felt a chill run down their spines as they locked eyes with those 2 enormous, menacing orbs. Just as Tang Hao was about to exhale a sigh of relief, he saw the first-order mutant wolf dog's colossal nose twitching twice. In the next instant, its gaze fixed intently on the direction where Ouyang Mimi had been. Tang Hao and Appo's heart sank. Damn it, this dog has an extraordinary sense of smell. Although Xiao Mimi had ascended to level 2 and her stealth ability had improved, the blood of the dog that had previously stained her body now became the very reason for her exposure. Hey, Tang Hao called out, spreading his arms wide, brandishing the knife in his left hand and the axe in his right, directly provoking the creature. A flash of anger crossed the wolf dog's fierce eyes. With a ferocious howl, it lunged forward, its massive form transforming into a shadow that leaped across 10 meters in an instant, its gaping maw aimed at Tang Hao. In the face of the wolf dog's assault, Tang Hao did not retreat, but instead advanced. He crouched and slid beneath the beast's enormous body, and in the next moment, his weapon struck fiercely. With a sickening sound, the bone-slicing knife carved a grotesque gash in the mutant wolf dog's abdomen, while the fire axe merely left a 3-inch cut on its resilient flesh. It was not that he could not inflict a longer wound, but rather that the wolf dog's reflexes were alarmingly swift. Realizing it had missed its target, one of its hind legs twisted unnaturally as it reached out to claw at Tang Hao. Fortunately, having already reached level 2, Tang Hao's senses were highly attuned. He rolled aside just in time to narrowly evade the claw strike. Had he been caught in the chest or abdomen, even a level 2 evolutionist would have met a gruesome fate. As he rolled away, Tang Hao executed a spinning maneuver on the ground, and his fire axe struck fiercely at the mutant wolf dog's left hind leg. The sound echoed like metal striking metal. With a crack, he felt his wooden axe handle splinter. Only the blade remained embedded in the wolf dog's left leg. Though the axe did not sever the leg, half of its blade had sunk into the beast's tough bone. The first-order mutant wolf dog's massive body collapsed to the ground, its substantial weight leaning to the right as its severely injured hind leg could no longer support its bulk. Tang Hao and Appo's Assault. Chapter 18. The battle with the first-order mutant beast. Tang Hao moved like the wind, swiftly pursuing his target. With a resounding clash, his bone-chopping knife struck the intact right hind leg of the first-order mutant wolf dog, leaving a deep gash that exposed bone. The mutant wolf dog howled in rage. momentarily ignoring Tang Hao as it pivoted and lunged towards Ouyang Mimimai. The creature's keen nose detected the scent of fresh blood, particularly from the new stains on Ouyang's black t-shirt, rendering her invisibility useless. Fortunately, Ouyang had evolved into a level 2 mutant, granting her nearly 6 times the speed of an ordinary person. She executed 2 graceful flips, evading the beast's attack. Yet, it seemed the wolf dog had fixated on the invisible girl, twisting its head and lunging once more. Despite Ouyang's exceptional agility, the situation was dire. She narrowly avoided being bitten twice. Damn it! Tang Hao surged forward, swinging his knife towards the creature's neck. Just then, the massive wolf dog suddenly tilted its head. The knife struck its gaping maw, clashing against a sharp fang, causing sparks to fly. The 3-inch-long fang shattered, leaving a deep gash on Tang Hao's weapon. Tang Hao's arm shook violently. The impact felt as though he had struck iron with all his might. Though the sharp fang was destroyed, the wolf dog, fueled by rage, pressed forward. Blood sprayed as Tang Hao's blade met flesh, but in an instant, the knife was flung into the air along with Tang Hao's body. The first-order mutant wolf dog lunged, aiming to bite the airborne Tang Hao. At that moment, Yuan Jun, Chun Jun, and Wang Xiaoping could no longer contain themselves. With a flurry of movement, they leaped over the barricade to assist, except for Qian Zheng, Peng Hu, and the remarkably composed Dai Guoqiu. Although Tang Hao was thrown back, he remained calm, executing a kick that connected with the wolf dog's jaw mid-air. Ouyang, still recovering from Tang Hao's daring maneuver, felt a surge of fear as she witnessed his peril. Her eyes reddened with urgency. With a swift motion, she pressed her left hand against the ground, propelling herself like a striking serpent, sliding beneath the massive wolf dog. In that moment, her bone-chopping knife glimmered with an unusual azure light. With a swift slash, the wolf dog's tough abdomen, akin to aged leather, was cut open as if it were mere parchment. Blood gushed forth, and its intestines spilled onto the ground. After delivering the blow, Ouyang and Appo's figure emerged, just as Yuan Jun and the others arrived, their knives ready to strike the beast. Wang Xiaoping, the speed-enhanced mutant, rushed forward and aimed a slash at the wolf dog's already injured hind leg. However, he was astonished to find that his strike merely grazed the surface, the recoil from the impact sending him stumbling back. Yuan Jun followed suit, leaping high to strike at the creature's tail. But his blade only drew a meager amount of blood, penetrating merely 2 centimeters into its hide. What resilient flesh! Yuan Jun thought, taken aback. Chun Jun and Wu Yong, arriving slightly later, found themselves facing the wolf dog, which had just landed after being kicked by Tang Hao, leaving it weakened and bleeding profusely. The wolf dog, filled with indignation at the thought of perishing at the hands of what it deemed insignificant creatures, turned in fury. Ignoring its own spilled entrails, it charged forward, using its massive body as a weapon. Bang! The force of the collision sent Qin Jun and Wu Yong flying back, slamming against the iron barricade. They both coughed up blood, their bodies crumpling to the ground, feeling as if their bones had shattered upon impact. As Tang Hao landed, he charged once more, gripping his knife tightly. With a decisive thrust, he opened a gaping wound in the wolf dog's neck. The creature's enormous head fell limply, its last thoughts consumed by the realization that the girl's attack had diminished its final strike, preventing it from taking down even one of its assailants. With one last glance at Chun Jun and Wu Yong, who lay on the ground, the wolf dog's eyes slowly closed. Meanwhile, across the street, in a penthouse suite on the 51st floor of the 5-star hotel, several heated gazes were fixated on Tang Hao and his companions. 2 individuals were even using binoculars to observe the unfolding scene. The events at the special police team's entrance had been vividly witnessed by the 6 individuals concealed within the room. One of them lowered her binoculars, revealing an exquisite face, a visage that could captivate any onlooker. With a delicate oval face, moon-like eyes, a finely shaped nose, and petal-like lips, her tall and graceful figure was accentuated by long, glossy black hair tied in a ponytail, adding an air of elegance to her beauty. This stunning woman was Yi Qingcheng, a triad star in film, television, and music. Having debuted at 16, she had spent 10 years in the industry, rapidly rising to fame in the past 3 years, garnering numerous accolades, including Best Actress and Best Singer. Few knew that Yi Qingqing was not only a top-tier celebrity, but also a military descendant. Her great-grandfather was a hero who fought alongside the founding father. Her grandfather, a general, and her father, Yi Mingyu, the chairman of a top 10 enterprise in the country. With a furrowed brow, Yi Qingqing quickly retrieved her phone. Tapping a few buttons, the screen illuminated, and upon accessing the settings, she pressed a key. The sound of incoming messages chimed, eliciting smiles from the other 5 individuals. Since the crimson moon had risen, all forms of communication had been severed. The moment she received a text on her specially designed phone, it signified that they could finally connect with the outside world and seek rescue. Upon opening the message, a glimmer of joy appeared on Yi Qingqing's delicate face. Uncle, younger uncle, my brother, they have all sent messages. Those mutated beings are referred to as zombies. They possess a silvery crystal in their chests, which can bestow extraordinary abilities upon individuals with powers. The special police officers in the opposite compound who have eliminated those mutated wolf dogs are all endowed with such abilities. Yi Qingqing hastily composed a text and sent it. In the imperial capital of Zhongxia, Shijiang City, a young man and 2 middle-aged men felt their specially designed phones vibrate simultaneously. What? The mutated beasts possess crystals in their hindquarters. Quick, we must eliminate the mutated beasts immediately. Chapter 19. Saber-tooth armored vehicle alow. Beastly growl emanated from Wu Yong's throat as he felt the slight fractures in his arm bones and the wounds on his back heel at an astonishing rate. After consuming an evolution crystal from a mutated wolf dog, Wu Yong sensed a resurgence of power within him. Clenching his fists, an overwhelming strength restored his confidence. Nearby, Chun Jun gasped as he stood up, having ingested 2 evolution crystals himself. However, it was evident that his healing and vitality did not match Wu Yong's. Damn, the beastification is truly formidable, he muttered. Tang Hao scrutinized the luminous, round crystal in his grasp. It resembled a fava bean, but was notably smoother and brighter. His expression was not one of elation, but rather a frown of concern. The apocalypse had descended at 7 o'clock the previous evening, and now it was barely past 1:30 in the morning. Only 6 hours had elapsed, yet already a first-tier evolved beast had emerged. In his previous life, Tang Hao recalled that after the restoration of primitive radio communications, reports indicated that first-tier zombies and evolved beasts appeared the very next day after the apocalypse. But the earliest sightings were around 4 or 5 in the morning. Now, encountering a powerful first-tier, mutated wolf dog at this hour filled him with an unsettling sense of urgency. He stored the first-tier evolution crystal in his system storage and spoke gravely. Mushroom, are you feeling better? Boss, no problem. Shinju nodded. Let's go. Tang Hao led the way with Wu Yong, followed by Yuan Jun and Peng Hu, as they made their way to the back of the SWAT team's courtyard. Along the route, they encountered bloodstains and dismembered corpses. Some had transformed into zombies, while others were normal police officers brutally slain by the zombies and mutated wolf dogs. Ultimately, regardless of their former status, all had become prey for the 7 mutated wolf dogs that roamed outside. A heavy silence enveloped them as the harsh reality of the apocalypse settled in. Turning a corner, Wu Yong pointed excitedly at several imposing SWAT vehicles parked in a spacious area. Boss, SWAT vehicles! His loyalty surged to 67. Tang Hao's eyes brightened. These vehicles were impressive. Among them, the 2 saber-tooth armored vehicles particularly caught his attention, igniting a burning desire within him. 8 SWAT vehicles! Bringing them all back seemed unrealistic. But he was determined to secure the 2 armored vehicles and a ladder truck, as well as 2 spacious 14-seat lane MPVs. As they crossed the parking lot, they quickly reached the storeroom. The sight of the battered steel door, warped and damaged from impacts, drew gasps from the group. Tang Hao frowned. Brother Mouse, there are people inside. Ouyang Mimi's voice rang out, originally intending to call for Mouse. She instinctively referred to Tang Hao as boss after observing the respect he commanded from seasoned figures like Yuan Jun and Dai Guiqiu, especially after he had saved her life twice. Tang Hao not only sensed the presence of individuals inside, but also discerned that there were 5 in total, 2 men and 3 women. People, the others being of lower tier, lacked the acute perception of Tang Hao and Ouyang Mimi. He signaled Wu Yong to communicate cautiously to avoid any misunderstandings that could lead to unnecessary conflict. They were in a storeroom filled with SWAT team equipment, and the 5 individuals inside were undoubtedly armed to the teeth. Tang Hao was determined to ensure that his attempt to save them did not result in harm to himself or his group. The steel door of the storeroom was completely wrecked, immovable from either side. However, this was not a challenge for Tang Hao and his companions. With Wu Yong at the helm of the saber-tooth armored vehicle, they charged 3 times, resulting in a thunderous crash as the severely deformed steel door collapsed. The tremendous noise alerted zombies within a 2-mile radius, triggering a cacophony of howls. Soon, the wails echoed throughout the city, as nearly all of the zombies, over 99, remained at Tier 0, wandering in close proximity. After a brief outburst, the howling subsided, leaving the surviving humans trembling in darkness, with more than 99 of them hiding in fear. Only those aware of the extraordinary crystals within the zombies ventured forth into the harsh night, hunting them to rapidly evolve. In the presidential suite of the Shangxia on the 51st floor, only 2 figures remained, while the other 4 had formed a small team to efficiently hunt zombies. At the Nanshan police station, Meng Fei secured a police revolver at his waist and slung a micro-submachine gun over his shoulder. While Meng He and others similarly armed themselves with police handguns, 3 of them also carrying micro-submachine guns. In the corner of the library at Yunjing University, Luo Jijun, Huang Jing, and Chu Jiang stirred awake. It's nearly 2 in the morning. Why are the zombies howling again? Brother Jun, should we go out and take down some zombies? Li Yun suggested quietly. Having rested for a few hours, he could feel a noticeable change in his body after consuming an evolution crystal. Observing the current standings of Tang Hao and his companions, he realized that the era of the strong had arrived in this world filled with zombies, and he was eager to become an evolved being, though he still relied on Luo Jijun for now. Brother Jun, let us go out and hunt some zombies. Perhaps we can all become powerful evolved beings. Zhu Chun chimed in. Luo Jijun felt a surge of ambition. As a child of the divine, he had previously consumed 4 evolution crystals, granting him a strength exceeding 600 pounds. If he continued to consume these crystals, he could steadily advance. He had already quietly gathered 11 subordinates, and if they all evolved, he would possess 11 evolved beings. Although they wouldn't team-match Tang Hao's group, they could certainly operate independently. With strength, who would fear a lack of followers? In Yunjing University alone, there were thousands of survivors. Tonight, if he led his subordinates to become evolved beings, he could consolidate the remaining students in the morning, expand his ranks, and perhaps even find a few charming companions. Yunjing University was not limited to the beauty of Qian Muxua. During the campus beauty contest in March, there were 9 other stunning women. The mere thought ignited a fiery enthusiasm within Luo Jijun. Accompanied by his 11 followers, Luo Jijun and his group charged forth. The night watchman, Zhao Yu, dared not intervene. He had been one of the first to follow Tang Hao. Witnessing firsthand how Tang Hao had led Zhang Xiaohai and Luo Jijun on a desperate mission to save Wang Xiaoping and Lu Ying. In Zhao Yu's eyes, Luo Jijun was nearly on par with Tang Hao and Xue Jie, ranking among the most powerful figures alongside Zhang Xiaohai. Quickly, inform Xiaohai and Sister Jie that Luo Jijun has taken his group out. Chapter 20. The Falcon Sniper Crossbow in the storeroom. 5 survivors remained, 3 women, 1 special police officer, and 2 administrative staff members. Among them, the female special officer was named Mu Weining, age 26, yet towering at 177 centimeters and weighing a formidable 185 gene. A true woman of strength. The male special officer, Li Li, was 33 years old, serving as the squad leader of the Yunjing Special Police Team. The warehouse manager, Yuan Zhangwo, was a lean old man of 55. The 2 administrative staff members were Lin Li, age 28 and the wife of Li Li, and Chun Fong, a recent graduate of the police academy at 22, who secured her position in the Yunjing Special Police Team due to family connections. After exchanging pleasantries with the five, Tang Hao swiftly began to survey the array of weaponry in the storeroom. As expected of the provincial government's special police unit, the equipment was top-notch. What captured Tang Hao's admiration the most was the sniper crossbow, the sniper rifle, and the 135mm anti-tank rocket launcher. The Falcon sniper crossbow, a newly developed model introduced in 2022, boasted an effective killing range of up to 260 meters, firing highly lethal 155mm steel hunting arrows. Most importantly, it operated silently, generating no smoke or flames, thus concealing its position effectively. The Cloud Eagle sniper rifle, the latest model in Zhongxia, had a maximum shooting range of 1,800 meters, surpassing the penetration power and shooting accuracy of the former Russian SVD and the American Barrett sniper rifle within that distance using 8.0mm machine gun rounds. The Eagle Fly anti-tank rocket launcher, equipped with 135mm rockets, had an effective range of 300 to 500 meters, yet its power was immense. A single rocket could penetrate steel plates and armor tanks up to 950mm thick. In addition to these three weapons, the storeroom was stocked with riot armor, cut-resistant gloves, stab-proof vests, bulletproof vests, daggers, various types of firearms, smoke grenades, tranquilizer guns, assault rifles, submachine guns, and shotguns, all in abundance. Tang Hao donned a set of riot armor and pointed to the female special officer beside him, saying, "Xiaomi, change into a set." The female officer, Ouyang miming, had a particular fondness for such cool attire, especially since her current outfit was splattered with the blood of mutated wolfhounds. Delighted, she selected a new outfit and hurried to a corner to change. Yuan Jun and the others followed suit, first donning riot armor and then attaching multi-purpose daggers to their waists before beginning to transport equipment. Li Mu Weining and their colleagues had witnessed their comrades transform into zombies and had personally slain several of them, as well as a mutated wolfhound. Acknowledging the onset of the apocalypse, they understood that the city was overrun with zombies, the government had become paralyzed, and, recognizing Wu Yong, they did not hesitate to join the ranks of those transporting supplies. "Hello, could you send a few people to the building to check?" When we evacuated, it was in haste, and, aside from us, there were others working overtime in the finance, equipment, and office departments. As Tang Hao contemplated collecting those items into the system's storage, Chun Fong approached him. "All right, I will send someone over shortly." Tang Hao nodded in agreement. As Chun Fong departed in haste, Tang Hao began quickly gathering items. Anything he touched vanished in an instant. "Wow, Tang Hao!" Ouyang miming exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "This is incredible. Items are just disappearing into thin air." Tang Hao, taken aback by her discovery, quickly put a finger to his lips, adopting a serious expression. "What do you mean by wow? From now on, call me brother." Having been adopted by the Qian family at the age of 10, Tang Hao regarded them as his second parents. Just before their departure, he had shared a kiss with Qian Muxue, transitioning their previous sibling-like bond into that of romantic partners. Ouyang miming, being Qian Muxue's cousin, was thus considered a close relative by Tang Hao. "Sure, brother Hao." Ouyang miming giggled, leaning closer, her curious face alight with intrigue. "How did you do that? Is it magic? Or sorcery?" "Sorcery?" Tang Hao's eyes lit up. "Yes, let's just say it's magic from now on." However, the 10 cubic meters of storage space felt too small. He had already filled it to near capacity. It was imperative to expand it. Quickly selecting weapons and equipment, he devised a plan to divert Ouyang miming while he accessed the system. Besides the 6 mutated wolfhounds and oppos, evolution crystals, he converted all remaining evolution crystals into evolution points, which surged to 12. 25 ding. Evolution points have reached 10, meeting the requirements for upgrading evolution level. Would you like to proceed? Can I upgrade again? Tang Hao pondered. Indeed, the leap from level 2 to level 3 required only 10 evolution points. Contemplating the upgrade, he felt a flicker of hesitation. In this lifetime, he had already surpassed others. Within mere hours of the apocalypse and oppos onset, he had attained level 2. If he wished, he could now ascend to level 3. Yet, such rapid evolution might lead to unforeseen consequences. During their visit to the special police compound, they had encountered first-stage mutated wolfhounds, which was unusual. Tang Hao distinctly recalled that in his previous life, the first individual to reach level 2 was a powerful figure from Xiangjing City, who had stated that it took him 11 hours after the apocalypse began to achieve that level, around 6:00 and Oppo's clock this morning. Yet now, Tang Hao had reached level 2 much earlier, and both Qian Muxue and Ouyang Miming had also attained that level. The three of them had advanced to level 2 far ahead of that previous strongman. No rush. I should take my time with the upgrade. Tang Hao sensed that many things had changed compared to his last life. He had a premonition that if he advanced to level 3 now, it would hasten the evolution of zombies and mutated beasts, posing a significant disaster for the surviving humanity. I'll focus on expanding the storage capacity first. With that decision made, Tang Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if his spirit had attained a newfound clarity. Investing 12 evolution points expanded the storage space to 22 cubic meters. Moments later, Tang Hao and Ouyang Miming traversed the vacant police building. The 10-story structure revealed remnants of blood and shattered corpses in the corridors. By the time they reached the 6th floor, they had encountered neither zombies nor survivors. At that juncture, Tang Hao's keen hearing detected the low growls of zombies on the 10th floor. 5 zombies were present, but he refrained from intervening as Ouyang Miming, like a shadow in the night, swiftly dispatched them, earning 2 evolution crystals in the process. The entire building was devoid of survivors. Chapter 21. The superstar Yi Qingcheng behind the Special Police Brigade's courtyard lies a construction site for urban renewal. Tang Hao nimbly propelled himself off the courtyard wall, landing atop the 4-meter-high structure. To his surprise, he spotted 4 large excavators at the site. These colossal machines are exceptional tools for clearing obstacles, capable of effortlessly sweeping aside not only cars, but also hefty trucks weighing 5 to 6 tons. As long as they do not encounter heavily loaded trucks, they can clear the way with ease. In the urban area, such heavy trucks are virtually non-existent. What remains are primarily dump trucks and large tankers. The only drawback of these excavators is their somewhat sluggish speed. However, even if they only manage to travel 20 miles in an hour, combined with the task of removing obstructive vehicles, they would return to Yunjing University in no more than 2 hours. Having effortlessly dispatched 7 approaching zombies and collected 4 evolution crystals, Tang Hao drove one of the excavators and demolished the rear wall of the Special Police Brigade and AMP, Oppo's, as courtyard. Rumbling forward, the clock struck 2:39 on June 13, 2028. At this moment, Yuan Jun and his team had completely emptied the Special Police Brigade storage, fully loading 7 specialized vehicles. With the addition of Li and 4 others, Tang Hao waved his hand, and all 8 specialized police vehicles were set to return. Li and the others transformed into drivers. Leading the convoy was the excavator operated by Dai Guoqiu, with Yuan Jun serving as the guard. Tang Hao followed in a saber-toothed tiger, accompanied by only one team member, Ouyang Miming. The remaining personnel dispersed, taking their seats in the other 7 vehicles. The excavator had just cleared the distorted steel gate at the entrance when suddenly, around 20 individuals surged out from across the street. Among them, 3 tall men were escorting 2 young women who approached rapidly. Yi Qingcheng, a triple-threat superstar in film, television, and music. Her fame was so immense that even Yuan Jun and Dai Guoqiu recognized her. Yet, neither could make decisions without their superior's approval. As Tang Hao and Ouyang Miming drew closer, Tang Hao's eyes narrowed in surprise. Yi Qingcheng, what is she doing here? He was acutely aware of her significance. Even before his rebirth, he knew well of her status. In his previous life, she was regarded as one of the most perfect goddesses in the hearts of young people in Zhongxia, boasting an enormous fan base and serving as the dream girl for countless otaku. Among the 6 roommates in their dormitory, all but Tang Hao were ardent fans of Yi Qingcheng. One night, they had debated which celebrity they would choose to marry, and without exception, the other 5 had chosen her, while Tang Hao's thoughts had drifted to Qian Muxue. With 2 lifetimes of experience, Tang Hao's understanding of Yi Qingcheng was profound. In his previous life, he was aware of numerous incidents involving her. Apart from Meng Fei, she was one of the 17 7th-level powerhouses in Zhongxia, not born of divine lineage. Yi Qingsheng was extraordinarily beautiful, hailing from a prestigious family, and during peacetime, she was an unattainable goddess for ordinary folk. Yet, in the apocalypse, as order crumbled and morality decayed, such unmatched beauty became a target for other schemes. In his previous life, Yi Qingsheng had been assaulted by her bodyguard, who, after communications were restored, released a video of the incident online. Tang Hao recalled vividly the smug expression of the perpetrator, who boasted in broken Zhongxia about having violated the nation's most beautiful goddess, the beloved national idol of millions. Yi Qingsheng had only managed to escape after 3 days of torment, disappearing for 3 months before resurfacing to exact vengeance on her assailant, severing his limbs and subjecting him to 3 days and nights of torment before casting him into a horde of zombies. The national goddess had transformed into a cold-blooded goddess of slaughter. How could Yi Qingsheng be here? Wasn't she supposed to be in Shudi? Tang Hao furrowed his brow, realizing that the butterfly effect of his rebirth was growing more significant, first colliding with Meng Fei and now encountering Yi Qingsheng. Sister Qingsheng, what brings you here? Just as he pondered this, Ouyang Mimi had already dashed forward, exclaiming in delight upon seeing Yi Qingsheng. Mimi! Yi Qingsheng's face lit up with surprise. Tang Hao was astounded. What? Mimi actually knew Yi Qingsheng, and from the familiarity in her tone, it was evident they were well acquainted. How had this happened without his knowledge? But then, a chill coursed through him as he noticed the figure of the black-hearted individual. What was his name? Ah, Tyre's son, named after a famous boxer, it seemed. The 3 burly men flanking Yi Qingsheng were her bodyguards, with 2 of them being Zhongxia nationals. Scanning the trio, Tang Hao noted that all 3 had become first-level evolved beings. The woman beside Yi Qingsheng was likely her assistant and makeup artist, while the effeminate man was undoubtedly her manager, banking. An ordinary Zhongxiao person, yet he had chosen a foreign name. Bro, let us take Sister Qingsheng with us. Ouyang Mimi tugged at Yi Qingsheng's hand and approached Tang Hao. Tang Hao assessed Yi Qingsheng and could not deny her beauty, rivaling even Qian Muxue, who had already reached the 2nd level of evolution and possessed an exceptional aura. He refrained from responding immediately, instead coldly addressing Yuan Jun. Yuan Jun leaped down from the excavator, responding in a booming voice, Boss, what are your instructions? Tang Hao pointed toward the wide road filled with abandoned vehicles. Fetch a few more vehicles. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoping, Qian Zheng, and Peng Hu swiftly followed Yuan Jun's lead. At that moment, some wandering zombies on the road caught the scent of the approaching humans and let out guttural roars as they charged forward. Faced with these 0-level zombies, Yuan Jun paid them no heed. Wang Xiaoping, Qian Zheng, and Peng Hu surged ahead like the wind, their blades flashing as they effortlessly felled several zombies, akin to mowing down grass. Witnessing this scene, the survivors trailing Yi Qingsheng displayed expressions of relief, as they had been among those brought out by her and her companions when they descended. At this moment, Yuan Jun and his team donned riot gear, appearing indistinguishable from true special police officers. In the hearts of the citizens of Zhongxia, police and special police have always represented the gallant saviors, especially in such apocalyptic times. Seeing Yuan Jun and Tang Hao inspired an inexplicable sense of familiarity and trust. Brother, I'll take Sister Qingsheng upstairs. Ouyang Mimi, observing Tang Hao's silence, lowered her voice again, this time sweetly omitting the little in her address. With no other option, Tang Hao nodded at Yi Qingsheng and her assistant, saying, You 2 go ahead. Banking and Tyre's son moved forward, but Tang Hao raised a hand, coldly stating, There's no room left. The rest of you should get on the vehicles over there. Kid, how can there be no room with so few of you? Tyre's son approached, speaking in broken Zhongxia, his large hand reaching out toward Tang Hao's shoulder. Before his dark hand could make contact, Tang Hao had already seized it with surprising speed. In the next instant, a cry of pain escaped Tyreson's lips as he felt his hand caught in a vice-like grip, his towering frame shrinking by 5 centimeters. Chapter 22. A crippling kick, however. In the subsequent instant, Tyson's left hand clenched into a fist, hurtling it towards Tang Hao. Despite having previously witnessed Tang Hao's brutal dispatch of the mutated wolves, Tyson, now an evolved being himself, and a power type at that, possessed a strength nearing 600 pounds. He believed that with a weapon like a machete, he could easily eliminate those mutated canines. Being unexpectedly seized and subdued had elicited an involuntary cry of pain and utter humiliation in Tyson and Oppos, his eyes. He sought to retaliate by pummeling this yellow-skinned monkey. Yet, his fist remained a fraction of a second too slow. Sensing the impending assault, Tang Hao sneered. The hand gripping Tyson's own clenched with sudden, brutal force. A distinct crack echoed as Tang Hao snapped the 5 fingers of Tyson's right hand. The excruciating pain sapped the power from Tyson's left fist, altering its trajectory. Instead of striking Tang Hao's head, it landed harmlessly on his right shoulder. Dai Guiqiu, still seated in the excavator, along with Wei Yong and Chun Jun, who had emerged from the other vehicles, furrowed their brows in unison. Why didn't their leader evade? With his capabilities, evasion or a simple block would have been effortless, rendering Tyson's attack futile. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Hao had deliberately absorbed the blow to justify a severe counterattack. Facing this degenerate who had humiliated Yi Qingsheng in the previous timeline, Tang Hao would have eliminated him outright if not for the present company. Tyson's punch landed, feeling as if his fist had struck a steel pillar encased in layers of aged leather. Had his power not been diminished, the sheer force of the reverberation would have injured his own hand. The next moment, Tyson beheld a chillingly murderous glint in the young man's eyes. Before he could react, a searing pain erupted in his abdomen, propelling him skyward. Tang Hao's kick had been unleashed with unrestrained force, 1,000 pounds of raw power. It sent Tyson's 200-pound frame soaring through the air for 8 meters. He landed with a sickening thud. Agony consumed Tyson's abdomen, as if his very entrails had been ruptured. His once imposing frame contorted into a fetal position, guttural moans escaping his lips, tears and mucus streaming from his face, while excrement soiled the ground beneath him. Everyone stood in stunned silence. No one had anticipated such a violent turn of events. Yi Qingchang gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, her eyes wide with shock as she beheld Tyson writhing on the ground. Tyson's strength was undeniable. He had single-handedly dispatched over 15 zombies during their descent from the 51st floor. Had they not been forced to flee due to the escalating number of zombies, Tyson's power would have grown even further, potentially enabling all 6 of them to evolve. Yet this formidable figure had been felled, seemingly crippled, his body defiled. Just how powerful was this young man? Despite her dissatisfaction with her black bodyguard, Yi Qingchang couldn't deny that she had caught him leering at her with a disturbing glint in his eyes on more than one occasion. She had twice requested a replacement from her employer, but to no avail. Tyson was the star of their partner security firm, bound by a 3-year contract. Replacing him would incur a hefty penalty, a cost the employer was unwilling to bear. With only a few months remaining, they would simply have to endure, adding a 3rd bodyguard to the existing 2. However, personal feelings aside, Tyson was still under her charge, and Yi Qingchang felt compelled to intervene. "Sir, if my associate has offended you, I offer my apologies. However, was such excessive force truly necessary?" "Excessive?" Tang Hao scoffed, his voice laced with scorn. "In these dire times, how should we deal with a thug assaulting a police officer?" Wu Yong, enlighten them. Wu Yong, quick on the uptake, snapped to attention, delivering a crisp salute. "Reporting, sir. The response depends on the situation. Minor offenses warrant 15 days of detention. Severe offenses can be met with lethal force on the spot. Assaulting a police officer?" Yi Qingcheng and Banking exchanged bewildered glances. They knew Tang Hao wasn't an Oppos, a police officer, but the others didn't, and Oppos. The sight of Tang Hao and his men in full SWAT gear, accompanied by armored vehicles, was convincing enough. Moreover, during their desperate escape, Tyson had been the most reluctant of the group. Now, with zombies closing in once more, their survival hinged on these officers. Several individuals immediately began to denounce Tyson, solidifying his guilt. A wry smile crept onto Yi Qingcheng's face, tinged with a hint of satisfaction. "I apologize for intervening without understanding the situation." Tang Hao cut her off. "Enough. Get in the vehicles. The zombies care not for thugs or saviors." Just then, Wang Xiaoping and Pang, who arrived in 2 cars, A short distance away, a dozen zombies lumbered towards them, with more swarming in from the periphery. Qingsheng, let's go. Ouyang Mimi urged, pulling Yi Qingsheng along, while beckoning her assistant, Zhao Xiaoye, to hasten. Yi Qingsheng turned back. Zhao Hai, Zhao Xiaoye and Amp, Oppos, as cousin and one of Yi Qingsheng and Amp, Oppos, as bodyguards, understood her meaning. He rushed to Tyson and Oppos' side, reaching out to help him up, but Tang Hao and Oppos' cold voice halted him. We don and Oppos' harbor ungrateful scum. Zhao Hai and Oppos' hand froze momentarily. Then, he withdrew it, retrieving a fruit knife from his waist, placing it beside Tyson before patting him on the shoulder and striding away. Leaving Tyson a weapon for self-defense was the height of generosity. Had it been Wang Tao, the other bodyguard, Zhao Hai would have risked everything to save him, for they were compatriots. But Tyson, with his arrogance and reliance on brute strength, had never held Zhao Hai and Wang Tao in high regard. At that moment, no one spared a second glance at the writhing figure on the ground. The survivors scrambled into the vehicles, fighting for space. Apart from Yi Qingsheng and Zhao Xiaoye, the remaining 19 individuals, including Zhao Hai, piled into the 4 cars procured by Yuan Jun and the others. Chapter 23. Tyson's mutation. Tyson slowly sat up, his gaze fixed on the receding convoy. A chilling glint flickered in his eyes. He had been careless, never imagining Tang Hao possessed such formidable strength. He had narrowly avoided being crippled by that kick. Tyson's constitution was exceptional, especially after evolving into a Tier 1 evolver. His physique had undergone a qualitative transformation. Despite this, Tang Hao and Oppos' kick had nearly cost him his life, almost leaving him permanently disabled. With his left hand, he grasped the deformed fingers of his right hand. A series of snaps echoed as he reset each of the fractured digits. The mere act caused beads of cold sweat to form on Tyson's forehead. A guttural growl emanated as 2 zombies lunged at him. He seized a fruit knife from the ground and, with swift strokes, slashed at their legs, felling them. Corpse blood splattered as the blade plunged into their skulls. After a minute, he extracted a sliver of silvery crystal from the zombies' bodies and swallowed it whole. By this time, 8 or 9 more zombies had descended upon him, engulfing the already struggling Tyson. 2 minutes later, a low howl pierced the air. Zombies were flung aside as a figure covered in blood and gore rose to its feet. Several bloodied wounds marked its body, the result of scratches and bites from the undead. A pair of crimson eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Dai Guiqiu expertly maneuvered the large excavator, clearing away the abandoned vehicles blocking their path. The thunderous noise attracted the attention of the wandering zombies on either side of the road. Fortunately, the convoy maintained a pace that, while not fast, was still quicker than the average Tier 0 zombie. However, as the number of abandoned vehicles increased and the cacophony of sounds intensified, more and more zombies were roused. Many had already begun to swarm the convoy. Yuan Jun, Wu Yong, Qian Zheng, and Xin Jun had all dismounted and begun to engage the zombies. Peng Hu and Wang Xiaoping remained in their respective linked MPVs, each loaded with weapons and ammunition, unable to join the fray. Tang Hao brought his vehicle to a halt and turned to Yi Qingsheng. You drive, he instructed. He opened the door and stepped out. Ouyang Mimi followed suit. Tang Hao gripped a dagger in each hand, ready to confront the approaching zombies. A delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and he frowned. He slightly turned his head, glancing at the exquisite face beside him. Do you have a death wish? Get back inside, he said coldly. Yi Qingsheng ignored his words and reached out her slender, jade-like hand, grasping the dagger in Tang Hao's left hand. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes as she declared, I grew up in a military compound until I was 12. I was the leader of a group of kids back then, and none of the boys my age could beat me. Tang Hao was taken aback. He had forgotten that this woman, though a renowned celebrity in Xia, was also a 4th-generation military descendant and one of the top 17 powerhouses in Xia in his previous life. Tang Hao released the dagger and, feigning a reach inside his jacket, produced a silenced pistol. He handed the fully loaded weapon to Yi Qingsheng. Protect yourself, he said softly. Yi Qingsheng's beautiful eyes sparkled. With practiced ease, she ejected the magazine, confirmed the 10 rounds within, and reinserted it with a click. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Tang Hao was once again astonished. As a fourth-generation military descendant, she was clearly familiar with this type of weapon. If that was the case, then he had nothing to worry about. He darted forward. A second dagger had materialized in his left hand. With a flurry of blades, zombies fell, their skulls shattered. Zhao Xiaoya accelerated the Jian Tiger armored vehicle forward. A wave of shock washed over Yi Qingsheng. She had witnessed Tang Hao's battle with the mutated wolves from 300 meters away, but the use of binoculars had created a sense of detachment. Now, witnessing the battle up close, the impact was immense. Beside her, Ouyang Mimi wielded a dagger in each hand, her movements fluid and ethereal as she weaved through the zombies. With each flash of steel, another zombie fell. Her efficiency was nearly on par with Tang Hao's. So powerful, she thought. These two are far stronger than Zhao Hai and Wang Tao, who have already evolved into Tier 1 evolvers. No wonder Tyson was defeated by this young man's kick. A surge of fighting spirit coursed through Yi Qingsheng's veins. She gripped her dagger and charged forward. With a swift motion, she plunged the blade into the chest of a zombie. However, the zombie seemed impervious to pain. Its bruised arms flailed, reaching for Yi Qingsheng. Alarmed, she quickly retreated, but the zombie was too fast. Its claws were mere centimeters from her face. Suddenly, a severed arm arced through the air, the claws flying past Yi Qingsheng's forehead. Her face paled instantly. For a moment, she had felt the chill of death. The zombie in Oppo's weak point is its head. Only by destroying the brain can you truly kill it. Tang Hao and Oppo's voice cut through the air. Yi Qingsheng exhaled deeply. So that was it. That was why Tang Hao and Ouyang Mimi were targeting the zombies' heads. Just then, 3 zombies lunged at her, emitting low growls. Yi Qingsheng raised her left hand. 3 shots rang out, each striking a zombie squarely in the head. Not bad, Tang Hao commented as he continued to dispatch the undead. For some reason, Yi Qingsheng felt a blush creep onto her pale cheeks at the young man's words. After swiftly slicing open the chests of the fallen zombies and collecting 23 evolution crystals, Tang Hao turned and sprinted toward the front of the convoy. Without waiting for Zhao Xiaoya to stop, he yanked open the rear door and leaped inside. He then retrieved 4 evolution crystals, handing 2 to Yi Qingsheng and 2 to Zhao Xiaoya. Yi Qingsheng had killed 7 or 8 zombies, and these were their deserved spoils. Tang Hao wouldn't have minded giving them all 6, but he suspected the 2 women wouldn't want to endure 3 minutes of agony in front of him. Besides, Zhao Xiaoya had to drive. They each swallowed 2 crystals to enhance their physical attributes. They could evolve properly back at the Yunjing University Library. He suspected the 2 women would prefer that. Zhao Xiaoya was surprised that she was allowed to consume the miraculous crystals. She accepted them and thanked Tang Hao repeatedly. No need to thank me. Thank Miss Yi. These zombies were her kills. I merely collected the crystals, Tang Hao replied indifferently. The convoy continued its journey, with Tang Hao, Yi Qingsheng, and Ouyang Mimi occasionally dismounting to clear out hordes of zombies. Chapter 24. The Cruel Apocalypse Boss, 200 meters ahead at the intersection on the left. There's the Special Police family compound. Li Li, Mu Weining, and Yuan Jiangwo have family there. Can we pause for a moment to rescue their loved ones? Yuan Jun rushed over and added, I heard from the old squad leader that Wu Yong seems to have relatives inside as well. Tang Hao furrowed his brow. At this moment, to halt their rescue efforts would undoubtedly invite a horde of zombies. Yet, if they did not act, Li Li, Mu Weining, and others were driving a special vehicle filled with supplies. Wu Yong also had family trapped within, though the act of saving lives came with peril. The Special Police family compound likely housed a number of off-duty officers. If they could recruit them, it would bolster their strength significantly. Save them. Tang Hao made a swift decision. He pulled out 2 evolution crystals and handed them to Ouyang Miming. You stay behind and let them evolve. With that, he opened the car door and leaped out, leaving behind Ouyang Miming, Chen Jun, Dai Guiqiu, Wang Xiaoping, and Qian Zheng. Each was equipped with a police radio, instructing Dai Guiqiu and Chen Jun to coordinate the personnel to continue forward. Tang Hao led Li Li, Mu Weining, Yuan Jun, Wu Yong, Peng Hu Zhaohai, and Wang Tao, 8 in total, down the road towards the Special Police family compound. Though it was called a compound, this was actually the third family residence of the special police, with only 72 households, many of which were retirees. Fortunately, the 5 individuals Tang Hao rescued, including Wu Yong's relatives, resided within this compound. Upon entering the compound, they were greeted by the sight of several elderly zombies, clearly in their 60s or 70s, feasting on a corpse. Zhao, Uncle Zhao, Aunt's son, Uncle Zhang. Despite their transformation into zombies, Li Li and Mu Weining instantly recognized these figures. At Tang Hao's nod, Yuan Jun, Wu Yong, and Pang who stepped forward, swiftly dispatching the elderly zombies. Father, mother, sister-in-law, Kuei Kuei. Mu Weining's anguished cries pierced the air. Upon opening a door, she was met with the horrifying sight of 3 zombies gnawing at the lifeless body of a child, her 4-year-old nephew, while the zombies were none other than his parents and sister-in-law. The tragic scene of grandparents and a mother turned into zombies brutally tearing apart their grandchild was laid bare before them. Even someone as strong as Mu Weining crumbled to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. Yuan Jun and Wu Yong and Appo's eyes reddened in response. Tang Hao, sensing the urgency, swiftly moved in, his dagger finding its mark in the back of the zombies and Appo's heads. Everyone, pull yourselves together. This is the apocalypse. The era of peace is gone forever. If we wish to survive in this brutal world and prevent such tragedies from occurring, pick up your weapons, kill as many zombies as you can, and save the survivors. Kill! Yuan Jun roared, akin to a raging beast, as he kicked open doors, fiercely slashing at the zombies inside. Wu Yong howled to the heavens, his form rapidly expanding, fully transforming into a beast. Father, mother, sister-in-law, Kuei Kuei, rest in peace. Mu Weining wiped her tears away, kneeling to bow her head 3 times in mourning. In the next moment, the sound of gunfire erupted from a nearby room. The 8 of them acted swiftly, searching the 4 dilapidated apartment buildings and the 72 households in just 4 minutes, ultimately rescuing 8 survivors, 2 elderly, 3 young adults, and 3 children. Among the young adults was Li Li's brother, Li Liang, whose presence had ensured their survival. Fortunately, Yuan Zhangwo's daughter-in-law and grandson had also made it through, but his wife and son had perished. Tragically, his son had to slay his own mother after she turned into a zombie, only to be caught himself thereafter. Knowing he would soon become a zombie, he locked himself out, discarding the keys to protect his wife and child. Chun Feng's and Wu Yong's relatives had not been spared either. This rescue mission deeply impressed upon Yuan Jun and Chun Jun the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Without hesitation, Tang Hao instructed Pang Hu, Zhao Hai, and Wang Tao to each carry a child and return quickly. On the way back, Mu Weining fought fiercely, unleashing her fury upon the zombies in her path. Yuan Jun, Chun Jun, and Wu Yong transformed into relentless reapers, continuously vanquishing the zombies they encountered. In a mere 11 minutes, they returned to their convoy, swiftly dispatching the dozen zombies that had followed them, collecting 8 evolution crystals. Tang Hao was the last to join the group, opening the door and jumping inside, only to be met with a pungent odor of decay. Everyone has evolved, splendid, without needing to see. The overpowering stench emanating from beside and in front of him confirmed that Yi Qingcheng and Zhao Xiaoye had successfully transformed into evolved beings. Yi Qingcheng had not anticipated that after consuming her 3rd silver crystal, her body would expel such a multitude of impurities, the foul smell making her feel nauseous. The evolution had lasted a staggering 6 minutes, almost twice as long as Zhao Xiaoye's. Once she regained her composure, more zombies approached. Ouyang miming exited the vehicle, with Zhao Xiaoye taking the wheel. Yi Qingcheng also disembarked, firing the last 4 bullets from her silencer before slaying 3 zombies and rejoining Ouyang miming in the vehicle. Before she could clean herself, Tang Hao entered the car. Upon hearing his words, Yi Qingcheng's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As a national goddess, she had never appeared so disheveled. Tang Hao produced a bottle of mineral water and a box of tissues, as if by magic, handing them to her. Momentarily stunned, Yi Qingcheng's face turned even redder as she quickly accepted them. Unscrewing the cap, she took a sip of water, dampened several tissues, and wiped her face. instantly turning them black. Tang Hao, however, was preoccupied, his attention drawn to the system notification. Ding! Soul crystals have reached 500. Would you like to expand storage space? Tang Hao felt elated and opened the system, but just 3 breaths later, his expression changed drastically. The soul crystals were rapidly increasing. 502. 1. 503. 3. 504. 5. While the growth of soul crystals was generally beneficial, the convoy was currently moving, and no one had exited the vehicle to slay zombies. The only source of kills was the large excavator clearing the path, occasionally crushing a zombie under the debris. Most concerning was that Tang Hao noticed a shift in the number of his followers, decreasing from 224 to 222, then 220, 219. Their convoy had not suffered any casualties, so the losses must have occurred among the members in the library. Something had happened in the library. A chill ran through Tang Hao and Appo's body. The library held Qian Muxue, Zhang Ziahe, Zhao Yimiao, and nearly 200 others. What could have transpired to cause fatalities among them? Something has gone wrong at the library. Miming, come with me. Tang Hao urged Ouyang Miming, pushing open the car door and leaping out. Ouyang Miming's face turned pale. Is something wrong at the library? Chapter 25. The library incident. Tang Hao swiftly led Ouyang Mimi, their figures darting away like startled prey. Behind them, Yi Qingsheng, who had just disembarked, watched their cheetah-like speed with a mix of astonishment and admiration. She too had evolved, achieving the rare dual specialization of speed and firearms expertise. Such dual evolution is exceedingly rare, making her a unique entity among the evolved. This was a significant reason why, in her previous life, Yi Qingsheng, despite lagging behind the divine progeny for half a month, managed to ascend to the ranks of top-tier powerhouses. This time, however, due to the butterfly effect triggered by Tang Hao and his companions, she had advanced to an evolved state a full 2 weeks earlier. It was evident that this incarnation of Yi Qingsheng would prove to be even more formidable than her past self. Yet at this moment, her eyes reflected nothing but profound shock. It was clear that Tang Hao and Ouyang Mimi were undoubtedly second-level evolved beings. Such incredible speed was unattainable for anyone below that rank. The news of turmoil at the library sent shockwaves through Yuan Jun, Dai Guoqiu, Qin Jun, and the others. Quick, accelerate, Dai Guoqiu commanded, pushing the massive excavator to its limits. The great shovel clanged as it cleared the vehicles obstructing their path. None of them doubted Tang Hao and Appo's words. Their leader had declared that trouble was brewing at the library, and they accepted this without question. Lacking the speed of Tang Hao and Ouyang Mimi, they were entrusted with all the weapons and equipment from the rear. These would be their lifeline in this brutal post-apocalyptic world, equally as vital as the library itself. They were determined to return safely with the equipment and the personnel. At the Yunjing University Library, chaos erupted. The entrance hall on the first floor had fallen, and an alarming sight greeted those inside. More than 30 enormous rats had invaded. The smallest among them was the size of a cat, while the largest stretched an astonishing 2.5 feet long, including a tail that added another 2 feet, making an impressive 4.5 feet in total. Their once slender claws now resembled cruel scythes, and their razor-sharp fangs could sever the alloy legs of chairs with a single bite. This was a horde of mutated rats, with the leader having reached first-tier evolution. These mutated creatures moved with incredible speed, leaping high and biting down, creating a gaping wound in a young man's neck. In the brief span of a minute, as Qian Muxue, Zhang Ying, and others rushed down the stairs, 9 out of the 16-member station on the first floor had already perished. This was only mitigated by the presence of 3 evolved individuals, Zhang Xiaohua, Zhao Yimiao, and Zhao Yu. Qian Muxue descended like the wind, her hands a blur as ice arrows shot forth like lightning. 3 of the mutated rats, caught off guard, were struck by the arrows. Though they did not explode upon impact, they were sent tumbling, their bodies encased in thick layers of ice. In the next instant, the beastified Zhao Yimiao charged like a raging beast, his massive claws crashing down, splattering blood as 3 rats were reduced to mere pulp. Jiang Ying and Yuan Min swiftly joined the fray, launching wind blades that sliced through the air. All non-evolved, retreat to the second floor. Zhang Xiaohua shouted as he unleashed a barrage of fireballs, issuing a command to fall back. The members behind Zhang Xiaohua and Zhao Yu hastily retreated upstairs. The first-tier mutated rat, initially surveying the battlefield like a king, was taken aback as a fierce woman burst forth from the group, instantly decimating 3 of its minions. This provoked a furious response from the mutated rat. With a crack, the tile shattered beneath its claws as it lunged towards Qian Muxue with the speed of a flash. Qian Muxue's eyes flared with lethal intent. Tang Hao had entrusted her with the lives of so many, yet failures had begun to accumulate. First, Luo Jijun had taken 11 members out without permission. Zhang Xiaohua and Zhao Yimiao, accompanied by 6 others, had gone in search of them, only to attract a horde of these savage rats. In just a minute, they had caused 9 deaths, and including those Zhang Xiaohua had taken, the total was 12. Damn rats! Upon reaching second-tier evolution, Qian Mushue's perception sharpened further. Even though the first-tier mutated rat was capable of sprinting at 20 meters per second, she could still track its movements. With a flick of her wrists, 8 ice arrows flew forth like a deadly net. However, to her astonishment, the rat's glossy black fur shimmered, and the arrows that struck it simply slid off as though hitting a slick surface, dealing it no harm. In the next moment, the first-tier mutated rat leaped high, its enormous maw filled with sharp teeth aimed at Qian Muxue. Shuejia, Zhang Xiaohua, Zhao Yimiao, and Zhang Ying cried out in alarm, witnessing the imminent danger to her life. Suddenly, a shimmering blue water barrier materialized. The rat's teeth clamped down, but failed to breach the protective layer. Instead, it was sent sprawling backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Zhang Xiaohua and the others stood dumbfounded. What skill was this? The defensive power of that water barrier was astonishing. Zhao Yimiao reacted swiftly, charging him like a giant beast, his fist raised to strike the first-tier mutated rat. Rather than evade, the rat met the blow head-on, its fierce eyes flashing with rage. It propelled itself upward with powerful hind legs, colliding with Zhao Yimiao's fist. A strange black aura enveloped them both, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The 2 figures were immediately thrust apart, one soaring upward and the other crashing downward. The first-tier mutated rat landed hard, shattering a 1-meter square tile beneath it, blood seeping from its mouth and nose. It was evident that it had sustained injuries from Zhao Yimiao's formidable punch. Meanwhile, Zhao Yimiao staggered back, his right arm trembling and bloodied, aghast at the brute strength of the rat. Just then, a fireball exploded as Zhang Xiaohua seized a moment to attack. Knowing they could not afford to allow the mutated rat to recover, they pressed their advantage. Despite its quick reflexes, the rat could not completely evade the flames, suffering burns as its sleek black fur singed. This enraged the first-tier mutated rat, which let out a piercing shriek. Suddenly, nearly 30 mutated rats remaining in the lobby emitted a cacophony of squeaks, swiftly charging towards Qian Muxue, Zhao Yimiao, Zhang Xiaohai, and Zhao Yu, launching a fierce assault. The 4, along with Zhang Ying and Yuan Min, who stood on a slightly elevated step, united to mount a counterattack. Chapter 26. Slaying the Mutated Rat's Hiss. Hiss, hiss. Zhao Yimiao and Zhao Yu bore numerous bloody marks upon their bodies. At this moment, Wang Guoqing and Lu Yun, both evolved beings, along with several others, stood anxiously in the expansive staircase on the second floor. These mutated rats were exceedingly ferocious. Although both were evolved, they had specialized in speed evolution, and their inherent frailty meant that their enhancements paled in comparison to Zhao Yu and Qian Zheng, who also evolved in speed. Furthermore, neither had participated in combat thus far. They could only stand above, anxious like the rest. Damn it, these rats! Cursed a male student, clutching a medium-sized knife. This is all caused by that scoundrel Luo Jijun. And now we are the ones suffering. The speaker was Zhang Xiaohai. One of the 3 survivors Zhao Yimiao had previously taken to search for Luo Jijun and others. Are we all going to die here? A female voice trembled with tears. Stop saying such nonsense. We won't. The leader will protect us. Lu Yun replied sternly. Qian Muxue stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Zhao Yu, and commanded coldly, "Retreat to the second floor." With swift movements, she launched a flurry of ice arrows. Despite knocking several mutated rats back, Zhao Yimiao found himself unable to dash forward and eliminate them with a single strike as he had done before. There were simply too many mutated rats ahead. Only Zhang Xiaohai's fireballs could inflict significant damage to the frozen rats, incinerating 2 of them in succession. Though Jiang Ying and Yuan Min and Appo's wind blades could provide some obstruction, they failed to slay the mutated rats, whose fur possessed an uncanny ability to dissipate force. Even a direct hit would only leave minor wounds, and their evolutionary enhancements had significantly boosted their self-healing abilities. After being struck by the wind blades, the rats would roll backward and spring back to life, as vigorous as ever. Zhang Xiaohai felt a surge of urgency. He could distinctly sense his mental energy nearing depletion. Qian Muxue was equally fraught with anxiety, bearing the brunt of both defense and offense, even more so than the towering Zhao Yimiao beside her. This resulted in a staggering drain on her mental strength. Elemental evolved beings, be it fire, earth, wind, or water, each casting their spells such as fireballs, ice arrows, or wind blades, incurred a toll on their mental energy. "Xiaomi, hurry up," Tang Hao urged urgently. Ouyang Miming was equally alarmed. Although she was invisible, she was also a speed evolver. Especially now that she had reached level 2, her swiftness rivaled the fastest creatures on Earth before the apocalypse, the cheetah. To her astonishment, she noticed that Tang Hao and Appo's speed surpassed her own. The distance between them, initially 2 meters, had now widened to over 20. "You go ahead, I'll be there shortly," Ouyang Miming insisted as they neared the school gate. "All right." Tang Hao nodded without hesitation and darted forward, rushing past the school gate like a whirlwind. In the next moment, a tremor coursed through Tang Hao's heart as he heard the thunderous roar emanating from the library. "Gulme, Di." Zhao Yimiao's blood surged within him. Even if he were to perish, he would protect Qian Muxue alongside Tang Hao. He lunged at the first-tier mutated rat, the leader of the pack. If he could slay this giant rat, the others would pose no threat. With the capabilities of Qian Muxue and the others, even if they could not annihilate the enemy, they could at least drive the remaining ones away. Zhao Yimiao and Appo's eyes turned crimson. At this moment, he was resolved to fight to the death, even willing to perish alongside the giant rat. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. Zhao Yimiao and Appo's massive form was sent tumbling backward, while the first-tier mutated giant rat was also flung away. Crash! The tiles beneath them shattered once more, and the dried blood at the rat's mouth seeped anew, its eyes igniting with fierce malevolence. As it crouched low, poised to retaliate, a profound sense of danger surged within it. Instinctively, the first-tier mutated rat darted to the side. With a crisp sound, a dagger sliced through the air from outside, shattering the tiles and embedding itself into the hard concrete floor below. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted like thunder. Die! Tang Hao surged into the hall like a tempest. Slicing sounds echoed as the blade struck flesh, and in an instant, 6 of the agile and powerful mutated rats were reduced to 12 severed corpses. Leader. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohai, Zhao Yimiao, Zhao Yuzhong, and even Lu Yun and Luan Guqing, standing at the staircase's entrance, all widened their eyes in ecstatic disbelief. Squeak! The first-tier mutated rat let out a piercing shriek. But this time, its command was not to attack, but to flee. The newly arrived human was far too formidable. If they remained, all of them would likely meet their demise here. Attempting to escape, a glint of cold, murderous intent flashed in Tang Hao and Appo's eyes. On the ground, the 9 corpses were starkly evident, and the hall was awash with blood. Zhao Yimiao's beastly form bore at least a dozen horrifying wounds, deep enough to see bone. On the steps, Zhao Yu too bore several wounds, as did Zhang Xiaohai. Die, all of you! Tang Hao roared, his terrifying speed surpassing that of the cheetah as he surged forth, his daggers dancing like the wind, slicing through another 4 mutated rats, cleaving them in half. Yet still, a dozen more rats hastily fled. In a flash, 7 or 8 mutated rats dashed out the front doors of the hall, racing toward the exit. followed closely by a first-tier mutated rat, as large as a dog. Just as the foremost rat felt a surge of triumph at being the first to escape. A gust of wind swept by, and a blade appeared out of thin air, slicing it cleanly in two. Oof. A delicate snort followed as another blade swept by, this time only opening a gruesome 3-inch gash on the back of a mutated rat. Ouyang miming had not anticipated that a mutated rat no larger than a cat could possess such tremendous force in its desperate flight. With her impressive strength of over 330 pounds, she nearly lost her grip on the police dagger, stepping back as a result. Thus, her left-hand strike failed to slay another mutated rat. Chapter 27. Supporting a piece of heaven. Tang Hao swiftly darted forward. The first-tier mutated rat was undoubtedly the culprit. The dagger glinted. The first-tier mutated rat sensed the impending danger. With a shrill cry, it emitted a desperate squeal. Suddenly, 2 mutated rats leapt towards Tang Hao, seeking to bite him. With a swift motion, Tang Hao slashed backward with his left-hand dagger, slicing the attacking rat in two, while his right foot executed a powerful kick, sending the other rat flying. The dagger in his right hand descended like the wind. A long, whip-like tail lashed out. Crack! The blade grazed the tail, which was as flexible as a steel whip. Despite the cutting force, Tang Hao's tactical armor sleeve was torn apart. Yet, in the next instant with a sharp snap, the tail of the first-tier mutated rat was severed. Although it lost its tail, the rat escaped with its life, darting into the darkness outside, evading even the hasty slash from Ouyang miming. Just as Tang Hao was about to pursue, a loud thud echoed behind him. As Zhao Yimiao and Zhang Xiaohua both staggered and fainted, Tang Hao was taken aback and quickly turned around. Meanwhile, Ouyang miming also flashed towards him. Several mutated rats vanished at astonishing speed. Zhao Yimiao lay on the ground, reverting from his beastly form, revealing his true self. But the gruesome wounds on his body were shocking. "Doctor! Nurse!" Tang Hao shouted, recalling that among the dozens he had rescued along with Wang Xiaoping and Lu Ying, there were indeed medical professionals, including one with a first aid kit. As he called out, 2 women rushed down. Another young woman dashed towards the 3rd floor, evidently to fetch the medical kit. Ouyang miming hurried up the stairs, and by the time the 2 women reached Zhao Yimiao, she had already descended with a first aid kit in hand. His injuries were grave, and the wounds were infected, necessitating a substantial amount of antibiotics. At 36 years old, Dr. Sikong Linglin swiftly cleaned the wounds while urgently instructing. Simultaneously, at 25, Lu Shasha examined Zhang Xiaohua, assuring Tang Hao that he was merely suffering from exhaustion and would regain consciousness after a short rest. Xiaohua, Qian Mushue's face turned pale. Her mental energy was nearly depleted, yet her heart brimmed with guilt. Tang Hao stepped forward, embracing her gently. "Sister Shui, you did wonderfully. It was you, the dumplings Xiaohua, Zhao Yu, Ying, and Yuan Min who saved everyone. Without your desperate resistance, Miming and I would have been futile in our rescue." Tears streamed down Qian Mushue's cheeks, her delicate form suddenly going limp, fainting before Tang Hao. "Miming!" Tang Hao cried out. Ouyang miming immediately moved forward, cradling Qian Mushue in her arms. Old Yuan, Lu Yun, organized the personnel to clear this area. With a swift motion, Tang Hao summoned weapons, a pair of crossbows, 2 steel hunting arrows, 3 tranquilizer guns, and 5 submachine guns materialized on the ground. Zhao Yu, Jiang Ying organized the personnel to secure this location. Soon, Yuan Jun and Chun Jun will return. With another glance at Ouyang miming, he whispered, "Take good care of your sister." Ouyang miming nodded earnestly. Tang Hao dashed away. He recalled there were 2 clinics at the school gate. Although Zhao Yimiao was an evolved being with a far sturdier physique than the average person, his injuries were severe, and he was sure if Zhao Yimiao could endure. However, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Tang Hao would not surrender. In a whirlwind, he arrived at the 2 clinics. They were less than 20 meters apart, both now closed. One had securely locked its shutter, but the other had a noticeable gap of 2 inches from the ground, indicating it had not fully shut. Tang Hao rushed to this unsealed clinic and swiftly lifted the shutter, only to be met by a dark figure bursting forth. With a swift kick, he sent the figure flying. Pressing his left hand against the wall, the lights illuminated the interior of the small clinic. The figure he had kicked was a mutated dog. Once a pampered poodle, now the size of a large yellow dog. This level of mutated canine was nowhere near as formidable as the previous mutated wolf dogs, even less lethal than the mutated rats. This poodle had been severely injured by Tang Hao's kick, lying on its back, gasping for breath. Yet, this seemingly weak creature had tragically bitten its elderly owners to death. Tang Hao remembered that this clinic was operated by a retired couple of doctors. He swiftly dispatched the mutated poodle, avenging the elderly couple. Following this, Tang Hao gathered supplies. His system storage had a capacity of 22 cubic meters, originally filled to about 60%. After collecting the weapons, he still had nearly half of the space available. In this apocalyptic world, food, water, and weaponry were undoubtedly crucial. But medications were equally vital. He thoroughly cleared the clinic of all its medicinal supplies and, finding some surplus, rushed to the other clinic for another sweep. While packing, the system alerted him that the storage was full. Without hesitation, Tang Hao accessed the system, discovering his soul crystal point had reached 765. 3. Spending 500 soul crystals, he expanded the storage to 32 cubic meters, filling it with the remaining medications. Upon exiting, he heard a rumble. Looking towards the sound, he spotted a massive excavator approaching 400 meters away, followed by a convoy. Dai Guoqiu, Yuan Jun, and Yi Qingsheng had returned. Tang Hao chose not to wait, but sped directly towards the library. At his current speed, he could reach the library in less than half a minute, while Yuan Jun and Yi Qingsheng would take at least 6 or 7 minutes, if not 10. With a flourish, Tang Hao shook the large bag he carried, revealing a small pile of medications. At that moment, Qian Muxue and Zhang Xiaohua had regained consciousness, though their faces still bore pallor. Dr. Sikong Linglin had identified the necessary medications, while Lu Shasha began preparing and administering injections and 4 fluids simultaneously. The ground had been cleaned, and the bodies of the 9 deceased members along with the mutated rats had been removed, with all evolution crystals extracted from the rats. Mutated beasts differ from zombies. The 0-tier zombies yield evolution crystals at a rate of approximately 50, whereas mutated beasts almost guarantee a 100 yield. This time, they had slain 17 mutated rats, acquiring 15 evolution crystals, with 2 lost. One burned by Zhang Xiaohua as fireball, and the other crushed by Zhao Yimiao as brute force. Upon seeing Dr. Sikong Linglin's signal that everything was under control, Tang Hao exhaled a sigh of relief. Approaching the pale Qian Muxue, he grasped her delicate hand with his left and embraced her shoulder with his right, feeling a mix of sorrow and relief. He was grateful that he had elevated Qian Muxue's level before departing. Otherwise, this life would have been filled with painful regrets. Leaning against Tang Hao's warm and sturdy chest, Qian Muxue felt her heart finally settle in peace. Even amidst the brutal apocalypse, as long as she could lean against this chest, her heart would be at ease, knowing without uttering a word that even if the sky were to fall, this man by her side would uphold a piece of heaven for her. Chapter 28. Survival in the apocalypse demands evolution. The thunderous roar of a large excavator drew ever closer, ultimately halting at the entrance of the library. Yuan Jun and the others had returned. The arrival of Yi Qingsheng stirred a flurry of excitement. Had it not been for the attack of the mutated rats and the tragic loss of 12 lives, the survivors in the library would surely have organized a grand welcoming ceremony for her. Yet, alas, there were no what-ifs. Despite the fact that nearly 90% of the members were ardent fans of Yi Qingsheng, Zhang Xiaohua, Zhao Yimiao, Zhao Yu, Jiang Ying, and others were veritable zealots, this was no longer a time of peace. The members of the convoy and the survivors in the library alike understood that they now resided in a brutal, blood-soaked apocalypse. Even Zhang Xiaohua merely greeted Yi Qingsheng with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Everyone had become rational. This reality made Yi Qingsheng acutely aware that her status as a superstar no longer shone as brilliantly. This was a savage world, in stark contrast to Yi Qingsheng. The 8 specialized vehicles and an abundance of weaponry and equipment reignited the survivors and oppos, spirits, which had previously been stifled. Armored vehicles, assault rifles, submachine guns, and even anti-tank guns brought hope for survival to all. Boss, we cannot let Luo Jijun and his crew go unpunished. Zhao Yu approached with his hunting crossbow in hand. Previously, only Tang Hao and Ouyang Miming had been present, as Tang Hao had rushed out to assist Zhao Yimiao in gathering medical supplies. Upon his return, he found the boss and the big sister engrossed in their affection, and thus he refrained from interrupting. Now, with Yuan Jun, Chun Jun, and others back, laden with numerous weapons and personnel, Zhao Yu and Oppos' desire for vengeance against Luo Jijun and Oppos' group intensified. Zhao Yu recounted the events in detail. The mutated rats had initially encountered Luo Jijun and Oppos' crew, and when Zhang Xiaohua, Zhao Yimiao, and the other 8 chased them down, Zhang Xiaohua had obliterated 2 smaller mutated rats with fireballs, provoking the wrath of the rat horde. Upon witnessing the first-tier mutated rat charge, Luo Jijun and his 12 companions had disgracefully fled. Zhang Xiaohua and Zhao Yimiao had to retreat to the library, leading to this calamity. Luo Jijun. A chilling, killing intent flickered in Tang Hao's eyes. Luo Jijun and his crew were to be eradicated, but the mutated rats also needed to be exterminated. A small horde of mutated rats had nearly wiped out the members within the library. For the first time, Tang Hao felt a sense of urgency. He had believed that their faction had already produced 3 second-tier evolved beings, an unprecedented speed given that only 8 hours had passed since the apocalypse had begun. In his previous life, the first second-tier evolved being had emerged 11 hours after the apocalypse and Oppos' onset. Yet it was evident that this time there were changes. Fortunately, they had secured an impressive array of weapons and equipment. Aside from the military, few individuals or teams could boast such an arsenal. Wu Yong, Tang Hao called coldly. Boss, Uzong Hatsti ap Butek Tang Hao, Deklading Lao Li. Take this evolve. Tang Hao directly tossed 3 pea-sized evolution crystals to Wu Yong, which had been harvested from the bodies of mutated wolfhounds during a previous operation with the SWAT team. Mu Weining, Li Li. Tang Hao continued, naming 5 members of the SWAT team, as well as Zhao Hai, Wang Tao, Yi Qingsheng, and even Wang Xiaoping and Yuan Jun, each receiving 1 to 3 evolution crystals as rewards. In essence, these individuals were the heroes who had transported such a vast array of weapons and equipment and deserved recognition. Following this, survivors from the library, along with the 3 survivors who had accompanied Zhang Xiaohua, the 7 remaining members in the first floor hall, as well as Jiang Ying, Yuan Min, Sikong Linglin, and Lu Shasha, all received rewards. Zhao Yimiao received the same reward as Wu Yong. However, due to his current physical condition, he would receive compensation later. Notably, Qian Muxue, Ouyang Miming, and Zhang Xiaohua did not receive public rewards. Both Qian Muxue and Ouyang Miming had already evolved to the 2nd tier, and Tang Hao had discerned that their progress was not only swifter but also more efficient in terms of resource consumption, with a significant increase in intimacy. Tang Hao approached Zhang Xiaohua and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Xiaohua, although you fought valiantly against the mutated rats, we can consider it even for now. How's that sound? Sure. Whatever you say. Zhang Xiaohua nodded solemnly. Tang Hao smiled and patted Zhang Xiaohua and Oppos' shoulder once more, channeling a small amount of evolution points into him. Tang Hao stepped back. Everyone watched as Zhang Xiaohua sat down, internally applauding their leader. Almost all knew that. Aside from Qian Muxue and Ouyang Miming, who were family to him, Zhang Xiaohua, Zhao Yimiao, and a few others shared the closest bonds with their leader, having been classmates and even dorm mates. Yet, in this moment, both Qian Muxue and Ouyang Miming received no rewards, nor did Zhang Xiaohua. Their leader was truly selfless, a quality that made him worthy of their loyalty. At that moment, Tang Hao felt the loyalty of more than half of the group increase. Not only those rewarded, but even many who had not received rewards felt their allegiance strengthened. Just then, Zhang Xiaohua's body trembled. A vibrant red glow enveloped him. A surge of flames erupted around him, radiating a powerful aura. This is an evolution. Indeed, Some intense battles that forced one to exhaust all their energy could hasten the awakening of latent potential and prompt early evolution. Xiaohua, your luck is astonishing, Tang Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Amidst the flames, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Tang Hao, and upon seeing a subtle wink from him, a warm current surged through Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Brother, in this life, the next and the one after that, we shall always be the best of brothers. Then a low growl resonated. Everyone turned in the direction of the sound to see Wu Yong's figure swelling at an astounding rate, emanating a terrifying aura akin to that of a waking beast. Wu Yong had successfully ascended to the second tier of evolution. Mu Weining, Li Li, and the 3 survivors who had aided in the rescue, along with 2 from Zhao Yu's Night Watch, had also successfully evolved into first-tier evolved beings. The remaining 5 were merely 1 to 2 evolution crystals away from their own transformations, as long as they could slay more zombies in the upcoming battles and earn rewards. They too could become evolved beings. On the 3rd floor, Wang Xiaoping handed 3 evolution crystals to Lu Ying, whose eyes sparkled with delight. She cupped Wang Xiaoping's face and planted a fervent kiss on him before gleefully dashing away with the 3 crystals. Following the onslaught of mutated rats that night, all survivors in the library understood that in this apocalypse, only by becoming evolved beings could they earn the right to survive. To become an evolved being, one must either slay zombies or possess essential skills, such as exceptional management abilities or formidable medical expertise. As long as one demonstrated a talent that benefited the entire team, they would be rewarded with those extraordinary crystals, gaining immense power or supernatural abilities as evolved beings. Chapter 29. The remnant of beast crystal within the armored vehicle resembling a saber-toothed tiger, Tang Hao and Qian Muxua intertwined their fingers, nestled closely together, quietly savoring this rare moment of tranquility. However, in just a few brief minutes, Tang Hao became aware of Qian Muxua's steady and peaceful breathing. She had already fallen asleep against his chest. It was now 4:17 a.m., the second day since the apocalypse began at 7 p.m. the previous evening. For over 9 hours, Qian Muxua had not closed her eyes, having fought tirelessly until her mental energy was utterly depleted. In this moment, with the sense of security Tang Hao provided, she relaxed completely and drifted into slumber within mere minutes. Tang Hao gently embraced her soft, perfectly elastic figure, and at that moment, his desire to protect the one he cherished intensified and solidified. The escaped pack of mutated rats would not be spared. Ah, the mutated rat crystal. With a thought, a crystal the size of a soybean appeared in his hand. Instantly, the system in Appo's voice echoed once more, ding. Energy crystal detected. Would you like to convert it? After a brief contemplation, Tang Hao chose to convert it. This time, he transformed it into evolution points. The mutated rat crystal vanished, and his evolution points increased by 0.62, nearly double that of the zombie crystal. What is this? Tang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. A new item appeared on the system panel. Beast Crystal Remnant, 0.95. Now, Tang Hao realized that he did not even need to move his finger to select the item. He merely needed to concentrate his mental energy. As his mental energy coalesced, Tang Hao and Appo's mouth fell agape. The Beast Crystal Remnant was indeed a remarkable find. Not only could it rapidly restore mental energy, but it could also simulate the aura of mutated beasts or be used to track their locations. This 0.95 remnant, derived from the mutated rat crystal, could be consumed to locate that pack of mutated rats. However, to utilize this tracking function, a minimum of 2.0 beast crystal remnants was required, and once activated, it consumed 1 point of the remnant per minute. For mental energy restoration, each point of the remnant could replenish 5 mental energy. This was splendid. With this, that group of mutated rats would find it impossible to escape. Just as Tang Hao pondered how to seek retribution against the mutated rats, a solution materialized, and he marveled at the system and Appo's brilliance. Without hesitation, he converted 15 mutated rat crystals into 10. His evolution points surged from 3.55 to 9.56, while the beast crystal remnant rose to 10.15. Additionally, he converted 2 zombie crystals, elevating his evolution points to 10. 22. Thus, if needed, he could instantly elevate his level to 3. Having completed these tasks, Tang Hao was about to close his eyes for a brief rest when he noticed movement from the corner of his eye. He turned slightly to see Wang Xiaoping and Lu Ying stealthily exiting the vehicle and boarding a nearby 4-door MPV. Puzzled, he wondered why they were not resting at this early hour. Moments later, he clearly heard the low growls emanating from Wang Xiaoping's throat and Lu Ying's soft moans. The hefty linked MPV trembled slightly under their actions. Tang Hao felt a wave of frustration. His senses had sharpened significantly since becoming an evolved human, especially now as a level 2 evolved. This acute hearing was no longer a blessing but a torment, particularly with the goddess-level beauty, Qian Muxue, asleep in his arms. Bastard, you actually brought the car here. In that moment, Tang Hao wished he could toss Wang Xiaoping, this shameless fellow, into the skies. Gritting his teeth, he could only maintain his composure, adopting a meditative state of indifference. For a full half hour, as the crimson moon hung in the sky, the battle within the MPV finally ceased as the eastern horizon began to lighten with dawn. The apocalypse had arrived. During the day, the sun and crimson moon would both hang in the sky, creating a surreal spectacle of a golden sun and red moon coexisting. Yet by night, only the crimson moon would remain, devoid of any other stars. On the morning of June 13th, 2028, at 5:48 a.m., Yi Qingqing stirred, her long lashes fluttering as she opened her beautiful eyes. Raising her charming face, she looked at Tang Hao and asked, "How long have I slept?" "An hour and a half," he replied, gazing at her enchanting visage up close. As he leaned down, Qian Muxue shyly turned away, and his lips brushed against her cheek. "I haven't washed up or brushed my teeth," she playfully protested, quickly exiting the vehicle and making her way into the library with long strides. Unbeknownst to Tang Hao, Qian Muxue's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. It was not merely due to her lack of morning hygiene, but rather, in the 5th-floor washroom, as Qian Muxue brushed her teeth, gazing at her stunning reflection in the mirror, a certain scene from someone's tent inexplicably flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to heat up once more. With a light huff, she murmured, "Little rascal. Sister, so early." Ouyang Mimi yawned as she approached. The formidable physique of the evolved humans began to manifest. Zhao Yu and Zhang Xiaohua had fully healed from their injuries, and even Zhao Yimiao showed significant improvement. After more than 2 hours of intravenous therapy, color returned to her face. Following a re-examination by Xikong Linglin, a conclusion emerged that astonished even her. Zhao Yimiao would be completely recovered within 2 days. This revelation brought Tang Hao immense relief. Simultaneously, in the 9-story banquet hall of the 5-star hotel, Xianga Shala, where Yi Qingqing and her companions had previously stayed, a gruesome scene unfolded, transforming the hall into a bloody hell. 13 survivors gazed in terror at the tall black figure at the center of the hall, who, at that moment, appeared to them as a devil more fearsome than the zombies outside. Behind this devil stood 3 smaller, yet equally robust black figures. Tyrelson opened his mouth wide, revealing fang-like teeth, and with a crunch, bit down on an object in his hand, chewing and swallowing it with a sickening crunch. Ugh! The 13 survivors retched in unison. "Devil! You are a devil!" A middle-aged woman screamed in outrage, for what Tyrelson consumed was not a pig's or sheep's leg, but the arm of a woman in her 40s. A living woman had been slaughtered by this devil, her corpse desecrated as he feasted upon her, as if she were a delicacy, forcing the survivors to consume human flesh. Cannibalism, especially the flesh of their own companions, was something they could not fathom. Yet the 4 dark-skinned devils before them committed such an atrocity. "Devil, huh? I relish that title," Tyrelson declared with madness gleaming in his eyes. "You either die or join my devilish ranks of cannibals." Silence enveloped the room. One by one, survivors were brutally slain. After the 4th survivor was dismembered amidst their screams, the remaining 9 completely broke down, tears streaming down their faces as they swallowed the flesh that had been cut from their comrades. The hall echoed with Tyrelson's maniacal laughter. Pieces of zombie crystals were cast aside, Thus, a new bloodthirsty evolutionary faction, one that feasted on surviving humans, was born. Chapter 30. Expanding the Ranks, June 13th, 2028. 5:02 p.m. Ding! The number of subjects has reached 500, and the official rank has advanced to Assistant. Warning. Evolution level insufficient. Unable to obtain 1 point of civil and military evolution points. These points will be credited once the level is adequate. The system's voice echoed once more. A flicker of joy appeared on Tang Hao's face, quickly replaced by astonishment. From 7 in the morning, the team split into two to rescue students from nearby dormitories. At this moment, the number of subjects had reached 500, promoting him to the rank of Assistant, 9th grade. Yet, the system proclaimed that his evolution level was inadequate, preventing him from immediately receiving the reward of 1 civil and military evolution point. In disbelief, he pondered, was it truly necessary to be a level 3 evolver to hold the position of an assistant in ancient times? What dynasty demanded such strength? Nevertheless, the promise of points being credited later as his level increased felt like a temporary deferment. Tang Hao remained unperturbed. After all, he had transformed several zombie crystals throughout the day, accumulating 8 civil and military evolution points. His evolution points had soared to 45. Most notably, the number of soul crystals he had acquired had surpassed 1,000 for the first time, reaching an astonishing 1463. 6 points. He had yet to utilize any of these resources. His intention was to return to the library with this group to recuperate and contemplate the optimal distribution of his gains. After all, with the system at his disposal, any decision made could lead to immediate evolution enhancements. From 7 in the morning until now, a full 10 hours had passed. Other core members had taken turns to rest, yet Tang Hao had worked tirelessly throughout. The results were remarkable. He had slain thousands of zombies and rescued 300 survivors, thereby increasing the team's total number to over 500. As the clock struck 5:40 p.m., Tang Hao gazed upon the cleared hall on the first floor, facing a line of nearly 300 individuals, specifically 296 survivors rescued today. During this rescue operation, 3 members had tragically succumbed to zombie bites, resulting in a total team count of 515 individuals. Addressing the crowd, Tang Hao spoke gravely. "Greetings, I am Tang Hao, the leader of this team. The past day has been a dark and bloody one for you, but I must inform you that even darker days lie ahead. We are not saviors. We do not harbor idlers. If you wish to survive and remain in this team, you must adhere to my directives. Those unable to comply may choose to leave, and I shall not impede your departure. Is there anyone who wishes to leave?" Silence reigned, an oppressive, deathly silence. As Tang Hao had pointed out, the previous day had felt like hell for these individuals. They had witnessed their classmates, teachers, and even loved ones transform into zombies. And they had seen fellow survivors become mere skeletons in the jaws of the undead. Tang Hao's team was formidable. Nearly 100 wore the uniforms of special police, armed with superior weaponry. Most crucially, many within the team were evolvers, and numerous witnesses had seen their comrades transform into superhumans. No, they were called evolvers, after consuming the silver crystals extracted from zombie corpses. To leave now would be tantamount to seeking death. Observing that none of the 296 moved, Tang Hao smiled faintly. Only the foolish would consider departing. "Very well," he stated coldly, "since no one has chosen to leave. It signifies your willingness to join my team and obey my commands. Now, those from Yunjing University, including teaching and support staff, please step forward." Over 20 individuals emerged. 2 young women promptly guided these teachers to Lu Yun for registration. Yunjing University is renowned throughout the nation of Zhongxia, boasting a faculty of exceptional caliber, particularly in electronic information and biological engineering, fields in which they rank among the best in the entire country. The development of communication and biological gene evolution agents is of paramount importance in the post-apocalyptic era, especially the latter, which is crucial for humanity and Oppo's evolution during these dire times. As someone reborn into this world, Tang Hao is acutely aware that Yunjing would soon unveil a source mother evolution crystal, an object of frenzy for all living beings. In his previous life, he had never even laid eyes on such a crystal, but in this life, he was determined to seize it. Following its acquisition, research would be imperative to swiftly develop gene evolution agents, which would require the expertise of the professors at Yunjing University, particularly specialists in biological engineering. To Tang Hao's delight, among the 21 teachers, 2 were indeed experts in biological engineering and members of the National Biological Engineering Laboratory. Zhang Chun approached Tang Hao. Ahem, Mr. Tang, our laboratory director. Professor Tam Li is an authority in biomedicine and the youngest academician in this field. When the apocalypse struck yesterday, she was likely still in the laboratory. Tam Li? The name resonated in Tang Hao's mind. Indeed, in his previous life, one of the leading academicians in the team that developed human gene evolution agents was named Tam Li. He never expected her to be from Yunjing University. 2 minutes later, Tang Hao, accompanied by Zhang Xiaohua, Chun Jun, Yuan Jun, and Zhang Chun, sped off in a linked MPV. After leaving Yuan Jun to guard the vehicle, Zhang Chun swiped his card 3 times and passed through 3 portals, leading the group to the Biological Engineering Laboratory. To Tang Hao's astonishment, the esteemed academician was still clad in protective gear, intently conducting experiments. A mix of relief and deep reflection washed over Tang Hao. It was precisely due to individuals like her, who devoted their lives to research, that Zhongxia had flourished and emerged as the second largest economy on Earth, trailing only behind the United States. The advancement of science was vital for the nation, both before and after the apocalypse. Thanks to Professor Tan Li's pioneering development of human gene evolution agents, the surviving humans have been able to withstand the assaults of mutated zombies, establishing numerous human bases and engaging in fierce battles against the undead, ultimately progressing toward universal evolution. Chun Jun brandished an axe, intending to break down the door, but Zhang Chun quickly halted him, explaining that this was a bacterial culture room and that they couldn't recklessly smash it. Zhang Chun knocked on the door for a full 5 minutes before the engrossed professor finally noticed their presence. Once inside a small room and having changed out of her protective gear, the professor appeared before Tang Hao as a woman nearing 60, with hair half gray. Apocalypse? Young man, are you joking? She exclaimed. However, as Tang Hao and Zhang Chun assisted the esteemed academician out of the building and encountered the roaming zombies, the elderly lady collapsed to the ground, suddenly reminded of her son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren at home. Upon reaching the academician's building, they entered to find a zombie feasting on a corpse at the entrance, causing her to buckle once more. Kneeling on the ground, there lay her son. As the apocalypse unfolded, the family's caretaker had turned into a zombie. Her son had bravely fought to slay the creature, only to be bitten himself while striving to protect his pregnant wife. Choosing to venture out alone, Tang Hao and his team rescued the academician's daughter-in-law, Hu Jia, who was 5 months pregnant and a doctoral candidate in electronic information at Yunjing University. She had just graduated and was slated to join the faculty in September, but the apocalypse had intervened. The newlywed husband tragically transforms into a zombie. Yunjing University boasts a total of 13 academicians, housed within 18 independent villas in the academician building. Tang Hao, Chun Jun, and Wu Yong vanquished 29 zombies, successfully rescuing 7 survivors, 1 elder and 4 young adults, along with 2 children. The elder, named Qin Yinshan, is 77 years old and an esteemed academician of the Engineering Academy, specializing in highways and bridges. They arrived in a 14-seater linked MPV, and while they departed, it was filled to capacity. Following the successful accommodation of the 2 academicians, Tang Hao resolved to augment his storage capacity by expending 1,000 soul crystals, thereby expanding it to 45 cubic meters rather than elevating his level. He harbored a premonition that an accelerated ascent in levels might precipitate a butterfly effect of considerable magnitude. Moreover, his forces were currently robust. After more than 11 hours of diligent effort, Yuan Jun, Chun Jun, and Yi Qingcheng had all successfully transitioned into Level 2 evolvers. Furthermore, the ranks of Level 1 evolvers had swelled by 23 in a single day, bringing the total strength of his team to 8 Level 2 evolvers and an impressive 42 Level 1 evolvers. At 6:26 p.m., Zhang Xiaohao's excitement was palpable in the small conference room. "Brother Hao, I want to go hunt mutant rats." "Me too. Me too." The others echoed in unison. "We don't need too many people. 5 or 6 will suffice. I'll take Shui, me, Xiaohao, and Yuanjun," Tang Hao declared, directly assigning the roles. After a moment's hesitation, his gaze drifted towards Qianzheng. Yi Qingqing's melodious voice interjected, "Let me be the last one. My innate skill is highly effective against mutant rats." "All right." Tang Hao concurred with a nod. He had initially hoped for Yi Qingqing to join, but he did not regard her as a mere subordinate. In his estimation, his pond was unlikely to contain such a celestial phoenix, who might soon be whisked away by airborne forces. Yi Qingqing possessed exceptional talent. To Tang Hao's chagrin, among the 8 level 2 evolvers, only 3 had manifested a second skill upon reaching level 2, and, remarkably, all 3 were female warriors. Qian Mushue's initial innate skill was Dragon Queen's Ripple, an exceedingly rare and formidable skill that provided near-absolute defense, rendering her virtually immune to all attacks of the same level. In essence, opponents of equal or lower evolutionary grade were incapable of breaching her defensive barrier. Qian Mushue's second skill was Ice Arrow. Ouyang Mi's innate skill was Invisibility. Upon advancing to level 2, she acquired a potent offensive skill known as Wall Breaker. However, this skill consumed an exorbitant amount of mental energy. Ouyang Mi had employed Wall Breaker to cleave open the abdomen of a Tier 1 mutant wolfhound at the entrance of the Yunjing Special Police Brigade. Yi Qingsheng, a dual-system evolver proficient in both speed and firearms. Her innate skill was firearms proficiency. Upon reaching level 2, she unveiled a new skill, Sacred Word. Sacred Word was an extraordinary skill that, when applied to adversaries, could bind and restrict them, diminish their strength, intimidate them, and instill fear. These effects were not uniformly manifested, but rather occurred randomly. Moreover, it could be employed on oneself or allies to enhance accuracy, amplify combat prowess, bolster morale, restore physical and mental vigor, and even provide a degree of healing for wounds. The wielder of Sacred Word could determine which effect to impart. This was a remarkably versatile skill with a multitude of functions. In his previous life, Tang Hao had never encountered anyone who possessed such a unique skill. Upon learning of Yi Qingqing's acquisition of this ability, Tang Hao was deeply impressed. As the most gifted top-tier powerhouse of the previous era, her skill could be regarded as almost heaven-defying. The 3 women possessed exceptional endowments. In contrast, Tang Hao, Weiyong, Zhang Xiaohao, Chenjun, and Yuanjun, the 5 level 2 evolvers, retained their respective innate skills. The sole advantage was the enhancement in level, which had amplified the power of their innate skills. Furthermore, their strength, speed, and mental fortitude had doubled, leading to a surge in combat effectiveness. Standing before the library, Tang Hao glanced at the crimson moon overhead and the setting sun. His eyes briefly closed, as if attempting to discern the location of the mutant rat colony. In reality, Tang Hao was utilizing the tracking function of the Beast Crystal Remnant. 2 points of the Beast Crystal Remnant vanished, and in the next instant, a red-infrared laser-like beam extended rapidly outward from Tang Hao's mind. Subsequently, 49 faint red dots materialized in his consciousness. 3 were notably brighter, 28 were somewhat fainter, and the remainder were exceedingly faint. Only the system's notification that there were 49 in total allowed Tang Hao to discern the true number, as he would have estimated only 31 based on the visual representation in his mind. Found them. The structure of the building swiftly appeared in Tang Hao's mind. Yunji Cafeteria, one of Yunjing University's 11 dining halls, located 500 meters in a straight line from the library. However, it was separated by 2 dormitories and an on-campus scenic lake, necessitating a detour of approximately 800 meters. "Let's go," Tang Hao declared, his eyes snapping open, and he surged forward with alacrity. The 6 individuals, now all level 2 evolvers, moved with remarkable speed. In less than a minute and a half, they arrived at Yunji Cafeteria. This was due to Tang Hao's consideration for Qian Mushue and the others. Otherwise, Tang Hao, Ouyang Mi, and Yi Qingsheng, whose speeds rivaled that of level 2 speed evolvers, could have reached the destination in under a minute. As level 2 evolvers, their sensory perception was greatly enhanced. Upon reaching Yunji cafeteria, they could discern the crunching sounds of creatures devouring food. The 6 individuals dashed inside, and the scene that greeted them caused even these battle-hardened individuals to feel their stomachs churn. The expansive floor of the cafeteria on the first floor, spanning nearly 10,000 square meters, was almost entirely covered in blood and fragmented body parts. The ground beneath their feet was slick with dry blood. 40 meters ahead, a group of mutant rats was feasting on corpses and flesh. Severed heads, dismembered hands and feet, and torn viscera were scattered across the floor. The entire cafeteria had been transformed into a sanguinary hellscape. Nearly 40 large rats were devouring the corpses. More than 20 had already mutated, their bodies as large as cats, while a dozen others had reached the size of bamboo rats from the previous era, indicating their rapid transformation. A sharp glint of murderous intent flashed in Qian Mushue's beautiful eyes. With a wave of her hands, 10 ice arrows shot forth with blinding speed. Puff, 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 puff. 4 of the not yet fully mutated rats had their heads instantly detonated and died on the spot. The remaining 6 ice arrows were intercepted by 6 fully mutated rats, who leaped into the air. However, the impact of the small ice arrows sent these 6 mutated rats tumbling backward, their massive bodies instantly encased in a dense layer of ice. Pa pa pa. 6 soft gunshots rang out. The heads of the 6 ice-encrusted mutated rats exploded into 6 vibrant ice blood blossoms. Yi Qingcheng had struck. Yi Qingcheng, who was already an accurate marksman, had acquired firearms proficiency as her innate skill upon becoming an evolver. With a 6-round burst from her silenced pistol, she had directly blown apart the heads of 6 mutated rats. This scene caused Zhang Xiaohao and Yuan Jun to shudder in unison. So strong. Yuan Jun, a retired Special Forces soldier, admitted that even he would struggle to achieve such precision as Yi Qingqing. Ouyang Mi's beautiful eyes lit up. Sister Shui and Sister Qingqing's teamwork is invincible. Only Tang Hao remained unsurprised. Over the past half-day, not only had Yi Qingqing's cultivation and combat prowess undergone a qualitative leap, but Qian Mushue's combat awareness and skills had also improved rapidly. Her mental energy control over her skills had become more adept, and her ice arrow skill had advanced from LV1 to LV2. Not only has the quantity of ice arrows increased, but their potency has also been significantly enhanced, particularly the chilling aura, which has ascended to a new echelon. Even a mutated rat, upon being struck, would find itself immobilized for a full second solely due to this icy breath. For an exceptionally talented archer like Yi Qingqing, that fleeting second is ample time to execute a 6-shot barrage, each shot finding its mark with precision. The sound of rapid fire resonates. In Yuan Jun's right hand, a silenced pistol emerges. A 5-shot sequence. This is a number he feels confident in hitting. Surpassing this would lead to a steep decline in accuracy. Instantly, one of the 3 unmutated large rats is dispatched with a clean shot to the head, while the bullets aimed at the 2 mutated rats curiously veer off course, landing harmlessly. Chapter 32. Confronting a first-order mutant rat with 3 heads, while firearms possess a greater advantage over blades when dealing with these mutant rats. The extreme agility of the creatures at a distance often renders shots futile. This critical flaw ultimately led to the obsolescence of conventional firearms in later years. Boom, boom, boom. With a swift, ambidextrous motion, Zhang Xiaohao unleashed a volley of fireballs. 6 orbs of scorching energy detonated in a fiery display. Now, at the second level, Zhang Xiaohao could conjure 3 fireballs with each hand, an increase in both quantity and potency of nearly 20% per orb. For ordinary, unmutated rats were instantly obliterated into a gory mist. For mutant rats were sent hurtling backward with piercing shrieks, their once glossy black fur now scorched and balding from the flames. Squeak! A shrill cry pierced the air as 3 dark figures emerged, lunging toward the group with incredible speed. Anticipating the attack, Tang Hao darted forward, his twin daggers flashing with a chilling gleam. These 3 newly emerged shadows had previously clashed with Tang Hao and were well aware of his prowess. They launched a coordinated assault from 3 different directions, aiming to prevent Tang Hao from intercepting them all. as Tang Hao's daggers descended. The two shadows closest to him shimmered with a dark aura. Thud! With a muffled impact, Tang Hao's right-hand dagger struck one of the shadows. The shadowy figure stumbled backward, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Slice! The left-hand dagger grazed a remarkably tough hide. Tang Hao swiftly sidestepped, his left elbow slamming downward. Bang! One of the shadows plummeted to the ground, but before it could fully land, Tang Hao's foot sent it flying with a resounding thud. 3 distinct gashes were visible on his left pant leg, accompanied by seeping blood. Simultaneously, the rapid staccato of a suppressed pistol filled the air. Pooh, pooh, bang. Another shadow was flung away. Chen Jun glanced at the 3 rips in the tactical armor on his chest, a hint of shock in his eyes. His right hand still gripped the suppressed pistol, smoke wafting from the barrel, while his left hand wielded a 2-foot-long steel wrench. The 3 shadows landed separately, revealing themselves to be 3 enormous, dog-sized mutant rats, first-order mutants. The one that had attacked Yuan Jun on the far right was particularly large. Its tail, now only a stub, stood erect like that of an enraged wolf. This was the same first-order mutant rat whose tail Tang Hao had severed earlier that morning. In just half a day, its size had noticeably increased. Shwa, missy me, you 3 handle the rest. We'll take care of these 3, Tang Hao commanded. Whoosh whoosh. Zhang Xiaohao launched the first attack, sending 6 fireballs hurtling toward the first-order mutant rat that Tang Hao had kicked away. The blood seeping from its mouth and nose indicated that it was severely injured. Boom! Boom! The 6 fireballs exploded in unison. The mutant rat's evasive maneuvers were noticeably impaired compared to its uninjured state. Despite its desperate attempt to escape, it couldn't completely evade the fiery barrage. Squeak! A piercing shriek echoed as the massive body of the first-order mutant rat was thrown into the air, landing heavily 7 meters away and sliding an additional meter before coming to a stop against the wall. Its fur was now completely scorched and bare. Zhang Xiaohao was consumed by a desire to exterminate every last one of these mutant rats. He dashed forward, unleashing another 6 fireballs. Tang Hao remained stationary, his gaze fixed on the 2 remaining first-order mutant rats, his muscles coiled and ready to strike. Sensing Tang Hao's lethal intent, the 2 first-order mutant rats hesitated to act. Having reached the first order, their senses were heightened, and they knew that any movement would trigger a swift and deadly attack. Yuan Jun seized the opportunity. He wiped the large wrench behind his back, and with rapid clicks, reloaded his gun. Bang, bang. Yuan Jun fired, targeting the mutant rat with the severed tail. The tail was a crucial part of a rat's anatomy, and its absence would significantly impair its agility. Moreover, this particular mutant rat had already sustained 2 gunshots and a wrench blow, although the gunshots had not struck any vital organs, leaving only superficial burns. The wrench blow had landed squarely on its body. Despite its thick hide, the impact had taken its toll. Yuan Jun continued to use 5-round bursts. Thud, thud. The bullets flew at incredible speed, and despite the mutant rat's swift, evasive maneuvers, only 3 bullets missed. The other 2 exploded against its tough hide, creating 2 bloody blossoms. Bang, bang. Yuan Jun surged forward, firing another 5-round burst while simultaneously reloading with lightning speed. The fireballs and gunshots provoked the 3rd first-order mutant rat. With a sudden turn, it attempted to flee. The humans were too strong, and its pack could not withstand them. As it moved, Tang Hao sprang into action. He hurled his right-hand dagger, and in the same instant, he launched himself forward like a predator. The fleeing rat suddenly halted. Thud! The tactical dagger pierced the hard floor, narrowly missing the mutant rat's head. Had it not stopped abruptly, the dagger would have pierced its skull. However, avoiding the dagger did not save it from Tang Hao's pursuit. Tang Hao moved like the wind, seizing the rat's 2-foot-long tail. As the rat turned to bite, Tang Hao swung his arm. Bang, bang, bang. A series of thunderous impacts echoed through the empty cafeteria. Tang Hao had become a whirlwind of destruction, turning the first-order mutant rat into a living flail. Bang! The first swing created a shallow crater in the floor. The mutant rat's head rang. The second swing caused blood to gush from its mouth. The third swing left its limbs limp and outstretched. The fourth swing shattered its bones, flattening its body. The fifth swing cracked its tough hide. The sixth swing left Tang Hao holding only a tail. The mutant rat's massive body had become a spray of gore. Its head flew more than 10 meters, landing directly in front of the limping, tailless first-order mutant rat that Yuan Jun had been shooting. A glint of silver reflected in the mutant rat's crimson eyes. Snap! With a snap, the mutant rat devoured its comrade and Oppo's head. Chapter 33. Giant Rat Evolution Screech. Ice arrows shot forth, one after another. The mutated rats and those still undergoing transformation were encased in a layer of ice a centimeter or two thick. Then, pop, 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 bullets flew with precision, and frozen blossoms of blood unfurled. A mutated rat darted away, leaping high, poised to escape through the window. Suddenly, a flash of cold light materialized from thin air. Thwack! A severed rat head arced through the air. Ouyang Mimi, her slender form like a wraith in the shadows, evaded the onslaught. An instant later, thwack! Another flash of cold light, and another mutated rat's head parted ways with its body. During the 11 hours of daylight, Ouyang Mimi heeded Tang Hao's advice, persistently experimenting with controlling the force of wall breaker while slaying zombies. After more than 20 attempts, she discovered that the skill could indeed be manipulated with mental focus. Ouyang Mimi categorized it into 3 distinct levels: minor wall breaker, moderate wall breaker, and major wall breaker. To eliminate these mutated rats, minor wall breaker sufficed. With a single strike, they were effortlessly dispatched. Given Ouyang Mimi's current mental fortitude, she could execute minor wall breaker 7 times consecutively, moderate wall breaker only 3 times, but its power was noticeably greater. Ouyang Mimi felt that, if aimed at a vital spot, even a Tier 1 mutated rat could be killed with a single blow. Major wall breaker was her ultimate technique, usable only once. In a coordinated effort, the 3 women eradicated the swarm of mutated rats and the partially transformed ones in under 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Tang Hao was violently dismembering the Tier 1 mutated rat. As the 3 women caught their breath, Ouyang Mimi materialized. Just as the severed-tailed giant rat devoured the head of the mutated rat that had previously slammed Tang Hao to his supposed death, the other Tier 1 mutated rat, after being bombarded by Zhang Xiaohao's fireballs, succumbed to its wounds. With that, only the severed-tailed Tier 1 mutated rat remained. Click-clack. Yuan Jun swiftly reloaded his weapon. Now, with only 1 mutated rat left, there was no escape. However, as Yuan Jun chambered a bullet, the giant rat underwent a startling transformation. Screech! A piercing shriek echoed as its already immense body swelled further. The rows of sharp teeth in its gaping maw elongated rapidly, especially the canines, which transformed into dagger-like fangs, gleaming with a chilling light. The severed tail regenerated with astonishing speed, a thicker, longer appendage materializing before their eyes in mere moments. Tang Hao's eyes narrowed sharply. Evolution. The giant rat had evolved into a Tier 2 mutated beast. How was this possible? Tang Hao was incredulous. He vividly remembered that, in his previous life, humanity's first encounter with a Tier 2 mutated beast occurred 36 hours after the apocalypse began. Now, less than 24 hours had passed. Yet they were witnessing the birth of a Tier 2 mutated beast. Tang Hao was deeply shaken. He knew that not only had his and his companions' lives veered onto a drastically different path, but the entire world was diverging from his previous experience. Everyone be careful. It's a Tier 2 mutated beast, Tang Hao warned. In truth, no warning was needed. Everyone could sense the giant rat's ferocious aura. Qian Muxue and Yi Qingcheng advanced together, while Ouyang Mimi vanished once more into the shadows. Yuan Jun raised his right hand, and pop-pop, his suppressed pistol fired another 5 rounds. However, an astonishing sight unfolded. A dark aura shimmered around the giant rat. The bullets seemed to strike an exceptionally slick and resilient sphere, glancing off the rat's glossy fur and sending sparks flying across the ground behind it. Yuan Jun, Qian Muxue, Yi Qingcheng, and Zhang Xiaohao all stared in disbelief. This Tier 2 evolved beast was far too powerful. Even bullets couldn't penetrate its hide. Although the suppressed pistol was not particularly powerful, designed for stealth rather than impact, The fact that it couldn't and oppose to even pierce the creature and oppose fur was astounding. Only Tang Hao knew the truth. The suppressed pistol, while not the strongest weapon, was not this ineffective. The Tier 2 mutated rat had unleashed a latent ability, significantly weakening the bullet's impact. Moreover, reaching Tier 2 had drastically enhanced its physical constitution, leading to this outcome. Whoosh! The Tier 2 mutated rat transformed into a black blur, lunging at Yuan Jun. Pop pop! Pop pop! Yuan Jun and Yi Qingsheng fired almost simultaneously. Screech! Qian Mushue flicked her left hand, and 5 ice arrows shot forth. The eerie black aura reappeared. 8 bullets ricocheted, but 2 struck the giant rat's massive body, erupting in a bloody bloom. Yi Qingsheng had fired 5 shots in a line, piercing the Tier 2 mutated rat's black aura defense. However, it only created a grape-sized 2-inch deep wound. This injury was negligible for a mutated rat the size of a wolfhound. Meanwhile, Qian Mushue's 5 ice arrows detonated, forming a 2-inch thick layer of ice over a large portion of the mutated rat's body. However, it still failed to halt the rat's attack. With a snap, the thin ice shattered as the rat's jaws, lined with serrated teeth, lunged at Yuan Jun. Tang Hao appeared suddenly, his dagger aimed at the giant rat's left eye. If the Tier 2 mutated rat persisted in attacking Yuan Jun, it would lose an eye at the very least. This was a sacrifice the Tier 2 mutated rat was unwilling to make. The massive rat head jerked aside, and a sharp forklaw lashed out. Clang! The dagger struck the Tier 2 mutated rat's left forepaw, producing a metallic clang. Tang Hao's strike was powerful. Although it didn't sever the paw, it tore through flesh and partially cleaved the bone. The force sent the 100-pound creature tumbling backward. Tang Hao pressed his advantage, his dual daggers becoming a whirlwind of motion. Blades flashed like water, raining down on the mutated rat. The sounds of tearing flesh and clanging metal filled the air as blood splattered. Witnessing Tang Hao single-handedly overwhelm the Tier 2 mutated rat, Yi Qingsheng, Yuan Jun, and Zhang Xiaohao were astonished. So strong, the furious assault was unsustainable, even for Tang Hao. After only a few moments, the speed of his whirling daggers faltered, and the Tier 2 mutated rat seized its chance. Its battered left paw deflected Tang Hao's dagger, and its right claw slashed out, tearing Tang Hao's sleeve and leaving 2 deep gashes on his arm. Tang Hao recoiled, then retreated 3 meters. As he did, pop, pop, pop. Yuan Jun and Yi Qingsheng's suppressed pistols spat flames once more. Ice arrows shot forth, and Zhang Xiaohao's fireballs roared in. The eerie black radiance ignited once more, sending a majority of the bullets soaring through the air, yet only the last 2 shots from Yi Qingsheng found their mark. The sounds of gunfire echoed, bang, bang, bang. Having suffered a setback previously, the Level 2 mutated giant rat unleashed its exceptionally long tail, exceeding its own body length by nearly a foot. With a swift flick, it sent a flurry of ice arrows and fireballs crashing to the ground. However, after casting that ominous black light for the 3rd time, the creature's vitality significantly waned, particularly as its left forepaw was nearly severed, and its neck bore a multitude of vicious wounds inflicted by Tang Hao's dagger. After fending off this barrage of attacks, the Level 2 mutated giant rat cast a fierce glance at Tang Hao with its blood-red eyes. In the next moment, it pressed down with its relatively intact right forepaw, rising to its hind legs, its powerful hind limbs momentarily pausing as it prepared to flee. At that instant, a gleam of blade flashed behind the mutated rat. Ouyang Mimimai, hidden from sight, had made her move. Chapter 34. Re-evolution and the activation of the armor-piercing skill. The dagger shimmered with a faint cyan glow. The Level 2 mutated giant rat sensed an acute danger. It reared up on its hind legs and lunged rapidly to the left. But even its swiftness couldn't evade Ouyang Mi's blade. Thwack! The resilient hide proved as delicate as piglet skin before the dagger imbued with the armor-piercing skill, slicing open with ease as blood gushed forth. However, the Level 2 mutated giant rat's quick reaction wasn't without effect. Ouyang Mi's strike would have severed its spine entirely, But instead, it merely opened a ghastly 8-inch-long, half-inch-deep gash on its back. Though severely wounded, it wasn't a fatal blow. Its giant tail, exceeding 4 feet in length, lashed out like a steel whip. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, accompanied by a soft moan as Ouyang Mi's cloaked figure materialized. Her left sleeve was torn, revealing a stark red mark on her fair forearm, the result of merely being grazed by the mutated giant rat's tail tip, not a direct hit. Facing the human girl who had critically wounded it, a savage glint flashed in the mutated rat's beady eyes. With a swift turn of its massive body, it pounced upon Ouyang Mi, intent on tearing her asunder. Not good. Qian Muxue, Zhang Xiaohao, and Yuan Jun exclaimed in unison. But they were all more than 10 meters away from the mutated giant rat, making rescue impossible. Moreover, the mutated giant rat and Ouyang Mi were now in close proximity, less than a meter apart. Using guns, ice arrows, or fireballs risked accidentally hitting Ouyang Mi, given the bizarre ability of the creature and Oppo's hide to deflect bullets. Even Tang Hao's expression changed. Just as Ouyang Mi was about to be bitten by that bloody maw, a peculiar syllable escaped Yi Qingqing's lips. Namisu. The sacred incantation was invoked. A bizarre scene unfolded as the mutated giant rat's leaping body eerily suspended in midair, its claws less than 3 centimeters from Ouyang Mi's chest, its mouth filled with sharp teeth a mere 10 centimeters away. At that moment, Yi Qingqing's sacred incantation showcased its most potent function, restraint and confinement. Ouyang Mi nearly felt the grim Reaper's presence. She was about to close her eyes, bracing for the excruciating moment, when a miracle occurred. While Yi Qingqing's sacred incantation was powerful, its target was a level 2 mutated rat. The restraint and confinement effect lasted a mere second before dissipating. A fleeting second, in the eyes of Zhang Xiaohao and the others, was just a brief pause in the air for the mutated rat before it resumed its attack. This sudden turn of events momentarily stunned Ouyang Mi for a mere 0.78 seconds before she reacted, retreating swiftly. However, she had barely moved a meter when the mutated giant rat pounced again. Fortunately, Ouyang Mi had now regained her composure. With a flick of her right hand, she slashed at the descending mutated giant rat with her dagger. Clang! The right paw swatted away Ouyang Mi's strike, and the monstrous mouth lunged forward, biting ferociously. A figure arrived like a bolt of lightning. Bang! The level 2 mutated giant rat was sent flying backward. Tang Hao moved even faster, covering the 10-meter distance in an instant before the creature landed. He seized its long tail, and with a twist of his wrist, boom! The entire cafeteria shuddered. The next moment, a large crater appeared in the cafeteria's sturdy wall, with mortar and gravel scattering. The level 2 mutated giant rat was almost entirely embedded in the wall. Blood gurgling from its mouth and nose, its breath weak, on the verge of death. With a flick of his right hand, Tang Hao accurately plunged a dagger into the level 2 mutated giant rat's head, ending its life. He then turned to face the pale-faced Ouyang Mi. "Are you all right?" Ouyang Mi shook her head, indicating she was fine, but her delicate frame teetered. The armor-piercing strike she had unleashed earlier had nearly depleted her mental strength. After that, she had forced herself to make another strike. Now, relieved from a near-death experience, her mind relaxed, and the weakness in her body immediately manifested. Qian Muxue rushed forward to support Ouyang Mi. Zhang Xiaohao, Yuan Jun, and Yi Qingqing looked at Tang Hao, their hearts filled with shock. They had all reached level 2, their strength increasing exponentially, but the stronger they became, the more they realized the power of the level 2 mutated rat. One-on-one, unless Yuan Jun and Yi Qingqing were given more powerful firearms, they wouldn't be able to defeat the level 2 mutated rat, let alone kill it. But such a formidable level 2 mutated rat was effortlessly slain by Tang Hao. Especially the latter part. It was pure domination and abuse. "Brother, how are you?" "Level 3? Zhang Xiaohao looked at Tang Hao in astonishment. Only a level 3 evolver could possess such formidable strength. Tang Hao glanced at the 5 pairs of eyes focused on him. A smile crept onto his lips, and he nodded. "That's right, just now, seeing Ouyang Mi in danger. Tang Hao didn't hesitate and directly had the system upgrade his cultivation to level 3. This led to the glorious feat of instantly killing the level 2 mutated giant rat. The apocalypse. The combat power of zombies is actually the weakest. Ordinary people can basically kill 0-level zombies as long as they have courage. But mutated beasts are different. Mutated beasts, especially some mutated beasts with strong attack power, have quite amazing combat power, which can be completely comparable to level 1 evolvers or first-order zombies. Level 1 mutated beasts have combat power comparable to level 2 evolvers or second-order zombies. Mutated rats are not considered very strong among mutated beasts, but they're definitely not weak, especially their speed and flexibility, which can definitely be called top-notch. Their strength is slightly weaker, and their overall strength can be regarded as medium to upper level. The combat power of the level 2 mutated giant rat, just now, is basically equivalent to that of a level 2 5-source evolver. Hearing Tang Hao's personal confirmation that he was already a level 3 evolver, Zhang Xiaohao and Yuan Jun were overjoyed. Their leader was too strong. Ouyang Mi gave Tang Hao a thumbs up. Qian Mushue's beautiful eyes held a touch of tenderness. Yi Qingsheng was shocked. She thought her progress was fast enough, but compared to the young man in front of her, it was much slower. Xiaohao, Yuan Jun, clean up. Oh, and pack up the intact mutated rats and bring them back. Bring them back? The 3 girls were stunned. Rat meat is delicious, especially this kind of mutated rat. It is not only delicious, but also has high energy. Eating more mutated beast meat can also improve the physique of the evolvers to a certain extent. Tang Hao explained, I forgot to bring back the corpses of those mutated wolves last time. Otherwise, mutated dog meat would be even more delicious. While Zhang Xiaohao and Yuan Jun began to dig for evolution crystals, clean up the battlefield, and collect rat meat, Tang Hao opened the system. Host, Tang Hao official position. Secretary, next official position, County Commandant. 515-1000 civil and military officials evolution points. 3. 80 skill evolution points. 5. 45 soul crystals. 627. 8 beast crystal remnants. 7. 50 level. Child of God LV3. Strength, 1780 speed. 1524 spirit. 127. 6 talent skill. Scepter of the King LV3. Boiling blood. Skills. Thorns Cage LV1 storage. 43 cubic meters. Seeing the Thorns Cage skill under the talent skills. A hint of joy flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. Haha. Finally, there's a new skill. Chapter 35. Thorns Cage. The level 1 Thorns Cage possesses 2 forms of attack. One is the Thorns Jungle, which can create a 5 by 5 meter thicket of thorns, standing 1 meter tall. The other is the cage itself, which ensnares opponents. Tang Hao promptly invested 2 skill points to elevate this ability to level 3. At level 3, the Thorns Jungle's area expanded dramatically to 20 by 20 meters, maintaining its height of 1 meter. Yet the thorns grew from the size of small finger to the thickness of a child's arm. Tang Hao sought further enhancement, but the system notified him of insufficient level to progress. To elevate this skill to level 4, he must attain the rank of a level 4 evolver. However, the power of the level 3 Thorns Cage was already formidable. Just as with the previous level 2 mutated giant rat, one application of the Thorns Cage could trap it, rendering it immobile for 3 minutes. Although this skill was not a high-damage attack, it was exceptionally suitable for Tang Hao. With his strength, as long as he could bind his opponent, he could effortlessly dispatch them. Suddenly, the faint sound of gunfire echoed outside the cafeteria. Tang Hao swiftly closed the system. With a swift motion, he darted out of the cafeteria. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed once more. A horde of zombies was approaching. Initially, the cafeteria had been avoided by the zombies due to the mutated rats, but with the rat swarm eradicated. Particularly after the tumultuous battle Tang Hao waged against the level 1 and level 2 mutated rats, the intense scent of blood attracted the surrounding zombies. Tang Hao's eyes narrowed, not merely because of the approaching zombies, but because this group was no longer composed solely of the initial level 0 zombies. Evolved zombies, level 1 zombies, had emerged. On the second day of the apocalypse, the appearance of level 1 zombies was not surprising, but alarmingly, there were 5 of them, and they were of different types. Like humans, zombies could evolve, exhibiting a remarkable diversity in their evolution. Among the 5 level 1 zombies Tang Hao observed, 3 had evolved into claw zombies. Their arms elongated by 10 centimeters, their fingers transformed into sharp claws capable of easily rending a normal human's chest. As their levels increased, these claw zombies would grow even larger, their claws becoming more pronounced, representing humanity's primary adversary in the future. In addition to the 3 claw zombies, there were also 2 iron arm zombies. The arms of the iron arm zombies were black, resembling cast iron, exceedingly hard. A level 1 iron arm zombie could withstand ordinary blade strikes. At level 2, their iron arms could even resist the fire of silenced pistols. Upon reaching level 4, regular bullets could not penetrate their armors. Only sniper rifles or sustained machine gun fire could breach their defenses. Observing the 5 rapidly advancing zombies, the 3 women, Qian Muxiue and her companions, exchanged glances of astonishment. The zombies had evolved. The speed of the 3 claw zombies rivaled that of university students sprinting 100 meters as they emerged from the horde, brandishing their fearsome claws towards the trio. Yi Qingsheng instinctively reached for her ammunition, only to realize that her 40 silenced pistol rounds had already been expended. Qian Muxiue waved her right hand. With a whoosh, 5 ice arrows shot forth. Although 3 of the ice arrows were shattered by the claws of the claw zombies, the chilling aura that emanated from them momentarily slowed the 3 zombies down, allowing the remaining 2 arrows to pierce the foreheads of 2 of the claw zombies. Their bodies stiffened, and they collapsed to the ground. The last claw zombie, startled, attempted to retreat, but a flash of cold light revealed a blood hole appearing at its left temple. Although Ouyang Miming's complexion remained somewhat pale, her grip on the dagger was remarkably steady. A low growl echoed as one of the zombies lunged at her, its dark arm reaching out. With a swift motion of her dagger, she found herself striking against a hardened mass, akin to a tree aged for centuries. Even with her exceptionally sharp dagger, she could not cut through the robust limb. In fact, she could barely penetrate a third of its thickness. More critically, the force behind that dark arm was immense, exceeding 300 pounds. The impact reverberated through her arm, and in an instant, another dark arm shot toward her chest. Despite her current state of weakness, her formidable physique as a level 2 evolver manifested at that moment, allowing her to evade the attack. 2 ice arrows were fired, exploding against the dark arms of a zombie. Qian Muxue's eyes widened. The power of the ice arrows she released was not weak, yet they only managed to create a wound the size of a small egg on those formidable arms. Zombies, like humans, could evolve. The higher their level, the stronger they became. This particular type of zombie had arms that were exceptionally resilient. Thus, to combat them, one must avoid their limbs. Shuejia, your ice arrows possess freezing effects. When facing evolved zombies, if a one-hit kill is unfeasible, the best strategy would be to target their legs first, then their heads. Tang Hao's voice resonated. In the next instant, he appeared before Ouyang Miming, signaling her to retreat. He then crouched to evade the Iron Arm zombie's pounce, sweeping its legs. With a thud, the Iron Arm zombie fell face first into the ground. A dagger flew from Tang Hao's hand, piercing the fallen zombie's skull, resulting in an instant kill. He tossed 2 magazines to Yi Qingsheng, continuing to impart his knowledge. This approach is suitable for all evolved zombies, regardless of their evolution. The head remains their vital weakness. Of course, if our strength is sufficiently formidable, therein to oppose, there's no need for such tactics. As he spoke, Tang Hao confronted another Iron Arm zombie, his right hand executing a deft maneuver with the dagger. Blood spurted forth as he severed the creature's iron arms, then swiftly pierced its temple, achieving another swift kill. In addition to strength, speed could also serve as a powerful weapon. In the blink of an eye, Tang Hao controlled his speed to a range 6 to 7 times that of an average person, diving into the mass of level 0 zombies. His left-hand dagger remained mostly idle, only parrying attacks when necessary, while his right-hand dagger danced, slashing, cutting, or stabbing, bringing down one zombie after another. After dispatching a total of 10 level 0 zombies, Tang Hao effortlessly broke free from the horde. He turned to the 3 women with a smile. The rest is up to you. The three women had now donned female SWAT uniforms, with daggers sheathed at their sides. Tang Hao tossed his two daggers to Qian Muxue and Yi Qingqing, and the trio transformed into dual dagger-wielding warriors, plunging into the remaining group of over 20 zombies. Chapter 36. The Butterfly Effect. Yi Qingqing possessed extraordinary combat talents, a fact that Tang Hao had anticipated. However, what surprised Tang Hao was Qian Mushue's remarkable aptitude for close combat. Although her skills appeared somewhat immature compared to Ouyang Mimimai and Yi Qingqing, it was evident that her rate of improvement was astonishingly rapid. While they had taken several strikes to dispatch the first two low-level zombies, the third was felled with just 2 blows, and the fourth and fifth were eliminated with a single strike each. If this trend continued given time, Qian Mushue's close combat abilities would become formidable. Even if she did not reach the prodigious levels of Yi Qingqing and Ouyang Mimimai, she would certainly attain first-rate standards. Out of 25 low-level zombies, both Ouyang Mimimai and Yi Qingqing managed to slay 10 each, while Qian Muxue dispatched 5. "Why is this crystal grayish-white?" Yi Qingqing exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the dim crystal in her hand, recalling that the crystals she had previously extracted were still silvery white. "Mine is grayish-white as well," Ouyang Mimimai remarked, equally bewildered, examining the crystal in her possession. Tang Hao furrowed his brow. He pulled out his phone and pressed a button. The screen illuminated, revealing the date, June 13th, 2028. Time, 1901. The apocalypse had descended precisely 24 hours ago. A bittersweet smile crept onto Tang Hao's lips. The butterfly effect was increasingly pronounced. In his previous life, a certain number of source evolution crystals existed among low-level zombies for 36 hours, but in this life, that time had been reduced to 24 hours. This would undoubtedly render humanity's plight even more arduous. The difficulty of evolution had escalated. Source evolution crystals, even those from low-level zombies, required only 3 pieces for an ordinary individual to become an evolved being. However, for the newly grayish-white ordinary evolution crystals, the number required surged to 10. Thus, what once allowed an ordinary person to potentially evolve after hunting down 6 low-level zombies now necessitated slaying 20. The difficulty had evidently more than doubled. Fortunately, Tang Hao and his companions had extracted the majority of the evolution crystals from the zombies they had hunted. From 35 low-level zombies, they obtained 15 source evolution crystals and only 3 ordinary evolution crystals. Meanwhile, 5 first-level zombies contributed 5 noticeably larger source evolution crystals. However, after the 24-hour mark, it was likely that not all subsequent first-level zombies would yield source evolution crystals. A significant portion would gradually transform into ordinary evolution crystals. Furthermore, crucially, after 24 hours, the size of the source evolution crystals among first-level zombies would also diminish, becoming equivalent to the size of those previously found in low-level zombies. Overall, Tang Hao and his companions were fortunate, as they had managed to acquire 5 sizable source evolution crystals within the 24-hour window. Each of these crystals was worth at least 2 ordinary ones in terms of energy. Both evolved zombies and mutated beasts contained evolution crystals, but as time progressed, the quantity of source evolution crystals would steadily decline, becoming increasingly concentrated within higher-tier evolved zombies and mutated beasts. The significant advancement in time disrupted Tang Hao and Appo's original plan to hunt low-level zombies that night to gather more source evolution crystals. Fortunately, Yuan Jun and Zhang Xiaohua acted swiftly, acquiring a total of 43 source evolution crystals of varying sizes from a swarm of rats, including 1 of 2nd level and 2 of 1st level. This was undoubtedly a precious fortune, as even accounting for some loss during absorption by human evolutionists, it was far superior to ordinary evolution crystals. If all were administered to Yuan Jun and Zhang Xiaohua, even with a 20% loss, both could potentially be elevated to 3rd level. However, Tang Hao intended to maximize their value by converting them entirely and using evolution points to enhance his subordinates. This method not only expedited the process, but also bolstered the loyalty of his followers, making it the most advantageous approach. Yet, the system was Tang Hao's greatest reliance and secret, and such actions posed a considerable risk of exposure. Others were unaware of this. If he were to exhaust all evolution points, it would inevitably lead to dissatisfaction among his subordinates over time. Next, he considered administering them to Zhao Yimiao and Wu Yong, both of whom were beastified and would likely incur minimal loss. Qian Muxue, Zhang Xiaohua, and Ouyang Mimimai would support whatever decision Tang Hao made. Yuan Jun and Yi Qingsheng also placed great trust in Tang Hao, understanding that it was precisely because of him that they could rapidly enhance their strength. Thus, when Tang Hao distributed 6 source evolution crystals to each of them, they initially declined, ultimately accepting 3 each after Tang Hao insisted. The advancement in time had disrupted Tang Hao's plans. Hunting zombies at night had lost its significance. Returning to the library, Tang Hao decided to present his long-considered plans for building a foundation. Soon, through the collective brainstorming of the group, a preliminary framework for a base took shape. For logistics and internal affairs, Qian Muxue was appointed as the chief administrator. It was then divided into 6 departments. Logistics Department, Minister, Wang Xiaoping, Deputy Minister, Wan Guoqing. Internal Affairs Department, Minister, Lu Yun, Deputy Ministers, Lin Li, Yuan Zhangwo. Medical and Health Department, Minister, Sikong Linglin, Deputy Minister, Lu Shasha. Research and Development Department, Minister, Tan Li, Deputy Ministers, Zhang Chun, Hu Jie. Construction Department, Minister, Qin Yinshan, Deputy Minister, Peng Hu. Training and Security Department, Minister, Dai Guoqiu, Deputy Minister, Li Li. Externally, it was divided into 8 departments. 6 combat departments, Qinglong Combat Department, Minister, Zhang Xiaohua. Deputy Minister, Jiang Ying. Baihu Combat Department, Minister, Zhao Yimiao. Zhuke Combat Department, Minister, Yuan Jun. Xuanwu Combat Department, Minister, Wu Yong. Eagle Hunter Combat Department, Minister, Chun Jun, Deputy Minister, Chun Fong. Feifeng Combat Department, Minister, Yi Qingsheng, Deputy Ministers, Zhao Hai, Wang Tao. 2 Intelligence Departments, Dragon Group, Minister, Qian Zheng, Deputy Minister, Yuan Min, Phoenix Group, Minister, Ouyang Mimimai, Deputy Ministers, Zhao Yu, Mu Wenying. In total, there were 14 departments. Tang Hao granted the 14 ministers considerable authority, including the right to select personnel and administer rewards and punishments. Particularly, the 6 combat departments, once established, would retain half of the evolution crystals gained from subsequent actions against zombies and mutated beasts. The intelligence departments would have the independent authority to decide how to allocate the evolution crystals obtained during reconnaissance missions, with their share reaching 60%. Despite Tang Hao's generous distribution of benefits to the combat and intelligence departments, the total number of personnel entering these 8 departments was relatively small, totaling only 127 individuals, constituting a mere quarter of the total. However, nearly all remaining evolutionists opted for the 6 combat departments and the 2 intelligence departments. After all, while the risks were considerable, the opportunities were equally significant. Only by continuously enhancing their own strength could they hope to survive better in this ruthless apocalypse. Chapter 37. Distribution of equipment after elevating Tan Li, Qin Yinshan, Zhang Chun, and Hu Jie to the status of Level 1 Evolvers. The leaders of the 13 departments had all become Evolvers. Tang Hao tossed several rat carcasses along with 2 ordinary evolution crystals and 2 source evolution crystals to Tan Li and Zhang Chun for research. Observing this, Sikong Linglin's eyes brightened, and she fetched 2 rat carcasses as well. This prompted Tang Hao to consider the integration of medicine and science. At the age of 36, Sikong Linglin had already achieved the position of chief physician, undoubtedly a prodigy. For research, instruments and materials were essential. He instructed Yuan Jun and Chun Jun to drive back to the laboratory and retrieve all the equipment, transforming a significant portion of the 4th floor into 2 temporary laboratories. As Tang Hao watched Tan Li, Zhang Chun, and Sikong Linglin alongside Lu Shasha enter their respective labs, he let out a sigh of relief, intending to head downstairs when he heard a commotion from the 5th floor. Was that the sound of a text message? Hadn't all communications been interrupted? How could a message still come through? On the 5th floor, By the window, Yi Qingcheng stared at her phone screen, displaying 2 messages. Yet, her beautiful eyes revealed little joy. Both messages were from her cousin, Yi Yunlong. The first read, in the Xiangjing military district, among over 15,000 surviving soldiers. As of 6 o'clock this afternoon, 156 evolvers have emerged, including 10 level 2 evolvers. This achievement owes much to the information provided by Yi Qingcheng, leading the Yi family to secure 3 source evolution crystals as a reward for her. The second message stated, tomorrow morning around 8 o'clock. The Xiangjing military district plans to create the first level 3 evolver in the entire army. The candidates are 3, Yi Yunlong, Wang Peng, and Zhou Qingyuan. The Yi and Zhou families were representatives from the military who accompanied the founder of the Middle Xia nation, while the Wang family had been the previous head of state. Yi Yunlong, Zhou Qingyuan, and Wang Peng were all distinguished members of their respective generations. Yi Qingcheng was quite familiar with Wang Peng and Zhou Qingyuan. Just half a year ago, during the new year of 2028, the elder of the Yi family had inquired about her preference, considering choosing one of them as her future husband. At that time, she had playfully insisted that she was too young for such matters and suggested revisiting the topic after she turned 30. Congratulations, brother. Keep it up. Yi Qingcheng replied with 5 words, her thoughts momentarily drifting away. Your parents' matter has been communicated to the Magic City Military District for proper care. Ding dong. Another message soon arrived. Upon reading it, a smile finally graced Yi Qingcheng's exquisite face. Thank you, brother. She quickly typed. A voice interrupted her thoughts. How can your phone still send and receive messages? Yi Qingcheng turned to find Tang Hao standing beside her, having approached unnoticed. This, she began to explain. Radio waves? It functions similarly to a radio, but radios can only receive, not send messages. Suddenly, she recalled that there were several professors in electronic information engineering among them. I should have them study it. Use my phone for research. Yi Qingcheng hesitated, concerned about her precious photos being exposed. However, she quickly reminded herself that in this apocalypse, few cared about one's background. She handed her phone to Tang Hao, who shook his head, indicating she should keep it. They hurriedly summoned 3 professors from the Electronic Information Engineering Department and called for Hu Jia as well. As Yi Qingcheng revealed the special buttons on her phone, the 4 began disassembling it, quickly developing a plan. In just 5 minutes, they reassembled it and returned it to her, having not examined its contents, which relieved Yi Qingcheng while leaving her slightly disappointed. She had feared they might uncover some of her cherished photos. Miss Yi, are your parents in the Magic City? Tang Hao inquired. Yes, Yi Qingcheng nodded, then asked, do you have family in the Magic City too, Tang? Yes. Once things settle down here, I plan to visit the Magic City. Oh, then you must take me with you. Cough, cough. Miss Yi, I'm merely a recent graduate. Please don't call me Tang. Just call me Tang Hao, or, like Mimi does, call me Haozi. I can refrain from calling you Tang, but you must not refer to me as Miss Yi. Let us address each other by our names, shall we? All right, Tang Hao nodded. Then recalled something. How did you meet Mimi? Didn't Tishi tell you? Mimi participated in a singing competition, and I happened to be her mentor. A singing competition? That girl sings well? Very well. She possesses great talent. If the apocalypse hadn't struck with a little refinement and training, she would undoubtedly have become a household name. Is she really that impressive? Tang Hao found it hard to believe. She was indeed quite talented in her youth. Dance, piano, violin. She seemed to have won awards and all. But as for her singing, I had no idea. Qingqing's sister. Oh, Haozi, what are you doing here? Ouyang Mimi approached with surprise. Tang Hao greeted the 2 girls with a calm smile and quickly descended the stairs. Mimi, since you and Mu Shui are cousins, what is your relationship with Tang? Sister Qingcheng, Haozi had a rough childhood. Ouyang Mimi began to share Tang Hao's background, even revealing how he had liked Qian Mu Shui in his youth. Mimi, are your parents in the Magic City? No, my aunt and uncle, Snow Sister as parents, are in the Magic City while my parents are in Suzhou. I can only wonder how they are doing. I really wish I could rush to their side right now. Ouyang Mimi's voice fell somber. Don't worry, they will be fine. Perhaps very soon. We will be able to head to Suzhou and then to the Magic City. Yes. Ouyang Mimi nodded. By the way, Sister Qingcheng, Snow Sister asked me to accompany you to choose weapons. Weapons? Yes, Sister Qingcheng, your marksmanship is exceptional. A silenced pistol has too little power and is mostly ineffective. It's better to select a good weapon sooner rather than later. Having assigned clear roles to his subordinates, Tang Hao prepared to distribute some weapons and equipment. Of course, high-quality items like the Eagle flying anti-tank rocket launcher, the Cloud Eagle sniper rifle, and the Falcon sniper crossbow would only be entrusted to the corps members. Assault rifles and submachine guns would primarily be equipped to the training and security department, a crucial aspect for safeguarding the entire base, demanding utmost diligence. Ouyang Mi chose a Falcon sniper crossbow, while Yi Qingcheng selected a Cloud Eagle sniper rifle. Other department heads and deputies also picked suitable weapons for themselves. Only Tang Hao and Qianmu Shui abstained from selection. Qianmu Shui possessed the remarkable defensive skill Dragon Queen Ripple, which was unbreakable at her level. Her ice arrows and dual daggers were also formidable. Moreover, her primary task was to secure the base and assist Tang Hao in solidifying their rearguard, creating a stronghold together. In this context, it was unnecessary for them to be equipped with high-powered weapons. As for Tang Hao, his storage system still contained a substantial cache of weapons and ammunition, including one of each: Eagle flying anti-tank rocket launcher, Cloud Eagle sniper rifle, and Falcon sniper crossbow. Most importantly, nearly a quarter of the rockets and specialized bullets for the Falcon sniper rifle were stored in his inventory. Should the need arise, he could swiftly deploy them for combat. Chapter 38. Taiyuan Mountain Villa. Time swiftly passed, and it was now the morning of June 16, 2028, at 7:08. Tang Hao's entourage had expanded to 867 members. Zhao Yimiao, Dai Guoqiu, Wang Xiaoping, Qian Zheng, Mu Weining, Zhao Yu, and Zhao Hai had all successfully ascended to level 2, bringing the total number of level 2 evolvers in Tang Hao's faction to an impressive 15. Furthermore, the number of level 1 evolvers had also seen a significant increase, reaching 95. Within just a few days, the population of level 1 zombies and mutated beasts had begun to multiply at a geometric rate. Large hordes of zombies had started to exhibit level 2 variants, while level 1 mutated beasts roamed the city in increasingly frequent packs. Initially, Tang Hao had planned to seize the Source Mother Evolution Crystal before retreating. However, with the emergence of level 2 zombies and the surrounding zombies gathering in droves, he decided to withdraw first to the Taiyuan Mountain Villa outside the city. Taiyuan Mountain Villa, located in the outskirts of Yunjing City, spanned over 3,000 acres and was ideally situated by mountains and water. It rested against Zixiao Mountain, where a clear spring cascaded down, forming the renowned Zixiao Waterfall of Yunjing City. 8 years ago, the Dihao Group had invested 800 million and spent 3 years constructing Taiyuan Mountain Villa. Upon its opening, it quickly became a favored destination for the affluent youth of Yunjing City and had transformed into a notorious den of indulgence over the past 3 years. In the previous life, the province of Yunjing, with a population of nearly 70 million, witnessed a catastrophic decline, leaving fewer than 8 million survivors within 3 months. Approximately 30 human bases of varying sizes existed throughout the province, but only 3 could be classified as large bases, all situated near the provincial capital, Xingqing. To the south lay the Yunjing Military District Base, to the west the Feihe Base established by brothers Meng, Fei, and Meng He, and to the east, the Taiyuan Base. Tang Hao chose Taiyuan Mountain Villa as his development base for 2 reasons. Firstly, the Taiyuan Base had no level 7 powerhouse in his previous life, and secondly, the villa was in close proximity. The distance from Yunjing University to Taiyuan Mountain Villa was a mere 19 kilometers. At 7:30 a.m., a massive convoy comprising 42 vehicles set off. Leading the way was a large excavator, followed closely by a saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle, 3 linked MPVs, and a special ladder truck. In the center were 20 large buses and 4 luxurious double-decker sleeper coaches, interspersed with 5 SUVs and 4 large trucks packed with various supplies and equipment. The convoy concluded with 2 linked MPVs and another saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle at the rear. Tiger! Tiger! William burst into Tyrelson's room urgently. Tyrelson pushed aside the woman before him, gathered his ample black robe, and stepped forward to confront William, delivering a resounding slap. "You fool! How many times must I remind you to address me as Satan King? If you misname me again, I shall extract your heart. Upon seeing Tyrelson's vampire-like fangs, William shivered. Yes, Satan King. Moments later, Tyreson and several strong black men stood on the 68th floor of the Tang Hao building, coldly surveying a distant convoy as it slowly advanced. What is it? The convoy. Indeed, there are several special police vehicles from the Middle Kingdom in the midst. Tyreson growled ominously. Suddenly, Yi Qingqing ducked to evade the heavy blow from an iron-armed zombie, swiftly plunging her dagger into its temple, creating a gory hole. With deft movements, she dispatched wave after wave of zombies. Behind her, Zhao Xiaoye and Banking skillfully wielded their knives, carving into the chests of zombies to extract glimmering crystals of silver and gray. Boom! Explosive fireballs erupted above the zombies' heads. Whoosh! Water arrows and wind blades whirled forth, toppling one zombie after another. Tang Hao, Qian Mushiwa, Ouyang Mimi, and Xinjun held the rear, having spent little time in vehicles since entering the city, continuously felling the advancing zombies. Whether they were level 1 claws zombies, iron-arm zombies, or the recently appeared level 1 giant strength zombies, none posed a threat to Tang Hao and his companions. In the distance, several level 2 iron-arm and giant strength zombies loomed, yet they were too far away, and the intelligent level 2 zombies recognized their inability to chase down the armored vehicles. Instead, they opted to hunt weaker prey nearby. As they exited the city, the convoy accelerated, encountering fewer abandoned vehicles on the road compared to within the city. At 8:40 a.m., Dai Guoqiu, Zhang Xiaohua, and Yuan Jun spotted Zixia Mountain, which rose to an elevation of 592 meters on their left. Taoyuan Mountain Villa was constructed on the mountainside of Zixia Mountain. Currently, Taoyuan Mountain Villa was occupied by two major factions. At the entrance to the villa, the left side was under the control of Yu Chun, while the right side belonged to Chao Tianbao. Both Yu Chun and Chao Tianbao had adeptly seized opportunities in the apocalypse, discovering the utility of crystals, and subsequently gathered their own followers. Now, both had ascended to level 2 evolvers, each commanding over 20 evolvers. The villa's brass gate was now half closed, with a heavy barricade positioned before the open half. Behind it stood 12 robust men wielding long knives and short guns, clearly divided into two factions, 6 men on each side. The left side, led by Wan Qi, comprised Yu Chen's followers, while the right side, led by Zhao and consisted of Chao Tianbao's men. As the sounds of the large excavator and convoy thundered closer, one man, hearing the commotion, emerged to take a look and was startled. He quickly called out to Wan Qi, "Brother Qi, a convoy is coming, and there are special police inside." Both Wan Qi and Zhao rushed out, their expressions shifting in alarm. Despite being level 1 evolvers, they still harbored an innate fear of the police. Even in the apocalypse, they called for someone to hastily inform their leader. Guarding the entrance, they could manage to extort a few ordinary survivors, but this convoy, with over 20 buses and coaches alone, likely numbered in the thousands. Most critically, the presence of armored vehicles hinted at the formidable weaponry they possessed, far superior to their meager firearms. They lacked the audacity to intervene. At the forefront of the convoy, atop the large excavator, Dai Guoqiu and Li Li donned special police armor. Li Li brandished an assault rifle, surveying the scene from above. Upon reaching the gate, he commanded in a cold voice, "Open the gate." Chapter 39. The demise of Yu Chun before Yu Chun and Chao Tianbao could receive any news. Tang Hao's convoy had already majestically entered the villa. Even the main gate was directly taken over by Wu Yong, who led the Xuanwu Battle Department under Tang Hao's orders. Zhang Xiaohua's Qinglong Battle Department and a saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle were left behind as a means of intimidation and support. Tang Hao drove the vehicles directly to the luxurious Taoyuan Grand Hotel, which met the standards of a 5-star establishment. The Taoyuan Grand Hotel, with only 10 floors, reached an astonishing height of 88 meters. Notably, the 3 massive banquet halls on the first floor and the height of the 10th floor both soared to 9 meters. Each of the middle 8 floors housed 36 opulent double rooms and 12 luxurious king-size bedrooms. The 10th floor, with its 19 9-meter height, was transformed into 10 four-story sky villas, each equipped with its own elevator. The smallest of these villas spanned an impressive 688 square meters, while the largest, the perfect villa, reached an astounding 2,888 square meters. This grandest of villas boasted an array of entertainment facilities, and its rooftop featured a panoramic skylight paired with an aerial swimming pool, luxury at its zenith. Yu Chun, the young master, grasped a woman's chin with his left hand, his eyes flickering with a sinister flame as he menacingly declared, "You wretched woman, even in this apocalypse, you dare to maintain your pride? Today, I shall have my way with you." The woman struggled desperately, but how could her feeble strength compare to that of Yu Chun, a level 2 evolved being? With a ripping sound, her dress was torn away, revealing a purple bra and expanse of snowy skin beneath. Just as Yu Chun reached out to tear off the purple bra, there was a loud bang. The door was kicked open. Yu Chun froze in shock. Who dared to kick down his door? Which fool is courting death? He bellowed, tossing the woman onto the lavish bed before striding angrily out of the room. On the first floor of the perfect villa, Tang Hao's expression darkened as he looked up to see Yu Chun on the third floor. Tang Hao's eyes narrowed. At this age and with this appearance, it could only be him. Yu Chun was the very one responsible for the deaths of over 3,000 people in Tang Hao's previous life at a small base. Upon hearing that the leader of the faction inside was named Yu Chun, Tang Hao had begun to suspect, and now, seeing him in person, he had confirmed that this was indeed his nemesis from a past life. At this moment, a surge of murderous intent rose within Tang Hao. "Ah, Special Police brothers, your timing is impeccable." Yu Chun, adept at changing his demeanor, said with a grin. "I am Yu Chun, the young master of the Di Hao group." Tang Hao replied coldly, "Indeed, you are the one." Yes, the Di Hao group was founded by my father. My uncle is Xiao Yuanjin, one of the 9 committee members and the Secretary General of Zhongxia. Yu Chen's face was beaming with pride. The Yu family were among the wealthiest in Zhongxia, wielding immense power in both politics and business. The Taoyuan villa was developed by his family, and that ruffian Xiao Tianbao had brazenly seized half of its control without realizing their background, though he had enjoyed being a local tyrant in recent days. Yu Chun was not foolish. He knew that mere thugs could not survive in this apocalypse without the backing of a strong police force. Hearing Tang Hao recite his family's background made Yu Chun elated, believing that someone had finally come to rescue him. "Rescue you?" Tang Hao smirked slightly and nodded. "Indeed, I have come specifically to escort you." "Wonderful. Please wait a moment while I tidy up," Yu Chun exclaimed. "No need. In the afterlife, there is no distinction between high and low. Scum like you deserves to descend to the 18th layer of hell." Tang Hao retorted coldly. 18th layer of hell? Yu Chun was bewildered. "What is happening? Aren't you here to save me?" His face turned cold as he shouted, "How dare you speak to me like that, you soldier? Even Lu Cheng, the captain of the Yunjing Special Police Team, must address me as young Master Yu. Do you believe I can have you dismissed immediately?" Tang Hao had no interest in further banter. His earlier words were merely to confirm Yu Chen's identity. "Enough," he declared coldly, raising his left hand. In an instant, Yu Chun was ensnared by thick thorns, leaving only his head exposed. Yu Chun never anticipated that Tang Hao possessed such power, and by the time he realized it, it was too late. The binding force of the thorny cage was immense. Even a level 2 evolved being or a level 2 source evolved being would find it impossible to break free once ensnared, as their arms and legs would be bound, rendering their strength and speed ineffective. And Yu Chun was merely an ordinary power evolved being. What do you want?" Yu Chen's face paled. "Is it not clear? I am sending you to your demise." Tang Hao replied with a chilling smile, yanking his hand. The thorny cage sent Yu Chun plummeting headfirst, crashing onto the solid ground of the first floor. Even as a level 2 evolved being, Yu Chen's head could not withstand the impact against the hard stone floor. With a resounding thud, half of his head split open, and his neck snapped, leaving him no time to utter a sound before he met his end. With a wave of his left hand, the thorns that had bound Yu Chun vanished instantly. Just as this action was completed, Qian Muxua entered swiftly from outside, followed closely by Jiang Ying, Chun Fong, and other evolved women, along with Yuan Jun and the rest, arriving at the 10th floor. Sister Shui, handle the women on this floor. Yuan Jun, clear out everyone else in the building. Understood, boss. Yuan Jun replied with a booming voice. 20 minutes later, Qian Muxue, her face fierce with anger, approached Tang Hao in the lobby. These beasts, do they not have brothers or sisters? How could they commit such atrocious and shameless acts? Tang Hao remained silent, merely tilting his head slightly towards Qian Muxue. Qian Muxue was infuriated. Xiao Hao, do you know? In that sky villa you visited earlier, that you fellow had imprisoned 8 girls in his room, 5 of whom were bound in various perverse ways, and all 5 were completely unclothed, merely to satiate his beastly desires. Such scum deserves to die. Not only that villa, but several others were similarly afflicted. Tang Hao placed his hand gently on Qian Mushue's shoulder, patting her softly, unsure of how to comfort her, for in his previous life, he had witnessed even more brutal horrors. A brutish man at a slaughterhouse, accompanied by merely 3 subordinates, had imprisoned 37 women. Chapter 40. Mastering the manor. The number of survivors in Taoyuan Manor is considerable. Aside from the deceased Yu Chun, there are still 265 individuals remaining. At 10:30 in the morning, all 265 people gathered in the square in front of the Taoyuan Grand Hotel. I am Tang Hao. From this moment forth, Taoyuan Manor will be under my jurisdiction. We are neither a government rescue team nor special police. We are merely a group striving to survive in this apocalyptic world. We do not accept idlers. Every individual wishing to join our ranks must demonstrate their worth. Men aged between 15 and 50 are required to engage in the hunting of zombies, while women will be tasked with laundry, cooking, arbitration, and even the construction and protection of our base. I cannot make extravagant promises, but I will endeavor to ensure that you have enough to eat and drink clean water. Those willing to join us, please step to the left of this white line. What will you do if we refuse to join you? A voice emerged from the crowd. Tang Hao Smai Fai Li. If you choose not to join us, then you must carve your own path. Depart from Taoyuan Manor before noon. Why should we leave Taoyuan Manor? We arrived here first. Bang, bang, bang. At some point, a dagger pistol appeared in Tang Hao's right hand, and he fired 3 shots into the air, coldly declaring, why? Simply because we possess firearms. In a society governed by law, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to bully the weak? Chao Tianbao finally spoke up. Bully the weak? Huh. Merely presenting you with a choice constitutes bullying? We do not force anyone to join us. You are free to leave. Unlike before, when entering through the gate required you to have your belongings thoroughly searched and being subjected to unspeakable acts if you were a woman of beauty. While you feasted on lavish meals, those not part of your group were left with scraps. If you consider my actions to be bullying, then I shall indeed oppress you. What will you do about it? Isn't it just relying on your firearms? Without them, who could you bully? A scar man behind Chao Tianbao spoke coldly. Yuan Yun, Zhao Timiao, Tang Hao Gongman Sten Li. Yuan Jun and Zhao Yimiao removed their combat armor and stepped forward, fists clenched. I give you 3 opportunities. You may choose either of them as your opponent. If any one of you can withstand 3 minutes without falling, you will have the autonomy to remain in this manor, even if you choose not to join us. Upon hearing this, the scarred man was the first to leap forth. He was swiftly kicked 8 meters away by Zhao Yimiao, unable to rise for some time. The remaining spectators were immediately intimidated. Chao Tianbao exchanged glances with his companions, and a lean man stepped forward, selecting Yuan Jun as his opponent. This lean man, a first-level speed enhancer, intended to rely on his swiftness to last 3 minutes. However, he was unaware that Yuan Jun was now a solid second-level enhancer. With a single stride, Yuan Jun seized him and incapacitated him with a swift blow. With 2 opportunities already used, only Chao Tianbao remained. Reluctantly, he stepped forward, unwilling to be seen as subordinate. He had brought his group of followers out of necessity, for they were armed with several firearms, at least 60 or 70 visible, including 2 heavy sniper rifles and 2 armored vehicles. Chao Tianbao approached boldly, challenging Tang Hao directly. Since you are the leader of your team, you must be the strongest. I, Chao Tianbao, challenge you. You wish to challenge me? Are you certain? Tang Hao smiled lightly. Someone like you dares to challenge the boss. Zhao Yimiao scoffed. Stepping forward, Yuan Jun added, Boss, Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut with someone like him? Tang Hao raised his left hand, prompting Yuan Jun to cease. With determined strides, he faced Chao Tianbao, coldly stating, "Very well, you may begin." Seeing this, Chao Tianbao felt a surge of trepidation. Could this young man truly be the leader of their group? Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength, lunging forward like a wolf, and threw a powerful punch toward Tang Hao's chest. This punch was delivered without restraint. Yet in the next moment, Tang Hao effortlessly intercepted it with his right hand. Before Chao Tianbao could react, Tang Hao's fingers tightened, akin to iron pincers, causing a series of cracking sounds from his hand as the pressure intensified. Chao Tianbao and Appo's face paled, realizing he had struck a hard wall. The strength of this young man was beyond his capability to contend with. He fell to his knees, urgently proclaiming, "Boss, I yield. From this day forth, you are my leader." Tang Hao had intended to deliver a decisive blow to instill fear, but was taken aback by Chao Tianbao's swift capitulation. A glance at the crowd revealed numerous looks of respect and awe directed at him. This approach proved advantageous. With Yu Qin deceased and Chao Tianbao's submission, no one dared to question Tang Hao further. Ultimately, all 265 individuals pledged their allegiance. However, Tang Hao was not inclined to accept everyone unconditionally, for many among them were Yu Qin's loyalists, as well as some notorious criminals. Within the past hour, he had already dispatched individuals to gather intelligence on them. Addressing the assembled crowd of 265, Tang Hao declared, "I am grateful for your trust in joining my ranks. However, my team will not accept those who steal or engage in vile acts against women. I will now name certain individuals who must leave the manor within 15 minutes. Chao Wuli, Min Xingjuan, Wan Qi, Wang Gui." Tang Hao recited the names of 21 individuals, the majority being Yu Qin's subordinates, along with 3 of Chao Tianbao's men and 2 thugs who had committed heinous acts against 3 women amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. Gao Wuli, Wan Qi, and the others attempted to resist. They were immediately slain by Yuan Jun and Zhao Yimiao, with the first 3 troublemakers dispatched on spot. The remaining 18 criminals, shaken by the display of strength, fled in haste at Tang Hao's command to leave or face death. It was uncertain who initiated the applause, but soon the sound of clapping resonated throughout the crowd of over 1,000, praising Tang Hao for his decisive actions. With the execution of Yu Qin and his accomplices, and the expulsion of the 18 ruffians, Tang Hao garnered the loyalty of over 1,000 individuals. Amidst the thunderous applause, the system's voice echoed, "Ding! Your populace has reached 1,000. Your official rank has advanced to county constable. You have gained 1 point of evolutionary merit. Ding! Your populace has reached 2,000. Your official rank has advanced to deputy county magistrate, 8th rank. Warning: insufficient evolution level. Cannot obtain evolutionary merit. It will be granted once your level is adequate." Chapter 41. Mutated Fowl Chief. We must prioritize the protection of the water source from the waterfall in the back hills. Expedite the construction of the sewage treatment facility. Reinforce the perimeter walls and promptly erect the watchtowers at the entrance and summit. Achieving our ambitious goal of accommodating 500,000 individuals in this expansive base will be a gradual process, as our current generator capacity and fuel reserves are insufficient, and our housing is inadequate. Let and Appo's proceed incrementally, focusing initially on the sewage treatment, wall fortification, and watchtower construction. I recall that the citywide disruption of water and electricity occurred on the 9th day of the cataclysm. Now, on the 5th day since the apocalypse, we have a mere 4 days remaining until the utilities are cut off. Fortunately, Peach Blossom Mountain Villa possesses a small summit lake and a waterfall, ensuring a temporary water supply. However, once the power is severed, the villa's existing generator, coupled with the one we brought, will barely suffice to meet the power needs of 5,000 residents. Moreover, our gasoline and diesel reserves will only sustain power generation for a mere 2 months. Regarding the perimeter walls, their current state is inadequate, standing at a mere 2 meters in height and constructed of iron bars and concrete. These walls can only impede Tier 0 zombies and offer limited resistance to Tier 1 zombies. Tier 2 and Tier 3 zombies will easily breach them. Therefore, we must reinforce, elevate, and thicken the walls. Fortunately, the mountains provide ample stone and timber for wall construction. To build these walls, we will require cement and river sand. Conveniently, a large-scale mixing plant is located 6 kilometers from Peach Blossom Mountain Villa. At 1 p.m., disseminate these directives. The teams will divide into 3 groups. The Azure Dragon and White Tiger squads, accompanied by a dozen newcomers, will proceed to the gas stations along the route to gather gasoline and diesel. The Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise squads, also with a dozen newcomers, will head to a grain processing plant several kilometers away to collect food supplies. I will personally lead the Falcon Squad and the 10 or so defected evolutionaries led by Chow Tianbao to the mixing plant. The remaining personnel will remain at the villa to vigorously transform and construct the base. We will establish research and development laboratories, renovate the 4-story villa atop the hotel, fell trees, and excavate earth and rock. Instantly, Peach Blossom Mountain Villa will transform into a bustling construction site. Fortunately, everyone enjoyed a warm meal of rice, the first since the apocalypse, and over 95% of the workforce is diligently engaged in their tasks. As the bus approached the mixing plant, I distinctly heard clucking sounds. "What is that? Such enormous chickens?" exclaimed the Falcon team member driving. Hearing the exclamation, Chun Jun, Chun Fong, Chow Tianbao, and others craned their necks to peer ahead. In the expansive mixing plant, a dozen giant chickens, each standing a meter tall, were pecking at the ground. These domesticated fowl, after mutating, had grown larger than turkeys. The largest rooster among them, when it raised its head, nearly reached a height of 2 meters, almost as tall as an ostrich. My eyes lit up. Mutated chickens. A culinary delicacy indeed. Most importantly, among these mutated chickens, there were only 2 roosters, with the rest being hens. I was contemplating developing a poultry farming operation, and these mutated chickens would undoubtedly be excellent rare breeds for cultivation. Despite their size, these mutated chickens were far less formidable than mutated rats or wolfhounds. The key advantage was their immense size, allowing them to lay enormous eggs, each the size of a bowl, and exceptionally nutritious. Mutated chickens and ducks were, without a doubt, the most suitable livestock for farming in the post-apocalyptic world. Dogs had become ferocious beasts, and cattle were colossal creatures. Even pigs, after mutating, had become exceptionally fierce, increasingly resembling their wild boar relatives, with sharp tusks that could pierce through anything. 13 mutated chickens were swiftly subdued and bound. "Chief, we have discovered a survivor," a Falcon team member announced. Relying on a 1.5-liter bottle of water and a package of cake, the survivor had concealed himself within a towering concrete mixer, enduring for 5 days. After consuming some water and food, the survivor provided several crucial pieces of information. First, a small village was located a kilometer away, and the mutated chickens belonged to the villagers who lived there. Second, the mixing plant owner had kept a golden python as a pet. Upon the arrival of the apocalypse, the golden python mutated, slaughtered many surviving humans and zombies, and then slithered toward the village below. Upon learning that the adult golden python had mutated, my countenance shifted. Golden pythons were already among the largest snake species, with adult specimens reaching 6 to 7 meters in length. Given the precedent of rats and dogs mutating and increasing in size several-fold, the mutated golden python would exceed 12 meters in length. 5 days had elapsed, and considering the python's ferocity and voracious appetite, it had likely evolved into a Tier 2 mutated beast. A Tier 2 golden python was a catastrophic threat. In a one-on-one confrontation, without resorting to high-powered weaponry, such as the Cloudhawk sniper rifle or the Eagle Flight anti-tank rocket launcher, only I could contend with it. The others were significantly weaker. I instructed Qinjun to organize the transportation of concrete, as he needed to remain in charge. Perhaps Chun Fong, a graduate of the police academy, could be of some assistance, but I did not intend to bring her along. With my 3 lifetimes of experience, I was no longer an inexperienced college student. I could discern that Chun Jun harbored feelings for Chen Fong. I was more than willing to facilitate the blossoming of affection among my brothers. Zhang Xiaohao, Zhao Yimiao, Wang Xiaoping, Chen Jun, and Qianzheng were 5 brothers who had followed me through thick and thin in my previous life. I moved with great celerity. Upon reaching the village, I found it reduced to ruins. The extent of the structural damage indicated that the mutated golden python was responsible. Amidst the debris, 6 mutated cats, 1 large and 5 small, were scavenging for food. A mutated cat tore off a large chunk of meat, revealing a shimmering silver crystal. My eyes widened. It was an origin evolution crystal, the size of a thumb. It was undoubtedly the evolutionary crystal from a Tier 1 mutated beast. I lunged forward. Bang, bang, bang. I rapidly drew my dagger and pistol, firing 3 shots at the small mutated cat. Hut, hut, hut. The mutated cat, with a body as large as a mongrel, erupted in 3 bursts of blood, and the chunk of meat fell to the ground. My 3 shots had stirred up a hornet's nest. Meow. The remaining 5 mutated cats, 1 large and 4 small, displayed a flash of ferocity in their eyes, transforming into 5 streaks of light as they pounced upon me. With a thought, the dagger and pistol vanished, and in their place, my empty right hand clenched, summoning the 2-meter-long, 20-kilogram rebar I had acquired from the mixing plant. Thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled thuds resonated as the 3 small mutated cats were sent flying 30 meters, crashing to the ground. 2 of them suffered instantly ruptured skulls, while the third sustained a fractured torso, collapsing to the ground, blood gurgling from its mouth and nose. I sidestepped, evading the claws of the remaining 2 mutated cats. The rebar danced once more. Thud, thud. The last small mutated cat was also instantly pulverized, and one of the large mutated cat's hind legs was shattered. Meow. The ferocity in the large mutated cat's eyes transformed into terror. It attempted to flee, but how could it escape with a broken leg? Bang! 2 steel rods came crashing down. The first struck, shattering its entire spine, while the second obliterated its skull. Indeed, the source evolution crystal of this first-tier mutated cat was astonishingly the size of a thumb. Just as Tang Hao was about to collect the remaining 5 small mutated cats and the fallen source evolution crystal, a series of gunshots rang out from above. This is trouble. Tang Hao's expression changed drastically. He dashed towards the mixing area above. Chapter 42. The second-order golden python at the stirring grounds. A colossal golden python, nearly 30 meters in length, rampaged like a savage beast. With a gaping maw, it devoured an unsuspecting first-tier power evolver whole. With a flick of its long tail, it sent Xiao Tianbao, a second-tier evolver, flying. Chun Fong and several other Falcon team members armed with firearms unleashed a barrage of shots. Bang! 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 The bullets from Chun Jun's dagger pistol merely left 3 shallow marks on the python's resilient skin. Rat-tat-tat! A member wielding a submachine gun managed to inflict a gory wound on the python and Oppo's massive body, yet the damage amounted to less than a square meter. Hardly a significant blow to such a behemoth. Bang! 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 Only Chun Fong's assault rifle produced a spectacular explosion of crimson. Hissing in pain, the golden python disregarded the fleeing individuals and lunged forward, its enormous body swiftly closing in on Chun Fong, ready to strike. With determination flashing across her delicate features, Chun Fong steadied her rifle. As her fingers squeezed the trigger, a bullet flew straight into the python and Oppo's gaping mouth. The bullet erupted from the python and Oppo's forehead, creating a bloody wound. Yet, the golden python was resolute in its intent to consume the most threatening human, its cavernous jaws already descending. Just as Chun Fong braced for her demise, a thunderous roar erupted. Chun Jun soared through the air, delivering a powerful kick to the python and Oppo's massive head, forcefully displacing it. Chun Fong rolled away just in time. Enraged, the golden python lashed out, sending Chun Jun hurtling like a sandbag. Bang! Chun Fong knelt, firing another bullet that shattered the snake and Oppo's head, producing yet another bloodied wound. The python twisted its head and lunged again, jaws poised to snap shut on Chun Fong. Just as she was about to be caught, the sound of a crossbow twanging filled the air. Whoosh! A 3-foot iron bolt pierced the python's enormous head. forcing it to shift 3 meters sideways with tremendous force. Retreating, Chun Fong heard Tang Hao's voice ring out as he sprinted like a racing leopard. Leaping high with his falcon sniper crossbow, transformed into a thick steel bolt. Bang, bang, bang. With immense force, he struck the python's massive head, slamming it against the ground. With a resounding thud, the python's tail whipped down, causing the ground to tremble. Tang Hao deftly dodged. Thud! The tail struck, creating a crater over 4 meters long. With a swift motion, Tang Hao conjured a gigantic thorny cage that ensnared the majority of the golden python's body. Ascending into the air, he wielded the 2-meter-long steel bolt like a spear, thrusting it fiercely into the bloodied head of the python. Splatter! Blood erupted forth as half of the steel bolt embedded itself into the creature's skull. The python emitted a shrill, anguished cry, its exposed head and tail thrashing violently, snapping the resilient thorns with a series of loud cracks. With bulging muscles, Tang Hao roared, driving the steel bolt another 8 inches deeper, twisting and churning, transforming the python's head into a mixing bowl. Blood gushed forth in torrents. The python's head was reduced to a gelatinous mass. The golden python's death throes echoed with a heart-wrenching hiss, its once vibrant eyes dimming at an alarming rate. The crowd, witnessing the young man standing triumphantly atop the python and Appo's head like a deity, was filled with awe and fervent admiration. Even the newly joined members, including Chao Tianbao, felt a profound respect for him. Loyalty surged among the ranks, with original Falcon team members and Appo's loyalty soaring to a minimum of 68, while even Chun Jun's loyalty rose by 2 percentage points to 84. The loyalty of Chao Tianbao and others skyrocketed to between 45 and 58, with Chao Tianbao himself jumping from 30 to 58. Tang Hao extracted a crystal of evolution, the size of a chicken egg, from within the golden python. The encounter with the second-order golden python had claimed 2 lives, one from the original Falcon team and another new member. 4 others were injured, including second-tier evolvers Chun Jun and Chao Tianbao. This grim reality struck home for the Falcon team, who had previously enjoyed smooth sailing, as well as for Chao Tianbao, who had once been the leader. If not for Tang Hao leading the charge, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Tang Hao pocketed the evolution crystal and leapt down, instructing, "Mushroom, bring this giant python back. We shall feast tonight." As Chun Jun and the others maneuvered a crane to hoist the massive python onto a truck, Tang Hao returned to the village where he found several corpses of mutated cats. Fortune smiled upon him as he secured 5 ordinary evolution crystals the size of pinky fingers and a source evolution crystal, nearly the size of a broad bean, left behind by a first-order mutated chicken, albeit with only 2 remaining claws. Tang Hao picked up the hefty claws and struck them against a nearby brick. The claws remained intact, while the brick shattered. This material is remarkably sturdy. Let us take it back for Yuan Jiangwo and the others to study. It might yield new weaponry. In his thorough search of the now-ruined village, Tang Hao found no survivors. Clearly, the villagers had either fled, perished, or transformed into zombies. However, he was elated to discover a nest of mutated chicks in a room that had not completely collapsed, containing 16 plump chicks, each the size of a fist, only recently hatched with a light covering of down. Tang Hao carefully placed the 16 mutated chicks into a large cage. Upon returning, he found Chun Jun and others directing a crane to hoist the colossal python onto a truck. An astonishing sight. A single snake filled an entire truck, weighing over 10,000 pounds. When Tang Hao and the others returned to Taoyuan Villa, the entire estate erupted in excitement. A 30-meter-long golden python, weighing over 10,000 pounds, who had witnessed such a marvel before the apocalypse. A gigantic rooster akin to an ostrich, who had seen this. Ouyang Mimi immediately seized the cage of chicks from Tang Hao, exclaiming, "Wow, Brother Hao, where did you procure such large chicks? They look so plump and adorable." Tang Hao smiled. "Little Mimi, these are not pets. They shall be our future poultry." Chapter 43. The Man-Eating Giant Fish Boss. The skin of this golden python is remarkably resilient. Crafting armor from it would not only provide superior protection, rivaling that of bulletproof vests, but it would also be lighter. Yuan Zhangwo caressed the golden-scaled python skin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Old Yuan, you take charge of this. He continued. By the way, we also have a pair of mutated chicken claws. Let us see what equipment we can create from them. Tang Hao tossed the mutated chicken claws to Yuan Zhangwo. In the previous life, the military controlled large-scale bases where they developed new weaponry utilizing mutated beasts and evolution crystals. Here, these are evolution crystals from 3 mutated cats, along with the snake's skin and claws. They might yield some unexpected results. Tang Hao produced 3 evolution crystals and handed them to Yuan Zhangwo. Boss, are you suggesting we combine these claws with the crystals? Yuan Zhangwo's eyes lit up, a sentiment echoed by Tan Li, Si Kong Linglin, Zhang Chun, and Hu Jie, who had gathered nearby. Indeed, we are in an apocalypse. Both zombies and mutated beasts possess evolution crystals, and human evolution relies on them as well. This indicates that these silvery gray crystals are indeed pivotal, Tang Hao explained. Boss, we also need some evolution crystals, and we should collect blood, skin, and bones from this giant python for research. Agreed. Tang Hao waved his hand, simultaneously tossing the carcasses of 6 mutated cats to Zhang Chun and the others. While cat meat may not be palatable, it serves as excellent material for research. In his past life, Tang Hao had only heard of many things. He was not well versed in the specifics of their research. However, he understood that he could provide Yuan Zhangwo, Tan Li, Si Kong Linglin, Zhang Chun, and Hu Jie with a clear direction, thus sparing them from extensive trial and error. The rest could be entrusted to these skilled professionals for in-depth study. Although Yuan Zhangwo was not a doctoral expert, he possessed an obsessive passion for weaponry and had unique insights. With Tang Hao pointing him in the right direction, he might just become a master of new weaponry in the future. Indeed, Tang Hao's foresight proved accurate. Yuan Zhangwo, Tan Li, Si Kong Linglin, Hu Jie, and others eventually became integral core members of his vast empire. Before Tang Hao could take a moment to rest at the mountain villa, Vice Minister Li of the Training and Protection Department hurriedly approached him. A giant man-eating fish had appeared in the mountain lake, and a member of the department had tragically been dragged underwater while fetching water. Li initially intended to report this to Qian Muxue, but upon hearing that Tang Hao had returned, he quickly summoned another department member to inform her while he rushed to Tang Hao. Upon learning of the giant fish in the lake, Tang Hao immediately set off, with Ouyang miming setting down a cage of chicks to follow closely behind, armed with a hunting crossbow. Shortly after, Tang Hao, Qian Muxue, Yi Qingsheng, Ouyang miming, Dai Guiqiu Li, and 6 members of the Training and Protection Department gathered at the lakeside. This marked Tang Hao and Appo's first visit to the mountaintop. Although called A and Appo's, Small Lake and Appo's, its size was considerable, covering at least 50,000 square meters. Its water exhibited an eerie blue-green hue. Even with Tang Hao and Appo's keen eyesight, he could discern only 3 meters beneath the surface, while the others could see even less. How deep is this lake? Tang Hao inquired, frowning. Reportedly, its deepest point exceeds 20 meters, Dai Guiqiu replied solemnly. That was the data prior to the apocalypse. No one knows its exact depth now. What is the lethality of the Cloud Eagle Sniper rifle underwater? Tang Hao pressed further. Dai Guiqiu turned to Li, who sheepishly scratched his head. While he knew its effectiveness in open air or through various barriers, he was uncertain about its performance underwater. Yi Qingchang chimed in with her sweet voice, underwater, at a distance of 2 meters. It possesses the same penetrating power as when it penetrates 10 millimeters steel plate at 300 meters. Beyond 2 meters, the lethality significantly diminishes. For this mutated giant fish, at over 10 meters, it will likely inflict little damage. What about the hunting crossbow? Tang Hao asked. Effective to 5 meters. Ye kink, replied. The underwater lethality at 7, 5 and 2 meters is sufficient. Step back. I will lure it over, Tang Hao stated, moving toward the lake's edge. Be careful. Qian Muxue called from behind. Tang Hao turned back, flashing a radiant smile. Understood. As Li and the others retreated, Dai Guiqiu and Yi Qingsheng positioned themselves on either side. Dai Guiqiu lay flat on the grass, readying his Cloud Eagle sniper rifle for action. A skilled marksman, his innate talent in firearms made the rifle exceptionally potent in his hands. Yi Qingsheng took her place behind a smooth rock on the right, setting up her sniper rifle, while Ouyang Miming readied her hunting crossbow. Should the giant fish surface, the combined efforts of Dai Guoqiu, Yi Qingsheng, and Ouyang Miming would likely suffice to subdue it. Tang Hao approached the lake, crouching down to wash his hands. After a minute of splashing, he sensed no movement. Frowning, he pondered whether a blood scent was necessary. Ah, the golden python. Tang Hao stood and instructed Li Li to send someone to fetch a piece of golden python meat. The blood and flesh from a second-level mutated beast would surely be a gourmet delight for the man-eating fish. Shortly, a first-level speed-evolving member of the Training and Protection Department returned swiftly, carrying a 6-pound piece of golden python meat. Tang Hao received it eagerly. He swiftly sliced it into 4 pieces, placing 3 on nearby stones, 2 feet to 2 meters from the water, while holding the last piece to dangle in the water. Indeed, within mere seconds, he felt ripples on the water's surface. The giant fish was incredibly swift. The undulating waves escalated within just 2 seconds. In the next moment, with a mighty splash, a massive mutated fish, comparable in size to a mature tiger shark, leaped from the water, surging towards Tang Hao, specifically the piece of golden python meat in his hand. Seeing his prey so close, Tang Hao would not allow it to escape easily. He fell backward, raising the golden python meat high above. The giant fish, its massive body nearly fully emerged from the water, lunged for the enticing meat. With a swift motion, Tang Hao tossed the golden python meat into the air. Simultaneously, 2 deep gunshots resonated. Chapter 44. The hunt for the man-eating giant fish. With the sound of 2 low gunshots, the giant fish's right eyeball erupted like a large bubble, simultaneously creating a horrifying blood hole nearly a meter deep in its massive left eye socket. In an instant, the left eye also burst open. Yi Qingsheng's shot pierced through the fish's right eye and exited through the left, showcasing an astonishing level of marksmanship. Tang Hao delivered a flying kick with his right foot, propelling the monstrous fish entirely onto the shore. Before the creature could even hit the ground, Ouyang Mimi unleashed a fierce strike with her 120-centimeter long sniper crossbow, driving the 155 pure steel hunting arrow straight into its gaping maw. The arrow pierced through the tough flesh of the fish's back, revealing a 6-inch-long, glimmering arrowhead. With a thud, the giant fish crashed heavily to the ground, its massive body sliding to a halt just 2 meters away from Ouyang Mimi and Xianmu Xue. Though its tail continued to thrash and its mouth opened and closed, it was evidently nearing its end. Tang Hao was taken aback by how smoothly everything had unfolded. He had anticipated the use of the 3 baits he had set up, but the man-eating giant fish was dispatched with such ease. Undoubtedly, the credit primarily went to Yi Qingsheng and Dai Guoqiu. The formidable power of the Yuning sniper rifle was such that, even without Tang Hao's kick and Ouyang Mimi's arrow, the fish would have met its demise. Its head was almost entirely obliterated. The immense power of the Yuning sniper rifle provided Tang Hao with a visceral understanding of its capabilities. With such formidable strength, it could probably pose a significant threat even to 5th-tier zombies. In his previous life, Tang Hao and Appo's small base had been annihilated by a 6th-tier zombie, leading a horde of over 10 5th-tier zombies. As Tang Hao and the others brought the nearly 7-meter-long, over 2,000 gene giant fish down the mountain, it caused quite a stir among the people. The fish was sliced and stored in a massive freezer as a food source for the future. Despite having slain the man-eating giant fish, Tang Hao designated the small lake at the mountaintop as a danger zone, prohibiting members from entering the water. After all, no one knew if there were other mutated giant fish lurking within. Strength in numbers. Yet, the efficiency of the 2,000 members was astonishing when they mobilized. Zhang Zaiha and Zhao Yimiao's Azure Dragon and White Tiger battle divisions collected over 110 tons of gasoline and diesel within just one day. There were more than 3 fully loaded heavy oil tankers and 8 tankers with a front double and rear single configuration. Yuan Jun and Wu Yong's Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise divisions also reaped substantial rewards. 50 tons of rice 8 tons of corn, 5 tons of soybeans, and 6 tons of flour, in addition to 128 barrels of cooking oil. The food collected alone could sustain the more than 2,000 residents of the villa for an entire year. Combined with the supplies brought by Tang Hao and the food already present in the villa, they could maintain a normal supply for a year and a half. However, if the population increased rapidly, these provisions would prove insufficient. Tang Hao envisioned transforming the place into a large base capable of accommodating 500,000 people. Even for a medium-sized base housing 100,000, these supplies would fall woefully short. Even with careful rationing, they would barely suffice for a month. Following the extermination of the second-tier mutated golden python, Chen Jun and Xiao Tianbao divided into 2 teams and continuously transported concrete from the mixing station, along with steel templates from a nearby construction site, to the villa. Tang Hao even rotated the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise divisions to gather steel materials, striving to reinforce and heighten the villa and amp Oppo's S-walls within 3 days. Now was the time to enhance the base's outer defenses while they had access to water and electricity. Once those were cut off, the difficulty of such endeavors would multiply significantly. Progress exceeded Tang Hao's expectations. By 2:15 p.m. on June 19, 2028, the 2,600-meter-long wall had finally been expanded. The newly constructed wall reached an astonishing height of 8 meters, topped with a 90-centimeter-high spiked iron fence. The outer wall stood at a 90-degree angle, while the inner wall sloped inward, wider at the base and tapering to a narrow top, with a staggering thickness of 2 meters. Even at the top, it retained a width of 120 centimeters. A staircase was constructed every 50 meters, allowing for quick access to the wall for sniping. Such thickness and height of the reinforced concrete wall were sufficient to withstand a horde predominantly composed of 4th-tier zombies. Tang Hao wished to build an even higher and thicker wall, but regrettably, the materials from the mixing station and surrounding construction sites had already been exhausted. They even managed to complete only a third of the additional makeshift shelters they had planned to erect. 3 lookout towers were completed, with only 2 fully constructed, while the one atop the mountain was made of wood. In 3 days, the number of base members had increased by 67. These individuals were survivors rescued by various battle divisions while gathering supplies. The golden python, the mutated giant fish, and encounters with second-tier zombies instilled a sense of urgency in Tang Hao. He understood that in this life, their rate of evolution had accelerated, but likewise, the evolution of zombies and mutated beasts had also quickened. The entire base began to fall into a rhythm. The evolution crystals submitted by each battle division were uniformly registered by the Logistics Department, safeguarded by the Internal Affairs Department, and reported to Qian Muxue for distribution. Zhao Yimiao and Wu Yong, both beastified evolvers, seized the opportunity to advance to the ranks of 3rd-tier evolvers after consuming the evolution crystals of the golden python and mutated cat. Li Li, Chen Fong, and Jiang Ying also ascended to 2nd-tier status. The number of 1st-tier evolvers surged to 189, resulting in over 10% of the base's population being composed of evolvers. One particularly gratifying development for Tang Hao was the collaboration among the internal affairs, medical, and research departments, which led to the establishment of a research room for mutated biological equipment. Utilizing materials such as golden python skin, mutated rat hide, and scales from mutated fish, they crafted their first product, a brand new biological evolution battle armor. After testing, this armor proved capable of withstanding gunfire from assault rifles and attacks from 1st-tier strength evolvers wielding knives and daggers. The first batch produced consisted of 3 sets, all designed for women. At 6:30 p.m., when Tang Hao convened a meeting of the department heads, the sight of Qian Muxue, Yi Qingcheng, and Ouyang Mimi, all donned in sleek black biological evolution battle armor, immediately captivated everyone's attention. The design was inspired by the most fashionable leather pants and jackets of the autumn of 2026. The black attire perfectly accentuated the 3 women's athletic physiques, leaving the crowd in awe. As the clock struck 1858, the lights flickered twice before going dark. A voice from outside echoed, "The water has been cut off." Power and water have been interrupted. Tang Hao furrowed his brow. This had occurred earlier than anticipated. Just as he stood to leave, he heard someone outside exclaim, "Look, the moon in the sky has changed. It's so eerie. Doesn't it look like a black head oozing blood?" Tang Hao's heart sank. He flung open the door and rushed outside. Chapter 45. The blood moon of the netherworld as he gazed upon the eerie moon hanging in the sky. Shrouded in darkness at its center and surrounded by a blood-red halo, Tang Hao's expression grew exceedingly grave. The blood moon of the netherworld. In his previous life, this ominous celestial phenomenon first manifested on the 15th night following the onset of the apocalypse. Now, precisely 7 days had passed, and the blood moon had reappeared. Its emergence signified the impending arrival of the Source Mother Evolution Crystal. In his last life, Tang Hao had never had the opportunity to encounter the Source Mother Evolution Crystal. While Meng Fei, Meng He, and 3 individuals from the Yunjing military district had the fortune to come into contact with this peculiar crystal. The Source Mother Evolution Crystal is said to surpass the Source Evolution Crystal in quality. Subsequent research has even led some scholars to assert that its formidable evolutionary capabilities rival those of the divine progeny illuminated by the miraculous radiance during the apocalypse. In his previous life, Tang Hao recalled that the blood moon of the netherworld had appeared only thrice over the span of 2 years, and each occurrence was accompanied by the advent of the Source Mother Evolution Crystal. However, it was widely believed among researchers that the quality of the Source Mother Evolution Crystal that first appeared with the blood moon was the finest. In his last life, Meng Fei had ascended to the ranks of the 17 7th-tier evolutionists of the Central Xia Kingdom, a feat significantly attributed to his exposure to the Source Mother Evolution Crystal. With the appearance of the blood moon of the netherworld, the hard ground of Zijing Square in Star City suddenly heaved upward, and a silver altar emerged from the earth in a most peculiar manner. The altar was not high, with a square base measuring 4 meters on each side, upon which stood a lion-headed figure, its human visage gazing skyward, from its gaping maw billowing forth silvery mist that expanded outward. A chorus of piercing howls erupted from the millions of zombies in Star City. Tang Hao's eyes shone with a fierce light as he sensed an extraordinary aura. The Source Mother Evolution Crystal had emerged. Turning back, he glanced at the others who had rushed out alongside him. Striding purposefully to Qian Muxue, he embraced her gently, saying, "Sister Shui, I shall step out for a moment." He then infused her with 2 points of evolution energy. Releasing her, he approached Dai Guiqiu, patting him on the shoulder while transferring a point of evolution energy into him as well. "Guard the base." He surveyed the others and declared, "Everyone protect the base. I must step out." With resolute strides, Tang Hao moved forward. As Qian Muxue prepared to follow, a powerful aura surged through her, awakening her evolution. In a state of urgency, she could only signal to Ouyang Mimi beside her. In the next moment, a massive water curtain enveloped her entire form. Gritting her teeth, Ouyang Mimi hastily pursued Tang Hao. Yi Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she also darted forth. Meanwhile, Yuan Jun and the others were uncertain whether to accompany Tang Hao. When Qian Muxue and Appo's voice rang out from the water curtain, "Dumpling, Yuan Jun, you too come along." Yuan Jun and Zhao Yimiao rushed out without hesitation. In the next instant, Dai Guiqiu felt an overwhelming power rising within him, his bones cracking as his already imposing physique became even more formidable, awakening his evolution. He sat cross-legged but kept his eyes wide open, observing Tang Hao's rapidly receding figure, astonished by his extraordinary abilities. Tang Hao had an astonishing power. A mere touch had triggered his evolution, undeniably facilitated by Qian Muxue, the esteemed leader of the base. At that moment, Dai Guiqiu genuinely acknowledged Tang Hao as their leader, his loyalty soaring from 67 to 80. "Mimi, you, Miss Qingqiang, you all." Suddenly, a vehicle sped toward Tang Hao and the others. Yuan Jun leaned out, calling, "Boss, get in." Clearing his throat, Zhao Yimiao added, "Boss, Sister Shui's orders are for us to follow closely." Tang Hao, Ouyang Mimi, and Yi Qingqiang swiftly boarded the vehicle. To the city. "Tang Hao Gongman." Yuan Jun pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward. As they observed hordes of zombies rushing toward the city, oblivious to their presence, Yuan Jun, Yi Qingsheng, and the others were left astounded. Boss, what in Oppos is happening? These zombies! Yuan Jun exclaimed in bewilderment. Such behavior was unprecedented. Normally, zombies would have swarmed them upon detecting their scent. There must be something in the city that can rapidly enhance their evolution. These zombies, along with the mutated beasts, are hastening to partake. Tang Hao deeply li. Following his gaze, Yi Qingsheng and the others spotted several mutated beasts weaving through the throngs of zombies, including 4 massive mutated dogs and a few mutated cats nearby. Could the items for evolution also benefit us humans? Yi Qingsheng inquired. Indeed, to be precise, they have the potential to enhance all forms of life. Tang Hao Apfim, boss, we must seize it. Zhao Yimiao clenched his fists, excitement radiating from him. As a third-tier evolutionist, Zhao Yimiao's strength was formidable. Having fully transformed into a beast-like form with power nearing 2,000 pounds, a true human beast. We came out for this. After entering the city, the 5 disembarked, as the streets were choked with abandoned vehicles. Swiftly, they left the hordes of zombies behind. Soon, they encountered a vast sea of zombies, densely packed as far as the eye could see, despite the city being devoid of water and power. The last rays of the setting sun and the eerie light of the blood moon cast an unsettling crimson glow over the entire city. Zijing Square, the landmark of Star City, where the east-west Xingyun Avenue intersected with the north-south Wui Avenue, formed a colossal crossroad. The 5 chose to traverse the eastern segment of Xingyun Avenue. From a distance of 2,000 meters, they beheld the peculiar altar at Zijing Square, exuding silvery mist. Within the mist, a strange energy seemed to pulse. Zhao Yimiao, a third-tier evolutionist, inhaled deeply, his eyes widening in realization. Indeed, this energy appears to be beneficial to our bodies. Ouyang Mimi and Damp, Oppo's eyes sparkled with excitement. The energy in the mist is too sparse. While first-tier zombies may absorb enough to potentially evolve, for us, it's insufficient. Mimi, you could absorb it for 10 days without advancing to the 3rd tier. We should head to Wangfu Mall. Surrounding Zijing Square were numerous shopping centers and large CBDs. With Wangfu Mall located 600 meters away and 880 meters from Square's center. With the Yuning sniper rifle boasting a maximum shooting range of 1,800 meters, entering Wangfu Mall would place the entire Zijing Square within its formidable coverage. Yi Qingsheng was undoubtedly the finest marksman, and Yuan Jun, with his special forces background, also possessed exceptional shooting skills. Tang Hao planned for Yi Qingsheng, Yuan Jun, and Zhao Yimiao to provide support, while he and Ouyang Mimi would execute the retrieval. Chapter 46. Level up with a sudden crash. Zhao Yimiao forcefully pulled open the heavy shutter door of the mall, and several zombies lunged forward, brandishing their sharp claws. Startled, Zhao Yimiao swiftly drew his blades, and with a flurry of strikes, blood sprayed as he dispatched the approaching low-tier zombies with ease. The overwhelming stench of blood quickly attracted more zombies from the vicinity, which began to swarm toward him. In a hurry, Tang Hao and Yuan Jun quickly lowered the shutter door again, securing it tightly. Inside the mall, Ouyang Mimi and Yi Qingsheng joined Zhao Yimiao in swiftly eliminating the remaining dozen or so zombies. Once the area was cleared, the 3 were about to ascend the stairs when Tang Hao's voice called out from behind, urging them to gather crystals. Although the recently slain zombies were of the lowest tier, every small gain counts. Outside, there were many first and even second-tier zombies, as well as mutated beasts. But Tang Hao hesitated to engage them directly due to their overwhelming numbers. If it weren't for the throngs of zombies and mutated beasts being entranced by the energy within the mist, they would never have made it here so easily. Within the confines of the Wangfu Mall, which was like an independent closed space, they naturally aimed to gather crystals after slaying zombies. On the way, Tang Hao had checked his system attributes. Host, Tang Hao level, son of God LV3 position, county deputy next position, state judge civil and military evolution points, 3. 70 skill evolution points, 15. 45 soul crystals, 2427. 8 Beast Crystals Remnant, 15. 50 Strength, 1780 Speed, 1524 Spirit, 127. 6 Talent Skill, Staff of Kings LV3, Blood Boil, Skill, Thorn Cage LV3 Storage, 45 cubic meters despite having 3. 70 Civil and Military Evolution Points. It was insufficient to elevate all 3, Yi Qingsheng, Ouyang Mimi, and Yuan Jun, to the 3rd level of evolution. The Emperor's system is indeed powerful, yet it comes with certain regulations and limitations. The first elevation using civil and military evolution points requires only 1 point, regardless of the prior evolution level of the individual being elevated. However, subsequent elevations will require double the points of the previous level. This explains why Tang Hao needed 2 points to elevate Qian Muxue to the 3rd level, while Dai Guiqiu only required 1. Tang Hao was pleased to find that there were still numerous zombies within the Wangfu Mall, including 6 first-tier clawed zombies and 5 iron-arm zombies, as the 5 of them fought their way up to the 8th floor rooftop of the mall. By then, Tang Hao had already accumulated 67 evolution crystals, 7 silver-white source evolution crystals, and 60 ordinary evolution crystals. Standing atop the building, the 5 gazed towards the purple jinxing square and were taken aback by the sight before them. Surrounding the bizarre altar, which emitted a silver-white glow and exhaled mist, was a dense horde of zombies. Along the wide avenues stretching over 1,000 meters, the sheer number of zombies surpassed 50,000. Among these hordes, the mutated beasts numbered over 1,000. Most astonishingly, closest to the altar were a group of 3rd-tier zombies and 3 gigantic mutated Tibetan mastiffs, each one larger than an adult lion. The foremost beast, even if not a 3rd tier, was likely very close to that level, while the other 2 had reached the terrifying level of a golden giant python. Among the 11 3rd-tier zombies, 5 had claws, 4 were iron-armed, and 2 were massive, classified as giant strength zombies. Though slow, giant strength zombies possess thick skin, robust vitality, and immense power. With such a formidable assembly, how could they possibly penetrate to seize the source mother evolution crystals? The challenge was akin to claiming the head of a general amidst a million troops. Boss, are we really aiming to seize that sphinx-like statue? Yuan Jun inquired. Tang Hao paused, contemplating the thought of taking the entire altar. It was a notion he hadn't considered. After all, the altar was colossal, the base measuring an astonishing 5 meters in length, width, and height. And the total height, including the statue, reached 99 meters. Calculating its weight, even if sculpted from ice, it would still weigh over 100 tons. How could they possibly move such a behemoth? It would be absurd to bring a giant crane and a heavy-duty truck just for that. No. What we aim to seize is a type of crystal. Crystal? Evolution crystal? Yi Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Indeed, evolution crystals. When the silver-white mist reaches a certain density and is illuminated by the blood moon's light, it will condense into crystals. These are what we seek. So, the 3rd-tier zombies and the mutated mastiffs circling the statue are after these crystals too? Exactly. Tang Hao note that, which means we must venture closer to the statue. Wait. Mimi and I will go. You 3 stay here to support us. Yi Qingchang declared, her brow furrowed. Boss, just the 2 of you going is too dangerous. Yuan Jun and Appo's expression shifted with concern, setting aside the overwhelming hordes of zombies and mutated beasts. The innermost layer of the altar was already swarming with 11 3rd-tier zombies and 3 mutated mastiffs. Tang Hao, despite his strength, was still merely a 3rd-tier evolutionist, and Ouyang Mimi was only a 2nd-tier evolutionist. Tang Hao replied with a calm smile. Yuan Jun, how far are you from evolving to level 3? I still need about 30 ordinary evolution crystals. Here, without hesitation, Tang Hao handed over 35 ordinary evolution crystals to Yuan Jun, urging, swallow them immediately and evolve to level 3 as quickly as possible. Boss, this is too much for me. It's not right. Miss Yi and Miss Ouyang need them more. Rest assured, their upgrades are not your concern. Tang Hao asserted. Noticing Yun is lingering his vision. He stepped forward to Yi Qingqing and Ouyang Mimi, lightly tapping his hands together, transferring 3 evolution points into each of them. In the next moment, both women trembled, with a faint golden glow shimmering on Yi Qingqing's delicate face, exuding an aura of sanctity, while Ouyang Mimi mysteriously vanished from sight. Boss, leader. Yuan Jun and Zhao Yimiao stared in wide-eyed astonishment at the scene before them. Having previously witnessed the advancements of Qian Muxue and Dai Guoqiu, they had their suspicions, but now they were truly convinced of Tang Hao and Appo's extraordinary ability to elevate others in Appo's evolution levels. Such a power was nothing short of divine. All right, just know about it. This ability cannot be used again for now. Therefore, Yuan Jun, work hard and swallow the crystals to quickly reach level 3. Only when we all attain level 3 will our chances of success significantly increase. Understood? Yuan Jun nodded, no longer hesitating as he began to consume the crystals 3 at a time. With a long exhalation, Yi Qingqing opened her eyes, a glimmer of golden light sparkling within her phoenix-like gaze. What an extraordinary ability to directly elevate one's evolution level. At that moment, Tang Hao and Appo's figure, though not imposing, took on a majestic stature in Yi Qingqing and Appo's heart. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Hao had quietly secured a place in her heart, and her loyalty had unknowingly risen to 76. As a new skill emerged, Tang Hao in Gui, Yi Qingqing shook her head. Although no new skills had emerged, she was aware that her proficiency in firearms and her sacred word skill had both seen significant enhancement. Ouyang Mimi also did not acquire any new skills. Yet her invisibility skill had grown more formidable, and her wall-breaking ability had reached a new level. Most importantly, the ascension from level 2 to level 3 brought about a remarkable surge in strength, speed, and mental acuity. 15 minutes later, Yuan Jun emitted a low growl, his body trembling, with veins bulging in his arms and neck. After 2 minutes, he successfully transitioned into a level 3 evolved being. Yuan Jun felt quite vexed, however, as he had not gained any skills upon evolving to level 2, and now, having reached level 3, he had similarly failed to acquire new abilities. Chapter 47. A gathering of forces. Seeing Yuan Jun drenched in sweat, both Yi Qingqing and Ouyang Mimi let out a silent sigh of relief. Fortunately, their own advancement had not been as agonizing. Otherwise, their gentlewoman personas would have been utterly tarnished. Boss, look! Suddenly, Zhao Yimiao and Appo's voice rang out. The group followed the direction of his finger and beheld the silver-white altar in Zijing Square, upon which the Sphinx had inexplicably ceased its exhalation of silver mist. An eerie blood-red moonlight cast its glow downwards, causing the silver mist above the Sphinx to shift. Faint silver specks began to materialize 1, 2, 3, 5. Soon, a vast expanse of starry sky, several acres in size, formed above the Sphinx. As thousands of silver points illuminated one by one, the Sphinx below underwent another transformation, releasing countless silver specks that danced upwards to merge with the celestial display above. It was as if 2 droplets of mercury converged, initiating a continuous fusion of light. Tang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Simultaneously, to the west, 4 individuals were crouched atop a building, their eyes gleaming with intensity. If Tang Hao were present, he would recognize the 2 leading figures as the Meng brothers, Meng Fei and Meng He. On the 7th floor of a northern skyscraper, 5 uniformed evolvers also exhibited keen eyes. These 5 were from the Yunjing military district, led by Guang Pengfei, a 3rd-tier deity and the strongest among them, with the other 4 being exemplary 2nd-tier evolvers. To the south, amidst a throng of zombies, 4 pairs of eyes fixated intently on the silver altar above. These individuals were all tall black men, 3 of whom were smeared with a noxious zombie fluid, while the central figure exuded an uncanny aura, causing the surrounding zombies to not only perceive him as one of their own, but also to regard him with a sense of trepidation, as if he were an immensely powerful 3rd-tier zombie. If Yi Qingqing and Tang Hao were present, they would recognize this individual as Taosin. In just 7 days, Taosin had evolved into a 3rd-tier evolver and amassed a formidable band of followers, establishing the bloody and sinister Satan Legion, possessing the miraculous ability to elevate others' levels. Tang Hao and Appo's actions had become a spectacle. When he produced a Yun-ing sniper rifle for Yuan Jun and presented a small box containing 30 sniper rounds to Yi Qingcheng, the others were unfazed. Upon seeing Tang Hao donning only a bulletproof vest after removing his combat armor, while applying zombie blood and flesh to himself, Zhao Yimiao exclaimed in astonishment, "Boss, what are you doing?" Tang Hao glared. "Why are you dawdling? If you don't want to be torn to shreds by the hundreds of thousands of zombies outside, hurry and smear it on." "Boss, you mean to disguise ourselves as zombies?" Zhao Yimiao quickly grasped the situation. Observing Ouyang Mimi preparing to apply the substance, Tang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. "Mimi, you possess an invisibility skill. Why bother with this? Right? I can become invisible." Ouyang Mimi's eyes sparkled with realization. "Mimi, your primary task is to seize the crystals. Refrain from engaging in combat as much as possible. In the early stages, a first-tier invisibility skill suffices." Tang Hao Atvis. Disguised, Tang Hao and Zhao Yimiao moved in tandem, safeguarding the invisible Ouyang Mimi as they navigated through the horde of zombies. The first-tier zombies recoiled in fear from their robust presence, even retreating when jostled by Tang Hao. As they advanced, the surrounding zombies soon transformed into first-tier creatures. A particularly stout claw zombie, its right arm morphed into a formidable claw, let out a growl, bringing its foul-smelling head close to Tang Hao, whose stomach churned from the stench. As the zombie prepared to snarl, Tang Hao could no longer restrain himself, swiftly jabbing at its right temple. With a sharp sound, a thorn pierced through its skull, instantly vanquishing it. In the next moment, Tang Hao reached out, and the lifeless body of the claw zombie vanished mysteriously. Ouyang Mimi and Zhao Yimiao exchanged startled glances. Tang Hao's eyes gleamed with newfound joy. The foul breath emitted by the zombie had compelled him to act, leading to the discovery of a novel application of his thorn cage skill. Traditionally, the skill either formed a thicket of thorns or a cage, but he realized he could extend it into a singular thorn, making it an extension of his hands. If one could be used, then surely 2, 3, or 5 could work as well. After dispatching the zombie, to avoid detection, Tang Hao instinctively wished to store the corpse, and with a mere thought, it was absorbed into the system and Oppo's storage. What followed left Ouyang Mimi and Zhao Yimiao in awe. Tang Hao unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp thorns from his fingers, obliterating the first-tier zombies before their bodies could even hit the ground, vanishing into thin air. Beep! Detected an evolution crystal. Would you like to convert it? The system and Oppo's voice chimed repeatedly as the bodies of first-tier zombies were absorbed. Tang Hao and Oppo's smile widened. "This is splendid. No need to excavate evolution crystals myself. The system automatically extracts them from these corpses." Convert. The system announced. Skill evolution points reached 20. Would you like to upgrade now? Wonderful. With 20 evolution points, I can ascend to level 4 at any moment. A leap in combat power awaits. With a quick thrust, Tang Hao's thorn pierced a zombie's temple. But it didn't immediately kill the creature. A sharp shriek erupted from its mouth as a second-tier iron-armed zombie swung down with a fierce blow. Curse it! A second-tier iron-armed zombie. Tang Hao's eyes narrowed in realization. No wonder he had failed to eliminate it in one strike. Lowering his stance, he lunged forward, embracing the creature. His shoulder met its descending arm, and with a swift motion, a thorn extended from his fingertip and pierced the back of the iron-armed zombie's skull. Although the noise was minimal, it stirred the surrounding zombies, who began to snarl in response. A multitude of second-tier zombies emerged, and without hesitation, Tang Hao unleashed a fearsome roar, swiftly pivoting. As the thorns twisted, the iron-armed zombie's head, resting on his shoulder, gaped wide, releasing a shower of putrid fluid. The pungent scent wafted through the air, silencing the nearby howls. Ouyang Mimi and Zhao Yimiao instinctively covered their mouths and noses, fearing they might succumb to the urge to vomit. Chapter 48. The evolution crystal of the source Mother Tang Hao and his companions halted their advance, now merely 70 meters from the gleaming silver altar. Ahead of them stood a formidable array of second-tier zombies, alongside several powerful mutated beasts. Within a 10-meter radius of the silver altar, an invisible barrier seemed to exist, preventing any creature from trespassing. Between 10 and 20 meters, only 14 beings were present, 11 second-tier zombies and 3 mutated Tibetan mastiffs. Beyond the 20-meter mark, countless second-tier zombies and other formidable mutated beasts gathered. Tang Hao estimated that the combined number of second-tier zombies and the leading first- or second-tier mutated beasts would exceed 1,000, a truly terrifying figure. It was worth noting that, to date, the population of evolved beings in Tang Hao's Peach Blossom base barely surpassed 200, with only 20 having reached second-tier or above. Even if one were to aggregate the survivor bases across Yunjing province, the total number of second-tier evolved beings would hardly reach 1,000. 300 would be a generous estimate. Coincidentally, as Tang Hao, Ouyang Mimi, and Zhao Yimiao stealthily approached the silver altar, 3 other factions also arrived within 100 meters of it, each similarly smeared with zombie blood and flesh. The Taisun group remained at 4 members, positioned relatively close at 100 meters. To the west, 2 individuals, Meng Fei and a dual-element ability user, a speed and wind type evolved being, were stationed 130 meters away amidst first-tier zombies. Meng He and another individual provided support from a distance. To the north, Guang Pengfei was accompanied by 2 skilled soldiers, mingling among first-tier zombies, also situated around 130 meters from the altar, with 2 more sharpshooters positioned further back for support. All eyes were fixed upon the silver altar. At this moment, the multitude of tiny light points had significantly diminished, now reduced to just over 100 crystal formations, each casting a silvery glow. These crystals did not descend. Rather, they hovered in the air, and whenever 2 touched, they would mysteriously merge into a larger, more luminous crystal. On the rooftop of the Wangfu Mall, Yuan Jun reaffirmed his observations and looked up. "Miss Yi, we are not the only ones eyeing those crystals. Factions from the south, north, and west are also present." Yi Qingsheng followed Yuan Jun's pointed direction and adjusted the focus on her Cloud Eagle sniper rifle. Despite the considerable amounts of zombie gore smeared on Meng Fei and Guang Pengfei, she quickly identified them. ISN and Oppos. T. That Taisun? There are 3 others with him. They too are vying for the evolution crystals. Oddly, Taisun and his companions appear quite strange. What is with those sharp fangs resembling a first-tier zombie? There was an inexplicable sense of wariness in Yi Qingsheng's heart. The 3 to the north display very disciplined movements. They are military personnel, she noted. Indeed, without Yi Qingsheng's prompting, Yuan Jun had already surmised it and soon located 2 snipers. As Yi Qingsheng and Yuan Jun aimed at the 2, the military sharpshooters felt a sudden chill, swiftly recognizing their presence. Both parties communicated through their sights, agreeing not to engage one another. Suddenly, the second-tier iron-armed zombie in Tang Hao's grasp vanished. The system's voice echoed once more, indicating a transformation. This time, Tang Hao converted it into bureaucratic evolution points, gaining 0. 2 points from the second-tier iron-armed zombie, bringing his total to 0. 9, just a tenth shy of reaching 1 full point. An impulse to hunt another second-tier zombie surged within him, but he ultimately restrained that urge. Compared to the Source Mother's evolution crystals, the crystals within these second-tier zombies were undoubtedly inferior. This was evident as the 11 third-tier zombies and 3 mutated Tibetan mastiffs gazed longingly at the silvery crystals above. Once the Source Mother evolution crystals began to take form and descend, an unprecedented battle would erupt. Tang Hao knew he would have ample opportunities to eradicate those second-tier zombies. The only concern was that he might become overwhelmed by the sheer number. The silver crystals continued to swirl and merge in the air, but as their quantity dwindled, the chances of collisions diminished as well, 180, 60, 55. As the crystals decreased in number, their sizes began to noticeably vary. The larger ones swelled to the size of eggs, translucent and radiating a silvery brilliance, while the smallest remained merely finger-sized. With a soft pop, 2 more silver crystals collided and fused mid-air. The blood moon shifted ominously, the strange darkness at its center vanishing, transforming the crimson moon back into a scarlet hue. The 49 Source Mother evolution crystals of varying sizes began to drift downwards. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of zombies and thousands of mutated beasts erupted into a frenzy, their roars echoing. The zombies surged forward like a tidal wave. Only the 11 third-tier zombies and 3 mutated Tibetan mastiffs retained their composure, as the invisible barrier before them had yet to dissipate. However, the zombies and mutated beasts behind them were oblivious. They only knew that the extraordinary crystals, which stirred their very souls, were beginning to fall, and they would exert every effort to seize them. Tang Hao, his companions, and the other factions sprang into action, compelled to move. Those slower to react among the zombies fell, unable to rise again under the weight of countless feet charging ahead. Grab the larger ones, Tang Hao urged quietly, surging forward, with Ouyang Mimi and Zhao Yimiao bringing up the rear. They wove through the throng of second-tier zombies, advancing rapidly. Yet, after only 20 meters, they found themselves surrounded by a mass of zombies. Fortunately, this chaotic scene lasted but 2 fleeting seconds, as the first Source Mother Evolution crystal descended to a height of 45 meters. A soft sound erupted, and an invisible barrier surrounding the silver altar shattered ominously. The 11 third-tier zombies and 3 mutated Tibetan mastiffs let out furious roars and charged toward the silver altar. Among the third-tier zombies, the 3 with sharp claws and the 3 Tibetan mastiffs moved with unparalleled speed. With a couple of leaps, they reached the front of the silver altar. In the next instant, the 3 Tibetan mastiffs and 3 third-tier zombies sprang into the air, reaching for the descending crystals with open jaws and outstretched claws. Just as they seemed poised to succeed, the deep thud of gunfire reverberated. The head of the third-tier claw zombie targeted by Yi Qingsheng exploded like a watermelon. Yuan Jun shot at the most ferocious mutated Tibetan M. Chapter 49. Snipers displaying their might on the northern skyscraper. 2 skilled military snipers achieved remarkable results. Armed with the military's Type 91 sniper rifles, although their range and power were slightly inferior to the Yunying sniper rifles, they nevertheless delivered astonishing firepower against third-tier zombies and second-tier mutated beasts. 1 third-tier clawed beast was shot through the head, while another mutated Tibetan mastiff had a gruesome wound opened at its neck, crashing to the ground and howling in pain. The sound of gunfire echoed 6 times. 4 sniper rifles were in action. To the west, Meng He and his companion wielded QB-066, 5mm automatic rifles, a new generation of firearms issued to the Chinese military police in 2022 with an effective killing range of 650 meters. Although Meng He and his partner's shooting skills did not match those of Yuan Jun and the others, they displayed intelligence by targeting the larger and more vulnerable parts of their enemies' bodies. Thus, another third-tier clawed beast and the mutated mastiff both sustained significant abdominal wounds. While not fatal, the immense impact of the 5mm bullets sent them crashing to the ground, ensuring that none of the 3 zombies or 3 mutated mastiffs that had initially charged forward succeeded in their assault. The sudden barrage of gunfire startled the remaining zombies and mutated beasts. The third-tier zombies and the most formidable Tibetan mastiff had been severely injured, while the second-tier zombies and first-tier mutated beasts knew that any hit would likely spell their doom. For a brief moment, all the zombies and mutated beasts paused in shock. Bang! Bang! The gunfire erupted once more. Yi Qingsheng and the other 6 did not cease their assault. Instead, they seized this rare opportunity to fire again. Apart from Yi Qingsheng and the military sniper who had previously scored a headshot targeting the remaining third-tier zombies, Yuan Jun and his 3 companions continued their attacks on their previously designated targets. Amidst the thunderous gunfire, a colossal zombie fell, its right arm and head obliterated by bullets, a testament to Yi Qingsheng and Appo's prowess. Another third-tier iron-arm zombie suffered a gruesome injury. Its blackened arm mangled and its left cheek grazed, a result of the military sniper's skill. The mutated Tibetan mastiff, already with a gaping wound at its neck, now bore an additional massive hole in its head, signaling its demise. The remaining 2 mutated mastiffs and 1 third-tier clawed beast also sustained additional injuries. Although the second wave of gunfire yielded impressive results, it also incited the fury of the zombies and mutated beasts. who began to roar and rush towards the silver altar in a frenzy. Tang Hao spread his arms wide, and with a swift motion, 10 thick thorns erupted from his hands. In an instant, the 6 second-tier zombies on either side and in front of him were caught off guard. 4 of them shot through the temples, and 2 through the back of their heads, dying on the spot. The moment after, the corpses of these 6 second-tier zombies flew towards Tang Hao, only to mysteriously vanish before they could reach him. The 4 second-tier zombies that were injured but not killed by the thorns let out furious howls and turned to pounce on Tang Hao. 2 of them barely took 2 steps before 2 glimmers of cold light appeared. With a swift sound, their heads were pierced through. The other 2 zombies felt a sudden rush of wind, and the next moment, darkness enveloped them as 2 enormous claws swept mercilessly across their heads. Fully transformed, Zhao Yimiao charged forward like a primal beast. His massive claws swatted aside the second-tier zombies that stood in his path, sending them flying through the air. Some of the airborne second-tier zombies had not even hit the ground when flashes of blades appeared in mid-air. Blood sprayed forth. The thick thorns, resembling the scythe of death, relentlessly pierced through the bodies of the second-tier zombies. Tang Hao, Zhao Yimiao, and Ouyang miming advanced at a breathtaking pace, almost simultaneously. To the west, Meng Fei and his companion. To the south, the 4 from Taisun, and to the north, Guang Pengfei and his team, all revealed their fangs, ruthlessly exterminating the zombies and mutated beasts blocking their path as they rushed towards the silver altar. The largest mutated Tibetan Mastiff, despite its mouth being partially mangled and a long scratch running along its back, remained exceptionally ferocious. It displayed remarkable intelligence, noting that while gunfire rang out from the east, west, and north, the south was unguarded. Seizing the opportunity, it dashed to the southern side of the silver altar. Upon arrival, it swatted away a 3rd-tier iron arm with a single paw, leapt into the air, and devoured a source mother evolution crystal that was tumbling down. Being closest, the 3rd-tier zombies and mutated Tibetan Mastiffs were the first to obtain the precious crystal. After the gigantic Mastiff secured one source mother evolution crystal, the remaining 2 clawed beasts swiftly followed suit, each grasping a smaller crystal. At that moment, all the zombies and mutated beasts, wary of the gunfire, scrambled to snatch the nearest source mother evolution crystals. With a triumphant howl, the remaining mutated Tibetan Mastiff and 3 iron-armed zombies lunged towards the falling silver crystals. Just as they were about to seize their prize, 10 thick thorns surged forward, not to attack but to bind. For the 3rd-tier zombies, 1 or 2 thorns posed little threat. Open, Tang Hao shouted coldly. With a powerful pull of his hands, the 4 3rd-tier zombies and a mutated Mastiff were hurled backward. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 iron arms raised defiantly. Although their fingertips brushed against the crystal, they had no strength to grasp it, instead knocking 3 crystals away. The colossal zombie swung its long arm and sent another crystal flying. The mutated Tibetan Mastiff watched in despair as the crystal slipped from its gaping maw. In a swift motion, it clapped its front paws together, capturing the crystal between its claws. Elated, it celebrated its acquisition, but in the next instant, an ominous sound rang out as a sniper bullet whizzed through the air. Forgetting the crystal in its grasp, it instinctively raised its left paw to intercept. Bang! The thick left paw shattered upon impact. A second-tier clawed zombie leapt high from the horde, reaching for the crystal, but just as it was about to grasp it, a flash of cold light appeared, and with a sickening sound, its head was pierced through, causing the crystal to vanish mysteriously. Boom! Meanwhile, a giant claw smashed into a second-tier zombie, sending it flying and colliding with several others, causing chaos among them. Zhao Yimiao descended like a beast, swiftly snatching the crystal into his grasp. With a violent flourish, Tang Hao unleashed his tendril-like thorns, reminiscent of Dr. Octopus. Ouyang reached out, but a peculiar force emanating from the silvery crystal repelled her grasp. Brother Hao, it seems we can only seize 1 crystal at a time, she exclaimed. Zhao Yimiao concurred. That's right, boss. The same goes for me. Perplexed, Tang Hao instructed, ingest the ones you have, then try again. Ouyang retrieved the initial crystal, nearly the size of a hen's egg, and swallowed it. The silvery substance dissolved instantly, cascading down her throat. She reached out once more, and, this time, the thumb-sized crystal yielded to her touch. In an instant, a fiery surge erupted within her. Yet, the immense energy of the Origin Mother Evolution crystal enveloped her in an aura of power, momentarily deterring the surrounding Tier 2 zombies. This surge of power was not unique to Ouyang Mimi. The colossal mutated Tibetan Mastiff and 2 Tier 3 claw mutants also emanated terrifying evolutionary auras after consuming the crystals. Even 2 Tier 2 zombies and Zhao Yimiao displayed heightened power. Mysteriously, the aura emitted by these creatures seemed to possess a unique deterrent effect on zombies and mutants, preventing them from attacking. This provided Tang Hao with a much-needed respite. He lunged forward, his thorn striking down 3 Tier 2 zombies. With his left hand, he snatched a thumb-sized crystal from the air. Evolution crystal detected. Convert? The system prompted. Convert. Tang Hao affirmed without hesitation. To his astonishment, the thumb-sized crystal yielded 9 civil and military official evolution points, 5 times that of a Tier 2 Iron Arm zombie. Moreover, a new element was introduced, francium, 1. Tang Hao, however, had no time to delve into the intricacies of francium. He was determined to acquire more Origin Mother Evolution crystals. Upon securing the second crystal, the system chimed again. Tang Hao, however, opted to store it within the system and Oppo's inventory. As he grasped the third crystal, his eyes gleamed with newfound understanding. The system and Oppo's inventory circumvented the 1 crystal limit. With a triumphant cry, Tang Hao unleashed his thorny tendrils, scattering Tier 2 zombies and ensnaring even the Iron Arm mutants. He seized an egg-sized crystal, one of only 2 of that size, and deposited it into the system and Oppo's inventory. Lunging once more, Tang Hao aimed for the remaining egg-sized crystal. A shadowy Iron Arm mutant lashed out with a swift strike. Tang Hao responded by ensnaring the limb with 5 thorny tendrils. However, a massive claw intervened, belonging to a Tier 3 claw mutant. Tang Hao retracted his left hand and delivered a powerful blow. The Tier 3 claw mutant recoiled, but Tang Hao was forced to land. A shadowy Iron Arm mutant lunged for the crystal. Just as it was about to grasp it, a sniper and amp, Oppo's shot reverberated through the air, shattering the Iron Arm and sending the crystal flying. Tang Hao soared through the air, snatching the crystal. Simultaneously, a piercing shriek echoed, and a figure hurtled towards him. A sense of impending doom washed over Tang Hao. Without hesitation, he unleashed 5 thick thorny tendrils in a floral burst. The tendrils snapped instantly. Tang Hao was sent hurtling backwards, colliding heavily with the base of the silver altar. He grimaced, examining 2 deep gashes on his right palm. Tier 4 zombie, Tang Hao murmured, his eyes narrowing. He identified the assailant as a claw mutant, previously a Tier 3, that had consumed an Origin Mother Evolution crystal. Bracing himself against the altar, Tang Hao heard the system prompt, massive energy source detected. Convert? This altar can be converted? Tang Hao's eyes lit up. Convert. System level insufficient. Conversion failed. Enraged by the limited damage inflicted on Tang Hao, the Tier 4 claw mutant charged once more. Tang Hao and Amp, Oppo's gaze hardened. This wretched zombie dares to interfere with my plans. With a surge of determination, he invested 20 evolution points to elevate his evolution level. Just as the Tier 4 claw mutant was about to strike, it sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Tang Hao, eclipsing even its own newfound power. A fist, rapidly healing, met its claw in a resounding impact. Tang Hao staggered back, shattering the ground beneath his feet. The Tier 4 claw mutant was sent flying, 2 of its claws broken. A guttural growl echoed from the south side of the altar. A colossal Tibetan Mastiff emerged, its wounds largely healed, standing 3 meters tall and 6 meters long. It had evolved into a formidable Tier 3 mutant beast. Chapter 51. Successful retreat in an instant. Tang Hao stored the Source Mother Evolution crystal in his left hand into the system storage. He swiftly darted forward, creating distance between himself and the mutated Tibetan Mastiff. While his right hand waved, With a whoosh, numerous thorns erupted violently, scattering the nearly 20 Source Mother evolution crystals that were slowly descending from the altar into disarray. At this moment, he was unable to manipulate the thorns to wrap around these small crystals, akin to finger-sized eggs. Following the earlier consumption of Source Mother evolution crystals by the zombies, the Tibetan Mastiff had evolved. Even though Tang Hao had risen to a level 4 evolver, he found it challenging to fend off the attacks from the level 4 zombies and the mutated Tibetan Mastiff, which was perilously close to achieving the same level. However, it was imperative that these Source Mother evolution crystals did not fall into the hands of the zombies and mutated beasts, as it would spell disaster for the surviving humans in Star City and even the entire Yunjing province. Tang Hao could not monopolize this batch of Source Mother evolution crystals either. Thus, assisting several members of the Northern military and Meng Fei seemed to be the most prudent choice, providing help to others while alleviating the immense pressure on himself. At the very least, Meng Fei and the military personnel would attract the attention of several other zombies and mutated beasts. Moreover, Tang Hao directed 3 Source Mother evolution crystals towards the south, a large one and 2 smaller ones. Naturally, he would not treat Meng Fei and the Northern military personnel as generously, precisely directing the crystals to them. 3 were sent to Tailsun. All were considerably distant. To be precise, the larger crystal was aimed at the newly evolved giant Tibetan Mastiff, while the other 2 were sent toward the horde of zombies and a pack of mutated cats, both within a mere 9 to 10 meters of Tailsun and his companions. However, to seize them, they would inevitably have to confront the zombies and the mutated cats. Of course, Tang Hao did not forget to ensure his own share of benefits. His seemingly random flailing resulted in 5 thumb-sized Source Mother evolution crystals soaring towards the direction of himself and Ouyang Mimi. The giant Tibetan Mastiff had initially intended to pounce on Tang Hao, but when it noticed a crystal the size of an egg flying towards it, its eyes immediately glimmered green. Having previously devoured such silvery crystals, it was well aware of their benefits, especially since this particular crystal was even larger than the one it had consumed before, arguably the largest still airborne. With a powerful push from its hind legs, the giant Tibetan Mastiff leaped into the air. However, much to its frustration, perhaps due to its recent evolution or some other reason, the crystal mysteriously brushed past its nostrils, merely inches away. In a fit of irritation, the giant Tibetan Mastiff pivoted and gave chase. Meanwhile, Tailsun instructed his 3 subordinates to retrieve the silvery crystal heading towards the horde of zombies on the left. As they did so, a crystal the size of an egg flew towards them. Tailsun's eyes lit up, and a gleaming curved knife appeared in his right hand. With swift movements, he dispatched the heads of 2 zombies, sending their tall, lanky bodies sprawling. In another direction, Meng Fei and Guangpeng Fei were overjoyed, initially distanced from the action and lacking the capabilities of Tang Hao and his companions. They had been nearly 20 meters away from the silvery altar. Previously disheartened by their potential slowness, they were now elated to witness several silvery crystals soaring towards them. The 5 acted quickly, wielding knives or firearms with their right hands to slay the surrounding zombies while extending their left hands to grasp the silvery crystals. They had overheard the conversation among Tang Hao, Ouyang Mimi, and the others, understanding that each person could only seize 1 crystal unless they consumed their current one first. However, consuming it posed risks, as it would trigger an immediate evolution. If their internal energy waned, they would be vulnerable to zombie attacks. A lesson learned by Ouyang Mimi and Zhao Imiao. As the giant Tibetan Mastiff completed its evolution, Ouyang Mimi also made a breakthrough, successfully ascending to a level 4 evolver. However, during her advancement, she came under attack from several level 2 zombies. Fortunately, her newfound strength as a level 4 evolver was formidable. With a swift maneuver, she vanished, and in the next instant, she unleashed a flurry of strikes, obliterating 4 level 2 zombies. Zhao Yimiao had consumed a Source Mother evolution crystal that was merely finger-sized, belonging to the smallest batch, and failed to evolve. He too faced assaults from zombies and mutated beasts. Luckily, Zhao Yimiao was already quite powerful, sustaining only minor injuries. However, The scent of blood revealed their location, completely undermining their prior concealment. The zombies surged forth in a frenzy. This was also a crucial reason why Tang Hao did not dare to linger any longer. Once all the Source Mother evolution crystals found their new homes and the competition ceased, every zombie and mutated beast present would turn their attention to them. Even if all three of them ascended to level 4, they could not withstand the onslaught of so many zombies. Tang Hao leaped, swiftly gathering 5 Source Mother evolution crystals into the system storage. Having obtained them, he urged, "Don't consume them. We must leave immediately." At that moment, 8 Source Mother evolution crystals still soared through the air, unclaimed. Tang Hao had no intention of continuing to compete for them. They needed to retreat at once. "Mimi, Dumpling, keep up," Tang Hao commanded as he landed, waving his hands forward. 10 thorns surged forth like colossal tentacles, forcefully clearing a path through the zombies, creating a passage over 2 meters wide as the 3 of them sprinted ahead. On the other side, Meng Fei pressed his right hand against the ground. With a series of bursts, earthen spikes erupted rapidly from the ground, skewering numerous zombies. The slender youth on his left wielded a submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets that felled zombies en masse. Guang Pengfei and his companions were no exception. Each wielded a submachine gun, firing furiously, while their teammates quickly descended after eliminating several formidable zombies and mutated beasts, retreating swiftly. On the rooftop of the Wangfu Mall, Yuan Jun and Yi Qingsheng also stowed their sniper rifles and hurriedly descended. With precision, Tang Hao's thorns pierced the temples of several zombies, flinging their bodies aside to clear a small space. Zhao Yimiao dashed to the shutter door, pulling it up with a clang. The 3 rushed in, and the shutter door swiftly closed behind them. Bang! 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 The sound of countless hands pounding against the closed shutter echoed. A minute later, the back door of the Wangfu Mall creaked open, and the 5 of them dashed out, noticing a significant reduction in the number of zombies on the street. Faced with a few level 0 or occasionally level 1 zombies, they had no interest in hunting them down and simply bolted past. Now, all 5 were at least level 3 evolvers, moving with incredible speed. 15 minutes later, they reached the edge of Star City once more. Yuan Jun pried open a relatively intact vehicle, and the 5 of them jumped in, speeding away into the distance. Chapter 52. A Bountiful Harvest, June 19th, 2028, 2036. The vehicle entered the Taoyuan base. From departure to return, Tang Hao and his companions took merely an hour and a half. However, for Tang Hao, this hour and a half represented an immense harvest, a solid foundation laid in this apocalyptic world. At the Taoyuan base, 2 generator units were already connected to the grid, illuminating the area with a light that starkly contrasted the darkness outside. This glow instilled an inexplicable sense of security among the inhabitants of the base. The towering, robust walls, ample food supplies, and access to water and electricity were all attributed to their visionary leader. Unbeknownst to most, Tang Hao was a reincarnated individual. The majority regarded him as a super-evolved being with long-term goals and a knack for foreseeing future events. Particularly upon the triumphant return of Tang Hao and his team, all 5 had experienced a significant boost in their abilities. Tang Hao and Ouyang Miming had ascended to 4th-level evolvers, while Yi Qingsheng and Yuan Jun reached the 3rd level. Although Zhao Yimiao did not elevate a rank, his fearsome aura, akin to that of colossal beast, indicated a substantial enhancement in strength. This left the core members of the base, ministers and vice-ministers, both astonished and comforted. Many resolved to steadfastly follow Tang Hao for the rest of their lives. Through Ouyang Miming and Yuan Jun, they glimpsed their own futures. On the return journey, Tang Hao initially intended to allocate the Source Mother evolution crystals in the possession of Ouyang Miming and Zhao Yimiao to the 2 of them. However, both declined the offer, having already consumed one each and recognizing the rarity of such crystals. With their current prowess, Tang Hao ranked first, while they occupied the 2nd and 3rd positions within the base. Thus, they willingly surrendered the 2 Source Mother evolution crystals to Tang Hao, who in turn selected 2 superior rewards for Yi Qingsheng and Yuan Jun. The teamwork displayed by the 5 was commendable. with Yuan Jun and Yi Qingcheng playing crucial roles in ranged attacks and support. A reward of one source mother evolution crystal each was by no means excessive. Yet, at Tang Hao and Amp, Oppos, as suggestion, they refrained from immediate consumption. Both Yi Qingcheng and Yuan Jun had just recently attained third-level status. Consuming the crystals now could yield results similar to Zhao Yimiao's, preventing their advancement to the fourth level unless Tang Hao provided them with the largest crystals. However, Tang Hao had no intention of using the largest source mother evolution crystals just yet. Such valuable items were not merely for enhancing evolution levels. They needed to be utilized wisely. Tang Hao planned for Yi Qingcheng and Yuan Jun to first consume some ordinary evolution crystals over the next 2 days to solidify their third-level status and bolster their foundation, enabling them to break through to the fourth level subsequently. Upon their return, Tang Hao convened another meeting with the ministers and some vice ministers. The core agenda consisted of 2 primary topics: the source mother evolution crystals and the research and development of source energy equipment. The term source energy equipment was derived from the system's description of the rare material known as Shijin. During the journey back, Tang Hao had accessed the system to review the information on Shijin, which left him astounded. Shijin was the essential material for crafting source energy equipment. If existing source energy equipment were available, the system could utilize Shijin to directly enhance their grade, as well as their offensive or defensive capabilities. In the future, Shijin would become a crucial resource. As zombies and mutated beasts continued to evolve, the effectiveness of conventional firearms would diminish, potentially rendering even cannons and missiles ineffective against high-grade zombies and mutated beasts. At that time, only the deployment of source energy weapons would suffice. Shijin? Source energy weapons? These new terms left the ministers momentarily speechless. Tang Hao described Shijin based on the system's instructions, clarifying that it currently existed only within source mother evolution crystals or within the bodies of evolved zombies and mutated beasts that had consumed such crystals. In the future, it would also be found in higher-tier evolved zombies and mutated beasts. As for source energy weapons, Tang Hao pointed to the black armor worn by Qianmu Xue and stated that integrating Shijin would essentially render it a source energy weapon. When Sikong Linglin raised concerns over insufficient materials, Tang Hao waved his hand, and over 30 zombie corpses and a large mutated Tibetan Mastiff's body materialized into a small mountain. Among the 36 corpses, only 3 were first-tier, while 31 were second-tier, along with 2 third-tier claw zombies. The 2 claw zombies and the second-tier mutated Tibetan Mastiff had been slain by Tang Hao and his team, and he had expended 2,000 soul realms to expand the storage capacity by 10 cubic meters, reaching a total of 55 cubic meters. The sight of this massive pile of corpses left everyone, except for Ouyang miming and the 4 others, in stunned silence. Their leader was truly remarkable. This outing not only elevated their collective levels, but also resulted in the slaughter of numerous zombies, including 2 third-tier ones. Zhao Zimiao, observing the astonished expressions of his friends Zhang Xiaohua and Wang Xiaoping, remarked, "This is but a fraction of what our leader has achieved. He led us through hundreds of thousands of zombies and tens of thousands of mutated beasts." Hundreds of thousands of zombies? Come on, Dumpling, don't exaggerate. Qian Zheng interjected skeptically. There really were hundreds of thousands. Yuan Jun affirmed. Really? Qian Zheng was taken aback. Yi Qingcheng and Ouyang miming, though silent, nodded in agreement. This revelation left everyone in a renewed state of shock. It's not so exaggerated. The number of zombies and mutated beasts we actually faced was relatively low, and the contributions of Dumpling and the others were substantial. Besides, we experienced minimal danger and achieved great gains. Tang Hao smiled, placing his right hand on the table, causing nearly 60 evolution crystals, both silvery and grayish, to appear before them. Many had been collected previously. Yuan Jun had consumed 35, while Tang Hao himself had not discarded any, allowing the system to automatically process them. Ultimately, only 23 source evolution crystals and 35 ordinary evolution crystals remained. Although the quantity was not vast, it still represented a considerable fortune, capable of nurturing at least 11 first-level evolvers. Chapter 53, source energy equipment at the Tang Hao building. A figure stumbled in, collapsing onto the ground with a thud. The current state of Tailsun was exceedingly disheveled, with 3 ghastly gashes marring his back and his left arm, a gruesome sight. Yet at this moment, excitement radiated from his expression. He opened his right hand, revealing a crystal the size of a quail egg, shimmering with a faint silver glow. Having sacrificed 3 capable subordinates, he finally obtained this Source Mother Evolution crystal and successfully escaped from the formidable 3rd-tier mutated Tibetan Mastiff. However, the next moment, Tailsun's gaze turned dark and brooding as he uttered 2 names, Tang Hao and Yi Qingsheng. After the 3rd shot from a Cloud Eagle sniper rifle, he spotted Yi Qingsheng on the rooftop of the Wangfa Mall. As for Tang Hao, he could never forget. That was the enemy who trampled on his pride and nearly left him to die at the hands of zombies. Upon seeing Tang Hao in front of that silvery sculpture, Tailsun was consumed with the desire to eliminate him. Yet, Tang Hao had surprisingly stepped into the 4th tier, accompanied by several immensely powerful allies, leaving Tailsun acutely aware that, despite claiming to be the king of Satan, he was no match for Tang Hao and his companions at present. But now, with this crystal in his possession, he felt a renewed hope for revenge. A bite from a substantial adversary would allow his injuries to heal significantly, and once he consumed this silver crystal, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a 4th-tier evolutionary. Tang Hao, it won't be long before I completely annihilate you. Yi Qingsheng, and that girl who can turn invisible. One day, I will make you beg for mercy beneath me. Tailsun's expression twisted into a ghastly snarl. On the 13th floor of the Taoyuan Hotel, Tang Hao reclined on the sofa, blissfully indulging in the gentle massage from Qian Mushu's delicate hands. The penthouse on the 10th floor of the hotel had been transformed into 2 single-story apartments and a duplex. Currently, among the 10 duplexes, only 3 were occupied. One was the duplex converted from the upper 2 floors of the original Perfect 10, inhabited by Qian Mushu. The long-lasting duplex was occupied by Ouyang Mimi. The Four Seasons blossoming duplex was home to Yi Qingsheng. Qian Mushu initially intended to invite Ouyang Mimi to stay as well. But Ouyang Mimi pointed at Tang Hao and teased, "Sister, no way. If I move in, 1T, I just get scolded by Brother Hao. I refuse to be a 3rd wheel." Originally, Tang Hao planned to have academicians Qin Yinshan and Tan Li stay in the top-level duplex as well. However, both academicians were indifferent to this arrangement, citing their inability to climb the high floors due to their advanced age. They preferred to remain in the laboratory and base, finding it more convenient than spending excessive time going up and downstairs. This deeply touched Tang Hao in his past life. It was precisely because of such lovable elders that the Middle Summer Nation rose swiftly. Even in the face of the apocalypse, these elders continued to contribute significantly. The base S walls, makeshift sheds, generator units, and water purification systems had all been completed and set in motion within just a few days, thanks in no small part to the 77-year-old academician Qin Yinshan. With the resource materials provided by Tang Hao, it wouldn't be long before academician Tan Li developed a gene agent suitable for the purification of all humanity. Snow Sister, your massage is so wonderful I could fall asleep. How about I stay the night with you? Tang Hao squinted his eyes, whispering. Qian Mushue and Amp, Oppos. S face flushed crimson at the suggestion. She understood what staying the night implied, despite having confirmed their relationship and sharing several kisses. Qian Mushue was not yet prepared to take that next step, primarily because she hadn't fully transformed their previous sibling-like relationship. Cough, cough. What are you talking about? If you want to sleep, get up and go back to your own room. Qian Mushue's cheeks burned as she playfully slapped Tang Hao on the back. Snow Sister. Tang Hao rose, playfully leaning closer. Qian Mushue's heart raced, and she pushed him away shyly, insisting, go back. Tang Hao grasped her delicate hands, gently pulling her closer and kissing her soft lips. They lingered in the kiss until they could barely breathe before parting ways. Qian Mushue's face was as red as a sunset, and she huffed, "You're so annoying." Really annoying? Tang Hao smirked, a playful glint in his eyes. Absolutely annoying. Qian Mushue shot him a glance that was filled with allure. Tang Hao's heart ignited with desire. He reached out, embracing her soft form, Snow Sister. Just let me stay the night. Feeling the intense aura of masculinity, Qian Mushu's heart fluttered uncontrollably, and she blurted out, "No way. Not tonight." "Not tonight? Does that mean I can in a few days?" Tang Hao released her, scrutinizing her enchanting figure with a grin. "How unfortunate that your period arrives at such an inopportune time." Qian Mushu and Appo's face turned blood red, and she stomped her foot in irritation. "You little brat, get lost." "All right, I'm going." Tang Hao laughed heartily and strode out. On the 12th floor below, Zhang Yunji and Xiao Yunyuan, the two newly appointed female bodyguards, stifled their laughter. Knowing that only the headstrong leader would dare to send the supreme leader of the base, Tang Hao, away. Time quietly slipped to noon on June 21st. Tan Li, Sikong Linglin, and Yuan Zhangwo approached Tang Hao, presenting the latest development, a piece of leather armor. The new biological evolution battle armor technology had already been conquered, and thus, this first piece of source energy equipment was a protective gear. As soon as it was in his hands, the system's voice rang out, "Ding. Detected crude, low-tier source energy armor. Would you like to use gold enhancement?" This delighted Tang Hao. The system had identified it as source energy armor, so it must be reliable. Even if it was a crude, low-tier piece, it was still source energy equipment. After Tan Li and the others explained, he learned that this biological source energy armor outperformed the python leather armor previously worn by Qian Muxue and her companions by a significant margin. Not only had its defensive capabilities improved, but this source energy biological armor also possessed an automatic repair function. Most importantly, it had the potential for self-enhancement, provided it absorbed unique energy bodies containing gold. However, the academicians believed that while this self-enhancement method seemed powerful, its effectiveness paled in comparison to custom-made armor. Enhancing one piece could essentially yield 3 equivalent pieces of source energy equipment. The crude low-tier source energy armor had consumed only half of a source mother evolution crystal. Tang Hao contemplated and then produced 2 more source mother evolution crystals to give to Tan Li and the others, one for the source energy equipment and one for developing gene evolution agents. This time, Tang Hao and his team had collectively acquired 15 source mother evolution crystals. Tang Hao converted one for himself, while Yi Qingxing and her companions each received one. This left 10. The 2 largest ones would remain untouched for the time being. With the 2 from the other day, only 4 remained. One of these was reserved for Qian Muxue. This left him with 3 available for use. Tang Hao planned to allocate these 3 based on the progress and effectiveness of the gene evolution agent research. Chapter 54. Network Restoration, June 21st, 2028. This day is not only significant for the Taoyuan base, but also for all surviving humans of Zhongxia after the apocalypse. At precisely 12:15 p.m., the first piece of source energy-powered combat armor was unveiled at the Taoyuan base. By 3:45 p.m., Hu Jie and Cheng Yang had developed the first generation of a new communication device based on the intelligent smartphones of the past. Within a range of 10 kilometers, two-way communication was possible, while outside this range, messages could still be sent and received. Miraculously, at 7 p.m., mobile phones, which had long lost signal, began to regain some connectivity. Although the signal was weak, barely 1 or 2 bars, it ignited jubilation among many at the base, signifying that they could reconnect with the outside world. However, it soon became apparent that calls could not be placed, even between 2 individuals dialing each other's numbers face-to-face. Shortly thereafter, a notification appeared on their phones, displaying a series of alarming headlines. The apocalypse has come true. At 7 p.m. on June 12, 2028, the end of the world began. The globe has succumbed, with over 70 of humanity transformed into zombies. More than 80 of towns have become havens for the undead. The Zhongxia military earnestly invites all evolutionaries to converge in Kyoto for a grand endeavor. The military base in Kyoto eagerly awaits your presence. The base in Modu is teeming with formidable individuals, serving as the safest harbor for you. The wired network has partially resumed, allowing news browsing and message uploading. However, uploading messages requires registration and must be conducted in teams or as a base. Within 24 hours, small teams can publish a maximum of 5 messages, while bases can publish between 10 to 100 messages daily, depending on their size. The earliest news was released 2 days prior, coinciding with the emergence of the ominous blood moon. This indicates that the network had partially restored 2 days earlier, but only reached Xingqing today. In just 2 days, over 50,000 messages have been disseminated, with more than 6,000 registered teams and a staggering 226 bases established. At 8 p.m., Tang Hao convened a meeting with the core members and department heads of the base. Before the meeting commenced, everyone had briefly skimmed through the news messages. Although only the northeastern, eastern, and southern regions of Zhongsha were currently publishing messages, the vast central and western regions remained silent. Yet the available information allowed them to gauge the dire situation both within Zhongsha and globally. The northern region serves as the political center, the eastern region as the economic hub, and the southern region as the most densely populated and economically prosperous area. These 3 regions account for nearly 70 of Zhongsha and Oppo's economy and nearly 60 of its population. Urban centers have devolved into zombie playgrounds, and picturesque landscapes have become lairs for mutated beasts, with over 70 of humanity transformed into the undead. The surviving humans have formed small teams and established bases, struggling to endure in this apocalyptic world. From the current messages, it appears that only 3 large bases boast populations exceeding 80,000. The Kyoto Military District Base, the Moda Base, and the Nanyue Base. Each of these bases is backed by a formidable military. What are your thoughts? Tang Hao inquired. For instance, should we consider seeking refuge in a larger base? A moment of silence ensued before Zhao Yimiao turned to Tang Hao and solemnly stated, "Boss, what do you think? Regardless, I will follow you. Indeed, I will always follow you, boss. Whatever you decide, stay or go, I will abide without question." Zhang Xiaohua, Wang Xiaoping, and Chun Jun echoed in unison. These fellows. Tang Hao felt a warmth in his heart, despite a frown appearing on his forehead. It was a testament to their brotherhood from previous lives. Since we are one large team, we must prioritize everyone's opinions. Do not hold back. Speak freely. Though Kyoto, Modu, and Nanyue currently have larger numbers and more evolutionaries, I do not believe their prospects surpass ours. To Tang Hao's surprise, the first to speak was Luan Guoqing. Kyoto has over 105,000 people with more than 200 evolutionaries, including 4 level 4 evolutionaries. This data was updated at noon today. The ratio of survivors to evolutionaries is 21. Our Taiyuan base, however, has a population of 167, with 239 evolutionaries, a ratio of less than 10:1, significantly higher than theirs. They have such a large base, yet only 4 level 4 evolutionaries, while we have 5. Aside from their larger numbers, what do they possess that is superior to us? Therefore, I do not recommend seeking refuge with them. Seeking refuge with other bases is impractical. Whether we go to Kyoto, Modu, or Nanyue, the distances are too great, over 800 miles at the closest. A mass migration poses immense risks. I recall our leader, Tang Hao, mentioning the ambition to transform Taiyuan base into a haven for 500,000 people. If that is the case, why should we seek refuge elsewhere? Our base boasts a 9-meter-tall, reinforced concrete wall. What other base can claim that? Taiyuan base is arguably the strongest in defense among all bases. The 77-year-old Qin Yunshan spoke with conviction. I believe our base is excellent. There is no need to seek refuge elsewhere. Our source energy equipment has already been unveiled, and I am confident that we are at the forefront of technological advancements. Moreover, our gene evolution serum has made significant progress. Under the leadership of our leader, Tang Hao, Taiyuan base will undoubtedly grow stronger and more prosperous in the future. Surpassing the Modu and Kyoto bases is not beyond the realm of possibility. Academician Tan Li added a weighty statement. Leader, I too suggest we remain. With our strength, there is no need to rely on anyone else. We are fully capable of constructing an impregnable fortress in this apocalypse. Dai Guichio exclaimed. With our leader and our strength, we can undoubtedly carve out our own era. Yuan Jun declared, raising his fist. I believe Taoyuan Base will shine as the brightest star in this apocalyptic world. Yi Qingsheng and Appo's melodious voice chimed in. Stay, stay, we shall remain. Voices echoed in agreement. A radiant smile spread across Tang Hao and Appo's face. He decisively proclaimed, very well. Then let us focus on developing our own base. Who knows, one day, the people from Kyoto and Modu may come seeking refuge in Taoyuan Base. As those words left his lips, laughter erupted throughout the meeting room, dispelling the previously tense atmosphere. Remarkably, Tang Hao's words would indeed manifest into reality. Eventually, numerous survivors from the Kyoto Military District Base and the Moda Base did join Tang Hao's Taoyuan Base, but that is a tale for another time. Boss, should we also register a base account to publish some messages? Wang Xiaoping inquired. Sure, please register one and share the account with us later. Tang Hao nodded in agreement. Chapter 55. Singlehood. As Wang Xiaoping began to register his account, Tang Hao lifted his gaze, surveying the individuals in the conference room, and spoke in a solemn tone. The base has finally found its footing, the new communication device has been successfully developed, and the network is beginning to restore. Tomorrow, I intend to make a trip to the Magic City to retrieve the two most important people in my life. If anyone has relatives along the way they wish to collect, please raise your hand and inform me. I will do my utmost to bring them along. Alternatively, if anyone wishes to accompany me to reunite with their loved ones, please raise your hand as well. As these words fell, 9 out of the more than 20 people present raised their hands. Qian Muxue, Ouyang Mimi, Yi Qingsheng, Zhang Xiaohai, Jiang Ying, Lin Li, Lu Xia, Zhang Chun, and Zhao Hai. All 9 had family along the route from Star City to the Magic City. Once everyone had departed, Qian Muxue turned her gaze towards Tang Hao, a glimmer of tears welling in her beautiful eyes. Xiao Hao, thank you. The resilient Qian Muxue had thought of her parents in the Magic City almost every day during these times. However, she understood that Tang Hao had his reasons for not taking her to search for them immediately after the apocalypse began. She had witnessed every little detail. Their team grew larger, saving more and more lives, and now that the base was finally on the right track, everyone looked to Tang Hao, who had publicly declared his intention to travel to the Magic City. In that moment, Qian Muxue's heart melted. Why should we say thank you among family? Tomorrow morning, we shall set off to retrieve our parents, Tang Hao said, gently wrapping an arm around the lovely woman before him, smiling warmly. A moment later, the two figures nestled together made their way to the 13th floor. Upon reaching the doorway, Tang Hao paused. Rest well. Qian Muxue raised her dazzling dark eyes. Her charming face flushed with shyness as she softly replied, Tonight is fine. If it were peacetime, even with their romantic relationship established, Qian Muxue would have taken some time before fully surrendering herself. But in this apocalyptic world, she felt Tang Hao's genuine affection. From the eve of the catastrophe, he had been the first to contact her, transforming her into an evolved being at that very moment. After the rescue at the library and the subsequent enhancements to her evolution level, Tang Hao and Appo's determination to rescue her parents tonight finally dispelled all her doubts, and she decided to entrust herself entirely to him. What? Tonight is fine? What does that mean? Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned, his eyes brightening instantly. With a swift motion, he scooped Qian Muxue into a princess carry and strode into the room. Upstairs, Qian Muxue whispered, her face turning crimson. Once on the 2nd floor, Tang Hao closed the door with his foot, sealing his lips against Qian Muxue and Appo's. Yes. Moments later, a slightly breathless Qian Muxue slipped from his embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, I need to take a shower. Tang Hao chuckled. All right, let's shower together. He attempted to join her in the washroom, only to be playfully pushed away by a flustered Qian Muxue. No way. Tang Hao laughed heartily, this girl, ready for that, but reluctant to shower together. Her shyness is still too much. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he listened to the soothing sound of water from the washroom, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. He took in the beauty of Qian Muxue's room, which was spacious, spanning 50 square meters, complete with a dressing room and a washroom. The massive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of a shimmering pool outside. The most striking feature in the room was a grand bed made of golden silk namu, accompanied by an equally luxurious dressing table. The bedding was brand new, adorned with a pink quilt embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in water, resting on a pristine white sheet. This sight only deepened Tang Hao's smile. The washroom door gently swung open, revealing Qian Muxue, wrapped in a large bath towel. Tang Hao's gaze was immediately captivated. Fresh from her shower, she looked breathtaking, with her half-dried long black hair cascading down her back. Her delicate collarbone, toned legs, and enchanting features, especially the alluring hint of bashfulness in her eyes, ensnared Tang Hao entirely. What are you staring at? Hurry up and shower. Qian Muxue shot him a teasing glance. All right. Tang Hao quickly stripped down to his boxers and dashed into the washroom. By the time he emerged, wrapped in a large towel, Qian Muxue was already lounging on the bed. Tang Hao pulled back the covers, nearly losing control at the sight before him. He tossed aside his towel and leaped onto the bed. In another room, Zhang Yunji playfully swatted away Qiu Yunya's hand. You little rascal. I can tolerate you jumping into my bed, but what are you doing with your hands? Qiu Yunya pouted. Sister Ji, if I don't touch you, should I touch myself? I'm feeling uncomfortable. Please give me a little attention. You little minx, if you want to have fun, go find a man downstairs. We have plenty at the base. Giggles erupted. Those old geezers don't compare to our chief. I bet the big sister has been thoroughly worn out for nearly an hour. Not just nearly an hour. It's been precisely 1 hour and 5 minutes. Zhang Yunji glanced at the clock beside the bed. Wow, over an hour. How is our chief so vigorous? Our chief is a level 4 evolved being, with strength exceeding 3,000 pounds. The big sister is a level 3 evolved being, far stronger than an ordinary person. Of course, she can last longer. Yinya, do you remember the end Amp? Amp, Oppos, Twilight and Amp. Amp, Oppos, movie we watched last year, where the leads had their steamy moments. Of course, they nearly broke the bed and almost demolished the house. Think about that, and then think about our chief and the big sister. It won't seem outrageous anymore. Oh, you little rascal, stop touching. If you keep at it, I'll touch you. After a while, the two ladies were breathless. In the quiet that followed, Qiu Yunya spoke again. Sister Ji, listen. The big sister and the chief are still. Oh my, at this rate, they might really break that bed. You little rascal, go to sleep. Zhang Yunji gritted her teeth and covered her head. But just 2 minutes later, Zhang Yunji began to grind her teeth again. Yinya, you little imp. Just wait until I get my hands on you. In another part of the building, Yi Qingqing opened her door. Oh, Mimi. Qingqing, can I sleep with you tonight? What's this about? I missed you, and I want to sleep with you. Ouyang Mimi said with an adorable expression. Of course. Yi Qingqing smiled as she pulled Ouyang Mimi closer. Chapter 56. Departure to the magical city in the early morning. A soft blush of sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the bed. Qian Muxue opened her eyes, only to feel a large hand caressing her flat, delicate abdomen. As she sensed the hand beginning to descend, she let out a soft gasp, swiftly grabbing a towel from the edge of the bed before hastily leaping off. The moment her bare feet touched the floor, she furrowed her brows, her body instinctively bending forward as her right hand clutched the towel against her abdomen. Last night, they had unleashed over 20 years of pent-up passion, engaging in a fervent battle that lasted the better part of the night. Even as a level 3 evolved being, Qian Muxue felt the lingering pain of their encounter and the weakness in her legs. Tang Hao, sensing her distress, asked anxiously, Sister Shui, what in Oppos? That's wrong? With a face flushed crimson, Qian Muxue hurriedly wrapped herself in the towel and hurried towards the washroom without a glance back. Tang Hao lifted the covers, revealing a stark red stain on the pristine white sheets, a sight that brought a radiant smile to his face. Emerging from the washroom, Qian Muxue caught sight of the crimson mark, and her blush deepened once more. What are you still doing sitting there? Hurry up and wash up. Tang Hao chuckled and entered the washroom. Meanwhile, Qian Muxue quickly dressed in form-fitting undergarments and slipped on a flowing orange dress before swiftly stripping the sheets from the bed. You go ahead. I'll join you shortly, she urged, pushing Tang Hao to the door. Tang Hao whistled cheerfully as he bounded down the stairs. On the 12th floor, Zhang Yunji nudged Qiu Yunin, whispering, Yin, wake up. The boss has left. Qiu Yunin groaned. Can I sleep a little longer? We only finished at 4 this morning. I'm so tired. You lazy girl. Are you planning to abandon a boss? Don't you want to see how fierce the battle was last night? The two women ascended the stairs and were taken aback to find their leader personally washing the sheets. They quickly stepped in to assist. Fortunately, the stains had been mostly scrubbed out. Qian Mushue didn't resist too much and let the two take over. Yunji, Yunin, I'll be heading to the magical city in a few days. Please ensure our female special operations team members stay diligent in their training. On the day they entered Taiyuan Villa, Qian Mushue had keenly felt the difficulties faced by women in this post-apocalyptic world. Thus, she had selected 8 young women from the rescued high-end KTV workers to form a female special operations team. Snow Sister, you and Oppos. Are you going to the magical city? When are you leaving? I'll be leaving shortly. Take us with you. My home is in Jinling, and Yunyan's is in the magical city. Perhaps. By the way, Yunji, could you ask our other female team members if any of their families are along the route? Compile the addresses and names for me, if possible. I will try to visit. Understood. Zhang Yunji replied. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed. Zhang Yunji hurried to open the door and entered with a set of black leather clothing. The source energy equipment was unveiled at noon yesterday, and Sikong Linglin had instructed that the 3 sets of leather outfits be collected for modification. At this moment, the outfit was ready. At 8 in the morning, the group heading to the magical city had assembled. A total of 12 individuals. Tang Hao, Qian Mushue, Ouyang Miming, Yi Qingsheng, Zhang Xiaohai, Zhang Ying, Zhang Yunji, Qiu Yunin. Banking, Zhao Xiaoye, Zhang Chun, and Yu Shihao. Lin Li and Lu Shasha did not join, and Zhao Hai was replaced by Zhao Xiaoye. The last member, Yu Shihao, was a sophomore from Yunjing University, possessing remarkable talent and displaying bravery in combat, recently achieving level 1 evolution. Tang Hao left the sniper rifle for Yuan Jun and entrusted 2 source evolution crystals to him. After ensuring everything was in order, they boarded the vehicle. Tang Hao drove an armored vehicle, while Zhang Xiaohai and the others willingly chose to give Tang Hao and Qian Mushue a rare moment alone. Boarding a luxurious double-decker tour bus. Not long after departing, they encountered scattered abandoned vehicles on the road. Fortunately, the armored vehicle had been reinforced with 2 steel plates at the front. If they could not evade an obstacle, they would simply push through. After traveling 15 kilometers, zombies began to appear sporadically. However, these zombies could not approach the vehicle before they were eliminated by the group. Ouyang Miming, Zhang Xiaohai, and others even jumped out to strip the evolution crystals from the fallen zombies before quickly rejoining the vehicle. As time passed, it was soon 11 o'clock. Zhang Xiaohai, seated at the front of the upper deck, glanced to his left and tapped the new communication device on his wrist. In the next moment, his voice came through Tang Hao and Oppos. S-device. Boss, Sister Shui, there's a service area up ahead. Hearing this, Qian Mushue opened her eyes and stretched. How long did I sleep? 1 hour and 10 minutes. You should sleep a bit more. No need, that is sufficient. As they conversed, Tang Hao spotted a sign by the roadside, water margin service area. As the vehicle entered the service area, they were met with the roars of zombies. Leave these zombies to me, Qian Mushue said softly, tying her long hair into a ponytail. All right, Tang Hao nodded, applying the brakes to stop the vehicle. Zhang Chun parked the tour bus as well, and everyone quickly disembarked. Dozens of zombies were already charging towards them. Most were level 1, but the 2 leading the pack were formidable level 2 iron arms. Tang Hao leaped gracefully onto the roof of the armored vehicle and stated calmly, to survive in this post-apocalyptic world, one must adapt to killing, slaying zombies, and hunting mutated beasts. We cannot always rely on the strong. For this group of zombies, the other ministers and deputy ministers will hold back. Let Mushue and the others handle it. Excluding the leaders, that left only Zhang Yunji, Qiu Yunin, Banking, Zhao Xiaoye, and Yu Shihao. Yunji, Yunin, I'll take the left side. The rest, position yourselves to my right. I will deal with the level 2 zombies. Let us move. Qian Mushue transformed into a valiant leader, leading the charge with a flick of her wrist. With a flurry of ice arrows, she unleashed a barrage that soared forward. As a level 3 evolved being, Qian Mushue's ice arrows had reached a new level of potency. Upon striking the level 1 zombies, They not only left gaping wounds, but also encased a significant portion of their bodies in a thin layer of ice, rendering their movements sluggish. The ensuing battle astonished Tang Hao and the others. Zhang Yunji and Yu Sure Hao quickly adapted, and within mere minutes. Aside from the two level 2 iron arms futilely pursuing Qian Muxue, all the other zombies had been dispatched. With another volley of ice arrows, the two iron arms were nearly frozen into clumsy, icebound figures. Qian Muxue danced gracefully, like a snow fairy, and plunged her dagger mercilessly into their skulls. With 0 casualties on their side, they effortlessly exterminated 35 zombies. Chapter 57. The potential of the warrior. The ease with which the team annihilated the horde of zombies showcased the formidable strength of ice and snow skills in collaborative combat. At this moment, Qian Muxue's exceptional command capabilities left Tang Hao in awe. With astonishing perceptiveness, Qian Muxue orchestrated each member to leverage their strengths, resulting in a remarkably harmonious cooperation. This became increasingly evident in the subsequent 2 battles, much to Tang Hao and Appo's delight. Qian Muxue, a distinguished commander with an impressive strategic vision, undoubtedly compensated for one of Tang Hao's shortcomings. Despite possessing numerous advantages in this life, he recognized that in large-scale confrontations, particularly during a zombie siege, he was not an adept leader. Now, it seemed that Qian Muxue would effectively address this deficiency. Outside Luocheng, a 12-member team was engaged in hunting zombies. Among them, 10 were evolved beings, with Zhao Meng at the helm, a formidable second-tier peak evolutionist on the verge of reaching the 3rd tier. With a swift motion, Zhao Meng and Appo's iron blade severed the head of a second-tier clawed zombie. Meng, look, 2 vehicles are approaching, Luo exclaimed, his keen eyes catching sight of small and a large vehicle speeding towards them. Zhao Meng turned, shouldering his weapon as he stepped onto the road, his gaze narrowing in anticipation. The sight of a saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle was particularly enticing. Meng, that armored vehicle ahead. Should we take it? Luo inquired eagerly. Let us assess the situation first, Zhao Meng replied coldly, spitting on the ground. Tang Hao parked his vehicle and tossed 2 packs of cigarettes to Zhao Meng, asking, Brother, what is the situation in Luocheng now? Zhao Meng accepted the cigarettes, retrieving a lighter from his pocket. He lit one and drew a deep breath, exhaling a cloud of smoke before responding. What do you think? Most of the population has turned into zombies. The city is completely overrun in Appo's impassable. Where are you headed, brother? He casually glanced at the group descending from the tour bus behind them, his eyes lingering on the stunning women among them, particularly the 2 clad in leather armor and the beautiful figure atop the saber-toothed tiger. Truly remarkable beauties. Isn't that Yi Qingcheng, the superstar? What a surprise to see the national goddess here. He couldn't and Appo's help but feel a pang of envy. The group had been without water and electricity for days, leading Zhao Meng and his companions to appear disheveled and reeking of sweat and blood. In contrast, Tang Hao's group looked remarkably pristine, equipped with formidable weaponry. Zhao Meng struggled to suppress his primal instincts, contemplating the prospect of overpowering the men and enjoying the women, especially with a goddess like Yi Qingcheng among them. Yet, he restrained himself, recognizing that Tang Hao's team was armed and likely too strong to confront. Edamodu, you can't go through the city. It's infested with zombies. The left side is also occupied. You should take the right, Qingluo Avenue. The route is a bit longer, but it's safer, Zhao Meng advised. Thank you, Tang Hao replied appreciatively. He noticed the flicker of desire in Zhao Meng's eyes upon seeing Yi Qingcheng and Ouyang miming, but the lack of action indicated a hesitance rooted in fear. Brother, do you have any extra drinking water? Could you spare some? Zhao Meng asked as Tang Hao prepared to leave. Zhang Chun, bring some water and instant noodles for this brother. Zhang Chun climbed into the vehicle and soon returned with a half box of water and 2 bags of instant noodles. As Lu Ho watched the vehicles drive away, he wiped drool from the corner of his mouth. Mengo, isn't Qingluo Avenue overrun by mutated dogs? If it weren't for the mutated dogs, I wouldn't have pointed them that way. Zhao Meng sneered, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Mengo, are you suggesting? But that would be a shame for such beautiful women. Out of 12 people, 7 are stunning. It would be worth it to capture just one. You're such a fool. Don't worry. Those 7 beauties won't be so easy to kill. The saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle ISNT easily breached. Zhao Ming chuckled darkly, then inquired, "How many evolution crystals do we have?" 23 in total, but only 5 are silver-white, came the reply. "Give me all 5 silver ones. You can take 5 in return, and the rest goes to Guzi and Kawolf. Have them consume them immediately to evolve." "Mingo, what are you planning? If we break through to the 3rd tier, we'll go back and capture those 7 women." "Got it," Lu Ho exclaimed with excitement. "Those people didn't look like good folks. Are we really going to take Qingluo Avenue?" Qian Muxue, though still in the passenger seat, sensed the unmistakable glances of desire from the opposing group. "Whatever dangers lie ahead, I believe they pose no real threat to us," Tang Hao asserted confidently. Although they were only 12 in number, they boasted 3 4th-tier evolutionists, with Zhang Xiaohou and Qian Muxue among the elite of the 3rd tier. Currently, only Zhang Yunji and 4 others remained 1st-tier evolutionists, with just a few more zombies defeated. They would soon join the ranks of the 2nd tier. As they approached a fork in the road, Tang Hao decisively steered towards Qingluo Avenue, a newly constructed dual-lane highway encircling the city. On the left, development was visible, while the right side was mostly barren land and suburban villages. 3 miles down Qingluo Avenue, they encountered an array of abandoned vehicles blocking the wide road. Amidst the twilight, the sound of barking echoed as mutated dogs emerged from behind the vehicles, flanking the group. Tang Hao and Amp, Oppo's expression darkened. "Stop the saber-toothed tiger," he commanded. Tapping his wrist communicator, he coldly ordered, "All 1st-tier evolutionists stay in the vehicle. Others disembark." With that, Tang Hao opened the car door and stepped outside, followed by Qian Muxue. Ouyang Miming raised her hunting sniper crossbow, addressing Zhang Yunji and the others. "Who knows how to use this?" "Report, Minister, I can use it." Zhang Yunji saluted sharply. "All right, for now, it's yours." Ouyang Miming handed the sniper crossbow and a tube of precision steel arrows to her. Meanwhile, Yi Qingsheng passed her silenced pistol to Zhao Xiaoye. Chapter 58. The mutated pack of dogs. Tang Hao surveyed his surroundings. Remarkably, the number of mutated dogs that had appeared was as high as 70 or 80. The total count was estimated to exceed 100. Although most were common mutts, such a multitude was indeed astonishing, particularly with nearly 20 of them being 1st-tier mutated dogs. 1st-tier mutated dogs, in terms of speed and aggression, surpassed even 2nd-tier zombies by a slight margin. Furthermore, with such a significant number of mutated dogs, it was certain that a 2nd-tier mutated dog leader would emerge from their ranks. However, at that moment, the 2nd-tier leader had yet to make an appearance. "Sister Shui, you take command," Tang Hao called out. Qian Mushue's phoenix eyes swiftly scanned the area. She accepted the responsibility without hesitation, her excitement evident at the trust Tang Hao had placed in her. "Xiao Hao, Miming, Qingsheng, you 3 act freely, focusing on intercepting and eliminating 2nd-tier or higher mutated dogs. Xiao Hao and Zhang Chun, you 2 hold the rear of the bus, covering the left and right flanks. Yi Ying and I will guard the front of the bus." Qian Muxue and Amp, Oppo's clear voice rang out. Tang Hao nodded inwardly, though he felt the strategy lacked rigor and perfection. If he could coordinate himself, Ouyang Miming, and Yi Qingsheng into a large triangular formation for outer defense, it would constitute a truly flawless offensive and defensive setup. Yet, Qian Muxue had not arranged it this way, likely due to her hesitation in assigning roles to the trio, whose abilities exceeded her own. Nonetheless, both Tang Hao and Ouyang Miming had no objections to Qian Mushue's plan. However, Yi Qingsheng's involvement complicated matters. Even in the apocalypse as a national goddess, she retained a sense of nobility in the eyes of many, especially as a level 4 evolver. Qian Mushue's concerns were valid, but Tang Hao was untroubled. In this world of chaos, no matter how beautiful or noble a woman had been in her past life, without formidable power, her survival was far more precarious. Their beauty and esteemed pasts made them more susceptible to the predations and bullying of others. In an age where order had collapsed and morality had deteriorated, the darker aspects of human nature became starkly evident. Many took pride in oppressing women of high status, as it greatly satisfied their ambitions. Tang Hao spoke calmly, miming to the left, Qing Sheng to the right. He positioned himself in front of the saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle, watching the advancing pack of mutated dogs with a tranquil demeanor. "Boss, second-tier mutated dog." Zhang Qin's voice rang out. From a nearby house, a towering mutated dog stealthily emerged. Its massive body moved with surprising grace. Zhang Qin's muscles tensed instantly, and even Zhang Xiaohao, 3 meters away, felt a surge of seriousness. Tang Hao turned to see Ouyang Miming's figure vanish mysteriously. A smile crept onto his face. Ouyang Miming's ability to become invisible was undoubtedly a game-changing skill. Given her current strength, she could silently approach and eliminate a second-tier mutated dog effortlessly. "Xiaohao, summon flames in your hands to attract the attention of the mutated dogs." Tang Hao instructed, raising his voice slightly. With a whoosh, flames erupted from Zhang Xiaohao and Appo's hands. Almost all creatures possessed a natural fear of fire, and the second-tier mutated dog was no exception. Its light-footedness abruptly halted, its blood-red eyes fixating on the roaring flames in Zhang Xiaohao's right hand. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, just as the second-tier mutated dog prepared to advance again, a glint of cold light appeared at its neck. With a swift motion, the resilient skin yielded to the level 3 blade, severing as easily as paper. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The second-tier mutated dog's thick neck was cleaved in half. Fear filled its crimson eyes, and with a thud, its massive body crashed to the ground, blood pooling around it. Ouyang Miming reappeared, her right hand gripping a multi-purpose dagger. A drop of blood still trickling from the blade. Impressive. Zhang Chun swallowed hard. The second-tier mutated dog had been dispatched instantly by Ouyang Miming. In the bus, Zhang Yunji and the others gaped in astonishment. This spectacle had startled many of the nearby mutated dogs. One of their strongest leaders had been slain, an occurrence unheard. Chapter 59. A casual victory. Ouyang Miming deftly wielded her daggers, her movements as agile as a nimble weasel. Not even the fierce and swift mutated dogs could pose the slightest threat to her. The daggers occasionally shimmered with a faint azure light, a unique radiance bestowed by her wall-breaking skill. Ouyang seldom employed this skill, as ordinary mutated dogs hardly warranted it. Only a few first-tier mutated dogs might require a slight application of the wall-breaking technique. With the enhancement of her cultivation, even a minor wall-breaking skill exhibited astonishing potency. One strike could sever the neck of a first-tier mutated dog. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the fireballs in Zhang Xiaohai's hands unleashed tremendous power. With a flick of his left hand, 3 fireballs sent 3 mutated dogs crashing to the ground. Another wave of his right hand dispatched 3 more fireballs, causing 3 additional mutated dogs to howl in agony as they fell. Qian Muxiue and Appo's hands danced in an intricate pattern, unleashing a barrage of ice arrows that enveloped the mutated dogs in thick layers of ice. Meanwhile, Zhang Ying swung his arms, sending forth blades of wind that howled as they sliced through the necks of the now slowed, frozen mutated dogs, leaving behind gaping wounds. Yi Qingqing's marksmanship was impeccable. Each shot found its mark in the vulnerable spots of the mutated dogs. In one breath, she discharged 6 bullets from each of her dagger pistols, hitting 9 mutated dogs. Among them, 3 first-tier mutated dogs were struck twice, both shots landing squarely in their eyes, rendering them blind. Owu. Witnessing this scene, a second-tier mutated dog, perched on a nearby hill, could no longer remain composed. It let out a deep growl and leaped toward Yi Qingsheng with alarming speed. With her left hand, she quickly stowed the empty dagger pistol in her waist holster, while her right hand flicked, dropping the empty magazine. In the next moment, a slender, fair hand produced another magazine, which she swiftly loaded with a satisfying click. At this point, the second-tier mutated dog had already closed the distance to 8 meters. With a powerful thrust of its muscular hind legs, it leapt into the air, its gaping maw aimed at Yi Qingsheng. A chill spread across Yi Qingsheng and Appo's enchanting face. Her crimson lips parted slightly, uttering a peculiar incantation, Namasata. The sacred words took effect. In an instant, The second-tier, mutated dog seemed to suspend in midair, its bloodthirsty jaws mere inches from Yi Qingsheng, though she had not acquired new skills upon reaching the fourth level of evolution. Her ability to manipulate certain specific functions of her sacred words had developed with the upgrade to LV3, including this binding restraint. As the second-tier mutated dog was ensnared by the sacred words, Yi Qingsheng sprang into action, raising her right hand. Bang! 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 6 bullets seamlessly connected in a fiery line, plunging into the gaping maw of the second-tier mutated dog. In the next instant, she darted to the side. The massive body of the suspended second-tier mutated dog crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, shaking the very asphalt beneath it. Blood gushed from its mouth as it writhed weakly, its eyes dimming at an alarming rate. The sight of these individuals revealed their formidable prowess as evolved beings. Her fierce underlings had been reduced to mere playthings in their hands, utterly incapable of withstanding their might. This realization sparked fear in the eyes of the second-tier mutated dog leader. It turned to flee. However, Tang Hao would not permit it to escape. Accelerating with a powerful surge, he charged forward like a tempest, swinging his wolf-toothed club with a howl directed at the second-tier mutated dog leader. Crack! The sound of impact echoed as the club's spike crashed into one of the dog's hind legs, shattering it into pieces. The second-tier mutated dog leapt forward but stumbled, barely regaining its footing before another howl rang out. Boom! The club descended with a resounding thud, pinning the second-tier mutated dog to the ground. In the next moment, the spike soared through the air, striking the right side of the dog's face. With a sickening crunch, half of its skull caved in. It barely had time to emit a pained wail before it fell silent. With 3 powerful blows of the wolf-toothed club, Tang Hao had slain a peak second-tier mutated dog. Thus, the trio of formidable fourth-tier evolved beings, Tang Hao, Yi Qingsheng, and Ouyang Miming, had effortlessly vanquished the 3 most powerful second-tier mutated dogs. The demise of these leaders sent the remaining pack of mutated dogs into a panicked retreat, with over 30 fleeing at breakneck speed. Tang Hao had no inclination to pursue them. After such a devastating blow, the remaining pack would find it exceedingly difficult to regroup and thrive. He used his dagger to sever the neck of the peak second-tier mutated dog, extracting a silver-white crystal the size of a quail egg. He decisively dismissed the transformation, storing it within his system and Oppo's repository. With a mere thought, he also collected the carcass of the second-tier mutated dog, for its flesh and blood were not only nourishing, but its hide, teeth, and claws were also valuable materials for crafting energy equipment. Zhang Xiaohai, Zhang Chun, and the others were not idle. Their faces gleamed with excitement as they began to scour the battlefield. Despite the escape of over 30 mutated dogs, more than 70 carcasses lay strewn about, including over 20 of first tier or higher, as the group excavated the mutated crystals from the fallen beasts. The rumble of 2 motorcycles and 2 off-road vehicles echoed down Qingluo Avenue. In the rear off-road vehicle, Lu Ho and Oppo's face shone with exhilaration. Menggu, the gunfire has ceased. Those fellows must have lost quite a number to the mutated dogs. Brothers, be cautious. That pack of mutated dogs may have given rise to second-tier variants in recent days. If we can handle them, we will engage. If not, we shall retreat. Though women are delightful, they cannot compare to our lives. As long as we continue to grow stronger, we shall have as many women as we desire. Now, Menggu had also attained the status of a third-tier evolved being. In the entirety of Luo City, aside from Donghu Villa and the Luo family military base, our team was the third to possess a third-tier evolved being. If we capture this batch of women and seize that armored vehicle, we could form a formidable force and establish a base. Dogsy exclaimed with excitement. Suddenly, a motorcycle slowed, drawing alongside Zhao Meng's off-road vehicle. 7 wolves appeared visibly anxious. Menggu, something's wrong. Stop stuttering, Heisen. What is the matter? Zhao Meng shot a glare at 7 wolves before turning to the young man on the motorcycle, his voice cold. Meng Yi. It seems that group managed to annihilate the pack of mutated dogs? What? They annihilated the pack of mutated dogs? Zhao Meng was momentarily taken aback, only for fury to darken his expression. Heisen, are you seeing things? Those 4 young men, accompanied by 7 women and a flamboyant fellow, took down the entire pack? That's impossible. Mingo, I'm not seeing things. It appears to be true. True? Zhao Ming's expression soured. Then he barked, Dogsy, speed ahead. Chapter 60. The demise of Zhao Ming in the next moment. Zhao Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and incredulity. When had the ferocious and brutal mutated dogs transformed into mere corpses? Who were these individuals? Those were evolution crystals, significantly larger than those found within ordinary zombies. Brother Ming, look at all these evolution crystals. Just how many mutated dogs must there be? Lu Ho exclaimed excitedly. Swish! Zhao Ming swiftly slapped Lu Ho, still retaining his composure. The fact that this group could effortlessly annihilate so many mutated dogs indicated their strength far surpassed his own. Attempting to seize their spoils would be tantamount to courting death. Most importantly, this group had been lured here by them. Given their overwhelming combat prowess, if they sought vengeance, it would be impossible for any of them to escape. Quickly, turn around and retreat, Zhao Ming urged emphatically. Meanwhile, Tang Hao and Appo's lips curled into a cold, menacing smile. Had the adversaries not followed, he would have been indifferent to pursuing them, for they had suffered no casualties and had already secured a substantial bounty from the hunt. However, now that Zhao Ming and his cohorts had trailed them, such treacherous villains would not be spared. Qingcheng, Tang Hao commanded coldly. Yi Qingcheng raised her Cloud Eagle sniper rifle. Bang! The sound echoed as Zhao Ming and Appo's vehicle, which was about to turn around, was violently propelled into the air, its body shaking violently before it toppled over. Simultaneously, Tang Hao and Ouyang Mimi surged forward, their hands poised with the falcon crossbow, which they swiftly discharged. 2 motorcycles, over 180 meters away, toppled as their riders became mere rolling casualties. 2 minutes later, Lu Ho, Dogsy, and the others were utterly terrified. Zhao Ming, now a level 3 evolved being, faced Tang Hao, who effortlessly shattered his arms. In a flash, Zhao Ming gasped, collapsing to the ground, twitching a few times before breathing his last. Zhao Ming had been their leader, recently achieving level 3 evolution, placing him among the elite in Luo City, yet he had been dispatched with such ease by Tang Hao. The strength of this youth far exceeded Lu Ho and the others in Appo's expectations. He was undoubtedly a level 4 evolved being, a title reserved for the most elite individuals in all of Zhongxia, indeed, globally. Lu Ho and the others had received messages on their phones the previous day, informing them that even the most prestigious bases, level 4 evolved beings were exceedingly rare, hardly surpassing a handful. Luo City had yet to see even one. Lu Ho and the others were further petrified when they witnessed Tang Hao not pausing after slaying Zhao Ming. Instead, he began to search the corpse. Could this man possess some peculiar predilection, even scavenging corpses? If Tang Hao were to learn how Lu Ho and the others interpreted his strange behavior, he might very well eliminate them all in a fit of rage. Tang Hao was not indulging in any peculiarities. After dispatching Zhao Ming, the system unexpectedly chimed. Ding! Low-level energy corpse detected. Would you like to convert? A corpse? Zhao Ming and Appo's body was an energy corpse? It could be converted? Tang Hao was taken aback. As he placed his hand upon Zhao Ming's corpse, he confirmed its authenticity. After merely hesitating for 2 seconds, he resolutely declared in his mind, convert. In the next instant, Tang Hao felt the energy within Zhao Ming dissipate, while his evolution points surged by 8, a remarkable increase. Given that Zhao Ming was a level 3 evolved being, calculating based on the evolution points, 1 point for level 1, 5 for level 2, and 10 for level 3, Zhao Ming must have consumed at least 16 evolution crystals. Hence, through Tang Hao's conversion, he reclaimed 8 points, representing only half the total. Yet this revelation filled Tang Hao with delight. He had previously believed that evolution points could only be acquired by defeating zombies and mutated beasts, but it appeared that evolved humans could also yield such rewards. Whether this was an anomaly or a commonality remained to be seen. After a brief inquiry, Tang Hao unhesitatingly dispatched Lu Hou, Dogzi, Qilong, and 3 of Zhao Meng's most loyal and ruthless subordinates. To Tang Hao's pleasure, he garnered an additional 3 evolution points, with Dogzi contributing the least at 5 points, while Lu Hou provided the most at 1 points. This indicated that any evolved being's corpse could also yield evolution points through the system. Lord, please spare me. The remaining 5 middle-aged men knelt, begging for mercy. Sir, we were forced into this by Zhao Meng and Lu Hou. They threatened our families, leaving us no choice but to comply. Please, spare us. We have over 20 women and children in our compound. Tang Hao sneered coldly. Now you remember your families? When Zhao Meng deliberately pointed out this route, why did none of you speak up? Do you think we lack families to protect? We were wrong. If you spare us, I, Lu Dali, will offer my life in penance. One middle-aged man struck his forehead 3 times, drawing a dagger toward his throat. Swish! 2 arrows shot forth, knocking the dagger from his grasp. The truth will be revealed, Qian Mushue's icy voice proclaimed. Stepping forward, she commanded, Yunji. Zhang Yunji rushed over, Sister Shui. Investigate the veracity of their claims. Nodding, Zhang Yunji's left eye transformed peculiarly into a shade of green. A faint green light emanated from her eye, projecting onto the man claiming to be Lu Dali. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The green light faded, and Zhang Yunji's face paled slightly. Sister Shui, he speaks the truth. There are indeed 18 women, 6 children, and 4 subordinates left behind by Zhao Meng. Tang Hao, Yi Qingcheng, Zhang Xiaohai, and the others were all astonished. Zhang Yunji possessed the extraordinary ability to probe the minds of others. Zhang Yunji was a unique, evolved being, not solely focused on strength, speed, or elemental prowess, but rather an enigmatic master of mental detection. However, her skill had limitations. She could only probe those of the same evolution level. Should an opponent's level exceed hers, her ability would falter. Nonetheless, this skill was formidable, undoubtedly one of the most effective means of discerning friend from foe. While Tang Hao's imperial system could reveal loyalty levels, it could not decipher the thoughts of others. Yet, Zhang Yunji's mental probing could unveil the innermost intentions of those around her. Tang Hao couldn't help but scrutinize Zhang Yunji closely. In the next moment, a string of numbers appeared above Zhang Yunji's head. Level 1 Mind Detection, Loyalty 73. Chapter 61. Mind Detection, a loyalty rate of 73 is quite commendable, leaving only a mere 2 distance to reach true confidant status. Zhang Yunji and Appo's skill is formidable and deserves proper cultivation. Upon hearing her words, Lu Dali and the other 4 were left utterly astonished. The group before them was terrifying, though their numbers matched, with both factions consisting of 12 individuals. The abilities evolved by this group far surpassed their own. Among their 12, 7 were merely ordinary strength enhancers, while the remaining 5 were ordinary speed enhancers, with not a single elemental enhancer in sight, let alone someone with the terrifying capability to directly read their innermost memories. Tang Hao turned to Lu Dali and coldly inquired, "Are the 4 personnel left behind also enhancers?" Lu Dali nodded. 2 are strength enhancers, and 2 are speed enhancers. All are first-level enhancers. Even if they were all newly advanced first-level enhancers, the 4 could at least provide 2 evolution points. However, the situation with the women and children was more complicated. They could hardly take them all at such a critical moment. If they chose not to bring them, Lu Dali and his 4 companions would have to temporarily take on the responsibility of protecting the women and children. As long as they could solve the issues of food and water, it would not be too difficult. Food was abundant, given the numerous mutated dogs, but they would likely have to devise their own means for drinking water. Tang Hao quickly arrived at a decision. He took Qian Mushue, Zhang Yunji, and Zhang Xiaohao, driving the saber-toothed tiger with 6 or 7 mutated dog corpses in tow, while Lu Dali and the other 5 boarded another off-road vehicle that had not been destroyed by Tang Hao, which was also filled with mutated dog corpses. They returned to the courtyard where Zhao Meng and the others had previously gathered. To Tang Hao's astonishment, the villa they had chosen was a luxurious mansion built by a wealthy individual on the outskirts of the city. What surprised him even more was the presence of a small generator inside the villa, although the outside was only illuminated by the faint crimson glow of the blood moon. Upon Zhang Xiaohao's forceful opening of the villa's front door, the interior was suddenly ablaze with light. The most striking scene unfolded in the spacious hall on the first floor, where an absurd and shocking tableau was playing out. For Burl, Chapter 62, Tong City, after careful deliberation, Tang Hao ultimately resolved to bypass Luo City by circumnavigating along Qingluo Avenue. Luo Jijun and his cohorts were marked for elimination, but not in the immediate future. Tang Hao and his 11 companions were tasked with rescuing the relatives of key members of the Peach Blossom Oasis base, including the parents of Qian Muxua, Ouyang Mimi, Yi Qingcheng, Zhang Xiaohao, and the family of Zhang Chun and Jiang Ying, among others. Eliminating Luo Jijun and his faction now would raise the question of what to do with the 1,000-strong force of the Luo family army base. Tang Hao and Oppos, S Group Kuden and Oppos, to possibly escort such a large group while simultaneously ensuring the safety of Qian Muxua and Oppos as parents and relatives. Nor could they abandon the latter to escort the former back to the Peach Blossom Oasis base. The most prudent course of action was to temporarily disregard Luo Jijun and his men. Once Tang Hao had secured the safety of Qian Muxua and Oppos as parents and relatives, he could return and eliminate Luo Jijun and his cohorts. After hearing Tang Hao's analysis, the others concurred. The lives of Luo Jijun and his associates were not more valuable than the lives of their parents, siblings, and kin. 81 mutated dogs. Tang Hao and his team ultimately acquired 55 ordinary evolution crystals and 26 silver-white source evolution crystals. Since mutated beast evolution crystals were primarily beneficial to beast-type evolvers, with diminished absorption and a risk of developing bestial traits for other human evolvers, Tang Hao refrained from distributing them. Instead, he converted half of them himself, elevating the evolution points of the civil and military officials to 3 and his own evolution points to 25. 6. He intended to entrust the remaining mutated dog crystals to Tan Li and others for the development of genetic evolution elixirs or the creation of source energy equipment. As for the numerous mutated dog carcasses, Tang Hao only collected 3 second-order mutated dog corpses. However, Zhang Chun and the others meticulously harvested the claws, fur, and fangs of all the first-order mutated dogs, recognizing their value as superior materials for crafting source energy equipment. Qian Muxua and her companions even transformed the meat of the 6 larger first-order mutated dogs into roasted jerky, which they stored in the luggage compartment beneath the tour bus. To preserve the jerky, Qian Muxua utilized her skills to freeze 2 large barrels of water into ice blocks, placing them amidst the jerky to maintain a chilled environment. Tang Hao and Zhang Xiaohao, embodying their roles as human cranes, cleared a path through the congested vehicles ahead. This endeavor consumed an entire night. At the break of dawn, the group resumed their journey. As they approached the city, Yi Qingqing's manager, Yun Xiaomao, involuntarily clenched his fists. Tong City, a county-level city in Jiangsu Province, was the closest to Yanjing Province. Yun Xiaomao, who went by the name Banking, had 4 older sisters and was born when his mother was 40. Unfortunately, he didn't fulfill his parents' expectations of becoming a stalwart man, instead becoming a stereotypical sissy due to being raised by his 4 sisters. His parents had passed away, and his 3 sisters resided in the western district of Tong City. Tang Hao halted the vehicles and disembarked, followed by the tour bus. He beckoned, Banking, lead the way in the armored vehicle. Qian Muxua, Zhang Xiaohao, Ouyang Mimi, Yi Qingcheng, Zhang Chun, and Jiang Ying alighted from the bus in unison. Tang Hao and Qian Muxua flanked the saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle, while Ouyang Mimi and the others surrounded the tour bus. The 2 vehicles and 12 individuals advanced towards Tong City. Roar! Zombies lunged at them. Tang Hao extended his left hand, and with a series of poof sounds, thick thorns pierced the skulls of the zombies. In an instant, the impaled zombies were hoisted towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao's right hand moved swiftly, and the system's voice echoed continuously. Detected tier-level energy corpse, convert, 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 convert. Tang Hao chanted mentally, and the evolution points in the system steadily increased. 27. 2. 27. 3. 27. 4. 28. 9. 32. 7. However, Tang Hao didn't convert all the slain zombies. Instead, he occasionally wielded a small knife in his right hand, and with a flash of light, gray-white or silver-white evolution crystals were extracted and stored in the system's inventory. Tong City Hotel. In the banquet hall on the 19th floor, a tall, sturdy young man drew back the curtains. His eyes widened in astonishment, and after rubbing them, he exclaimed with elation, "President Li, Mayor Xia, there's a team of high-level evolvers below, and they have a police armored vehicle leading the way. If we can secure their protection, we can definitely leave Tong City." Upon hearing the young man and Appo's words, the dozen or so people in the banquet hall rushed to the window to observe. A woman waved her hand, and a flurry of ice arrows froze several zombies into feeble, staggering figures. A young man wielding a sharp dagger followed, and with swift, fluid movements, the heads of the ice-encased zombies were severed. Boom, boom, boom. A man in the rear waved his hand, and several fireballs transformed several zombies into blazing infernos. A woman conjured gusts of wind that sliced through the zombies' necks, leaving gruesome wounds. Most formidable were the two women clad in black leather armor, whose daggers resembled the scythes of death. With each flash of their blades, the zombies' heads exploded in bloody craters. The two women even had the presence of mind to dissect the fallen zombies' chests, extracting glistening crystal fragments, evolution crystals. This was known to everyone in the banquet hall, as several of them were also evolvers. However, even the most advanced among them, Zhang Fei, conceded that his strength was far inferior to that of the evolvers below. "Hey, where are you from?" Mayor Xia Mingwa shouted, but his voice was muffled by the thick tempered glass. "Xiao Zheng, look, isn't that Miss Qing Cheng, daughter of Chairman Yi?" President Li's eyes lit up. Zhang Fei, who was on the cusp of becoming a level 2 evolver, examined the scene closely and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is. It must be." "Then hurry, hurry," President Li urged, as if grasping at a lifeline. "President Li, Mayor Xia, they can't hear us from up here. I can smash the glass wall to attract their attention," Zhang Fei suggested. President Li and Mayor Xia nodded in unison. They had been trapped in the Tong City Hotel for 11 days. Initially, they had water, electricity, and ample food. However, 4 days ago, the water and electricity were cut off, and an attempt to break out resulted in the loss of half of their 45-member survivor group. 2 of the 22 survivors were bitten by zombies and turned 2 hours later, leading to the death of 5 more. Now, only 15 survivors remained in the Tong City Hotel. Government rescue was a pipe dream, as the highest-ranking government official in Tong City, Mayor Xia Mingwa, was among them. Regarding the military, in the preceding days, they indeed witnessed 2 waves of troops. However, apart from the initial group, whose members valiantly fought their way to safety, the subsequent wave of soldiers was mercilessly torn to shreds by countless zombies and a multitude of mutated dogs and cats. Nevertheless, each of these soldiers displayed remarkable courage, battling until their ammunition was exhausted and slaying numerous undead and mutated beasts. Yet the ultimate outcome remained a total annihilation of their ranks. This left Xia Mingwa and General Li visibly pale with dread. Today, if they failed to escape with the current group of evolved individuals, their fate would be sealed, with a staggering 99 likelihood of becoming either zombies or food for the mutated beasts. With the assent of Xia Mingwa and General Li, Zhang Fei lifted a chair and brought it crashing down upon the glass curtain wall. With a resounding thud, a small crater appeared in the tempered glass. Zhang Fei's muscles bulged as he struck again and again. With each successive blow, the glass wall finally succumbed on the 5th strike, collapsing with a thunderous roar. A deafening crash ensued as a dozen zombies were obliterated beneath the massive falling glass. Chapter 63. Li Yunfei and Zhang Fei's actions successfully captured the attention of Tang Hao and his companions. Tang Hao, with a hint of suppressed anger, gazed up at the 19th floor of the Tongchang Grand Hotel. Before he could utter a word, a voice from above called out, "Miss Qing Cheng, it is your Uncle Li." "Uncle Li Yunfei, Uncle Li, an acquaintance of Yi Qingsheng?" Tang Hao instinctively swallowed his words of reproach and turned to Yi Qingcheng, asking, Qingcheng, is he someone you know? Yi Qingcheng looked up and recognized three familiar faces, Zheng Fei, Li Yunfei, and Xia Minghua. Li Yunfei, the general manager of the Jiangsu branch of Tianjin Group, was considered a high-ranking member of the organization. Over the years, if her schedule allowed, Yi Qingcheng would generally attend the annual meetings of Tianjin Group. Thus, she had a vague impression of him. She nodded slightly. He seems to be a general manager sent by my father's company to the Jiangsu branch. I've seen him a few times before. Should we rescue them? Yi Qingcheng hesitated, knowing that assisting them would likely delay her mission to save her three sisters. Yet, it was difficult for her to outright refuse to help someone familiar. Tang Hao spoke solemnly. Let us go to their aid. Since he is your father's trusted subordinate, he might have information about your parents. Xiao Hao, Qingcheng, follow me to rescue them. Tang Hao swiftly made his decision. Mushue, Mimi, stay here and guard this place. He cast a glance at the weary Zhang Chun and Jiang Ying, and with a swift motion, he patted their shoulders. In an instant, both felt a surge of immense power coursing through their bodies, their bones crackling with renewed strength. They were astonished to realize they had ascended to the ranks of level 3 evolvers. Their fatigued bodies were invigorated with an even greater force than before. They exchanged incredulous glances at Tang Hao's retreating figure, filled with awe. Their leader's abilities were truly extraordinary, enabling them to elevate their levels instantaneously. At that moment, Jiang Ying finally comprehended why Zhang Xiaohao and Qian Mushue had experienced sudden advancements in strength, recalling how their leader had patted their shoulders and embraced the formidable Qian Mushue. Gratitude welled up within them. Without Tang Hao's intervention, it would have taken them several days to reach level 3. Tang Hao, however, felt no remorse for his actions, as the system had already indicated a significant increase in Zhang Chun and Jiang Ying's loyalty. Zhang Chun's loyalty surged from 68 to 74, while Jiang Ying's rose from 65 to 72. Xiao Hao, Qingcheng, you both rest. Just follow my lead, Tang Hao declared, taking the lead. He no longer employed the skill Thorn Cage, but instead wielded his formidable mace. With powerful strikes, he sent the zombies flying. Yi Qingcheng and Zhang Xiaohao followed closely behind, rushing into the hotel lobby. With a few swift blows, they dispatched the remaining zombies on the first floor and ascended the staircase. In under 3 minutes, they reached the 19th floor, having shattered the skulls of 5 zombies along the way. Tang Hao even extracted 3 evolution crystals from them. Having eliminated the 3 zombies loitering near the banquet hall entrance, Tang Hao kicked open the large door that had been barricaded with several tables. Miss Qingcheng, I am Li Yunfei. Hello, monsieur. I am Mayor Xia Minghua of Tongqing City. Hello, monsieur. I am your devoted fan. My name is Zheng Fei. As the door swung open, the crowd in the banquet hall greeted Yi Qingcheng enthusiastically. In their eyes, she was the one in charge, while Tang Hao and Zhang Xiaohao were likely mere bodyguards or security personnel. Yi Qingcheng smiled, nodding in acknowledgement, and stated firmly, "This is not the time for pleasantries. We must ascend quickly. Xiaohao, you and Qingcheng lead the way and get everyone down." Tang Hao and Appo's brow furrowed as he sensed powerful commotion above. Why would you expect a bodyguard to clear the path while asking Miss Qingcheng to do so? Is that how you fulfill your role as a protector? Before Yi Qingcheng could respond, a middle-aged man with a large beard belly pointed at Tang Hao arrogantly. Tang Hao's expression darkened. Yi Qingcheng's demeanor also shifted. Her voice firm. "Mr. Tang is not my bodyguard. I cannot afford one. Understand this. My life was saved by Mr. Tang. He is our leader. To you, sir, I do not care what position you held before. From this moment on, if anyone dares to defy or question any of us, you may leave. Qingcheng, Xiaohao, lead them down quickly. Remember, the fastest route. Those who cannot keep up should abandon hope." Tang Hao's voice was cold. "Everyone, follow me," Zhang Xiaohao commanded, and the group rushed toward the staircase. Even the stout middle-aged man joined the fray. A heavy thud echoed from above, followed by the sound of a door crashing down. Is it a dog or a cat? The staircase trembled ominously. Tang Hao stood at the forefront of the staircase, and soon, a massive being appeared before him. His eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? Who raises a bear in a 5-star hotel? No, wait, is it feasting on bears? Before him stood not a mutated cat or dog, but a colossal, mutated bear, faced with such a formidable creature. Even Tang Hao could not help but marvel at the precarious fate of Li Yunfei and his companions. Had they not been rescued, they would surely have become the bear and Appo's next meal. With a deafening roar, the giant bear bared its teeth at Tang Hao, a sound that even Li Yunfei, following closely behind Zhang Xiaohao and Yi Qingsheng, could hear distinctly. A giant creature has appeared upstairs. The survivors nearly lost control in their fright. Immediately, they heard the sound of heavy impacts. The building shook violently. Debris began to fall from the staircase above. Zhang Fei's complexion changed, given the intensity of the commotion. It seemed a powerful, mutated beast confronted the youth. Tang Hao and Appo's furious roar resounded. Bang! Another thunderous noise reverberated throughout the building. Tang Hao staggered back 3 steps, each footfall echoing ominously, while the mutated bear's left foreleg twisted grotesquely, blood dripping from its wounds. Blood flowed from the bear's head, mouth, and back, and the previously fierce glint in its eyes now reflected a hint of fear. Tang Hao's lip also bled slightly, but he appeared far better off than the monstrous bear before him. Tang Hao's palms were ablaze with pain. The skin, once as tough as old leather, had cracked under the strain of gripping the wolf-toothed club. The colossal bear before him boasted a strength that could rival that of the massive Tibetan mastiff he had encountered beside the silver-white altar, a beast that had evolved into a 3rd-tier mutant after devouring the Source Mother and Appo's evolution crystal. This creature undoubtedly represented the most formidable opponent Tang Hao had faced to date. With a firm grip on the wolf-toothed club, he stepped forward, ready to continue his assault, when suddenly, a scene unfolded before him that left him utterly astonished. Chapter 64. A colossal bear as a pet. Perhaps it was after the blood moon of the netherworld that the mutated beasts became more intelligent. At this moment, Tang Hao was astonished to see the enormous bear half sitting on the ground, raising its forelimbs in a gesture of submission, repeatedly bowing towards him in a plea for mercy. Could it be? When did a ferocious mutated beast learn to beg for mercy from a human evolver, even with his 3 lifetimes of experience? Tang Hao had never heard of such a thing. In his previous life, he had heard tales of evolvers taming pet beasts, but these were typically newly birthed puppies or the chicks that emerged from the mutated eggs he had brought back. However, witnessing a giant mutated beast already evolved, surrendering was a first for Tang Hao. Yet the bear and Appo's act of submission left Tang Hao in a dilemma. Should he spare it? What if they crossed paths again? That would surely lead to another fierce battle. But if he refused to spare it and continued his assault, the bear would undoubtedly fight back fiercely, resulting in a brutal confrontation. Tang Hao was caught in his hesitation when the system's voice rang out. Ding. Soul crystals have reached 10,000. The host may choose to upgrade the system, enhance evolution level, or expand storage space. Please make a selection. 10,000 soul crystals. This revelation filled Tang Hao with delight. After a moment of rapid contemplation, he decided to upgrade the system. His evolutionary level was already at its peak, and his evolution points had climbed to 34. 75, only 5. 25 points away from reaching the required 40 for ascending from a level 4 to a level 5 evolver. He was confident that rescuing the 3 sisters from banking would easily accumulate those points. While storage space was indeed significant, it wasn't the most pressing concern at the moment. Tang Hao had already experienced the system's remarkable capabilities. The last upgrade had even introduced the storage feature. With a thought, the 10,000 soul crystals vanished, and he perceived a flash of light from the system interface, transforming to a silvery hue. He gazed at the refreshed system. Level: Child of the Divine LV4. Position: Deputy of the Outer County. Next position: State Judge. 2298, 5,000 evolution points. 1. 60 skill evolution points. 34. 75 soul crystals. 2. 1 beast crystal residuum. 57. 50 strength. 35 60 speed. 30 48 spirit. 255. 2 talent skill. Staff of Kings LV4. boiling blood, skill, thorn cage, LV4 storage, 75 cubic meters golden coins, 3. 5 pet beast slot. No contracted pet beast. Upon seeing the last entry, Tang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. The pet beast slot, as the name suggested, was specifically for storing pet beasts. This was precisely what he had been searching for. In that moment, Tang Hao felt immense relief that he had made the right decision to upgrade the system. He then moved his finger to the pet beast slot, where a line of explanation appeared. After reading it, Tang Hao's eyes sparkled. He possessed a substantial amount of beast crystal residuum, perfectly sufficient to contract a pet beast. The giant bear before him was indeed the one he had subdued and who was now pleading for mercy. It was destined to be. Tang Hao beamed at the colossal bear, and as he stepped forward, he noticed a flicker of alarm in its eyes. Realizing he still held the formidable wolf-toothed club, he quickly stowed it away, offering a warm smile as he approached the bear. Gently, he reached out to stroke the bear's massive head. Blood was on his hands and on the bear's head as well. Upon making contact, he concentrated and began to chant according to the system's instructions. I, Tang Hao, willingly offer my blood to contract this little bear before me. The contract is complete. With his final utterance, a surge of 50 points of beast crystal residuum swiftly dissipated. In the next instant, he watched as the bear's horrific wounds healed at a visible pace. Even its previously twisted forelimb miraculously restored. Not only that, but the bear and Appo's already considerable size seemed to increase slightly. At that moment, Tang Hao sensed a peculiar telepathic connection with the bear, akin to that of a pet he had nurtured for years. The fear in the bear and Appo's eyes vanished. It had affectionately nuzzled against Tang Hao's palm and chest, resembling a docile pet. If not for its enormous size, Tang Hao might have forgotten it was a creature he had just tamed. A bear? A pet bear? Tang Hao recalled an animated series he watched in his childhood. Gazing at the massive creature before him, he chuckled. From now on, you shall be known as Bear Big. With a pat on Bear Big's sturdy neck, the bear lowered its forelimbs and stood up. Goodness! Standing upright, Bear Big was significantly taller than Tang Hao, who estimated its height to be around 2.5 meters at the back, reaching 3 meters when it lifted its head, with a length exceeding 5 meters. Post-contract, Tang Hao gleaned some information about Bear Big. It was a second-tier mutated bear, specifically a Kodiak brown bear, just a year and a half old. After forming the contract, Tang Hao discovered a unique mental bond with Bear Big. Without any physical signals, a mere thought would prompt Bear Big to take large strides down the stairs. The heavy paws thudded against the staircase, creating a cacophony that suggested impending collapse. The survivors, hearing the thunderous noise from the stairwell, turned pale with fear, their instinct for survival igniting a powerful motivation as they scrambled downwards. For these pampered individuals, descending 19 flights of stairs in the pre-apocalyptic world would have been unthinkable. Yet now, they transformed into sprightly figures, racing down in mere minutes. The stout middle-aged man with a substantial beer belly lagged behind, reaching the ground floor just as a resounding thud echoed behind him, causing the floor to tremble. He turned to see a giant bear leaping down the stairs. This bear was far larger than the biggest polar bear he had seen at the zoo. Letting out a piercing scream, the middle-aged man's rotund body suddenly moved with surprising agility as he bolted forward, shouting, "Bear! Giant bear!" His cry prompted many to glance back, resulting in over half of the 15 survivors wetting their pants. Zhang Xiaohua and Yi Qingqing exchanged alarmed glances. A creature of such immense size following them. Could it be that their leader, Tang Hao, had? They hesitated to consider it. Xiaohua, lead the others to safety. I will hold this off. Yi Qingqing decisively began, but before she could finish, they heard Tang Hao's voice. Bear Big, stop. In an instant, those who had turned to look beheld the bear halting abruptly and sitting down in the lobby. Tang Hao then emerged from behind the bear, reaching out to gently stroke its sleek brown fur, eliciting a look of contentment from the bear. Witnessing this scene, everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Amidst the horde, a colossal bear spearheaded the charge, obliterating and scattering the encroaching zombies like a primeval behemoth, evoking a profound sense of surrealism among the onlookers. This spectacle was so fantastical, so implausible, yet it unfolded before their very eyes with stark reality. Tang Hao, now considerably relieved, casually cleaved open the chests of the zombies dispatched by the bear, retrieving the coveted evolution crystals. 2/3 of these were deposited into his own pouch, while the remaining portion was offered to the bear as a delectable treat. This gustatory reward visibly invigorated the bear, intensifying its zombie-slaying efforts. Tang Hao, not one to remain idle, flung the zombie cadavers, now devoid of their evolutionary essence, outward in a macabre display. The corpses rained down upon the battlefield, proving to be effective impediments. As one zombie stumbled, the ensuing surge from the rear resulted in a domino effect, felling a multitude of the undead. With the bear clearing the path and Tang Hao, Yi Qingcheng, Ouyang Mi, and Qian Mushiwe providing auxiliary support, the two vehicles carved a bloody swathe through the zombie throng, ultimately reaching the upscale residential enclave of Celestial Dawn Heights in the western district of the city. Celestial Dawn Heights, a recently completed development, was strategically situated near the city's periphery. Upon their arrival, the density of zombies noticeably diminished. Xiao Hao, Zhang Chun, accompanied banking to reconnoiter. Tang Hao commanded with a resolute tone. "Boss, may I join them?" Zhao Xiaoya volunteered. Qian Mushiwe chimed in softly. "Me, accompany them as well for support." Ouyang Mi nodded in assent, and she and Zhao Xiaoya swiftly departed with Zhang Xiaohao and his companions. Yi Qingcheng finally afforded a respite, bounded onto the tour bus to confer with Li Yunfei, while Tang Hao leaned against the recumbent form of the bear, accessing the system interface. Skill evolution points, 40, 25. At his discretion, Tang Hao could instantly ascend to a level 5 evolver. In his previous existence, Tang Hao had toiled for 2 arduous years in the apocalyptic landscape without attaining level 5. Yet, in this iteration, a mere fortnight had elapsed since the cataclysm, and he was already poised on the cusp of level 5, a monumental transformation from his past self. More significantly, Qian Mushiwe, Ouyang Mi, Zhang Xiaohao, and others were not only present, but had also evolved into formidable beings, ranking among the elite evolvers in all of China. The tally of soul crystals had reached 172. 6. Most gratifyingly, the pet interface had undergone a transformation. Pet, Xiongde, Tier 2. Upon hovering over the plus sign, an explanatory note appeared. Pets possess the capacity for growth. There are 3 avenues to elevate a pet in AMP. Oppos, S-level. 1. Autonomous advancement through hunting other mutated beasts, devouring their flesh and blood, and consuming the evolution crystals within their bodies or those of zombies and other creatures. 2. Consumption of beast crystal remnants. 3. Expenditure of civil and military official evolution points. However, should the civil and military official evolution points be employed to enhance a pet's level, the pet interface would be restricted to a single pet. Conversely, if the other methods were utilized, the host could possess 2 pets. While the utilization of civil and military official evolution points offered the swiftest progression, its simplicity came at the cost of limiting the host to a single pet. Opting for the alternative approach yielded the benefit of an additional pet. Upon absorbing this information, Tang Hao found himself in a quandary. Yet, he swiftly responded with a self-deprecating chuckle. The prospect of acquiring another pet remains remote. They're in Oppos. There's no need to fret over it prematurely. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Xiao Hao, has this bear truly become your pet? Qian Mushiwe inquired as she approached. Indeed, Tang Hao replied with a smile, patting the bear's robust waistline. Xiongde, meet your mistress. As her delicate hand caressed the bear's smooth, lustrous fur, Qian Mushiwe's eyes lit up with delight. At that moment, Yi Qingcheng, accompanied by Li Yunfei, Xiao Mingwe, Zheng Fei, and others approached. A subtle smile played upon Tang Hao's lips. If you seek to join our ranks, you are welcome. However, I prefer to be upfront about the terms. Admittance is contingent upon obedience to commands, not only mine, but also those of your department heads. Are you capable of adhering to this? Unwavering obedience to all directives? Xiao Mingwe queried, his brow furrowed. Precisely. even if it entails venturing to certain death. Depending on the circumstances, such a possibility cannot be ruled out. If you intend to send us to our doom, why would we even consider joining you? Zhu Mingyang, his jowls quivering, interjected. We never impose. Those who wish to join are welcome. Those who do not are free to depart. You, how much money do you require? We will hire you, collectively. 1 million? 2 million? Name your price, and we shall provide it, provided you ensure our safe passage out of the city. Tang Hao, utterly speechless, fixed his gaze upon Zhu Mingyang's corpulent visage. What occupied this man's mind? Had he not grasped the futility of money in this apocalyptic era? Get lost, Tang Hao curtly retorted, disinclined to engage further with such a simpleton. Zhu Mingyang's complexion shifted. Before he could utter a word, Tang Hao's communicator illuminated. He activated it, and Zhang Xiaohao's voice echoed. Boss, there's a situation at the Celestial Abode in the Villa District. Let's investigate. Those unwilling to join us are forbidden from boarding the vehicles. At Tang Hao's pronouncement, Zhang Fei subtly nudged Li Yunfei, and the two promptly stepped forward, feigning obsequiousness. Director Tang, we're in. Emboldened by their example, a multitude of others chimed in, their voices laced with deference. Director Tang, I and Oppos am in. I and Oppos am in. I and Oppos am in. The horrors of a zombie scourge have been indelibly etched into their minds over the preceding days. The spectacle of Tang Hao and his companions carving a path through the zombie horde had left an indelible impression. Who else could they rely upon but these formidable individuals? Even Xia Minghua, after a mere 2 seconds of hesitation, bowed his head in submission. Only Zhu Mingyang remained, his mouth agape, unable to articulate a coherent response. To capitulate now would be a blatant affront to his own pride. Tang Hao inwardly sneered. His team was not a revolving door for these former luminaries to enter and exit at will. Since you have all expressed your desire to join, very well. Now, commence running and keep pace. But, Director Tang, did you not state that joining grants access to the vehicles? Li Yunfei and the others were taken aback. As a middle-aged woman voiced her confusion, I want you to engrave the ironclad rules of this team into your minds. Absolute obedience to orders, akin to soldiers in the military following their superiors' commands. Now run. Zhang Yunji drove the saber-toothed tiger, and Xiao Yunyan piloted the bus. Tang Hao, Qian Muxue, and Yi Qingsheng strode briskly alongside the vehicles, while Li Yunfei and the others grit their teeth and sprinted to keep up. Chapter 66. Survivors of the Guild soon. The sound of vehicles and the hurried footsteps of Li Yunfei and others attracted the attention of the zombies. Fortunately, there were not many zombies in this residential area. After several purges, only 5 zombies arrived at the scene. Tang Hao glanced back at Li Yunfei, Xia Minghua, and the others rushing toward him, tilting his head slightly. Eliminate those 5 zombies. With a rustle, Yu Shihao and Jiang Ying tossed down a sack filled with kitchen knives and steel rods. Zhang Fei and the 3 first-level evolvers showed no hesitation. They had previously discarded their makeshift weapons, chairs, and hotel cutlery when Tang Hao rescued them. Now, each of the 4 drew a steel rod about 1.5 meters long, while Zhang Fei also wielded a bone-cutting knife. Li Yunfei and Xia Minghua followed suit, each taking a steel rod. The remaining middle-aged women armed themselves with bone-cutting knives or butcher knives. Even Zhu Mingyang picked up 2 bone-cutting knives. Having a weapon in hand undoubtedly bolstered their courage. However, the ensuing scene was grim, with the performance of anyone other than Zhang Fei and the 3 first-level evolvers being utterly dismal, including that of Li Yunfei and Xia Minghua. Fortunately, more zombies were on their way. Under Tang Hao's direct demonstration, Zhang Fei and the 3 first-level evolvers managed to disable the legs of the approaching zombies, allowing Li Yunfei and the others to finish them off, though a few of them were so frightened that they wet their pants. Ultimately, under Tang Hao and Oppo's blend of encouragement and intimidation, everyone finally accomplished the task of eliminating the zombies. The encouragement came in the form of evolution crystals. In this apocalypse, only through evolution could one survive. The intimidation meant that the team would not accept any waste. Those who had never killed a zombie would not be welcomed. After consuming an evolution crystal and experiencing a remarkable transformation, Both Xia Minghua and Li Yunfei surprised Tang Hao with their subsequent performances, charging to the front line whenever they encountered zombies again. Tang Hao also learned some information regarding Yi Qingqing's parents. According to Li Yunfei, her father should still be in Modu, while her mother was most likely in Suzhou, as she was en route to Suzhou on the afternoon the apocalypse struck. The villa area of Qinxi Tianfu consists of 36 independent or semi-detached villas, each constructed on either side of an artificial scenic lake, with a towering 16-story building behind the lake. The grandest and largest Tianke Renjian Guild Hall is situated on the second, third, and fourth floors of this building. At this moment, within the largest banquet hall on the fourth floor of Tianke Renjian Guild Hall, a horrifying scene unfolded. A burly man with a scarred face was violently assaulting an 11 or 12-year-old girl beneath him. The scar-faced man wore a sinister expression, thrusting his body forward while glaring coldly at a middle-aged man bound to a pillar. Zhao Yud, remember this place is no longer yours. It belongs to me, Zhu Ming. If you and your subordinates fail to bring back food tomorrow, I will let my brothers line up for your wife and daughter. Zhao Yud, bloodied and furious, shouted, Zhu Ming, you bastard. May you suffer a terrible fate. Ying, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. A nearby naked woman cried out desperately, Zhao Yud. If you must do something, do it to me. Ying is still so young. She can't endure this. Look at that. Your wife is begging me. The scar-faced man reveled in his power, relishing this new world order brought about by the apocalypse. For Zhu Ming, this was a golden age. In peaceful times, he would have been destined to serve Zhao Yud, let alone indulge in the desires of those highborn ladies. Ever since he gathered a group of former security personnel from the community to become the king here, he had no qualms about performing such acts in public, which thrilled him immensely. Daddy, Mommy, I'm scared. The little girl, subjected to the horror, cried out, trying to struggle but unable to escape. In the hall, over 100 survivors were either squatting or sitting, half of their faces expressionless while the rest averted their eyes, unable to bear the sight. They dared not speak or show anger. Only a few men bore expressions of outrage, yet before they could rise, several hands firmly restrained them. Zhu Ming was not alone. In the hall, he had over 20 subordinates wielding various knives and steel rods, along with a 15-member team dispatched to search for food and water. With weapons in hand and more than half of his subordinates being evolvers, and Zhu Ming himself, second-level evolver, how could they resist? Those who had defied Zhu Ming had already perished, either fed to zombies or slain by Zhu Ming's men. Brother Ming, let us put on a mother-daughter show, exclaimed a tall, thin young man wielding a long knife. Zhu Ming's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Let Zhao's wife go. Zhao Yud's wife, Li Xian, 39 years old and stunningly beautiful, had been subjected to Zhu Ming's advances numerous times. Yet each time she had been like a corpse, leaving him unsatisfied. However, today, as he reached for her daughter, this woman surprisingly requested him to have his way with her. Coupled with his subordinate Li Yun's encouragement, Zhu Ming was ecstatic. Li Xian stumbled toward him. Just as Zhu Ming anticipated a dramatic mother-daughter performance, Li Xian lunged at him and bit down hard on his face. Zhu Ming never expected this woman to retaliate. Though he managed to dodge somewhat, she still bit off a significant portion of his left ear. This act stirred chaos. Zhu Ming staggered back, seizing Li Xian. With a powerful shove, he slammed her to the floor, silencing her for good. The force of the impact shook the entire floor, followed by screams erupting. Meanwhile, Ouyang Maimo, who was searching for survivors in the villa area, felt a jolt and quickly turned her gaze toward the towering building across the lake. There's no one at home, but there are bloodstains. Soon after, Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Chun, Zhao Xiaoye, and Banking arrived. The survivors must be up there. Your sister and her husband could be there. Ouyang Maimo pointed to the striking building by the lake, her voice trembling. The five rushed toward the building. Zhu Ming, still seething from Li Xian's defiance, snatched a long knife from a nearby subordinate and viciously hacked Li Xian into oppos, as corpse into pieces. Just as he prepared to continue his brutal assault, a voice from near the window called out urgently, Brother Ming, we have a situation. Special police? How did they get here? Are they here to rescue someone? Observing the rapidly approaching Zhang Xiaohua and his companions, Zhu Ming covered his bleeding ear. his eyes flickering before he coldly commanded, "Remove that filthy woman and Amp, Oppos, S-body, and take Zhao Yu to the back room." Chapter 67. The scarred-faced Zhu Ming Zhang Xiaohai shook the massive steel gate below him, realizing just how sturdy it was. Indeed, if it weren't into Oppos, robust, it would never withstand the onslaught of the zombies. Zhang Xiaohai gestured, prompting Zhang Chun to step back a few paces and shout upwards, "Two from above, come down and open the door." "What should we do, Mingo? Should we go down to open it?" murmured a young man. Zhu Ming's expression shifted slightly, and he made a gesture for silence. Zhang Chun frowned and coldly declared, "Can the people above hear me? If you don and Oppos, open the door soon, I and Oppos. LL resort to prying it open." Upon hearing the threat, Zhu Ming waved his hand, and immediately two young men hurried downstairs. Zhu Ming then turned and quietly threatened the survivors on the fourth floor. "You all know what I'm capable of. If you want to survive, keep your mouths shut." After issuing his threat, Zhu Ming summoned his strategist, Li Yun, and exchanged a few words. Li Yun nodded and quickly led several of his subordinates down the stairs. When the two young men reached the first floor, they were startled to see flames erupting from Zhang Xiaohai and Amp, Oppos, as Hanzi prepared to burn the large lock. They rushed over, repeatedly urging Special Police brothers, "We're all here. Hurry and open the lock." Banking was the first to dash inside, asking, "How many survivors do you have here?" "Over 100, nearly 200. Just a few dozen." Such a simple question caught the two young men off guard. The discrepancy between 200 and dozens was immense. Zhang Xiaohai's expression darkened. "How many survivors are there, really?" The two young men exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Ouyang Mimimai's delicate face grew serious, as a level 4 revolver. Her hearing was exceptionally acute. She had already heard the cries and wails of many while searching for banking in that villa. Observing the expressions and actions of the two young men, she sensed something amiss within the building. "Let us go up and see for ourselves," she stated coldly. With that, Ouyang Mimimai moved forward. "Hey, beautiful, there's no one up there." We all came down. A tall, slender young man, accompanied by several burly men, quickly descended. Li Yun reached out to stop Ouyang Mimimai, but before he could, she grasped his hand. In an instant, Li Yun's tall, thin frame shrank down. Ouch, ouch, ouch. With a swift motion of her left hand, Ouyang Mimimai forced Li Yun and Amp, Oppos, right arm behind his back, bending him into a shrimp-like posture. With her right hand, she drew a dagger and pressed it against Li Yun's neck, instantly intimidating the burly men who had moved forward. "Go up," she commanded. The fourth-floor banquet hall awaited them. With a gentle push of her left hand, Li Yun stumbled forward, falling 5 or 6 meters before regaining his balance. Ouyang Mimimai and Amp, Oppos, sharp gaze swept the hall, immediately sensing a disharmonious atmosphere. On one side sat over 100 disheveled survivors, their faces pale and devoid of vitality, particularly the 10 or so women who were scantily clad. On the other side stood more than 20 robust young men, still brimming with energy. At the same time, Zhu Ming and his subordinates were sizing up Ouyang Mimimai and her companions. Initially, from a distance, they had assumed they were real special police. But now that they were close, Zhu Ming's lips curled into a sinister smile. Although 4 of the 5 were clad in police uniforms, it was evident they were not actual officers, lacking the aura of trained special forces. Especially banking. There was no way a special police officer would have such a demeanor. Realizing that Zhang Xiaohai and the others were not genuine special police, Zhu Ming and Oppos' heart began to entertain ulterior motives. The tactical gear worn by special police was invaluable. Even a Tier 2 claw zombie could not tear through their armor. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohai, Zhao Xiaoya, and the others were armed with handguns. In the early days of the apocalypse, firearms were indeed a formidable weapon. If Zhu Ming could seize the weaponry and clothing from these 5, his group's combat effectiveness would undoubtedly increase significantly. Additionally, the beauty of Ouyang Mimimai and Zhao Xiaoya piqued Zhu Ming's interest, especially Ouyang Mimimai. At just 19, her years of dancing had endowed her with an exquisite figure, and as a level 4 evolver, her development was nothing short of perfect. The black form-fitting leather armor accentuated her athletic physique exquisitely, highlighting her curves. Her youthful, fair complexion, complemented by her long, glossy black hair, radiated freshness and vigor. In stark contrast to the women in the hall, who reeked of decay from days without hygiene, she appeared as if she had descended from the heavens. Zhu Ming's gaze lingered on Ouyang Mimamai's stunningly fresh face, stirring a wave of desire within him. As a man prone to lust, his yearning for beauty had intensified since becoming an evolver. In recent days, he had taken advantage of every attractive survivor in the hall. Without comparison, there is no pain. With Ouyang Mimamai's appearance, Zhu Ming felt the women in his hall had become worthless. Despite his sudden infatuation, Zhu Ming, seasoned by life's trials, knew that to claim this exquisite beauty, he needed to eliminate the other 3 men first. Thus, he suppressed his lustful urges, casting a fierce glare at his scheming strategist, Li Yun, while quickly exchanging a knowing glance. With a facade of friendliness, he approached Zhang Xiaohai and Zhang Chun. "Officers, we are so grateful for your heroic rescue," he exclaimed, extending his hands to shake theirs. Seeing Zhu Ming's cordial demeanor, Zhang Xiaohai and Zhang Chun hesitated briefly before reciprocating the handshake. Just as Zhang Xiaohai was about to clarify, "We are not," his words were cut short as Zhu Ming suddenly exerted force, attempting to fling them away. "Attack!" he bellowed. However, Zhu Ming had never anticipated that the 2 he sought to cast aside were both Tier 3 evolvers. As soon as Zhang Xiaohai sensed the unusual force from Zhu Ming's hands, he conjured flames that surged forth. Meanwhile, Zhang Chun, also a Tier 3 strength evolver, felt the anomaly and unleashed his power, pulling Zhu Ming towards him. In the next moment, Zhang Chun's left fist struck heavily against Zhu Ming's chest. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed. Scarred-faced Zhu Ming could hardly believe what was happening. To him, these seemingly youthful individuals were likely Tier 1 evolvers, perhaps barely Tier 2. With his strength, he was confident he could subdue them without issue. Yet, he had crashed into a wall. He had encountered 2 Tier 3 evolvers. In an instant, the lecherous and brutal Zhu Ming faced tragedy. His right hand was engulfed in flames, and Zhang Chen's punch caved in his chest, fracturing his ribs and piercing his heart. After Zhu Ming issued the order, Li Yun and the others lunged at Ouyang Mi and Zhao Xiaoye. Before Zhao Xiaoye could draw her gun, a blur passed before her eyes. In the next instant, the 6 burly men who had charged forward were sent flying like sandbags. Bang, bang, bang. Li Yun and his comrades crashed onto the hard floor, unable to rise for a long while. Zhang Xiaohao extended his hands, conjuring 3 fireballs in each palm. He glared at the surrounding throng of menacing men, declaring, "Anyone who dares to move will taste the agony of being burned alive." With a swift twist, Zhang Chun contorted Zhu Ming and Appo's already mangled left arm into a grotesque shape. A well-aimed kick with his sturdy combat boot landed squarely on Zhu Ming and Appo's groin. The sound of fracturing bone echoing through the air as Zhu Ming collapsed to the ground. The flames from Zhang Chen's right hand ignited Zhu Ming's clothes, transforming him into a human torch. His agonizing screams filled the air. In an instant, Zhang Chun and Zhao Xiaoye raised their firearms. Ouyang Mi's voice, sharp and cold, cut through the chaos. "Drop your weapons if you wish to live. I'll count to 3. Those who haven't complied by then will face death. 1, 2, 3. As the final word reverberated, a cacophony of clattering metal filled the air as knives and pipes fell to the ground. However, 6 men still gripped their weapons tightly. Whoosh! Ouyang Mi transformed into a fleeting shadow, a flash of steel, and a spray of blood. She reappeared in her original spot. The 6 men collapsed, their throats and carotid arteries severed, blood gushing like fountains. Their eyes reflected a mixture of terror and resignation. The scene sent shivers down the spines of Li Yun and the others. They realized they had provoked a formidable and terrifyingly powerful evolved being. No, not just one. The 2 men who had swiftly dispatched Zhu Ming possessed evolution levels far surpassing their own. Any one of them could have easily overwhelmed Zhu Ming. This realization drained the color from their faces. They began to beg for mercy. Banking, his voice strained, shouted towards the group of disheveled survivors. "Sis, brother-in-law, it's me, Xiao Mao, Yun Xiao Mao. I'm here to save you." At his cry, a woman with matted hair, a dark birthmark on her face, and an aura of filth, raised her head. She looked at Banking, trembling, and grabbed the hands of a grimy little girl and boy. With a wail, she cried Xiao Mao, staring at the three figures, dirty and emitting a foul odor. Banking hesitated before uttering in disbelief, "Fourth sister." "Uncle." The little girl and boy chimed in, their voices timid. Confirmation brought them together in a tearful embrace. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots echoed as Tang Hao and the others rushed upstairs. They found Banking firing wildly at a charred corpse. That Zhu deserved to die, and Li Yun is just as guilty. Many of their heinous ideas came from that animal. The disheveled woman spat, pointing at Li Yun and his cronies. "My sister, brother-in-law, and third sister all died because of these beasts." Banking drew his dagger, ready to strike. But hearing the approaching footsteps and seeing Tang Hao, Yi Qing Cheng, and the others, he suppressed his rage. He turned and knelt before Tang Hao, tears streaming down his face. "Boss, these guys don't deserve to live. They pushed my sister and brother-in-law to the zombies, and after defiling my third sister, they fed her to the zombies too. Boss, I want to personally deal with these inhuman scum. Please, I beg you, let me do it. My life belongs to you." Tang Hao's face hardened. With a wave of his hand, he granted permission. Granted. Such scum deserve 1,000 deaths. Seeing Banking charge forward, dagger in hand, Li Yun and the others scrambled for the weapons they had dropped, ready to fight back. Thwack, thwack, thwack. A dozen thick, thorny vines shot up like lightning, piercing the collarbones of Li Yun and his men. The vines, though thin, were incredibly strong, suspending the 6 men a foot above the ground. Tang Hao had intervened. Banking slashed at their suspended bodies, blood spraying everywhere as the men screamed in agony. The scene terrified Zhu Ming and Appos, S remaining men. On the other side, the once numb survivors began to show signs of life. Someone shouted, "Good riddance. These bastards deserve to be tortured." The cry grew louder, "Kill these scumbags. Kill these scumbags." Tang Hao turned to the survivors and roared, "Raise your hand if you want to tear a piece of flesh from these scumbags." Swish! Nearly 100 hands shot up from the crowd of over 130 survivors, more than half of them women. Tang Hao randomly selected 10. They rushed forward, some not even bothering to pick up weapons, consumed by vengeance. They bit and tore, driven by fury. Li Yunfei, Xia Minghua, Zhu Mingyang, and the others watched in horror. This is insane. Zhu Mingyang stammered, his face pale with fear. "Insane?" Tang Hao sneered. He pointed to a woman in the crowd, her eyes burning with hatred. "Tell them what atrocities these scum committed against you." "Their crimes are endless," she began. This sister's elder sister and brother-in-law were beaten half to death for arguing with Zhu, then thrown from the 4th floor to the zombies. This sister's third sister, this brother's 2 younger sisters, this elder brother's lover. They were all. She choked back tears. They even fed some of those sisters to the zombies. They dawned into Appos. He deserved to be called human. Almost everyone here has had a loved one abused or killed by Zhu Ming and his gang. More than 2/3 of the women here, anyone even remotely attractive, have been touched by them. The worst is Zhao, who was tied to a pillar and forced to watch his wife die. To watch them carve his daughter's face with knives. These beasts, I want to devour their flesh and gnaw on their bones. They are animals, deserving of death. Li Yunfei, Xia Minghua, and the others were stunned. Monstrous, truly monstrous, deserving of death. Chapter 69. The Cloud Wind Warrior despite the pleas for mercy from Zhu Ming's gang. Tang Hao remained unyielding. Their transgressions were simply too egregious. Together with Zhang Xiaohai and Zhang Chun, he severely injured the remaining members of the group, leaving their final judgment to the survivors who had endured great suffering. Of course, Tang Hao spared 3 individuals for Xia Minghua and his companions to deal with. For in order to fully recruit figures like Xia Minghua and Li Yunfei, it was essential to not only offer them benefits and elevate them to the status of evolved beings, but, more importantly, to instill in them a profound understanding of the apocalypse's brutality. They must realize that their hands would not only be stained with the blood of zombies and mutated beasts, but also with that of humans, especially the blood of scoundrels. Li Yunfei and Xia Minghua did not disappoint Tang Hao. The group of over 10 individuals took action, with even Zhu Mingyang brandishing a kitchen knife to strike a few blows. This somewhat altered Tang Hao's impression of the rotund fellow. Ultimately, it was Tang Hao himself who took charge of disposing of Zhu Ming and his subordinates and oppos, mangled corpses. His involvement was not merely symbolic. The primary objective was to convert the evolution points contained within these corpses. Out of 25 bodies, 15 belonged to evolved beings, while the remaining 10, though not evolved, had consumed some evolution crystals. Zhu Ming and his associates contributed a substantial 23 evolution points to Tang Hao, raising his total to 83. The commotion within the building attracted a horde of zombies, but their numbers were limited to just over 20, predominantly first-tier zombies. Instead of engaging directly, Tang Hao and Ouyang Miming decided to let Zhang Yunji, Qiu Yunyan, banking Zhao Xiaoye, and Yu Shihao lead Xia Minghua and the other relatively robust survivors from the Tianke human society to eliminate them. With the backing of powerful allies like Tang Hao and Ouyang Miming, the zombies were swiftly eradicated. Among this group, Tang Hao discovered two promising individuals, Banking and Amp, Oppo's sister, Yaninin, and the woman who had previously recounted the crimes of Zhu Ming and Amp, Oppo's gang, Miaoling. To Tang Hao and Amp, Oppo's surprise, both women possessed considerable beauty. While they might not rival the likes of Yi Qinsheng, Qian Muxue, and Ouyang Miming, they were certainly not inferior to Jiang Ying, Zhang Yunji, and Qiu Yunyan. Yan Yinin had escaped Zhu Ming and Amp, Oppo's clutches due to her profession as a special effects makeup artist. The grotesque black-red birthmark on her face was a product of her artistry. After vanquishing this wave of zombies, they obtained 15 evolution crystals, 11 of which were silver-white source evolution crystals. In a display of generosity, Tang Hao distributed 10 of these crystals as rewards. The distribution of resources, especially after he shared the food and water hoarded by Zhu Ming's gang, invigorated the survivors. For the first time, felt a sense of satisfaction from meal. With Zhu Ming and his 15 subordinates still out gathering supplies, Tang Hao decided against leaving, opting instead to assign Zhang Xiaohai, Yi Qinsheng, Ouyang Miming, and Zhang Chun to lead separate teams to continue searching the community for zombies and resources. As afternoon approached, by 4 o'clock, the 4 teams had nearly cleared the entire area of zombies, uncovering several tons of food and water, all transported back to the Tianke human society. Yet, Zhu Ming's dispatch team had still not returned. Realizing that they had been away for over 7 hours since their departure at 9 that morning, Tang Hao began to worry about their safety. Just then, the rumble of engines echoed in the air. 5 military vehicles entered, led by a Cloudwind Warrior high-mobility military off-road vehicle. This 5th-generation military vehicle of the Zhongxia Army could reach speeds of 160 kilometers per hour, scale obstacles of up to 0.55 meters, and traverse water depths of 1.4 meters without additional modifications. It was armored to withstand attacks from 15mm armor-piercing rounds. The vehicle was driven by Zhu Ming and Amp, Oppo's cousin, Zhu Ji. The 15 individuals in Zhu Ji and Amp, Oppo's party had ventured far, heading to the suburbs. After searching a village for supplies, they encountered Lu Lao Mao and his family, who were driving the Cloudwind Warrior. Upon inquiry, they learned that there was a military armory located behind Lu's family's village. This Cloudwind Warrior had originally belonged to the military. It was believed that a commander and several soldiers had ventured out only to succumb to the apocalypse, becoming zombies. Consequently, Lu Laomao managed to seize the abandoned vehicle. Zhu Ji quickly claimed the Cloudwind Warrior as his own and took Lu Laomao's family captive while discovering 4 additional military trucks. The mention of the armory piqued Zhu Ji's interest, prompting him to leave 4 subordinates to guard the vehicles and Lu Laomao's elderly wife, while he coerced Lu Laomao and his son into the mountains. After an arduous climb of an hour and a half, they reached the armory's entrance, only to find themselves hesitant to proceed. The facility had become a den for mutated beasts. Several mutated wolfhounds, as formidable as giant tigers, lounged in the armory's yard, basking in the eerie sunlight of the dual red moon and scorching sun, while gnawing on a pile of flesh and bones. The sight left Zhu Ji and his companions utterly astounded. Originally fierce, these military wolfhounds had transformed into savage beasts. And recent reports indicated that mutated beasts posed an even greater threat to humanity than zombies. While the latter were numerous, yet generally weak, ordinary individuals could slay zombies with minimal weaponry. However, the mutated beasts were an entirely different matter, particularly the wolfhounds, whose combat abilities surged exponentially upon mutation. A standard first-tier evolved being would struggle against a regular mutated wolfhound, and the first-tier mutated wolfhounds were dreadful entities that surpassed second-tier zombies. Even a second-tier evolved being like Zhu Ming would face overwhelming odds without heavy weaponry. Upon further observation, Zhu Ji surmised that the mutated wolfhounds before them were likely second-tier, entities that even third-tier evolved beings would avoid provoking. After a brief assessment, Zhu Ji and his companions retreated, having spent nearly 4 hours on this expedition. By the time they returned to the Morning Sun Pavilion in the Cloud Wind Warrior and 4 military trucks, it was already 4:30. Zhu Ji and his team were exhilarated. Not only had they gathered food and water, but they had also discovered a significant military armory. If they could secure it, their future would undoubtedly be bright, allowing them to establish a powerful base. However, reality struck them hard as they entered the premises and were ambushed by Tang Hao and his group, resulting in the immediate slaughter of most of their number, with the survivors taken captive. Chapter 70. Journey to Suzhou. After extracting information about the armory, Zhu Ji and his companions followed in Zhu Ming's footsteps. Zhu Ji and the other 15 provided Tang Hao with 12 evolution points for civil and military officials, increasing his total to 95. As the saying goes, he who has grain in hand is not anxious. The ample evolution points instilled a sense of stability in Tang Hao. He did not intend to attack the armory located in the back mountains of Lu family village immediately. Their purpose was to rescue individuals, and once they seized the armory, its contents would be swiftly transported to the Taoyuan base. Therefore, an immediate attack was ill-advised, and he was unconcerned that others might covet the armory, as its location was exceedingly obscure, so much so that even Xia Minghua, the local governor, was unaware of its existence. Furthermore, from Zhu Ji and others, including the Lu father and son, he learned that the armory housed several second-tier mutated wolfhounds, which possessed formidable combat capabilities. Given the limited strength of survivors in these smaller bases, it was nearly impossible to eradicate the mutated wolfhounds. The matter concerning banking and Appo's brother-in-law also imparted a sense of urgency to Tang Hao. Should Qian Siyuan and his wife encounter peril, it would leave a lasting regret for both Tang Hao and Qian Muxue in their later lives. This sentiment resonated similarly with Ouyang Mimi, Yi Qingsheng, Zhang Xiaohua, and others. With Zhu Ji and his group eradicated, the threat posed by the entire association was neutralized. Tang Hao decided to leave Xia Minghua, Zheng Fei, and others to oversee the management of the remaining survivors at the Tianguan Human Society. Under Tang Hao's deliberate guidance, Xia Minghua and Li Yunfei had both ascended to the rank of Evolver just an hour prior. Initially, Tang Hao intended to utilize evolution points to directly elevate both Xia Minghua and Li Yunfei, but he could only promote Xia Minghua, receiving a system notification that his quota for elevating individuals had reached its limit of 9. To increase this capacity, he would need to elevate official ranks, with each promotion allowing for an additional 2 individuals to be elevated. Such restrictions? Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Thus, he resolved to continue enhancing Xia Minghua. He expended 2 more points to elevate Xia Minghua to level 3 and provided Zheng Fei with 2 evolution crystals, raising his evolution level to 2, effectively appointing him as a capable assistant to Xia Minghua, in addition to leaving all of Zhu Ming and Appo's weaponry to Xia Minghua and the others. Tang Hao also equipped Xia Minghua with 3 silenced pistols and a box containing 100 rounds of ammunition. This series of actions caused Xia Minghua and Appo's loyalty to Tang Hao to surge from a previous 40 to an impressive 70. The loyalty of Zheng Fei and several other evolvers also saw a notable increase, surpassing 50. Li Yunfei felt a twinge of regret. But when Tang Hao mentioned taking him along to Modu, his discontent transformed into sheer elation. Despite Xia Minghua's rapid advancement, Remaining close to Tang Hao and his group was still the safest option. Alongside Li Yunfei, Ouyang Mimyu and her only surviving sister, Yin Yinin, were also to be included, while Tang Hao opted not to bring anyone else, even leaving behind a promising evolver candidate, Simyaling. Tang Hao understood that once he opened this avenue, countless individuals would likely seek to accompany him, a prospect he could not entertain due to the impracticality of managing such a large group, while also ensuring Xia Minghua could effectively oversee the survivors. Time: June 27, 2028. 14:15. Three vehicles came to a halt before the entrance of Suzhou along Century Avenue. Leading the convoy was a saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle, beside which lay a massive bear in a languid repose. A tourist bus occupied the center, followed by a Yunfeng military off-road vehicle at the rear. Tang Hao's party had grown from 12 to 26 members. Aside from Li Yunfei and Yin Yinin, several family members of recently rescued individuals had joined them. Yet many others listed were untraceable. Some had succumbed to becoming zombies, while others had already become prey for mutated beasts. The bear had grown significantly larger, nearing the threshold of third-tier evolution. Not only was the bear on the brink of advancement, but Qian Muxue and Zhang Xiaohua were also close to evolving. As for Zhang Yunji, Qiu Yunin, Banking, Zhao Xiaoya, and Yu Shihao, all had successfully reached the second tier of evolution. The scenes at the Tianguan Human Society had profoundly impacted Zhang Yunji and the others, had they not encountered Tang Hao and Qian Muxue. Their fates would likely have mirrored that of Xin Miaoling, or worse, they might have fallen victim to Banking and Amp, Oppos, as sisters. This realization filled them with gratitude and a fervent desire for strength. Throughout their journey, Zhang Yunji and the others, including Li Yunfei and Yin Yinin, eagerly engaged in combat whenever confronted by zombies, their bravery invigorating the morale of the survivors they had recently rescued, prompting many to seize weapons and eliminate the zombies along their path. Beep! As Tang Hao exited the vehicle, he noticed his wrist communicator flashing to life. A message from Wang Xiaoping had arrived. Upon opening it, Tang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. In recent days, Wang Xiaoping had utilized the Taoyuan base's information board to circulate various missing person notices, particularly for those in Suzhou and Modu. However, he refrained from revealing specific names, instead using regional or corporate identifiers. For instance, information regarding the Tianheng group, established by Yi Qingqing's father at the Suzhou branch and Moda headquarters, as well as details about Qian Siyuan's Mingda group and the high-end residential community Tao Weiyuan, where Ouyang Mimyu's parents resided, had been disseminated. These notices had circulated over the past few days, and finally, there had been responses. Notably, the replies pertained to the information regarding the Tianheng group's Suzhou branch and the Tao Weiyuan community. Mimi, Qingsheng, come take a look. Tang Hao beckoned Ouyang Mimyu and Yi Qingqing over. Among those in need of rescue, Ouyang Mimyu's parents and Yi Qingqing's mother, along with other family members, held significant weight. Suzhou, one of the major cities in the Middle Kingdom, boasts a population exceeding 10 million. The apocalypse had plunged this economically thriving metropolis into chaos, with the main urban area now swarming with over 8 million zombies. The surviving humans could only struggle to exist within the limited confines of remaining safe zones. Based on registered bases and teams, 6 bases have been established in Suzhou. However, of the more than 100 small teams documented, fewer than 70 remained active, with some having been annihilated by zombies while others had managed to infiltrate the 6 bases amidst overwhelming hordes. We should rescue Mimi and Oppos, as parents first. The survivors in Tao Weiyuan are at the Sunan base, on the outskirts of the South City. We can reach them via Yinfeng Avenue. Yi Qingqing promptly stated upon reviewing the message. She was acutely aware that both the Tianheng group and AMP, Oppos, Suzhou branch, and her family and AMP, Oppos, residents were situated in the city center. At this juncture, breaching through the layers of zombies to access the city center would prove exceedingly challenging. Additionally, there were currently 2 bases in the city center, the Suzhou Municipal Committee base and the Suzhou Military District base. Which of the 2 held the survivors remained uncertain. Tang Hao leaned toward rescuing Ouyang Mimyu and Oppos, as parents first, as the Sunan base was located on the edge of the South City, making rescue operations considerably more feasible. Then it's settled. We will head to the Sunan base, Tang Hao concluded. Chapter 71. The Sunan base. The iron spear in his hand resembled a venomous serpent, slicing through the dark iron arm and swiftly penetrating the mouth of a first-tier zombie, emerging from the back of its skull. With a flick of his wrist, the spear was drawn out, and the first-tier zombie's body collapsed lifelessly. A cold smile danced at the corners of Zhao Jiaming's lips. Brothers, move swiftly. Load the food and the carcasses of those 3 mutated dogs onto the truck. We're heading back to the base. Brother Zhao, are we really going back? Inquired a youth nicknamed Blackie. Of course. With this bounty, we have more than enough. Just yesterday, the folks from Tao Weiyuan barely managed to gather anything. We've already surpassed them. Let us return early so that we can rest and indulge with our lovely companions tonight. Zhao Jiaming and Appo's words sparked a chorus of raucous laughter. Ha ha, brothers, hurry up and load the goods. Brother Zhao is yearning for those beautiful flowers back at the base. The Sunan base currently housed over 2,500 survivors. Unlike the other 5 major bases in Suzhou, Sunan was not a unified entity, but rather a fragmented coalition, reminiscent of the Three Kingdoms era. The 3 major factions, previously led by 3rd-tier evolvers, saw their leaders ascend to 4th tier just 2 days prior. The pressure now weighed heavily upon Zhao Jiaming's faction. Fortunately, their group had 4 3rd-tier evolvers and a sizable membership. Coupled with the mutual wariness and checks among the other 2 factions, they remained temporarily secure. Yet, the other factions had subtly conspired to delegate the task of resource gathering to Zhao Jiaming's group. Thus, even a 3rd-tier powerhouse like Zhao Jiaming had to venture out with his subordinates in search of supplies. Today, fortune smiled upon them. Before 3 in the afternoon, they had collected over 3 tons of food and 4 barrels of edible oil, each weighing 50 pounds, along with the 3 mutated dogs they had hunted. The meat from these dogs alone would weigh approximately 800 pounds. This yield nearly doubled that of another squad in Appo's harvest from the previous day. Most importantly, Zhao Jiaming wished to return early to deliver the collected evolution crystals to their leader, Xiongmu. Only with Xiongmu and Appo's ascension to 4th tier could they ensure their safety. If the other 2 factions reached an agreement and sought to swallow them whole, they would have no choice but to surrender, utterly powerless to resist. Zhao Jiaming had contemplated privately consuming the crystals to ascend to leadership himself, but he calculated that even if he claimed all the spoils from today, it would not suffice to elevate him to 4th tier. The leap from 3rd to 4th tier, though seemingly minor, required an immense quantity of evolution crystals. Zhao Jiaming was adept at mathematics, based on his own and his peers' evolution. He estimated that he would need at least 60 silver evolution crystals or a minimum of 180 gray-white crystals to transition to the next tier. Since reaching 3rd tier, he had only consumed 3 silver crystals and 2 gray-white crystals, leaving him far from his goal. In their faction, only Xiongmu had the potential to break through to 4th tier with today's haul of evolution crystals. The other 3 had no hope. Moreover, Xiongmu was astute. He never deployed all 3 3rd-tier evolvers at once, sending one out each day to effectively maintain control over Zhao Jiaming and his companions, ensuring they had no opportunity to surpass him. Brother Zhao, look, someone is approaching from that direction. Just as Zhao Jiaming's group was loading the supplies onto the truck, a keen-eyed subordinate pointed towards a rapidly advancing vehicle. Zhao Jiaming's eyes narrowed momentarily before brightening with recognition. The lead vehicle was an armored police car, a prized asset. Among the 6 major bases in Suzhou, the 2 located in the urban center could withstand the onslaught of zombies not only due to their weaponry, but also thanks to such armored vehicles. However, rumors circulated that these 2 bases had begun devising breakout strategies as the evolution of zombies and mutated beasts was escalating, with several 4th-tier zombies already reported in the urban area, increasing the pressure on the 2 bases. Regardless of where these survivors had obtained such a police armored vehicle, Zhao Jiaming was resolute in his intention to acquire it. Their route indicated a desire to seek refuge in Sunan base. and Zhao Jiaming had witnessed numerous scattered survivors and teams arriving at Sunan recently. Just yesterday, a survivor group of over 120 had entered the base. Tilting his head slightly, Zhao Jiaming's subordinates acted in unison, two of them positioning their vehicles across the road while the others brandished weapons, taking their stand at the roadside. Sister Shui, Zhang Yunji, driving the saber-toothed tiger, noted the blockade ahead with a frown, glancing at her co-pilot, Qian Muxue. Qian Muxue's eyes turned icy. It was evident that the other party intended to rob them. Such brazen behavior in this area could only be attributed to members of the Sunan base. If it weren't for the likelihood that her uncle and aunt were within this base, Qian Muxue would have ordered a direct charge through without hesitation. "Stop the vehicle," Qian Muxue commanded coldly. "Understood," Zhang Yunji replied eagerly, undeterred by the 30-odd muscular men wielding long knives and steel spears before them, viewing them as little more than a rabble. In their eyes, the Taoyuan base was the most formidable. Before their departure, it had boasted 5 fourth-tier evolvers. While one of the largest bases in the country, the Kyoto Military District base had only 4. Meanwhile, as the armored vehicle approached without any sign of slowing down, Blackie and his companions, standing in front of the 2 obstructing vehicles, were startled and hastily dove aside. Screeching to a halt, the saber-toothed tiger's front panel came to a stop just 10 centimeters from the 2 vehicles. "Yunji, stay in the vehicle," Qian Muxue stated calmly as she stepped out, followed by Ouyang Miming and Xiao Yunyun, who exited from either side. Zhang Yunji possessed a particularly unique psychic ability, mind detection. While all evolvers experienced significant enhancements in strength, speed, and mental acuity, her mind detection ability was purely a psychic power, rendering her less formidable in offensive and defensive capabilities compared to elemental evolvers like Qian Muxue and Zhang Ying. This was precisely why Qian Muxue insisted that Zhang Yunji remain in the vehicle. As Blackie and the others beheld Qian Muxue, Ouyang Miming, and Xiao Yunyun disembarking, they were momentarily transfixed, captivated by the beauty and grace of the 3 women. Qian Muxue exuded an ethereal elegance, her demeanor gentle yet strikingly refined, truly a vision of unparalleled beauty. Ouyang Miming, tall and graceful, clad in black leather, radiated a fierce allure, enhanced by an aura of otherworldly charm that intensified with her evolving level, resembling a celestial spirit who had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm, untouched by the mundane. Xiao Yunyun, who was fortunate enough to be recruited by the opulent Taoyuan Grand Hotel, may not possess the breathtaking beauty of Qian Muxue or Ouyang Mimi. Yet she is undeniably a paragon of elegance. With her cherubic visage paired with an astonishing figure, she embodies a striking contrast. Her innocent appearance belies a voluptuous form, creating a compelling visual impact that seamlessly merges the essence of an angel with that of a temptress. Chapter 72. Entering the Sunan base in the next moment. The ambitions of Zhao Jiaming, Haizi, and their companions were utterly extinguished by several firearms. The most intimidating was naturally the Yunying sniper rifle in Yi Qingqing's hands, a renowned heavy sniper rifle in Zhongxia, known for its formidable power that was not merely a facade. Zhao Jiaming was acutely aware that, as a 3rd-level evolved being, he would stand no chance against the devastating force of this sniper rifle. A single shot would spell his demise. In addition to the heavy sniper, the lethality of the hunting crossbow carried by Ouyang Miming was also significant, not to mention that Zhao Xie, Banking, Yin Yinin, and others were armed with handguns. Instantly, Zhao Jiaming and his cohorts were intimidated. Before them stood a group of stunningly beautiful women, but the overwhelming firepower of their adversaries rendered them powerless. Observing the situation, it was evident that there were numerous evolved beings among them, particularly the trio of exquisite beauties, Yi Qingqing, Qian Muxue, and Ouyang Miming, dressed in sleek black leather, exuding an aura that hinted at their high evolution levels. Cough. Ladies, please do not misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions. You must have seen the news online in recent days and come to seek refuge at our Sunan base. Given the recent surge in zombie activity around the base, as longtime members, We cannot allow our new brothers and sisters to face such dangers alone. Thus, we are merely here to offer you protection." Zhao Jiming approached with a forced smile. Zhao Jiming was clear in his intentions. Since he could not overpower these women, he would first invite them into the base. Once inside, with the strength of his Bear King gang, he was confident they could manage a few thorny roses. Each of these women was not only beautiful, but also appeared well-nourished and neatly attired, indicating they had ample resources. To have such enchanting companions at his beck and call would be a delight. Most importantly, equipped with an armored vehicle and a military truck, along with the firearms in the hands of the survivors. Even if the Bear King had not yet advanced to the 4th level, the other two powerful factions would think twice before challenging them. "Oh, so you are not here to rob us, but rather to protect us?" Qian Muxue spoke softly. "Exactly right," Zhao Jiming exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "In that case, we invite you gentlemen to lead the way." Qian Muxue replied with a gentle smile. "Lead the way?" Zhao Jiming was taken aback by Qian Muxue's agreeable demeanor. After a moment of surprise, he felt a surge of joy. It seemed that these women were somewhat naive, making things much easier for him. He waved his hand, commanding, "Brothers, get in the vehicle and lead the way." Heizi and the others hurriedly jumped into the vehicle, and Heizi adjusted the CRV, ready to accelerate. However, as he glanced ahead, his body shivered, and the vehicle abruptly stalled. "Where did that massive bear come from?" he exclaimed, noticing a creature resembling a small mountain. To his astonishment, beside the enormous bear stood a person. Tang Hao and Bear Da had already left the convoy miles away, having spotted two mutated dogs leisurely strolling along the roadside. Bear Da was on the verge of leveling up, and although these dogs were not yet 1st level, their size would be beneficial for Bear Da. Without hesitation, Tang Hao pursued the two mutated dogs, while Zhao Jiming and Heizi were conversing with Qian Muxue and the others. Tang Hao quietly arrived ahead with a satiated Bear Da. Initially, Tang Hao intended to stage a counter-ambush, but he was surprised to see Zhao Jiming and his group shrink back at the sight of Yi Qingsheng's large sniper rifle. This unexpected turn thwarted Tang Hao's plans to collect tolls, until he uncovered the whereabouts of Ouyang, Miming, and Apos as parents. Tang Hao was reluctant to provoke the members of the Sunan base. He had to postpone his counter-ambush strategy. There would be ample opportunities to deal with Zhao Jiming later. For now, his priority was to enter the Sunan base and locate Ouyang, Miming, and Apos as parents. Upon seeing Tang Hao approach with Bear Da, Zhao Jiming felt a wave of relief as the beautiful women and handsome men greeted each other. He secretly rejoiced, thankful he had not commanded an attack, for the consequences would have been dire, as Zhang Yunji and the others gazed at the Sunan base, which, although reinforced, stood only 3 meters high. A hint of disdain flickered in their eyes, comparing the walls and gates. The seemingly formidable Sunan base was no match for the Taoyuan base. Upon entering the base, the filthy and chaotic environment, along with the sight of many malnourished survivors clad in tattered clothing, further solidified their relief at having aligned with the right group. Unbeknownst to them, the loyalty of Zhang Yunji, Yu Shihao, and others had surged once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host." Zhang Yunji and Apos' loyalty has reached 75. "Ding! Congratulations, host." Zhang Chen's loyalty has reached 75. With a series of system notifications ringing in his mind, the loyalty of Zhang Yunji, Zhang Chen, Zhang Ying, and Xiao Yanin all reached 75, marking them as true confidants of Tang Hao. Alongside Banking, who had previously achieved the same loyalty when Tang Hao permitted him to exact revenge on Li Yun and others, only Yi Qingsheng, Zhao Xiaoya, and Yu Shihao remained below that threshold. Hearing the continuous notifications in his mind, Tang Hao couldn't help but smile. A loyalty of 75 represented a significant milestone. Once crossed, it indicated true allegiance, allowing him to entrust them with various tasks without fear of betrayal. When the leader of the Bear King gang, Xiong Mu, received reports that Zhao Jiming had returned with a substantial haul, a special police armored vehicle, and a military truck, he was filled with elation and hurried over with several subordinates. Such valuable assets were not to be relinquished. If he delayed, the other two factions might seize them, leaving him with no recourse. Cough, Tang Zhong. The leader of the incoming group is our Bear King Gang's chief, Xiongmu. Zhao Jiaming introduced with a broad smile. On the way, Zhao Jiaming had witnessed Bear Da's formidable presence firsthand, with combat capabilities undoubtedly at the 4th level. Zhao Jiaming surmised that even the leaders of the other two factions would likely struggle against Bear Da. Though Tang Hao had not engaged, the owner of such a terrifying mutated beast would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Upon casting his gaze over the saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle, Xiongmu's eyes gleamed with delight. Ha ha, Jiaming, your contributions this time are monumental. From now on, you shall be the second in command of the Bear King Gang. Striding forward, Xiongmu ignored Tang Hao, who stood slightly ahead of Zhao Jiaming, and approached the saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle. He reached out to caress its sleek, shiny surface, utterly entranced. Turning to the side, he reached for the vehicle and oppose door. Suddenly, the bulletproof window slid down, revealing the ominous muzzle of a gun. Xiongmu was taken aback. What's going on? The driver of the saber-toothed tiger was not one of his subordinates, but rather an attractive young woman clad in police attire. Chapter 73. Capturing Xiongmu, Miss SWAT. You really should name your weapon at the people. I'm not a zombie. After a moment of surprise, a teasing smile appeared at the corner of Xiongmu's mouth. Zhang Yunji's delicate face darkened, and just as she was about to speak, Tang Hao's voice rang out first. Xiong, if you keep being flippant, I cannot guarantee that you won't find an additional hole in your body. Who are you, kid? Xiongmu's expression soured. He had intended to tease the police flower, but someone had audaciously interrupted his amusement. Meeting Xiongmu's fierce gaze, Tang Hao revealed a faint smile and stepped forward, saying, I am Tang Hao, Xiongmu. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Tang Hao extended his hand. Xiongmu snorted coldly. You think I will shake hands just because you want to? Not a chance. With a swift motion, Xiongmu pulled back his hand, intending to embarrass Tang Hao. However, just as he retracted his hand, he felt a sudden tightness grip his right hand. In an instant, it felt as though a giant claw had firmly grasped it. Alarmed, Xiongmu unleashed the strength of a peak-level 3rd evolutionist, trying to free himself from Tang Hao's grasp. Yet, to his astonishment, Tang Hao merely shook his hand gently, causing Xiongmu's exerted force to dissipate instantly, followed by the faint sound of cracking bones reaching his ears. The excruciating pain nearly compelled Xiongmu to scream. Immediately, Tang Hao's calm voice echoed in his ear. If you wish to avoid embarrassment in front of your subordinates, you better behave, otherwise I wouldn't mind crippling you before them. As those words fell, Xiongmu felt the pressure in his hand intensify, and it seemed as if the bones in his fingers were fracturing. Before he could cry out in agony, the grip suddenly loosened. Suppressing the urge to scream, Xiongmu gritted his teeth and managed a strained smile, saying, Oh, so it and oppose. Brother Tang, a pleasure to meet you. A true expert reveals their prowess with a single move. Xiongmu was not foolish. He recognized that this young man possessed strength far superior to his own, undoubtedly a level 4 evolutionist. After a brief pause, Xiongmu's expression brightened. Brother, are you looking for the survivors from the Tao Weiyuan community? You've come to the right person. Most of the survivors are under my command. I'll have someone, Brother Hao. There's no need for him to call anyone. I'll go myself. Ouyang Mimei interjected eagerly. I'll accompany Mimei, Qian Mushu added. Tang Hao nodded and coldly commanded. Xiao Hao, Zhang Chun. The two, understanding the cue, quickly followed Ouyang Mimei and Qian Mushu, leaving Tang Hao sitting beside Xiongmu in the expansive hall. Yi Qingcheng and the others had not entered, including Xiong Dequan, who remained in the vehicle. The Sunan base was essentially a villa repurposed, with an area only 1/6 that of the Taoyuan villa, divided into 5 zones. All members of the Xiong Wang gang resided in the Western District. The gang comprised 4 level 3 evolutionists, with Xiongmu self-proclaiming as the leader and 3 hall masters beneath him: Zhao Jiaming, Li Zhihan, and Qin Weikai. Qin Weikai was the leader of the Tao Weiyuan community survivors. Previously, Qin Weikai had been a deputy at Huatian Biochemical Company in the Xiaodong branch. On the second day of the apocalypse, in a panic, he used a tang knife he had collected at home to kill a zombie, discovering an evolution crystal. Initially hesitant, he only dared to consume it after witnessing a husky grow larger after devouring a similar crystal. After swallowing 3 crystals that night, he became a level 1 evolutionist and soon took command of the Taoyuan community survivors. Aligning himself with the Sunan base, he became a trusted general under Xiong Mu, who still assigned the Taoyuan community survivors to Qin Weikai for management. Today, however, Qin Weikai was in a foul mood. He had just received a report from his underlings that Wan Yali was refusing to come over. Wan Yali's boldness stemmed solely from her cousin, Ouyang Pengcheng. With a crash, Qin Weikai slammed his palm on the table, causing it to shatter. "Come in," he barked, striding out with 6 loyal followers. "Ouyang Pengcheng, you and Oppos, overstepping your bounds. Do you think you're still the director of the Suzhou Economic and Technological Development Zone? This is the apocalypse. Today, I will show you that in this world, power is everything. I and Amp, Oppos, am going to take Wan Yali, and if you dare to stop me, I and Amp, Oppos, LL deal with your wife too." Ouyang Pengcheng and Amp, Oppos, wife, Song Bingxia, was also a beauty, once among the top 10 in the Suzhou medical system. Even in her 40s, she retained her charm. The thought stirred something within Qin Weikai. With a kick, he burst through the door of Songtuoj. Ouyang Pengcheng furrowed his brow and stepped forward. "Qin Hao Master, what is this about? Don't test my patience, Ouyang. You know why I'm here. Wan Yali, will you come with me willingly, or do I need to force you in front of everyone?" Qin Weikai sneered, his gaze fixed coldly on a stunning woman in her late 20s in the room, while his eyes also wandered to another tall woman in her 30s, Ouyang Pengcheng's wife, Song Bingxia. Ouyang Pengcheng's expression shifted, teeth clenched, his formidable demeanor faltering. "Qin Hao Master, Yali is my cousin. I implore you to consider. Get lost." Qin Weikai interrupted, pointing a finger at Ouyang Pengcheng. The latter's complexion changed again, retreating as he seized an iron spear from the ground, shouting, "Qin Hao Master, don't push me too far." A mocking smirk creased Qin Weitzai's lips. "Oh, Ouyang Pengcheng, you have guts. Do you truly believe a level 2 evolutionist can stop me? If you want to touch Yali, you and Amp, Oppos, LL have to step over my dead body. You and Amp, Oppos, quite brave. Do you think I would end Amp, Oppos, dare to kill you? Perfect if I kill you. Not only will I have your cousin, but I'll also take your wife." Qin Weikai and Amp, Oppos' expression turned sinister. Pengcheng let and Amp, Oppos' fight. Song Bingxia rose, swirling winds encircling her hands. Qin Weitzai's gaze sharpened. "Well, Ouyang Pengcheng, you dare to hide evolution crystals for your wife? Ha, today you're finished." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Seize those 2 women." His 6 underlings rushed forward. Ouyang Pengcheng swung his spear to block them, but clang. A long knife struck his spear with tremendous force, nearly causing it to fly from his grasp. As he struggled to maintain his hold, another strike came down. This time he lost his grip, and the spear clattered to the ground. In the next instant, a foot connected with his chest, sending his large frame flying backward. Thud! Ouyang Pengcheng crashed against the wall, sliding to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Meanwhile, Song Bingxia and Wan Yali were no match for Qin Weitzai's 6 level 1 evolutionists, quickly subdued. Qin Weikai twirled his tang knife with ease, casting a cold smile at the fallen Ouyang Pengcheng. "Ouyang Pengcheng, this is the apocalypse. Rank defines strength. Your former position means nothing now. If you know when Oppos, good for you, hand over Wan Yali, and I might spare you both. Otherwise, rest assured in the underworld, for I shall take good care of your wife and your cousin." With that, Tang Hao raised his blade and brought it down decisively. With a subtle hiss, blood splattered as a tang blade, along with a severed arm, twirled languidly in the air. Before Qin Weikai could even utter a cry of agony, a thunderous kick landed squarely between his legs. A sickening thud resonated, nearly simultaneous with the sound of his shattered manhood. Qin Weikai was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through the doorway and collapsing onto the ground in a state of unconsciousness. The entire scene transpired with such rapidity that no one could react. Qin Weitzai's 6 henchmen were equally stupefied. Before they could discern a figure, They sensed a whirlwind coursing through the room. In the next instant, crimson fountains erupted from their necks as they slumped to the ground. Then, Ouyang Mimi materialized, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed upon the trio before her. "Mom, Dad, Aunt Yali," she exclaimed, her tears cascading like a torrential downpour. "Mimi, Mimi," Song Bingxia uttered in disbelief, her eyes fixated on her daughter. "Mom," Ouyang Mimi cried, embracing Song Bingxia tightly as tears streamed down her face. "Mimi," Song Bingxia responded, clutching her daughter close, her own tears flowing freely. Outside, Qian Muxue, Zhang Xiaohao, and Zhang Chun were all emotionally moved. Fortunately, they had arrived in time. Had they been even a few seconds later, the situation could have been dire. Murder. The gang leader has been murdered. Songtao Pavilion, previously a sizable dining hall, housed not only Ouyang Pengcheng's family, but also a dozen other survivors from Peach Blossom Garden. The adjacent rooms were also occupied by survivors from the same community. Ouyang Mimi's swift and decisive actions resulted in the instantaneous annihilation of Qin Wait-Sai's 6 henchmen, their blood spurting in a macabre display. The majority of the pavilion and Appo's inhabitants were women, and witnessing this carnage caused them to erupt in shrieks of terror. Some even believed that the unconscious Qin Weikai had been slain as well. Qian Muxue brandished a dagger and pistol, firing a shot into the air to silence the pandemonium. "Silence," she commanded in a frosty tone. For the non-evolved women, the firearm held more power than any other weapon. The gunshot also attracted attention from various factions. Guyong, the leader of the Fierce Tiger Alliance, was en route with a dozen elite warriors. Upon hearing the gunshot, they quickened their pace. Simultaneously, Zhuiqiu Weiye, the chairman of the Su Jin Association, gestured to his subordinates, and they hastened their movements. Both leaders had received reports that Xiong Mu of the Bear King Gang had acquired armored vehicles. They were particularly concerned, as the acquisition of firearms by Xiong Mu could lead to their own absorption into his ranks. Xiong Mu and Tang Hao, upon hearing the gunshot, swiftly moved to investigate. Their residence was only 100 meters from Songtao Pavilion, allowing them to arrive promptly. Upon witnessing his 6 men lying in pools of blood and Qin Weikai with a severed arm, Xiong Mu's heart sank. Qin Weikai was a formidable general, second only to Xiong Mu himself in terms of strength. Now his right arm had been severed, and his life hung in the balance. The necks of his 6 subordinates had been slit with precision, indicating a single assailant of immense power. This realization sent a chill down Xiong Mu and Appo's spine. He turned to Tang Hao and inquired, "Cough, cough, Brother Tang. What in Appo's? What's going on here?" Tang Hao responded with a faint smile. "What in Appo's? What's going on, Brother Xiong? I believe you should inquire with your own people for a clearer picture." Xiong Mu and Appo's eyelids twitched as he turned to the surrounding crowd and bellowed, "What did Qin Weikai do? Someone tell me." A plump woman pointed at Ouyang Mimi and shrieked. It was Song Bingxia's daughter, who killed gang leader Qin and his men. Song Bingxia retorted angrily, "Go you Mei. Why don't you mention what Qin Weikai and his men did earlier? If my daughter hadn't arrived in time, not only would my husband have been killed by Qin Weikai, but my cousin and I would have been violated by that beast." She was shocked that her neighbor and colleague, Go Yume, was the first to accuse her daughter. A disheveled woman in her 30s stepped forward and declared, "That Appo's. That's right. Sister Song is right. Qin Weikai deserved to die. He not only tried to violate this young woman, but also Sister Song. Brother Ouyang resisted, but Qin Weikai injured him. These 6 men then captured Sister Song and her cousin, intending to take them away by force. It was Sister Song's daughter who arrived in time and killed them to save her parents." Tang Hao chuckled and patted Xiong Mu on the shoulder, saying earnestly, "Brother Xiong, it's a shame that you have such scum among your men. They deserve to die. Don't you think this Qin and his men got what they deserved?" Xiong Mu responded with an awkward smile. Tang Hao strode over to the unconscious Qin Weikai and stomped on his severed arm, eliciting a series of cracking sounds. The excruciating pain jolted Qin Weikai back to consciousness. The agony in his arm and groin caused him to scream in agony. "Oh, you're not dead yet." Tang Hao's eyes flashed with coldness. Such a loud cry for such a small amount of pain? It's too jarring. He turned to Qian Muxue. who seemed to anticipate his intentions. She waved her left hand, and an ice arrow burst on Qin Weicai's head, instantly encasing it in a thin layer of ice. His cries abruptly ceased. Qin Weicai raised his intact left hand to shatter the ice on his face, but his wrist was seized by Tang Hao's right hand. Tang Hao leaned in close, his voice chilling as he spoke. As an evolved being in this post-apocalyptic world, instead of using your power to slay zombies and protect your fellow humans, you sought to murder parents and defile wives and daughters to satisfy your own desires. You are scum who don't deserve to live in this world. You should be grateful that we arrived in time, or I would have subjected you to the most brutal tortures before letting you die. With that, Tang Hao delivered a resounding slap, shattering the ice over Qin Weicai and Amp, Oppo's mouth and nose. Qin Weicai and Amp, Oppo's face swelled instantly, and two of his front teeth were dislodged. After gasping for breath, Qin Weicai pleaded, Spare me, spare me. You can end Amp, Oppo's kill me. My elder brother is Qin." Before he could finish, another slap silenced him. Tang Hao said coldly, "I have no interest in your family history. No matter who you are, if you dare to harm my family, there is only one outcome, death." With that, Tang Hao twisted Qin Weicai and Amp, Oppo's neck, a crisp snap echoing through the air. The shock in Qin Weicai and Amp, Oppo's eyes solidified as his life ended. A round of applause erupted. A young hero indeed. Xiongmu, the name of your Bear King gang, is quite fitting. You and Oppo's, truly acting like a bear. This Qin Weicai had a good leader, getting his neck snapped in public, and the Bear King gang's boss didn't even dare to utter a word. As the voice resounded, the crowd parted, and a group of a dozen people approached. "Guillaume, we'll handle our own affairs in the Bear King gang. We don't need the Fierce Tiger Alliance to interfere." Xiongmu glanced at Tang Hao, turned to face the newcomers, and said coldly, Chapter 75. How about joining my camp? Since the day before yesterday, both Guillaume and Zhuoqiuwei Yi have advanced to level 4 evolutionaries, leaving the anxious Xiongmu pondering how to deal with these two. At this moment, a thought crossed his mind. Tang Hao and his group represent an excellent offensive strategy. Although Tang Hao's followers are few in number, their strength is formidable. If he could incite mutual destruction among Guillaume, Zhuoqiuwei Yi, and his own forces, Xiongwang Gang would undoubtedly emerge as the greatest victor. Sacrificing Qin Weicai to achieve such a favorable outcome is worth it. With this thought, Xiongmu straightened his back and boldly confronted Guillaume, saying, "Guillaume, with support behind me, I no longer regard you with disdain." A sinister voice echoed, and the crowd parted once more, revealing the effeminate Zhuoqiuwei Yi accompanied by his followers. Even the burly Xiongmu and the tall Guillaume exchanged wary glances upon seeing Zhuoqiuwei Yi. As a level 4 speed evolutionary, coupled with his delicate physique and appearance, Zhuoqiuwei Yi was indeed a venomous assassin. Tang Hao withdrew his hand from the corpse of the last fallen member of the Xiongwang Gang, a faint smile gracing his lips. The 7 from Qin Weicai provided him with 455 points of administrative evolution points, together with the zombies and several mutated beasts he had hunted in recent days. Tang Hao's attribute panel now appeared as follows. Level: Son of the Divine, LV4 position. Assistant County Magistrate, next position. Prefect 2758, 5000 administrative evolution points, 17. 85 skill evolution points, 46. 75 soul crystals, 1672. 1 beast crystals, 47. 10 strength, 35 60 speed, 3048 spirit, 255. 2 talent skill, King and Oppo's Scepter LV4, Fervent Blood, skill, Thorn Cage LV4 storage, 75 cubic meters gold dust, 3. 5 Beast Companion, Xiongda, second tier. His follower count had increased by several hundred, and his evolution points had long surpassed 40, allowing him to step into level 5 at any moment. With 1765 administrative evolution points accumulated, both soul crystals and beast crystals had seen significant growth. The only regret during this period was the unchanged amount of gold dust, still at 3.5. However, Tang Hao remained unperturbed. Currently, neither zombies nor mutated beasts nor even human evolutionaries had reached a level where they could withstand the might of his Falcon sniper crossbow and Cloud Eagle sniper rifle. The urgency for source energy weapons and equipment had yet to arise. Support? I, Xiongmu, truly wish to join Brother Tang's camp, but regrettably, Brother Tang looks down upon an old brute like me. Xion Muchakel. Old bear, you are mistaken. Given our relationship, I would surely welcome you. Perfect. Since everyone is present, let this be a witness. I, Old Bear, am joining. Xiao Hao, Zhang Chun, welcome our new member, Xiongmu. Tang Hao initiated applause, which was soon echoed by Zhang Xiao Hao, Zhang Chun, and Xianmu Shui, followed even by Ouyang Mimi, Ouyang Peng Cheng, and Song Bing Xia, as well as Wanya Li and many other members of the Xiong Wang gang, who joined in the clapping. This phenomenon was driven by the herd mentality, particularly as Ouyang Mimi's formidable strength had set a precedent, and Xiongmu had openly expressed his intent to join. Consequently, nearly all members of Xiong Wang gang were applauding. Xiongmu was momentarily taken aback. He had never imagined such a scenario. He merely intended to be modest. Who could foresee that Tang Hao would seize the opportunity and trap him in such a situation? If he were to backtrack now, it would be tantamount to slapping his own face in public, not only undermining his credibility among the members of the Xiong Wang gang, but also risking offense to Tang Hao. Xiongmu could only swallow his pride, forcing a grim smile as he said, "Cough, I am honored that Brother Tang is taken in this old brute. Old bear, I previously respected you as a man, but I never expected you to willingly become a sycophant, recognizing a young man as your leader. TSK, what can he offer you?" Zhuoqiu Weiyi jeered, swaying his oiled hair and powdered face with disdain. Tang Hao offered a faint smile, glancing at Guiyong and Zhuoqiu Weiyi, and gently remarked, "Gentlemen, have you considered joining my camp?" "Join you? On what grounds?" Guiyong and Appo's eyes turned cold, revealing a fierce killing intent as he spoke ominously. "Because I am stronger than you," Tang Hao replied calmly. "In this apocalypse, strength reigns supreme. Only by following the strong can one survive longer." "You think you're stronger? How can you prove it?" Zhuoqiu Weiyi narrowed his eyes, a hint of malice evident. "Quite simply, let us have a match. The victor will be clear. Of course, a one-on-one duel is rather mundane. You two may join forces, or even bring your entire teams. One is enough for me. By the way, I will rely solely on these hands, without using any other weapons." Tang Hao spread his hands, speaking indifferently. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Such arrogance was unparalleled. This was an outright insult. The expressions of both Guiyong and Zhuoqiu Weiyi darkened, as did those of their capable subordinates, who were eager to teach this audacious youth a lesson, making him understand why flowers are so vibrant. "Are you serious?" Guiyong asked solemnly. "Absolutely, with so many witnesses present. Since you're being so brazen, if we win, I want this handsome fellow, in your armored vehicle, the saber-toothed tiger." Zhuoqiu Weiyi pointed at the tall Zhang Xiao Hao, who stood at 188 centimeters and was on the verge of becoming a level 4 evolutionary, making him appear quite formidable. Zhang Xiao Hao shivered at Zhuoqiu Weiyi's gaze. "Boss, make sure to give this flamboyant fellow a good beating," he said coldly. Tang Hao was taken aback that Zhuoqiu Weiyi specifically targeted Zhang Xiao Hao, finding it somewhat amusing. Clearly, Zhuoqiu Weiyi was a man of a different inclination. "And you?" Tang Hao turned his gaze toward Guiyong. Guiyong's eyes flicked between Xianmu Shui and Ouyang Mimi, a flicker of desire crossing his face. However, he soon sensed an incoming wave of killing intent, and steeled himself. "If we win, I want your military vehicle, and I've heard you have a Cloud Eagle sniper rifle. Also, I want the bullets." "Huh, what a greedy lot." Tang Hao chuckled coldly. "Your conditions are acceptable. I agree. However, if you lose, you must join my team unconditionally with me as your leader." Guiyong and Zhuoqiu Weiyi exchanged glances, then surveyed the elite troops behind them. This time, they had brought their strongest fighters. Besides the two of them as level 4 evolutionaries, they had 6 level 3 evolutionaries, and the rest were level 2 evolutionaries, among which 4 were elemental evolutionaries, 1 fire type, 2 wind types, and 1 wood type capable of ensnaring opponents with vines. Even a peak level 4 evolutionary would struggle to withstand the assault of their 20 evolutionaries. Very well, it's settled. Guiyong and Zhuoqiu Wei both readily accepted the challenge. With only one opponent, who had yet to wield any weapons, neither dared to engage in combat. Thus, it seemed unlikely that they possessed the capability to continue leading their numerous subordinates. Chapter 76. Swift defeat and dread the news of Tang Hao and Amp. Oppos. Solitary challenge against 20 evolutionists from the Tiger Alliance and the Sujin Association swept through the Sunin base like a whirlwind, drawing a rapidly gathering crowd. Yi Qingsheng and her companions promptly drove 3 vehicles to the square where Tang Hao was set to confront Guiyong and Zhuoqiu Wei. It was a daunting one against 20, with the opposing side led by 2 level 4 evolutionists. Sister, do you think Chief Tang Hao will emerge victorious? Zhao Xiaoye inquired, glancing at Yi Qingsheng. If he dares to accept, he must have confidence. Yi Qingsheng replied calmly. Wow, 1 against 20. Uncle Tang Hao is truly formidable. Uncle, when I grow up, I want to be a hero like him. The young nephew of banking expressed with admiration and excitement. Jia, is the chief really going to take on 20? Isn't that a bit excessive? They have 2 level 4 evolutionists among them. Xiao Yunyan's big, watery eyes revealed a hint of concern. You still doubt the chief's strength? Even if it were doubled, he would still prevail effortlessly. Zhang Yunji retorted coldly. Is that so? Jia, you have such confidence in the chief. Oh no, you've fallen for him, becoming one of his little admirers. You're the one who has fallen. Zhang Yunji's earlobes flushed slightly. She indeed had feelings for the chief, but she understood her place. It was the chief and the eldest sister, Qian Muxue, who had given her a new lease on life, and she would never be the third party in their relationship. She would cherish her feelings in silence and do her utmost to support them. Yes, I have indeed fallen. Xiao Yunyan sighed. Yunyan, don't forget, we're all on Sister Shue's side. Zhang Yunji exclaimed in shock. Don't worry, I am aware. When I said I have feelings, I meant for you. Jia. Xiao Yunyan giggled, and in the next moment, her hands reached towards Zhang Yunji's bosom. You little rascal. Zhang Yunji, caught off guard, felt her face flush and hurriedly swatted away the playful hands, letting out a delicate protest. For those who had consistently followed Tang Hao, there was a unanimous belief in his victory. However, for the survivors of the Sunin base, the sentiment was quite different. The vast majority believed Tang Hao to be overly arrogant and predicted he would be soundly defeated by Guiyong and Zhuoqiu Wei. Only a few refrained from jumping to conclusions, opting to wait and see the outcome of the match. In the square, a large area of approximately 300 square meters had been cleared, surrounded by layers of spectators numbering 600 to 700. Leader, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Let me test this young man and Oppos. Limits. Zhang Yunhao declared, flexing his fists like a massive iron ball. Zhang Yunhao, a level 3 strength evolutionist with the innate skill of stone skin, could harden his skin like rock. Although he was not invulnerable, Tang Hao had stated he would fight unarmed, relying solely on his bare hands. Among level 3 evolutionists, Zhang Yunhao was at the pinnacle of hand-to-hand combat. Within the Tiger Alliance, Zhang Yunhao was second only to the leader, Guiyong. All right, be cautious. Guiyong nodded, given Tang Hao and Oppos' boastful demeanor. He must be a level 4 evolutionist, likely at the pinnacle of that level. Sending anyone else would likely yield little effect. To know oneself and one's adversary is the path to victory. Zhuoqiu Wei remarked, tilting his head. Xiangfei, you too. Join Zhang Yunhao. Zhui Xiangfei, a level 3 speed evolutionist, was also Zhuoqiu Wei's top subordinate. Even if it was merely a test, both leaders dispatched their strongest subordinates, not for victory, but to glean insights into Tang Hao's capabilities, whether he leaned towards strength, speed, or elemental prowess. Unbeknownst to Guiyong and Zhuoqiu Wei, Tang Hao and Oppos' evolution was extraordinarily unique. He had achieved exceptional levels in all 3 aspects: strength, speed, and elemental mastery. He was essentially a fusion of level 4 strength, speed, and elemental prowess, a singular entity not just in the Middle Summer Nation, but indeed in the entire world. Zhang Yunhao and Zhui Xiangfei were formidable contenders, even among level 3 evolutionists. However, When they clashed, the outcome left the surrounding spectators in stunned silence. Zhuo Xiangfei, wielding dual daggers, moved like the wind, pouncing on Tang Hao. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Tang Hao evaded, causing Zhuo Xiangfei's dagger to fly from his hand, while his wrist was captured by Tang Hao's grip. The next moment, Zhuo Xiangfei was sent hurtling back, colliding with Zhang Yunhao, who had just activated his stone skin. As Zhang Yunhao charged forward, he witnessed Zhuo Xiangfei hurtling towards him like a cannonball, too fast to evade. Alarmed, he reached out to catch him. But before he could react, Tang Hao was already before him, seizing his left hand. In an instant, Zhang Yunhao felt an overwhelming force propel him into the air. Boom! The ground trembled violently. Zhang Yunhao felt as though his very insides had been rearranged, collapsing into a crater and unable to rise. No one had anticipated the swift defeat of the formidable Zhuo Xiangfei and Zhang Yunhao. Had Tang Hao not shown restraint, they would have been lifeless corpses. As the cracked stone surface bore witness to the battle, Zhang Yunhao lay lifelessly in the pit, his eyes vacant, while the spectators stood agape, unable to process the rapid conclusion of the fight, enveloped in an eerie silence. None had expected such an outcome. It had ended far too swiftly. Inside the saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle, Qiu Yinyan and Zhang Yunji gaped in astonishment, finally swallowing hard. Chief is just too powerful. Level 3 evolutionists are mere dust in his hands. Old Bear, bring a few men to carry these two away for proper recuperation. Tang Hao instructed, turning to Xiong Mu. The robust Xiong Mu shivered at the thought, relieved he had not defied Tang Hao. He knew that, without weapons, facing Zhang Yunhao would have given him a mere 60% chance of victory, and that would have been a grueling battle. Yet Tang Hao, in the blink of an eye, had defeated two prominent level 3 evolutionists. This level of combat prowess was utterly astonishing. Xiong Mu understood that had he taken Zhang Yunhao's place, the outcome would have been no different. He hastily dispatched men to carry Zhuo Xiangfei and Zhang Yunhao away. Meanwhile, the expressions of Gu Yong and Zhuo Qiuwei Yi shifted dramatically, while their subordinates gazed at Tang Hao with a mix of awe and disbelief, quickly morphing into sheer terror. Chapter 77. 1 against 18. The swift defeat of Zhuo Xiangfei and Zhang Yunhao not only failed to yield the intended results of gauging Tang Hao's strengths and weaknesses, but it also instilled fear in their subordinates behind them. This outcome was entirely unforeseen by Gu Yong and Zhuo Qiuwei. Cursed fate! Had they known this would be the case, they would have charged in without hesitation, and now they found themselves down two pivotal warriors. Yet, conceding defeat was out of the question. Everyone, rally your spirits. No matter how formidable the opponent, he is but one man. A flurry of erratic punches can fell a seasoned master. Even a fierce tiger cannot withstand the assault of a pack of wolves. We outnumber him, so we need not fear. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the two leaders quickly motivated their followers, formulating a strategy. The elemental evolutionists would engage in ranged attacks. The strength-focused evolutionists would close in for grappling, and the speed-focused evolutionists would look for openings to strike. Under the fierce encouragement of their leaders, the morale of their subordinates surged once more. Yes, the opponent was indeed formidable, yet he was still just one. Although they had lost Zhuo Xiangfei and Zhang Yunhao, they still had 18 fighters, and both leaders were prepared to join the fray themselves. If they could hold him for just 2 seconds, their leader's strength would surely be enough to bring him down. As Tang Hao observed his eager adversaries, a faint smile graced his lips. Strategy? Such notions are only effective when strengths are comparable. When there exists a significant disparity in power, all tactics become mere fantasies. What transpired next was a vivid demonstration of a tiger among sheep. Tang Hao refrained from employing his thorn cage skill, showcasing only his raw strength and speed. For a second-tier strength evolutionist, standing before Tang Hao was akin to a 3-year-old child encountering a burly man. A mere nudge sent them flying. Transforming into a human-shaped beast, Tang Hao charged directly into the line of strength evolutionists, his arms swinging as 4 robust men were sent soaring as if they were weightless. With a swift motion, he seized 2 of them and, in a whirlwind of power, sent several speed evolutionists crashing to the ground. The fire and wind attacks, launched by their elemental evolutionists, barely grazed his form. By the time they attempted a second offensive, a blur darted past them, and a sharp pain struck their necks as they fell to the ground. The only one to make an impact was a wood evolutionist, who managed to ensnare Tang Hao's left arm with several vines. However, before he could revel in his small victory, he felt an immense force surging through the vines, propelling him backward. He then beheld Tang Hao's face, adorned with a serene smile, rapidly magnifying in his astonished gaze. Within the span of merely 4 breaths, 16 out of 18 members lay defeated, leaving only Guiyong and Zhuoqiu Weiye standing. As Tang Hao advanced, his form appeared almost spectral, and in an instant, his fist was before Guiyong. The speed was astonishing. Guiyong's eyelids fluttered. Being a 4th-tier evolutionist himself, he reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to form a protective cross. After witnessing Tang Hao and Appo's prowess, even Guiyong adopted a mindset of merely evading disaster rather than seeking glory, focusing first on blocking the incoming punch. However, he could not have anticipated the sheer force behind that seemingly simple strike. Boom! Tang Hao's fist crashed against Guiyong's crossed palms like a cannonball, driving his hands backward and sending a violent shockwave that propelled them into his chest. Guiyong staggered backward, blood surging upward, and he coughed violently, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. His towering figure faltered, and he found himself half kneeling on the ground. Even a 4th-tier evolutionist like Guiyong was brought to his knees by a single punch, sending chills down Zhuoqiu Weiye's spine, compelling him to flee. Yet, Tang Hao was faster. With a powerful push off the ground, the floor shattered beneath him as he soared forward like a bolt of lightning, landing directly in front of Zhuoqiu Weiye. The latter's expression shifted. How could this man be so swift? Realizing escape was futile, he decided to fight back, lunging forward with a dagger aimed at Tang Hao and Appo's chest. Tang Hao retreated. Chapter 78. Do nobles and generals have a natural advantage? As long as one is not foolish, no one would dare to defy a formidable opponent who far surpasses them in strength. Both Guiyong and Zhuoqiu Weiye were certainly not lacking in wisdom. Having personally experienced Tang Hao and Appo's overwhelming power, they did not hesitate to rally their forces in allegiance. Thus, the 3 great factions of the tri-base were all brought under Tang Hao and Appo's command. Ding! Your number of subjects, followers, has reached 5,000, and you have advanced in rank. Current position, Prefect. You have received 1 point in the civil and military evolution points. Next rank, County Magistrate. The number of concubines and ministers you can promote has increased by 1, with a current limit of 10. The system's voice resonated. Tang Hao felt a surge of joy. Upon opening the system, he indeed found changes in the rank section. Current position, Prefect. Next rank, County Magistrate. 5178, 10,000 civil and military evolution points increased to 1885. The number of individuals who can be promoted with civil and military evolution points has increased by 1. Everything else remained unchanged. An hour later, in a hall previously used by the former Bear King gang for meetings, Ouyang Pengcheng, Song Bingxia, and Wan Yali reunited with Tang Hao. Xiao Hao, thank you. Ouyang Pengcheng grasped Tang Hao and Appo's hand, tears glistening in his eyes. His gratitude was not solely for their rescue, but also for the safety of his daughter, Ouyang Miming, and his niece Qian Muxue. Uncle Aunt Xia, there's no need for such formality. Uncle Qian and Aunt Yin are like my parents. Miming has always called me Brother Haozi since she was little. You are my family in this world, Tang Hao expressed warmly. After exchanging pleasantries and taking their seats once more, Ouyang Pengcheng spoke seriously. Xiao Hao, with the apocalypse upon us, what are your plans for the future? Have you considered establishing a significant enterprise in this new world? Of course, Tang Hao replied with a faint smile. Having experienced a second chance at life, he was determined not to squander this opportunity. He aimed to build his own base and protect those dear to him. Since you aspire to establish your own dynasty, I have a few suggestions. Wait, Tang Hao interjected, momentarily taken aback. Did you just say dynasty? Indeed, to establish a new dynasty that belongs to you. With your strength and foundation, you can certainly create your own dynasty in this apocalypse. Ouyang Pengcheng and Amp, Oppos, eyes gleamed with excitement. To establish a dynasty, to become the sovereign of a new world? Tang Hao felt as if a magnificent door was slowly opening before him. In peaceful times, he would never dare to dream such dreams, but now, amidst the apocalypse, a new era awaited. With the experience of rebirth, he found himself at the forefront of humanity's survivors. Not only as the son of the divine, but also with companions like Qian Muxue, Zhang Xiaohua, Chun Jun, Qian Zheng, and a host of other elites at his side. Most importantly, he possessed the supreme emperor system. The very name of this system suggested imperial power, with the fortuitous circumstances aligning. How could he not establish a dynasty and become the emperor of the new world? At this moment, Tang Hao discovered his purpose. He would lead everyone in forging a new dynasty. Uncle, what do you think? Tang Hao's eyes sparkled with determination. Ouyang Pengcheng raised his hand. Brother Li Yunfei quickly approached. In truth, the moment they witnessed Tang Hao overpowering Guiyong and Zhuqiu Weiyi, they had begun to contemplate their own ambitions. Li Yunfei was a man of great aspirations, and having observed the dynamics between Tang Hao, Qian Muxue, and Ouyang Miming, he understood the hierarchy within the group. Tang Hao was undoubtedly the leader, followed closely by Qian Muxue, Ouyang Miming, and Yi Qingsheng, who held unique positions. After 2 decades of navigating the business world, Li Yunfei, a seasoned veteran, quickly analyzed the significance of the 3 women's roles. Qian Muxue held the unshakable position of the primary consort. Ouyang Miming was the beloved younger sister, while Yi Qingsheng could only be regarded as a close confidant for the time being. Understanding this relationship, Ouyang Pengcheng and Song Bingxia and Amp, Oppos' importance became evident, given their connections to Qian Muxue's and Ouyang Miming's parents. Li Yunfei immediately engaged in conversation with Ouyang Pengcheng. The two, one a business veteran and the other a former high-ranking official, devised a feasible plan within half an hour. Hearing their discussion, Tang Hao and Oppos' eyes gleamed with excitement. Old Li, you're impressive. From now on, you shall be Tang Hao began, but Li Yunfei quickly shook his head. Please, leader, do not bestow any titles upon me. Brother Pengcheng is far more suited for matters of personnel. As for the business realm and other affairs, Miss Qingqing's father is the true genius. Li Yunfei was astute. He understood that during Tang Hao and Oppos' journey eastward to save the most critical targets, Ouyang Miming and Oppos' parents, Ouyang Pengcheng and Song Bingxia, he also aimed to rescue Yi Qingqing's and Qian Muxue's parents. Time, June 27, 2028, 1826. Location, Sunanbase. Tang Hao surveyed the crowd of over 2,000 and announced his 3 new initiatives. First initiative, the Sunan base will be renamed the Peach Blossom Su Prefecture Base. Serving as a branch of the Peach Blossom Base, a 5-member committee will be established, comprising Li Yunfei, Zhang Chun, Guiyong, Zhuqiu Weiyi, and Xiaomu. All matters will be decided through discussions among the committee members. Witnessing Tang Hao and Oppos' miraculous ability, he gently patted Zhang Chun and Oppos' shoulder, elevating him to a level 4 evolver. He then did the same for Li Yunfei, who advanced from level 2 to level 3 and subsequently to level 4. This astonishing capability thoroughly astounded Guiyong and the others. Initially, Tang Hao had no intention of leaving anyone at the Sunan base, but Li Yunfei volunteered to stay. He recognized that to fully integrate into Tang Hao's inner circle, he needed to demonstrate his worth and capabilities. The population of the Sunan base was undeniably a vital foundation for Tang Hao at this juncture. Seeing Li Yunfei and Amp, Oppos' decision to remain, Ouyang Pengcheng also considered staying. But Ouyang Miming, Qian Muxue, and Song Bingxia expressed their concerns and opposed it. Moreover, although Tang Hao's rank had increased, it merely allowed for 1 additional individual to be promoted with civil and military evolution points. Ultimately, after surveying the crowd, Zhang Chun stepped forward, choosing to remain and assist Li Yunfei in maintaining order. Naturally, Tang Hao would not forsake either Li Yunfei or Zhang Chun, having previously promoted Zhang Chun. He directly expended 5 evolution points in front of Guillaume and the others, elevating both men to level 4 evolvers. Chapter 79. New Initiatives, the second measure. All members of the base shall receive food and water according to their labor. Everyone must contribute. Children will have dedicated instructors for their education, while the elderly and women will engage in various tasks, such as managing household affairs, doing laundry, cooking, reinforcing the walls, and patrolling for security. The able-bodied youth will naturally venture outside to hunt zombies and search for food and water. The supply of food and water will naturally be highest for those members who venture out on these missions, with a daily ration of 6 rice balls or steam buns, accompanied by 2 tails of meat and a small dish, along with 2 bottles of water. The rewards for evolvers, vice captains, and captains will be even greater, while the benefits for other members will decrease accordingly. This disparity in treatment among members is designed to attract more young adults to join the hunt for zombies and the quest for sustenance, thereby stimulating continuous improvement among the members and laying the groundwork for the emergence of a hierarchical dynasty. The notion of egalitarianism and communal sharing is unfeasible in the apocalypse. Only through continual evolution and enhancement of oneself and the team's capabilities can they withstand the relentless assaults of increasingly formidable zombies and mutated beasts. Those who remain complacent and avoid confrontation with the zombies, merely living day by day, are destined to become prey for the undead. The third measure, no acts of murder, brawling, or immoral behavior shall be tolerated within the base. Violators will face consequences ranging from detention and expulsion to execution. To enforce this, Tang Hao executed more than 20 highly disliked evolvers, instilling a profound sense of fear in those with malicious intents while simultaneously garnering substantial support from the general populace. That very evening, upon the implementation of the new policies, the base provided everyone with a delightful meal consisting of a white steamed bun and a bowl of steaming dog meat soup. This significantly elevated Tang Hao's reputation, along with the newfound favor and support for his associates, Li Yunfei and Zhang Chun. At 8:30, Zhang Xiaohai and Qian Muxue successfully ascended to the 4th level after consuming 3 and 4 source evolution crystals, respectively. Tang Hao was particularly delighted to discover that Zhang Xiaohai had acquired a new skill, Fire Python Technique. Qian Muxue, on the other hand, astonished everyone by developing her 3rd skill, Water of Healing. Water of Healing heals wounds with the power of water spirits. Usage assists in treatment. Gestures: one hand placed on the recipient's forehead while the other hovers over the wound. Incantation meaning grant the mercy of water, or disperse the purity of water. Effect: a blue halo envelopes the recipient or blue mist surrounds the wound. Explanation: this skill excels in countering pure fire element magic damage and dispelling most heat-based toxins. It also effectively alleviates inflammation and promotes healing for injuries caused by cold weapons like swords and hammers. However, its effectiveness against zombie viruses and other toxins is limited. Qian Muxue's skill is remarkably powerful, rendering her akin to a walking magical healer. Apart from potent toxins like the zombie virus, her healing capabilities yield excellent results for most injuries. Coupled with Yi Qingcheng's sacred words, which also possess healing properties, this undoubtedly reduces the likelihood of casualties in subsequent battles against higher-level zombies and mutated beasts for Tang Hao and his companions. With both Zhang Xiaohai and Qian Muxue joining the ranks of 4th-level evolvers, the combat strength of Tang Hao and his allies ascended to new heights. Including Gu Yong and Zhua Qiuyue, the number of 4th-level evolvers within the Taoyuan Suzhou base reached an astonishing 9. At 9 o'clock, 3 figures stealthily departed from the Taoyuan Suzhou base, swiftly infiltrating the city of Suzhou under the crimson moonlight. With a swift thrust, several thorns pierced through the heads of multiple zombies. As the zombies drew closer, Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing. He turned a corner, slashing his dagger across the chest of a 1st-level iron-arm zombie, subsequently retrieving a grayish-white crystal. Why is it grayish-white? Both Ouyang Mimi and Yi Qingcheng gasped in unison. Tang Hao's expression turned grave. In the previous lifetime, This silver-white source evolution crystal had persisted within first-level zombies for a month, but this time, it had diminished to just half a month, tonight marking the halfway point since the apocalypse began. The first-level zombies they had slain during the day had initially yielded silver-white source evolution crystals, but now they had transformed into grayish-white ordinary evolution crystals. The timeline had advanced by a full half, suggesting that to obtain silver-white source evolution crystals, they would now have to eliminate second-level zombies and first-level mutated beasts. This escalation undoubtedly increased the difficulty for surviving humans to become evolvers, or for existing evolvers to ascend in rank. Tang Hao reached into his left hand, producing a set of long garments, and handed them to Yi Qingcheng. "Put this on." Yi Qingcheng hesitated, only to see Tang Hao smearing himself with zombie blood, prompting her to realize the necessity of the action. She and Ouyang Mimi were clad in the latest source energy battle armor, while Ouyang Mimi, capable of invisibility, had no need to use zombie blood for camouflage. However, both she and Tang Hao lacked such skills, making it nearly impossible to traverse through hordes of zombies without disguise. The source energy battle armor was far too precious to be discarded carelessly. As she donned the clothes over her leather outfit and glanced at the youth beside her, who was applying zombie blood to himself, an indescribable complexity flickered in Yi Qingcheng's beautiful eyes. With her privileged background and strict upbringing, accustomed to the superficiality of the entertainment industry and the upper echelons, she found it challenging to open her heart to outsiders. Beneath her seemingly affable facade as a beloved public figure lay a heart guarded against all but her family. In that moment, a crack appeared in her hardened exterior, revealing signs of softening as Tang Hao's presence quietly took root within her heart. "Quickly apply it. We must strive to reach the Suzhou municipal base by 10. After coating himself in the nauseating zombie blood, Tang Hao turned to find Yi Qingcheng still hesitating, his brow furrowing as he spoke in a hushed tone. Yi Qingcheng said nothing, crouching down to slice open the body of a nearby zombie with her dagger, beginning to smear the blood upon herself. Originally, Tang Hao had intended for himself and Ouyang Mimi to venture into the main city, first to gather information about Yi Qingcheng's mother before returning to discuss rescue plans. But Yi Qingcheng insisted on accompanying them, transforming their duo into a trio. Soon, the three figures swiftly advanced along the street. A three-level clawed beast turned its head, eyeing Tang Hao and Yi Qingcheng. In an instant, a glint of cold light flashed, piercing the temple of the three-level clawed beast. Tang Hao leaped forward, extending his right hand, and in the next moment, the body of the three-level clawed beast, dispatched by Ouyang Mimi, vanished eerily from sight. Nearby, several second-level zombies sniffed the air, glancing around in confusion before lowering their heads to rest once more. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Tang Hao's mind. "Ding! A source evolution crystal has been detected. Would you like to convert it?" Without hesitation, he replied, "Convert." Throughout their journey, the three of them had rarely engaged in combat, only resorting to action when absolutely necessary, often at the detection of this three-level zombie. Most of the time, it was either Tang Hao employing thorns to eliminate weaker foes or Ouyang Mimi executing stealthy strikes against stronger ones. Tang Hao promptly stored the corpse within the system's inventory. Even so, his evolution points continued to soar. The points gained from the officials not only compensated for the previous upgrades of Li Yunfei and Zhang Shun, but also exceeded expectations, now reaching 85, with his evolution points surpassing 50 for the first time, totaling 52. 45.